Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Unlimited power! Okay, should we, what time is it? 3 minutes to go. Hello, friendos in chat. We're going to be rewatching all the videos from 2019.
All of them?
Not all of them.
Not all of them?
Not all of them.
What the hell? Why would you...
We'll be rewatching my main essays, Volume 2, Validation.
Okay.
And
Have people picked out their mini essays that they want to watch?
I've had some suggestions, yeah. Yeah. Some people wanted to see White Man Bad. That's a good one. That's not a mini essay, obviously. That's a shit post.
Yeah. It's a good shit post.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Objectivity as well. That's a good one.
Yes. I love that one.
Yeah.
Can't even remember any of the others.
Oh, that's rude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't it though?
Yeah, it's really rude. I'm
You've got
deeply offended.
your Jacob's Ladder one. That was good.
True, and
I liked the Jacob's Ladder one.
and it's forbidden in all territories.
Is it?
Not all territories, but it's hugely restricted
Oh, for fuck's sake.
by Lionsgate because of copyright.
Well, then you should definitely watch it because it will be.
Well, then the stream will just get copyright claimed.
No, but maybe they'll get confused by it being, like confuse the algorithm. Not the algorithm. Well, yeah, it is an algorithm. How woke is it to be gay for Bernie? I think that's as woke as you can get.
Actually, I think that's pretty problematic.
What?
Just
Shit.
fetishizing power there. That's
Fuck. Oh, that's true.
all right. Here we are.
Gay for Lula. So.
Gay for Lula. No, that's pretty good.
That's how you fix it.
Okay.
That's me.
Yeah, that's how it works. It's a camera.
Shit.
Do you know how cameras work?
Can you explain?
Your image is captured here.
My soul is captured.
Image.
My soul is captured and broadcasted to the world, and I am left soulless.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works?
No.
Fuck.
Mm-mm. Okay. We don't have headphone splitters.
Yeah.
Such as the incredible depth of our preparation.
So you're just going to have to say about,
So.
no more than a foot apart.
Mm-hmm. So if I go over here, you just have to come with me.
Oh shit. What if I do this? You have to come with me. That's what you're supposed to do.
No.
God. Okay.
I'm the captain here. Okay. Okay. If we're looking over there, that's chat. That's where we're looking for chat. Just
the
so
chat hole. Yeah, they, spew your filth into the chat hole, and we will look at it occasionally.
Let's look at, because it's noon now. Let's look at
my crochet top, which I made. Continue.
We're going to look at the first video, and if the audio is weird, just tell us in all caps, and I'm sure no one else will be saying the same thing, so just say over and over again that the audio is bad and that there's problems with the audio, and I'm sure no one else will be saying it, and we'll get the message. So it's good. Just, yeah. Okay. I am actually serious. Tell us if there's a problem with the audio.
It's actually important.
Because I do want to adjust it so it's good, so that you can get the commentary while we're watching. Okay. Curio, Volume 2, Essay 1, Spider-Man, a hero with bills to pay. Let's go. Oh, shit. You didn't know you could do that.
there's my hair in front of the camera that we noticed afterwards. We were like, fuck.
Completely ruined.
Yeah.
Just terrible.
That incredible music with Baphometrics, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Spider-Man getting a call from the police chief and then rushing off to help arrest Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin. We see the Spider-Man costume in newspaper clippings and various things that tell us it's Spider-Man.
That's some bad audio.
But the first thing we see is about Peter Parker as a character is a rent overdue letter that is slipped under the door. This is the first thing we know about Spider-Man. He's a hero with bills to pay.
Good editing, though.
Oh yeah.
You did good with what you had.
I was way stumped on a really stupid thing for a really long time where the keyframes were on Bezier instead of linear. So instead of doing this, they were going.
Oh shit.
It was just really bad. It's just horrible. Where's my hair?
Where's your pink hair?
Where's my hair? What's that about? Where's my hair? The hell?
In this essay, I'm going to talk about Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man.
The video is quiet. Alright.
Okay.
Spider-Man comics, Spider-Man games, Spider-Man films. There's no real point trying to put one version of Spider-Man above another, since there is one that is objectively
how's that?
superior, and it's Toho Spider-Man. Yeah. Wow.
Just like it says, that's better.
Okay.
I love it. Why is he fighting a giant? Is he a Power Ranger? Spider String. It's so
I love
good.
Spider
It's
String.
so good. What?
He says it like he's
a
Inspector
doll.
Gadget. It's like Spider String.
Why does he have a motorbike?
Imagine if American Spider-Man said web every time he webbed
What?
something.
Why does he have a car? What? Why does the
Apparently,
car fly?
Tom Holland was having
Why does
the
he have
audio
a car
guys having
and
loads
the
of trouble with him
missiles
because
and
he
a
kept on
fucking...
going
Why
stop
does he
every
have a
time he was
giant
meant to be
robot?
doing
I
a
don't
thing.
understand.
And the boom
Why
mic
is the
guy was
robot
like,
called
just fucking kill him,
Leopardon?
so I'm saying,
Like a
fuck.
leopard. He's Spider-Man. Why does he have a gun? Spider-Man
He's a
doesn't use a
lot
gun. What? I love this show. I love this show so much. What?
New
So I'm not talking about one
says, was this
Spider-Man
video
or another
before the
Spider-Man.
objectivity debate.
I'll use examples, but I'm talking about the core of the character.
The objectivity debate's been going on for
Essential
years. I don't know.
Spider-Man. The
Yeah.
Spinner Gattungswesen. I want to offer some things I think about the character. Why I think that it's one of the best characters.
Toho
ever
Spider-Man is
written,
fantastic.
really.
I watched a bunch
Some
of
things I
it
just generally
when I was
like because
researching for this video.
guys, I really
There's
love
this
Spider-Man.
great bit
and I've got some
where
things I want to say.
this crocodile man is biting Spider-Man's leg, and he bites his leg, and he goes, "Oh, ah!" And Spider-Man goes, "Toothache.
Modern myth.
He must have a sweet tooth." And then he goes, "Look, a cake!" And the
Superheroes
crocodile
sometimes
man,
called
the
the
lizard,
modern
is like,
myths.
"Where?" And he runs away.
Scuppered
Oh,
by
man.
imaginary cake.
I'm feeling really spacey. I
That's
just
like
gave blood
Independence
like
Day 2.
an
Yes.
hour ago or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, yeah. Mhm. Look, it's true. I did.
So
Look
6
at that.
hours.
He gave blood again the other day.
Okay. Superheroes are sometimes called the modern myths, and in a sense they are. They're characters that we know intimately well, that are born and reborn across infinite stories without strict canon. They teach us who to be and how to be.
We talk about these characters like they're real, just like the ancient Greeks did with
Oh,
their
that's a
mythical
good background.
characters. Incidentally, I think
I
we
did
should
some
consider
cracking backgrounds
as
for
ancient
this
one.
Greeks
Yeah.
really thought mythical characters
Jessica
were
G
real
says
people.
your eyeliner.
Sure, we have accounts where someone
Thanks,
may say
Jess.
like, "This reminds me when Orpheus couldn't look at
Hey,
Eurydice."
look, Anne.
But
We were just
would it be all that weird
appreciating
for someone now
Toho
to write,
Spider-Man,
"This
which
reminds me
you
when Captain
recommended."
America got hypnotized into thinking that the NYPD were neo-Nazis by Baron Zemo"? It wouldn't mean that person thinks Captain America is a living, breathing human being. It means they and we see these characters as real in a different sense altogether. Anyway, comic book characters
IBNF
represent things
says
in real life, be
is
they
volume
human
2
struggles,
over now?
philosophical questions,
Yes.
or
Now we're
even
in volume
political
3.
conflicts.
Yes.
Jason Dittmer,
It was
author of
January
Popular
last year
Culture,
to,
Geopolitics and
December.
Identity, talked about being in geography
Jason
class
Dittmer
when
was
he
my
was younger
geopolitics
and
lecturer
understanding
at
it because of what
university.
he'd seen.
Yeah,
in
that's why I know
episodes
about
of Star Trek. So, I guess all you fuckers on
He's
Reddit who
available
told me
on
not to bring
Twitter.
politics into Star Trek
This
should
is
just
the-
get in the sea.
this
because
is my
I have a
earliest
university
hint of
professor on my
hating
side
Reddit
now.
in
Dittmer
my
has
videos.
also talked about comic
This
book
is my,
characters
like-
and what they represent
yeah.
politically.
Kill
For
Reddit.
example, Captain
Reddit
America
delenda
can be used as
est.
a handy metaphor for the writer to express what they think America is, or what they think America should be. or what it's currently doing wrong. The character was invented by two Jewish artists who wanted to convince America to get involved in World War II. After World War II was over and the Cold War began, Captain America quit punching Nazis and started punching filthy commies instead. Through the height of McCarthyism, Cap battled Soviet threat after Red Menace, but then, as the hysteria passed and America grew pretty rightfully embarrassed of the anti-communist witch hunt, Captain America became increasingly unpopular due to his association with McCarthyism.
So fun.
In an attempt to revive the character,
What's insanely,
Marvel rebooted the series and had Steve Rogers
watchable
discover
about this
Frozen in a block
video
of ice.
is just like so much of.
They initially tried to retcon the previous
Look at his
decades of
face!
punching, but soon realizing that wouldn't do, they wrote
I'm actually
that
just gonna go
Captain
back on
America
that one.
on the previous decade discovered Frozen in a block of ice. They initially tried to retcon the previous decades of tongue punching, but soon realizing that wouldn't do, they wrote that the Captain America who'd been
That's
running
probably my
around
favorite joke in this whole video.
was an
It's only
imposter.
downhill from here.
So there was a Captain America who was real, who was back now, and that Captain America from before, see, he was a fake.
Right.
He wasn't the real Captain America.
Look, to paraphrase Innuendo Studios, comics aren't good because they're subtle.
Even recently, there was a storyline where the Red Skull rewrote history.
Here we go. First pause of the video.
Every frame of pause.
Oh my god! Don't do this to me. I say to paraphrase Innuendo Studios right there. Maybe it's because my audio is so bad. Maybe they can't understand me. But loads of people have been will tweet at me or something and use that, or like comment on this video and say, "Oh, that's a good bit. This is a nice quote." I'm like, yeah, it's not me. It's not mine. I said in the video. I said right away.
Using a magical
Seals now.
doohickey to make Captain America a secret member of Hydra. Hydra being an evil occult organization that, among other things, worked with the Nazis. There was a bit of controversy over this because of the
The comic book fans will know this is the frame in which Cap says "Hail Hydra," and I edited it to say it's a metaphor. So it's very clever, funny little bit I did there. It's pretty.
It was good.
It's a cognitive joke there. It's,
outrageous move to
Lorcan
reveal
says,
Captain America had always secretly
Toho
been a
Spider-Man
Nazi.
was
But
one
like,
of the first shows
the full
that
story
became
arc
the
was
Power
that when
Rangers
Red Skull,
franchise.
a Nazi, rewrote history to make
so when I
Cap a
say in the
secret
video,
Hydra agent.
is he a Power Ranger?
Hydra
The answer is
Cap
yes. It
was
is.
evil. And there was actually a second Steve Rogers created from the memories of his friends. So there was Captain America, who turned out to be a secret super Nazi, and another good Captain America that was how his friends remembered him, and they all had to work together to make Captain America how they remembered from before. It's not good because it's subtle. The myth of Spider-Man is the story of a young person trying to live up to great expectations. The superpowers aren't the important bit, although in some ways the superhero Spider-Man fits the character so well, it's almost a metaphor. Anyone who's been a young adult trying to get by knows the feeling of swinging from place to place, never totally safe, simultaneously a little excited and totally terrified.
Feeling very relevant right now with our housing situation in jeopardy.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that's kind of that's a good point he's making in that video. That's true. That is how it feels. Yeah.
It's like,
Come on,
we're
Eric,
having
just
some
do
fun,
the same
but we're
without
fucking terrible.
Gripping eternal brokenness.
That-
Spider-Man is the myth for people
I said it.
in
There
a
it
part
is.
of their life
This
when
made me
the
want to
system
play more of
isn't
Spider-Man
really
PS4.
working.
actually.
Me too. I'm thinking.
That's
let's
why when
stream
I
some
think of the comics, I
Spider-Man
always think of
'cause
this
it's
one
gonna suck.
Christmas arc where he has to save New York,
do
but he
that.
also has a cold and he wears a hat and scarf over his costume the whole time. It's why the common collective idea of Peter Parker either has a job with a Daily Bugle or delivering pizzas. Aspirationally, you're meant to be
I missed
just
the
like
pizza
Peter Parker for a
delivery
bit,
in
and
this
eventually
game
you'll get so
from the
successful
previous
you'll be
that
like
was very
Tony
fun.
Stark, right? Since for some people, though, not being accepted isn't just one phase of their lives, Spider-Man turns out to be a myth that teaches us empathy and shows us how different groups of people are marginalized in similar ways. In fact, when Peter Parker grows up, in the comics he enters kind of a weird phase. Being successful and rich does not suit Spider-Man. There's a bit in a recent arc where Tony Stark hires Mary Jane Watson as his assistant, and Peter tries to hire Pepper Potts as, like, a revenge? It doesn't work, and it's really embarrassing.
Yeah, they got
X-Men
into this
is
weird
commonly
phase with
pointed
that
to
where
as
like
the Marvel comic about gays.
yeah, Peter's
The
successful,
Marvel
but
comic
he's
about
like
gays.
still a total fucking
First
loser.
premiering in the
Basically,
60s
it's
and
the
the 80s
virgin
as an
Peter
analog
Parker and the
to
Chad
civil
Tony
rights
Stark,
movement, and then finding
essentially.
its footing as an
And-
LGBT
Because he's
analog
trying
in
to
the
be
80s
Tony
during the
Stark.
height
Right,
He's
and it
terrible
kind
at
of
it.
sucks.
featured a group of flamboyant young people who are
And, like,
different in a certain way
That's
that
really
naturally
cool.
occur to anyone in a family.
Yeah, but like
often made people
Honestly,
hate them
it's
and
exactly
forced
the
them to run
reason they
away.
did Death
There are
of
certain
Spider-Man,
diseases
Death
that
of
only
Peter
affect
Parker,
their
and then
group,
introduced
and at any
Miles
point in the
Morales,
canon,
because they just
looking towards the
literally, they were just
future,
like,
shows a world
oh no, we
ravaged by
completely
war to
fucked the
exterminate
character
them all.
by having him be
The threat of
successful.
Yeah.
It
genocide
doesn't
against
work
them is
now.
It always
hanging over
happens,
them.
girls.
I bring
Broad
this up because
City.
X-Men,
Right,
Like-
anything that's
obviously
relatable because the
about
characters
gay
are struggling
people,
and
but the way
broke.
their
Yeah,
system and
Yeah.
world
and then
is
they
created,
start
the
getting
marginalized
successful and
group they represent
like
could kind of be
stop
anyone.
feeling like they
And that's
stop
kind
feeling
of great.
strange
That's kind of
continuing to
exactly
write these
why it
like
works.
struggling useless characters when
In
they're doing
Spider-Verse,
so well,
it's
and they
established
start
early
putting their
that
own
Miles'
lives,
dad,
like
a
continuing
cop,
to put their
doesn't
own
like
lives into it in
Spider-Man
a way
because-
that is like
Yeah,
this
that checks
isn't
out.
really
After Miles
relatable
gets
to me
his
anymore.
powers and meets
Yeah.
Spider-Man and comes home, he asks his dad, "Hey, Dad, you hate Spider-Man, right?" And his dad tells him, "You know how I feel about Spider-Man." The question hanging in the air, unsaid, is, "Dad, if I was Spider-Man, would you hate me?"
Oh no, oops, all sadness.
I mean, it's not good because it's spectacular, and in this case, it is kind of subtle. Miles' dad's arc in Spider-Verse is complex, but a part of it has to do with this
I
dislike
said
of Spider-Man.
spectacular because that's a
During the final
Spider-Man
conflict,
adjective.
Miles is knocked
That's a
down by
little-
Kingpin, and Miles'
It's a very
dad,
cognitive
who doesn't
joke
know
there.
he's
I actually did that on
Spider-Man,
purpose.
who is sure hates Spider-Man, who we know for sure definitely
I love this
definitely
video.
hates
This video is
Spider-Man.
good as hell.
We know he doesn't
Throughout
like
this
Spider-Man,
video, I say
definitely
like
for certain. Calls out
spectacular,
to him,
superior,
yells,
amazing. Like on
Get up,
purpose.
Spider-Man.
And then I cry a lot.
In
Seriously.
the first pages of Amazing
I'm
Spider-Man
wrecked.
issue number
I'm ruined.
33, an iconic scene in Spider-Man canon. Spider-Man
this
is trapped
video
under
is
heavy
still, like,
rubble and
the
exhausted
one
from
to
fighting in a
send
flooding
people
room.
to, like,
It looks like there's no
summarize
way out for him,
what
but
you
in
do.
what is apparently
Yeah.
a narratively
If
I think
someone's
that's
in
fair.
trouble
moment
and they're like,
that
"Oh,
has
what'd you
gone on
make?"
to define so much about the character.
And then the
for
next one on
years
the
to come.
playlist
Peter
is one
Parker
of the
just
wildest projects
thinks
I've
of
ever
his
done.
family
And
his
it's just
uncle's
like
death, and
totally
he
like
finds
Yeah.
the strength to free
an
himself.
outlier.
In a similar scene
This
in
is like
Homecoming,
on the
Peter
curve,
is
and
trapped
the
in
next
rubble
one
and
after
can't
this
lift
is
it.
like
His cries
totally
for help
like
remind
crazy.
you on this
Yeah.
visceral level that he's just a child. Tom Holland's performance is honestly just astonishing. As this iteration of Spider-Man frees himself, he says to himself, "Come on, Peter. Come on, Spider-Man." So when Jeff yells out to Miles, "Get up, Spider-Man," it isn't just the culmination of an arc about a father accepting his son for being different in a way he can't admit. It's also the evolution of a theme and of a scene repeated across the iterations of the myth of Spider-Man. Theme.
What's Edison's name?
There is another scene in Spider-Verse with also the evolution of the same theme, Miles finding his inner strength, but I wrote this after first seeing Spider-Verse and didn't remember that other scene at that point, or at least didn't connect it up. Either way, I feel both scenes represent equally well. What would that be? Spider-Verse was very new out when I said this, so I didn't want to include like a spoiler in there. And now I'm kind of annoyed because I probably should have just said, like, you know, the train scene or whatever it was.
Spider-Verse, so fucking good.
I don't think it. My obvious inclination is like it's the leap of faith scene, but I don't honestly think it is that. Like, but I'm not sure.
And of a scene repeated across the iterations of the myth of Spider-Man. Spider-Verse repeatedly says in no uncertain
Got
terms
some good
that
crinkly
Spider-Man's
snacks
greatest
now.
power is his ability to always get up again when he gets knocked down. This, as a defining trait of the character of Spider-Man, ties in with his emotional, interpersonal, and financial
Luca
struggles.
says that Come On
It's
Spider-Man
saying
bit
in
in
more ways than one,
Homecoming was
the greatest
legit
power
the
you
second
can
best
have
Spidey
is the
moment on
ability to
film.
get up again,
The
no
best
matter
is
how
an
many
emissary
times
from
you're
hell, of
knocked down.
course.
Section 3. Validation and validity.
The theme of this volume.
There you go. Exactly.
Okay, guys, let's jump down there, do a fucking great jump, and then we're just gonna zip around, fight some crime. Ready? Let's do it. Yeah, shit, this is gonna be so good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Yeah. Okay, let's go. Spider-Man.
But this is how it is in Toho Spider-Man. That's why he has a motorbike and shit.
Oh, they don't do the wrestling because it's too hard.
He crawls around sometimes. Sometimes he'll do a swing when it's a big moment.
Spider-Man is a poor young person.
Mostly he just runs around.
He's living multiple lives at once. He's
To be fair, he'll
lost
like
people.
crouch.
He feels uncertain about the
So he's
future.
moving in a more spider-like
He
way.
makes me feel valid.
You might not think of Spider-Man as a working class hero, but he is inarguably a working class hero. A hero who is working class. He also dresses in red and black and beats up rich guys, and his mantra is a rewording of no unjust hierarchies, so that's not for nothing. The game, Spider-Man 2018, is fantastic in so many ways. It's amazing. The only thing significantly holding it back is that there isn't already a bombastic Bagman costume. The game strikes that exact usual...
They added one. They added a bombastic Bagman costume. It's great.
Someone struggling to
they heard the fans.
His relationship, his career, his apartment, his family, and of course, being Spider-Man. As a young person trying to sort out my own life, that makes me feel pretty valid. It also helps that there's a huge LGBT rainbow flag in the game you kind of can't conceivably miss unless you play it with your eyes closed.
Yeah.
That makes me feel kind of valid too.
Beautiful.
Valid, valid, valid. I'm so valid. Okay, what am I talking about? The colloquial use of the word valid, usually by the LGBT community.
What's up?
It's just, you see, like, TERFs and transphobes, like, do the exact same, like, parodying language all the time, and I'm just like, watch this video.
Refers to a feeling of belonging, a sense that you're allowed. It's someone telling you, don't worry, bud, it's okay, that's fine. Thoughtslime made a fantastic video about his feelings around being called valid by people after he came out as non-binary. He talked about feeling defensive, as though people telling him you're valid somehow doubted the internal sense of validity he had tried really hard to build up. He talked about needing to build up those defensive feelings to protect that internal sense of validity.
Feeling valid is...
I do hate that until very recently,
people who feel on the outside of society,
me referencing other people's videos,
it's nice when the system
is just me showing off what a better camera they have.
It's not you that's wrong. Donald Norman talks in The Design of Everyday Things about how when things are poorly designed, it can have a depressive effect.
Donald Norman, famous character from Up.
In the user that they are stupid or bad, the reason for the failure. For LGBT folks or people of color, society is pretty poorly designed, so it can be really nice to be told, don't worry, bud, it's all okay. You're valid. Like I say though, feeling valid is for everyone. Cishet white guys need validating for them that having feelings is okay and allowed, that they can have sexuality that's not inherently predatory, that they can have friendships that aren't competitions.
Your
Are we all
contribution
feeling
to the
nice
stream
and
is
valid?
just going to be like...
Great, let's carry on.
Yes.
There are smaller ways the game makes me feel
That's a
valid
good
too.
bit.
J.
That's
Jonah
great.
Jameson
Basically,
is recast
that's
as a
what you need to hear
conspiracy
for. You
theory
can't do that.
podcaster shouting at
I can do that.
low
you
information
can.
callers for liking
This
Spider-Man
bit?
or generally disagreeing
Fucking great.
with him.
Yeah.
Openly
No,
promoting
legitimately,
wild conspiracy
I hadn't
theories
seen
and, of course,
anybody else
merch.
pointing out how much they were
Are you guys
clearly
seeing
going
what
for
I'm seeing?
specifically Alex
He's
Jones.
Alex Jones.
My
And then-
loyal listeners, brushheads they call themselves, though I've never quite understood why, will remember my warnings about the downright Orwellian crime monitoring system the city was installed.
He's Alex Jones, but talking slower.
I understand we have
That's
another
it.
low information caller who thinks we're better off thanks to Spider-Man.
Right.
It's like prejudice.
Wrong. Here's a
Gonna
little
start
lesson in
calling
the
people
English
in the chat
language,
hole
my
low
friend.
information callers.
Prejudice
They
means
are.
to prejudge someone
fair.
before you know anything about them. I know all I need to about Spider-Man. Folks, I have to once again defend
But
myself
this is a great
against
bit
the
because
spurious
I
claims
said this,
from
and then
McDonald
Far From Home
Gargan,
came out,
aka the
like
Scorpion.
later in the year.
Yes.
And
as
everyone's
I
like,
fully
wow, I got
disclosed,
it, it was an
I
InfoWars thing.
bankrolled
He's
the
like
experiment
J.
that
Jonah
gave him
Jameson, but like
superior
InfoWars.
strength,
He's like Alex
speed,
Jones.
and that
Haha.
unsightly
I'm like,
cyborg
yeah.
tail. The idea was to create an
Somebody called that one,
anti-Spider-Man who is not a threat and stops menaces. I had no idea he was crazy. Do you think his resume said psycho with a poisoning fetish? His lawsuit is a transparent attempt to reduce his sentence at the raft
This is a
by
good bit.
placing the blame
I
for
just
his
love all
deeds
of
on
J.
me.
Jonah
On
Jameson's
some
podcast.
level,
It rules.
silly
Yeah.
as this
This
is,
person just said it feels
that
more
makes
like
me
Rush
feel valid
Limbaugh
too.
to me,
Like,
so I
I'm
need
not
you to
just
ban
totally
them.
crazy. This
Ban
makes me feel
them?
like
Just
grown
ban
ass
them.
adults.
Just
The kind
ban
of
them.
grown-ass adults who can make a Spider-Man game.
No,
no
just
less.
fully banned forever
See
from the
the
chat.
same bizarre hell that I see. The game also presents fresh takes on characters I personally, even as a lifelong Spider-Man fan, found a bit stale or odd.
Yeah, Mr.
Mark
Negative.
Lee,
What the
or
hell?
Mr. Negative in the comics
seriously.
is an illegal immigrant who snuck into America to be with his wife.
Like,
Except
50%
he's actually
of
not.
all
Those are
fucking,
stolen memories, and he's actually a human trafficker.
Like
who
50%
killed
of
the real
all
Martin Lee
comic book
and then
covers
snuck into America and became a
issues with him
millionaire.
in are like a fucking yin yang.
Yikes.
Oh my gosh.
His power
He's
is he has a
always
dark energy
so
when in
annoying.
his evil persona, Mr. Negative, and he has a gang called the Demons who are these Chinese opera masks, or in some versions the gang is just a few close members of his inner circle, the Inner Demons. I never
His
really had
inner
that much
demons,
interest in reading
see?
stories with Mr. Negative
is
in
in-
because
the
his
inner
whole
demons?
deal kind of stank from a mile away of oriental mysticism and kind of anti-immigrant nonsense. The new game takes a bit of a fresh perspective on Martin Lee, though. For one thing, he isn't an immigrant, and he is Martin Lee. For another, his powers are really tied to his
Yeah, he's
trauma.
not a sinister
His
dude.
parents were killed.
He's not a sinister dude who's claiming to be an innocent immigrant who's done nothing wrong and is actually an evil crime man.
Yeah.
in an experiment that also gave him
Kill me.
the powers.
Lee's pain, his anger, it's fueling his power.
Because if you see an innocent refugee, you should remember, it could be a trick.
It could be a trick. You're getting ahead of us.
In the game, Peter Parker travels into the psyche of Martin Lee twice, and in there
That is
battles a giant
cool
spirit
looking.
demon. And when he defeats
Yeah,
it,
it's a
Martin
neat
Lee
bit.
is
Very cool.
saved.
It's a neat little bit.
See, when you defeat the demon on the inside, he stops being Mr. Negative. When you help him battle his inner demons, he... Look, it's not good because it's subtle. It's good because even when Spider-Man defeats his enemy, what he really does is save him. That sense of validity, being shown that you're okay, that you aren't the problem, is tied into how empathic the writing is.
Cool, guys. So let's play some Spider-Man.
Right,
We're gonna
like-
fight some. Wait,
Well, just,
What's
that's
that?
good.
Gamer Paradise? Let me in. Let me in. I want to go to Gamer Paradise. Stupid fake building. Let me in. Just fucking let me in. I want to go to Gamer Paradise.
Spider-Man Homecoming reframes the
Like Black
classic
Suit Spider-Man,
superhero
like
narrative
Venom
really interestingly,
Spider-Man,
where
like,
we would expect a few
Is
tokenistic scenes
showing to
explaining
kids
who
like
villain is
the
and what they're up
contrast.
to.
Like even if
We
you
get,
haven't
like,
noticed
tons of
that
time
Spider-Man doesn't
explaining
kill people,
why
doesn't
Adrian
like
Toomes does
beat
what he
people up
does.
for
He's a working
revenge
class
just for
dude.
kicks.
Stark made his
Like
business defunct,
even if you
so he
haven't
hates
noticed
Stark.
that as a
He wants to
hard
care for his
rule,
family and
which
his business,
honestly
and as
you
long as
would
he's
have to
got his,
not
he
be
doesn't
paying
care what happens
attention
to
because his
everybody
like
else.
entire
Peter
internal
Parker
monologue
is a
all the
working
time is
class
just
kid from
like
a single-parent
morals,
family in a
morals,
poor
morals,
neighborhood.
morals.
He's
But
succeeding
like,
because he's, like, really
if you
smart,
haven't
but his
noticed that,
aunt
like
has to work full
the
time to make sure
contrast
they
of
do
like
okay.
when
So we
you know
that
Venom
Peter's really
Spider-Man
job is
goes
dead cert when he eventually gets to
too
college.
Eats
too
people.
all
We
out.
have the classic
No.
superhero coming of age arcs.
When he
The
goes
good
goes
guy
like
fights
too
the
all
bad
out and
guy,
beats
the bad
someone
guy
up
goes to
just
jail.
for kicks and
I
stuff,
had
and
more
like
people.
fuck's
Does he? Because after Toomes goes to jail, we
you're just
explicitly
gonna
see
make
how
this awful.
devastated
Okay.
his family will
That's
be
fine.
by this. And throughout the
Fine.
film, Tony
That's fine.
Stark's wealth and the way
Okay.
he throws his power around are very explicitly harmful
Alright.
to poorer characters and communities.
Eh.
And honestly,
Eh.
is Iron Man the bad guy in this
Yes.
movie?
Yes, he is.
Seriously, Tony Stark gives a teenager a death machine supersuit and wants to mold him to
Sounds
be
like a
exactly
bad
the way
idea.
he thinks a hero
And then
should
he
be.
gives
And
him
the end of the movie is actually Peter
control over
refusing his offer
An
of joining the
international
Avengers.
Yeah,
you could
then in the
very
next
easily
movie,
argue
yeah.
Monitoring
Stark
setup.
and
What
his
the fuck is
neoliberal
wrong
or
with her?
semi-neocon politics
Right.
is the real villain of the piece.
Jack made a
Vulture is
video
just a
after
representative
Far
of
From
the working
Home
class
being
who's
like,
been
Tony
turned
Stark's
against
kind of
himself.
bad. I'm
The
like,
film was released
yeah.
in 2017. In 2016, a huge number of white working
But it's
class
just the
people in
different. It's just the
America
difference of
were behind
dispute
Bernie
about whether
Sanders,
it's like authorial or
especially
not.
younger voters.
Because I'm
Yeah.
When
saying
Hillary
here,
got the
like,
Democratic
the
nomination,
intention is
Trump
clearly
surged
that.
ahead with white voters
you know.
generally, and made a big show
And
of
the
appealing to
intention
the
with
white
Tony
working
Stark from the
class.
start was
Although
Oh,
Trump's votes
I've
were
had
actually
people in
spread
this video
evenly
commenting,
across
calling me an
the
anti-white
rural
racist,
white.
by the
I
way,
don't
just
want
for
to
this
get
bit,
too
where I say that
mean
generally
about this,
white
but there is
people.
literally a scene where Spider-Man and
white
Vulture's
people
fighting
voted for
cuts
Trump.
the Staten Island ferry in half, and the ferry is
Well,
called
who
the
did-
Spirit of America.
Spirit
They
of America.
divided the Spirit
See-
of
you
America.
see? You see what's
the
happening?
fighting tore apart the spirit of a. They were fighting, and it. Do you get it? Because Marvel really hopes you get it. Like it's not good.
Editor's note: the Staten Island Ferry, Spirit of America, was made from reconstituted steel salvaged from the wreckage of the World Trade Center after 9/11. In the MCU, the alien attack on New York is supposed to parallel 9/11, and a large part of Vulture's business was going to be salvage after that event. It's all tied in. It's all there.
That's
all
actually
there.
really cool.
Yeah, it's super deliberate is my point. So it's
Yeah.
like Jack's take in his video after Far From Home is like seems like kind of unintentionally here. Like that's bad. There's a bad guy. Tony Stark's bad. And I'm like, no.
But because it's subtle. The framing of Peter Parker's relationship to Tony Stark.
This is what I just see this take a lot, like Spidey versus the working class. They keep on making these films where Spider-Man, who's, you know, in the comics is this working class kid, instead he's fighting against working class people and putting them down in these films. And I'm like, like, fine. Like, you know, I'm not such a purist. But like, I do feel that how I see this film is correct. This one, at least, how I see this one is correct, and they're just like taking a bit, whatever.
Stark is kind of fascinating. Stark is almost Peter's Jungian shadow. He's this successful, rich scientist bro who flies around saving the world. And
sorry, another thing, like in Far From Home, like some people have said that it's like the bad guys are essentially like union workers, and I'm like, no, yeah, exactly. They're like Randian, like libertarian guys. They all think they deserve better than what they got. Like they're all pissed off because they had to live in Tony Stark's shadow, and they think they deserve to be the guy at the top.
Stark. They don't want to empower their colleagues.
Right, and I know obviously if you were making your bad guys, union guys, you wouldn't honestly represent their motivations, but they have accurately represented the motivations of like libertarian dudes who still nonetheless like do work together despite their ideology. Like they do work together to try and achieve deregulating schools or some shit. I don't know.
The first scene in Far From Home where the mask slips and he's talking to the people he's working with, I was at first like, oh no, this is gonna be like shitting on people working together to bring down the boss. Like this is like, I was exactly like,
yes.
Is this shitting on unions?
Right.
And then I was like, these are all Ayn Rand characters.
Right. And like, but on the other end,
Peter
like
has idolized him almost his entire life.
the films are a little bit centristy, where they're like, on the one hand, there's the bad working class guy who's trying to rise up and destroy stuff. On the other hand, there's like the corporate billionaire who's trying to control everything. Peter's somewhere in the middle. He rejects both answers and finds a third way or whatever. And it's like, but Tony's bad. Tony's bad is the point. Like,
and I think the framing that revolves around the character of Tony Stark as a lovable character, regardless.
Even better is that besides being on the same side, Iron Man and Spider-Man are kind of opposites. Tony Stark is a middle-aged man in a literal metal shell who created a weapon out of self-defense. He flies around above everyone, and when he reaches out his hand, a fucking laser beam shoots out to destroy things. His mask even looks like a dude with a receding hairline.
I will not be reading comments
and when he's in the suit, he is literally seeing the world through a lens that he made for himself. Spider-Man is this kid who got powers and immediately decided.
I just think it's like, it might be, coincidental, but it just feels so like
soaring through the air, but permanently tethered to the real world. His mask has these big, wide eyes, because ultimately what defines Peter Parker as a character is curiosity.
You could pick it off.
His costume is just clothes, so he's kind of vulnerable, out in the open. And when he reaches out his hand, he fires webbing, either to stick someone down to stop them from doing harm, or hold things together.
So there's this kind of fascinating balance, right? A struggle between validation and validity. On the one hand, you have this ultra smart,
it's the Matisse painting, but
womanizing billionaire genius, the ultimate male power
the one on
fantasy.
BoJack Horseman.
And on the other hand,
horses.
you have this kid from Queens who's just trying to get by.
Up in his living room, and I thought
the relatable underdog,
Marvel characters,
a hero with bills to
pay.
Let me be clear, validation isn't bad. I'm not condemning the concept of validation.
Out of his
that would be
good.
Wild. Who would ever do that? I'm just trying to distinguish between validating people who are already doing well, telling them the things they are aspiring to and think are cool and good, and ignoring
oh my god, I knew you'd
letting
do
people
this.
know the natural human things they are doing, like existing or being in love.
I just feel like it's gonna fall any second.
Having feelings are perfectly natural.
For the purposes of this essay, we're talking about validation.
Okay.
You're great and cool and neat and good, and nothing you ever do ever is bad. And validity. You aren't bad for just existing.
Just peaked way too early with this essay.
Human needs.
If you're a cishet white guy,
Just with this volume, like that's a really good
cool
contribution
cishet
to
white
like the
dude.
validation
But
conversation
Peter Parker teaches you
early
to
on,
actually be
and
a cool cishet
I don't know
white
that I had as good a
like someone who's
contribution to the
empathetic and
conversation
kind and neat and good.
in any
But
following
Peter
one, to be
Parker
Yeah,
honest.
that
well, I
white
mean
dude
that
is
makes
the point.
sense because
Spider-Man,
you
as
started
the
out thinking,
outsider,
I want this
is-
volume to be about
Miles
this because
Morales
he
and
had
Spider-Gwen
these
are
really good
beloved
ideas.
characters.
Yeah,
And I feel
and to
like
be
on some
to
level,
some degree, I'm just
creation was
reinforcing that
inevitable
same
because ultimately
observation through a lot of other
Spider-Man
ones,
is
but
just a
yeah,
good
yeah.
But he also has some bills to pay. Stan Lee created an amazing character that tons of people find relatable and empowering, but at the end of the day,
It's a
Peter Parker is
repulsor
still
ray,
white,
fake
cis, male,
geek.
and heterosexual. For now. I've seen trans women who are fans of Spider-Man call Peter Parker an obvious closeted trans woman. Although I'm not
This
going
is
to get
still
into
my
that
most
debate
challenged
right now. It
take.
speaks to how intensely relatable Spider-Man is.
still the
and
thing
how
people,
well the
like,
character
most
relates to being a marginalized
Pick up on
member
and
of
like, what the
society.
hell?
People
I
are
think
such
because of that,
dorks.
it was only
Yes.
natural that the writers would want to create alternative versions of Spider-Man, alternate realities where Spider-Man is a woman or a black teenager. There are just certain perspectives Peter Parker can't explore. Spider-Man is a character you should expect to get rewritten and reimagined, and whose secret identity should change, because the identity of the person under the mask has everything to do with who the character is. Section 4. Eight-legged freaks. All the best Spider-Man villains are in some ways reflections of Spider-Man. The Vulture is a working-class guy taking on the rich and powerful. Sandman just cares about his family. Venom started out as a metaphor for drug dependency, a common problem people in Peter Parker's situation encounter. Venom is almost literally Spider-Man's shadow, and when Peter Parker finally kicks his use of Venom...
This is a great bit, by the way. It's not too clear, but it's like, I don't mind being lonely because I'm with you. I'm never alone. You know, you were always you were alive once, but then so was I. And it's like, it's this fantastic, like, yeah, as I say there, Peter spending Christmas alone with the black suit, and yeah, I don't know, it's just a great bit. Like he's just like so desperately lonely. Like he just set out the suit in the chair across from him like it's a person.
That's really sad.
Oof, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. Just like often it'll like flash stuff up on screen, and I don't know if it gets like people will see it enough. But that's such a desperately sad moment, and it's like really reinforces what I'm saying about how clear it is that, like, you know, the Venom is meant to be a drug thing.
Look, comics aren't good because they're subtle. When Pete...
I mean, he literally, like, he basically goes to war with the Avengers and comes back with the drug habit. Yeah. Like,
Peter Parker finally gets clean. Eddie Brock, Peter's rival, takes Venom on and is consumed by it. Even less famous antagonists have something to offer, like Tombstone, the indestructible gangster. Tombstone is an albino African-American, and he was bullied as a kid for being different, which made him rely on being tough. Peter Parker is a working-class kid, but as a sciencey little nerd, he's also an outsider within his own marginalized community. Not all the Spider-Man villains reflect something about Spider-Man, though. There's also, like, Hammerhead. He just hits things with his head.
it's just got a really hot
He's just
head.
got, like, a really hard head.
Yeah.
Like, what? Who created this character?
There are also the clones, which
He's just got a really hot head.
they don't exactly say anything about
If you
Spider-Man.
had a
They
really
just
hard head, would you not hit things with your
Spider-Man.
head?
Man, the
Probably
clone
not.
saga is really a wasted
I'd
opportunity.
probably try and
Nonetheless, maybe it says something about the
build
character
my life
relationships
around,
in
you know,
Spider-Man, as though the subtext
It would
is
just be an extra
rising to
thing
the
that
level
was
of the text.
weird about me. I would just be like, hey, you ever know I have a really hot head? Did you know that? I have a really hot head.
Get challenged.
Party trick, you know, I could like break a brick or something.
Why are you drinking water right now?
Perhaps no villain
That wasn't
reflects Peter
water.
Parker quite as much, though,
Protein
as
shake.
Dr. Otto
Yeah.
Octavius.
He's a little
Otto
bastard.
is an older, in some ways, embittered scientist.
There was
and
text on
most
screen that said
versions of
this
his story,
because
he's
a
suffering
plane
from
went over the audio.
neurodegenerative
Oh,
illness. He's brilliant and talented and nerdy, and he wants to help people.
As if this video wasn't
Crucially,
long enough
and different
already.
from Iron Man,
I just like
he's a
add
bully
in a
and
fucking.
downtrodden character. It's a similarity with Peter that Tony doesn't have.
Where are the tentacles
Then, though,
when they're not
because of
out?
his sickness, because of his bitterness, and because of
Are they in him?
neural interface experiments,
Because
that
they
damage
weren't
the parts of his brain that
there a
blah,
second
blah,
ago.
blah. Otto
Whatever.
decides he's had enough, and the rest of the world can go screw. He's only going to look out for number one.
They were
from now on.
perfectly out straight behind him.
He's everything young Peter Parker wants to be, and at the same time,
Like just an
pole.
optical illusion. They were just wherever you weren't
ultimately,
looking, they were just
Spider-Man
like.
knows he could have
Hiding.
become Dr. Octavius. He's Peter's perfect parallel.
There's even the character names. Stan Lee compulsively named things with alliterative first and last names. And what's next to P for Peter Parker in the alphabet? That's right. O for Otto. This bit's too far, isn't it? I'm starting to tell when I'm going to.
That bit's nonsense.
Yeah.
For real though, no villain reflects Spider-Man as well as Doc Ock. It's no accident that Dr. Octopus, modeled after an 8-limbed creature, is the nemesis of Spider-Man. When Dr. Octavius first appears with the robotic arms, or if you'd rather,
Can I just say?
when Dr. Octopus first appears, he says,
Dr. Octopus?
I don't feel like a failure.
Sorry.
I feel like me.
Beautiful. That's
in some
gamers.
sense, Otto's sickness is
That's
metaphorical.
gamers.
The
That's
real
gamers.
sickness isn't the one in his body, it's the one in his soul. Superheroes
I was
are
gonna
sometimes called the modern myths. In a sense, they are. They're characters
Dr.
we know intimately
Octopus,
well
right,
that are born
is the
and
evil
reborn
name
of infinite
of
stories
Dr.
without strict
Octavius,
canon.
which is his real name.
They're there to teach us who to be,
But in
and
Batman,
how to be. Otto Octavius
Mr.
is using a
Freeze
prosthesis that makes him more
is
powerful.
the evil
He's
supervillain
always
name
imagined himself like
of
this.
a
and
man
sees
whose
this as
real
his
name
true self.
is Dr.
His
Freeze.
whole life,
Oh, what the fuck?
feeling
His
beat
name is
down and
Dr.
denied what he's
Victor
entitled to
Freeze,
makes him
and
want
he
to
doesn't
use
use
power
his
to
title.
rule over others and get
What a
he wants
waste.
for himself.
Fuck's
The
sake.
scene between Peter
What the
and
hell is that?
Otto is
Mr. Freeze.
fantastic.
By the way, he's also got a
The dialogue
PhD.
taking the form only a conversation
Mr.
between
Freeze,
people who
PhD.
know each other really well can. They talk totally past each other, understanding each other too well and responding to what the other means, not to what they say.
I should have known you'd turn on me, just like all the others.
Turn. I've worshipped you. Your mind, your conscience,
Gay.
wanting to help others.
Gay as
The
hell.
way you never gave up.
That's because men like us have a duty, a responsibility, to use our talents in the service of others. Even if they don't appreciate it, we have to do what's best for those beneath us, whether they understand it or not.
No, you're wrong.
Peter
So
isn't saying
sassy.
they shouldn't help
What a
people.
diva.
He's saying putting people without powers on.
No, you're wrong.
them. This is fundamental to the ideological difference between them. Otto sees people who aren't as smart as him as dependents, negotiating how much of his worth they get to share. And since they're beneath him, his actions don't
That's
have to
it.
be accountable to them.
That's it, though.
But Peter sees every human being as equal. Otto got his arms and saw it as an elevation above everyone else. Peter got his powers and saw it as only fair to use them to help everyone.
At its core, Insomniac Games' adventure strives to make you feel like Spider-Man.
Feel like Spider-Man. I love
Made
this
it
point.
38
It's such
seconds
a.
without saying it makes you feel like Spider-Man, except in the written review where it's literally the first sentence.
I wanted
Sounds
Marvel's
kind of
Spider-Man on
funny.
PS4 to make me feel like Spider-Man.
It's really interesting.
Twice. He did it.
The thing
Comes
about
with gameplay that made me
the
feel like
controller
Spider-Man
as the
nearly every
the
step.
console as
Yeah.
prosthetic.
Yeah.
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 When I say Dr. Octopus is the
It
gamers,
seems like
it's just
the
true.
biggest compliment you can pay the new Spider-Man game on PlayStation 4 is that it makes you feel like Spider-Man.
And you really just feel like Spider-Man. That's the most important thing to note about this game.
Thanks to my boy Video Game Donkey, it's become a bit of a meme that
How many
the
videos
game
are we gonna
makes
watch?
you
All of
feel
them.
like Spider-Man. It's
All
not
of
just because of Donkey, it's because of the industry game reviewers. And it's also not just because of them. The game's official tagline is actually
IVNF,
"Be
this
greater."
is the
When we
first
talk
video.
about you're great and cool and nothing you ever do is bad,
I'll be back in a minute.
yeah, the marketing and reviews for this game are pretty
What the hell?
bad. The
Trying
game
to do a
pretty
negotiated
clearly
exit.
tries to tell
Can you
you
do
to
that?
learn
An
from
exit.
the character,
I can move.
be greater
An
by,
exit.
being nice to people, doing what's right.
You can take the gamer share if you want.
Okay.
The marketing and reviews, on the other hand, lean pretty hard into how.
But I'm
important
taking
it
my
is
phone, so I'm
feel
watching
like
you,
Spider-Man.
chat. I'm
Shit.
fucking watching
We
you.
draw validation from playing as a
I'm the
powerful
gamer
character in a
queen.
game, even more so when
You're
the player
always the
character is an
gamer queen.
established persona, a known quantity, a myth.
Fuck.
Oh my
A game
Just
is
destroy the
inherently
whole
a
world.
challenge
Oh my
to
God.
be beaten, and beating it
Oh my
is rewarding.
fucking god!
So when you're someone who feels like they should be special, like they should be better than everyone else, playing
You
as this
believe a
character
man
can
can
mean
move
a lot to you.
like a spider.
You're using a prosthesis that elevates you above other people.
For the first time in my life, I don't feel like a failure. I feel like me.
So there's this expectation of who the player is and what they'll want. And the expectation is that they'll want validation, not validity. The person looking at the screen isn't learning from the person on the screen. They're just imagining themselves as them. I'm just like him. It was good, wasn't it? It was a good bit. It was very meta.
In the game, there are several sections where you play as Miles Morales, currently not superpowered, and Mary Jane Watson.
All I'm trying to say is, if you didn't like the missions with Miles and MJ, you're wrong, and you've missed the point of the game, and actually Spider-Man in general, and you're going to be banned from talking about comic books or games for life, for thought crime.
Okay, fine. How about this?
Legitimate.
All I'm trying to say is that we take validation from things like Spider-Man, when really it's trying to give us validity. Section 5. Conclusion. Tony Stark is Peter's shadow, his dark reflection, a bad possible version of what he could become. Otto Octavius is the same, a dark reflection of Peter Parker. At the same time, though, Tony and Otto reflect each other too. In the Invincible Iron Man story, Unfixable, Doc Ock holds New York hostage with a nuke and makes Tony grovel and beg and do a bunch of pretty kinky stuff. The story is interspersed with flashbacks developing Otto and Tony's history. The two of them have been long-standing rivals in the scientific community, even before their superhero shenanigans. Otto, again and again, told him, "Cheat to win, Stark." Octavius is so certain of his entitlement to success and victory that his philosophy is just cheat to win. At the end of the story, he reveals there was no nuke.
Want a
He
comic
was
book
just trying to
series called
manipulate Tony
Freeze
into groveling
PhD
to
about
him.
Victor Freeze.
I'm not saying
maybe an
Tony Stark isn't
alternate
entitled.
universe
He
as
was
he
born a
descends
millionaire.
into madness,
But the story
struggling
frames
against
the
the
dynamic
American
as
healthcare
the two brilliant
system.
scientists. One who wants to work to achieve things, and the other who feels that he just deserves everything right away. Tony Stark is still being the typical power fantasy character just trying to be amazing and brilliant, but here he's brought low by Otto's bitterness and need for vengeance against a world that hasn't given him everything he thinks he deserves. Parker and Stark and Octavius are all reflections of one another. They're like three sides of the same... Anyway, they're all different takes on the same core character to some degree, right?
Spider-Man isn't there for you to imagine being. He's there to teach you how to be kind and good and happy. With great power comes great responsibility. He's not there to validate you as a white straight dude. He's there to make you feel valid as a black person, a woman, somebody who's just got loads to keep on top of, someone who's struggling, someone society doesn't see as normal, someone society misunderstands and misrepresents.
He is our modern myth, and just as with the myths of old, comparing yourself with the mythical figure is a big step in the wrong direction. When Caligula, when Alexander the Great, when Nero compared himself to gods instead of acting in a godly fashion, people started to recognize something was amiss. Myths are, in lieu of a detailed understanding of history, our cultural blueprints.
In a time when fascists are marching across the globe again, and America has a president dated to the precipice of a nuclear war with a tweet, and scientists give us a decade to get our shit together or just boil to death on a stupid marble, the kind of myths we need are the ones that teach us that we can all be a hero. That the greatest things about us are the things that make us different. That the best power you can have is the ability to get up again no matter how many times you're knocked down.
Hell yeah. Poor Stanley.
Enormous thanks to Baphometrics, who produced amazing new music specially for this essay, and Ham the Man, who continues to make incredible tracks for this channel all the time. Thank you to you, the viewer, for watching all the way to the end, and to my patrons, who make this all possible. If you want to support the channel, you can tip me at paypal.me/buycuriobiscuits, or subscribe on Patreon to give monthly. Welcome everyone to Curio Volume 2.
My sister's in
I hope
that,
everyone had a good
and I'm
holiday
trying to
period,
remember what
and
she
I,
did.
for one, am really
Maybe
looking
she read
forward
the
to what's coming up
script.
this year.
She definitely watched
Well,
it as it was being made.
Until then, see you next time.
Do you remember why we broke up?
This is a trick question, isn't it?
Saved by the siren.
Talk to you later.
Go.
Love seeing you two together again. You always were my favorites.
Oh, I could have used my Spider-Man costume.
Left. Oh, okay. Definitely have to wait for Eric to get back for this because can't really do. We need to see Eric responding to their own PJW impression right now. What am I gonna do and talk about in the meantime? Oh, Eric's probably watching this on the toilet. Get back. I'm gonna get my knitting out right now. This is my knitting. This is what I'm making. Oh, I dropped it. This is my jumper that I'm making.
Start over.
Hell yeah.
Start over. Don't start without me. This is the one.
I wasn't gonna.
This is the big boy.
I wasn't gonna, so I just paused it.
Splendid.
And I got my knitting out to show everyone.
Great. Okay, come on, move over. I need the gamer seat back.
Okay, back in the game.
Yep.
Look.
Lorcan says this is totally revenge for Natalie disappearing to tweet from the toilet last night.
Oh yeah.
I just needed the loo. The policy on this stream is we're just gonna have to go when we go because it's because otherwise we will be here for 40 hours. Okay, cool. Where's my headphone? Right, let's do it. You were very quiet, by the way.
Shit.
I don't mean audio like volume. I mean you just didn't talk.
Oh yeah. I think I do like fine on stream when we're together, but when I'm on my own, I just have nothing to say. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, let's watch me be a horrible straight guy. Let's do it.
I'm so pumped.
Okay. Anyone who doesn't already know, this is a short film we produced. The first 8 minutes of this is a short film we produced, which is A Christmas Carol, but it's Valentine's Day, and it's not Ebenezer Scrooge, it's Paul Joseph Watson. and then there's an essay afterwards.
Thank you, Melissa, for complimenting my knitting.
Your knitting's great.
Thank you.
Leftists are obsessed with love. They are practically certifiable. They are just obsessed with holding hands and going on dates and finding a deep, meaningful connection with someone they actually care about. Ew, love.
That ruled. Can't believe I had to go with this horrible goatee for this video.
You were worried about it.
It's awful.
Yeah.
And it's also like, it's not something that he had, but it's just his energy.
Yeah.
It's just the vibe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you come here a lot?
Yeah, I'll come here sometimes.
Bad ADR.
We did.
This was
Is this going badly? No, come on. Don't be stupid. You have tones in common, right? Right, you do. I mean, you have pretty similar channels. She talks about stuff you talk about, but I mean, it's not like you believe everything you say. But nobody believes everything they say in their videos. I mean, it's like a character. It's Jesus Christ. Get out of your own head.
They do a nice falafel wrap here.
Oh, I eat beef.
Oh!
I thought no,
That was my idea.
Oh my god, she's one of those guys. She really buys into the whole thing. Is she a Nazi? I can't date a Nazi. That's... Okay, come on. No, it's
She'll-
just beef. Calm down. she buys into the beef diet. That's not. You believe things you say. You don't believe some other things you say. I'm sure she's just the same as you. Nobody believes the really crazy things.
And herbivores are gross, so I'd rather not be one.
I mean,
Herbivores are
everybody
gross,
says
so I'd
some
rather
stuff
not be
that's a
one.
bit-
That's
a
golden.
bit much, right?
You're just like rambling through this whole
I had
thing.
to do it a few times, so I was just saying
I
like.
really
all
recommend
sorts
you
of-
do it.
It's really
My
good.
body has a temple.
I said my body is
Every
temple
time
so many times.
I think you order at the counter.
But the problem is, if she doesn't believe the things I do
I was
believe,
like,
and she does believe
I
the
want
things
to
that
imbibe
I
the
say,
strength of
ironically.
Oh yeah,
cow.
yeah. No, I remember part of your ramble. You were like, "Cows are big and strong, and I want to be big and strong, so I eat the cow, and I become big and strong like the cow."
I can't ask her because she'd know that I was, and she couldn't ask me because this isn't going to work.
That shot. Rah. Alex was so chuffed with it as well.
It's like the audio and everything of that scene is garbage, but just that shot and the both of us talking at the same time, and like that's like the first thing I envisioned of this whole project, and it came out so fucking well. I literally get chills off it. I'm just like, oh fuck, that's so good.
And the
Alright,
Beth music cutting it.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I had fun.
Fucking wrecked.
Yeah.
Absolutely wrecked. Eat shit.
What you don't realise is it's just my bad acting, but it worked out.
No, it was perfect.
Leftists are just obsessed with getting you to talk about your problems and being there for you, even when it gets repetitive. All they talk about is going ice skating and then
It's
sharing
rules.
a hot chocolate down
It's
by
just
the
rules.
river.
It's just rules
These
so much.
leftoids won't stop talking about meeting your parents and making a good first impression.
This was the so that like bit was the start of the video, right? Or like was the start of your impression anyway, because you were.
Oh, I mean, I was already
'Cause
thinking of
obviously
the
it's-
project more generally, but like, yeah, that's kind of where the impression started coming in. We were at home at your parents' house, and we were sitting around with Natalie's sister.
Yeah.
And we just kept on doing bits.
Yeah.
just doing bits of just like. Leftists are obsessed with going roller skating with you and then having pizza afterwards and splitting it.
It's like obviously it's non-diegetic because he's just deliberately saying cell phones, but it's funny. I love it. I love the supermarket
Shitty,
scene
like,
so
freedom
much.
is messy.
It's definitely shitty.
Yeah.
It's shitty and.
But the government can't protect you from shitty.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously, that's why the KKK still exists.
Yeah, and what's the alternative? I mean, what's the alternative? We would all love the KKK to go away. We would all love there to be not all.
Dave Rubin on Joe Rogan is such a good bit for this.
But most sane people don't want racism to exist.
You know none of that works.
Sorry.
Oh, none of that works. It's a scam. It's like cavemen didn't have a perfume.
Okay.
So
To shit.
Yeah.
And to be racist and to be sexist or homophobic or whatever it is. And, you know, we have to define what that is. Right? Like who,
just me just despising the golden pineapple
That's your like
things.
Tyler Durden moment, but you can't even like
It's
pretend to
beautiful.
be cool.
It's beautiful.
whose definition is something homophobic, or by whose definition? I mean, is it homophobic or is it religious freedom?
Jan insisted on getting this
Beta
shot
new
when we were
male
out in the park
leftoids
doing
are
the
obsessed
filming
with buying you
Lily.
thoughtful presents at the show that they really get you. If we were really supposed to fall in love, why is everything we are supposed to achieve in life something that makes you unlovable? We are born alone and we die alone, so stop pretending that being alone is so unnatural and just grow up. All leftists want is to ramble on about their Sonic the Hedgehog fan theories and pause every now and then to tell you you look cute when you watch.
You gotta tell them about the profile that you made.
Shit. Oh yeah, we made an actual OkCupid profile for Joe Wyatt Paulson, and there it is. And it was up for like 2 weeks, and I got 12 likes.
Like,
I'm very distressed by that.
Yeah.
We answered all the questions in character.
yeah.
Ah! and I refuse to accept the idea that it's that I look good because I hate how I look at this so much. Oh, this is the good shot. This is the good bit right here. It's just a bunch of editing time put into it. You can see my like 5 o'clock shadow because I just like shaved for the filming, and I'm just like.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, this is
That's
good.
better. Do you like my wand? I made it myself.
So fucking funny.
Soy. Let me first just check. You are the right Joe. Joseph Wyatt Paulson, purveyor of memes.
This is
edgy
the score on
internet
this scene is one of Lily's songs, and it's called "I Don't Like Having Feelings." It's very good, very appropriate.
I am the Queen of
It's good
Love,
stuff.
and it is required of me that I walk among my subjects and share what I might share, so it might turn to happiness.
And then this is just
In
lines
some
from A
ways,
Christmas
Joseph,
Carol,
my job is like
but just
yours,
slightly
except that
changed.
I'm not shitty at my job.
I'm good at my job.
Ha! Mankind is your job, Joseph. Love is your job. Loneliness and the fight against loneliness, both
Like
for
I'm saying,
everyone else. and for
leftists just
yourself.
want to engage with you on an
I'm not
intellectual
lonely.
and emotional level to create a lasting
I
bond.
know your pain, Joseph. Please don't pretend. I know you are lonely. At this time of year, of the most obvious love, you suffer the most. Why do you walk through crowds of fellow beings with your eyes turned down and never catch the eyes of someone delightful, someone you might connect with, someone you could love?
Is it a crime to be single? Is it wrong to not want a relationship?
No, not at all, but you do. You don't want to be alone, and you pretend you do because you think it makes you strong. Why do you think that?
I'm not lonely.
You know what? I don't want to hear. You're going to change, Joseph. I need you to stop this. So you're going to admit that you're lonely, and then you're going to admit you don't want to be lonely, and that you fill the hole in your life that you feel with anger.
I'm still
and
very,
hatred,
very proud
racist
of
memes,
this.
and casual
I think I'm
misogyny.
honestly,
And then, oh
like-
boy, then you're going to find a way to change and open yourself up to love.
It's
You're going to
it's
love
very
somebody.
apparently like low production quality and stuff, and that's fine.
But you can see the
But,
thought that's
like-
gone into it. Like, it really works despite that, I think.
Leftists are obsessed with buying you 12 rules for life for Christmas and reading all the stupidest
That's
bits in
good
a
stuff.
silly voice and making you giggle because you're a bit drunk on mulled wine.
By contrast, if you look at my most recent thing, the Cronenberg thing, the
Leftists are
potential,
obsessed with love
like,
because
you
love
know,
makes
you can see how
weak,
much my
makes
production
you
quality's
blind,
gone up, but
makes
like
you incapable
this
of noticing
is
what's wrong
still
and
fantastic. Like,
incapable
you know,
of changing
I just
the world
really,
around you.
I guess that's what you're saying, yeah. Like I love the spirit of this.
Yeah. Like, obviously, if we'd had, like, Love and
If we were supposed to fall in love,
that would have been the best.
Yeah, it's just basically about
improvement.
control over our surroundings when making it. I wouldn't change any of the lines or really any of the editing. I just would have
If we were
had
supposed
cleaner
to
audio
fall
and
in
better
love,
lighting
why
and
is
stuff.
everything?
I love that.
I'm up for a remake if anyone wants to give me £10,000.
Unlovable, incapable of noticing what's wrong and incapable of changing the world around you.
The quality really works for the sort of just when it's him recording himself, though, against the bare wall.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Before we did this stream, I forgot that I used to have these intros. the intro card, you know?
Yeah.
Hey,
I did that drawing.
Today's a very
It's a good one.
special
I think it became
So,
just not very
today
relevant
I
to what
noticed your
you're doing,
regular
really.
Curio. Today, I'm Love Curio.
Beautiful.
And I'm here to talk
My pink flamingo.
I love that lamp.
Wait, what else does ContraPoints do?
Cheap shot.
You don't even drink wine.
We just have comments on this telling me
let's talk about
telling me that
Let's
I'm
talk
copying
about
ContraPoints. I'm
how
like, yeah, I
non-binary
said.
people love each other.
I
How
said.
men love men, and women love women.
That's like the
And
joke of this one.
Yeah, because you're pairing
I've heard
up these
men and women.
online right-wing grifters
No,
with
right.
their sort of,
Similar
the
type saying,
enemies. And
Let's
Right.
talk about how
Yeah,
Rand
exactly.
Paul loves his neighbor's hedge, and Baked Alaska loves streaming for 9 hours from an In-N-Out Burger car park to show that he's definitely not mad online. And let's talk about how fascism loves lonely people.
totally potato quality
I
filming.
fucked you over with the focus there, clearly. Like, I don't think that's just the
Really tough trying
low
to
light.
date
I
the
think
right
the
way.
focus is.
There are so many people to choose from on the left.
I think the low light is a
Swedish
lot of it,
syrup
to be
lovers,
honest.
Sea captains, saucy boys, gamers, film geeks, hot take factories, degenerates, and furries.
Guys, can we stop doing this? It's a bit gross, and it makes a huge mess everywhere.
On the right,
So that
though, who
blanket
do you
in the
have to
background
choose
is a
from?
blanket that
An
my
angry
mum
nerd
made me
with
for
the dark hair
Christmas,
and
and
short
it's
beard?
gorgeous,
Oh, wait, that's
and I
not
love
fair.
it
There's
so
also the angry
much.
nerd with the dark hair and no beard.
It's a really good blanket.
So much variety. Okay, I know. Who am I to talk? But at least I try. All right, let's get to it and talk about Paul Joseph Watson.
We're actually
There's your
creating
boy.
an army of soy boys from birth. See what you idiots call.
Isn't his contention that an army of soy boys would be useless, surely?
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that the whole point? Like, he would be happy to fight an army of soy boys. It would
Toxic
be fine.
masculinity we men call surviving in the real fucking world. In the short term, a society that
big
implores
eyes.
men to behave more like women ensures that those men will vote more like women. You see the agenda here? Everything comes back to power.
Paul is a minor internet celebrity here on
I agree, just not like that.
YouTube.com, awful takes.
It's just wild.
Strong
It's just completely wild.
So what does
Like,
Paul believe? Well, he wants to make it very clear.
it's like with the Liz
he has
Wheeler
no
clip I
problem with
include later on
exactly.
in Aesthetics and Intellectualism.
He just hates anything
Like,
he would call
how is this the...
virtue signaling?
Yeah.
Which includes, but is not limited to, companies advertising towards minorities, anyone advocating for their rights, people trying to represent them in movies. In fact, he dislikes black people being represented in movies so much that he knows
The Black Panther movie is a piece of shit. I haven't actually seen it.
What? By the way, Paul, there's actually a community of people here on YouTube who also think that companies try to
That's
be
good.
woke to advertise. Actually, the two parties I've seen most mad about Gillette's new ad using feminine...
I'm gonna skip Peter's bit. Not I've got any ill will to Peter. I'm just we paused a lot during the last one, and I want to catch up some time.
Oh.
Sorry, Peter.
It's a good bit.
It is a good bit, yeah, and you should
Yeah.
and you should watch his series Adversaries. It's very entertaining and good.
And my guys.
Gillette released a commercial based on the premise that men need to be reminded not to be creepy, rapey perverts. Next, a makeup commercial is going to start lecturing women not to make false rape accusations. Forget maybe it's Maybelline. How about maybe it's make-believe?
Yikes.
Gillette is merely exploiting
It's like-
a tried and tested method.
Everything he does is so
Free
designed
advertising
to try and make
virtue
you spend a
signal
long
by
time
turning their
arguing
brand
against
into
his
a viral
ridiculous
news item.
bullshit.
They
Like,
just
you
secured
want
the
to really
equivalent exposure
go
that
and write a whole
normally
fucking
costs
novel to
Their
that.
job is to waste your time.
And I'm just like,
Hey, everyone,
yikes,
want to make
that's
fun
all.
of some advertising?
There you go.
I have never heard.
Adversaries. It's a good show. Check it out. I'm just gonna skip though. There's Peter. He says, "Hi, Paul. Come watch my show." Yeah, he did a good. I liked his like contribution to this bit as well. But it is like a couple of minutes that I can just save off. Right.
Whistle white genocide. The neo-Nazi conspiracy theory.
Similarly, I was considering
Meanwhile,
watching the
Paul,
long version of the anime video that's like 12 minutes longer.
Right.
Mostly because of extra contributions from people about their favorite animes.
Also,
I'm not gonna do it.
Boys
I
into
don't have the
pussies.
time.
When all you do is stay at home all day and pull cutie pie faces at a camera. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're very cute faces. Actually, let me try watching with the sound off. Oh.
This is massively improved.
That's better. That works.
It still looks like he's a bird who's trying to eat you.
Coming at you,
But
bro.
like,
Well,
that was good.
Twitter.
That
I saw Laura Luma tweeting at you repeatedly.
There you go.
begging
There's the
for
stuff.
a
Actually, let's just pause on this one. There we go. I'm glad I bought the extra pausing time now. Am I the only one who has a serious crush on @PrisonPlanet? That's Paul Joseph Watson, if you don't know. He's seriously the sexiest thing on my Twitter feed. #MakeAmericaHotAgain. Looking for a hot date to the #deplorable, taking applications @PrisonPlanet, holla at me. Let's start a campaign @PrisonPlanet to go to #deplorable with @LauraLuma. @deplorable, help me convince @PrisonPlanet to be my date #deplorable. At Cernovich, help me. At Cernovich, sorry. Okay. At Prison Planet, just asking him again, just begging. What the fuck is that one? Oh yeah, someone said he was gay. So someone was like, he's clearly gay. So she said, no way, I might consider becoming a man. Anyway, now to be clear, I've covered the possibility that he might be gay. We'll get there.
And I saw you ignoring it. This struck me as really odd, because here are two good-looking people, by most people's standards, who, as far as I can tell, believe a lot of the same things.
Yeah, just
And
batshit
one of
crazy.
them hadn't even handcuffed
Just-
herself to Twitter HQ or trespassed on Nancy Pelosi's property. At that time, it wasn't like she was too cringy for anyone in your sphere to touch.
So there's a mystery. And frankly, I love a good mystery.
She's just so fucking
So let's make a note of
wild.
this one. Why can't you
Was it
people date
after this
anyone,
one when
even each other?
she?
It's not the reason
Yeah, it was
I made
after
the
you.
video, but it's
Was it
certainly
after you made this that she got banned from Twitter? And that she was
No, it was
expressing.
a little before I made this one, because that's why she chained herself to Twitter HQ.
Oh, yeah.
She was protesting it, saying that
Well,
she
the
should
alt-right
be
is recruiting depressed
given back her Twitter
Paris
account,
Martineau writes in the
and that
article,
like,
certain people promoting
and that's why she
Insinuating that
that's why
it's
she put the
anti-Semitic
Judensterne on
and-
it,
yeah.
saying that it was them silencing this Jewish woman. That's
horribly racist,
exactly the same as the
fascist
Holocaust,
personalities
basically.
disguised as motivational speakers. For example, even if Jordan Peterson himself doesn't promote the guy, many people have talked about being linked through by JBP fans to Stefan Molyneux, the horrid chud who is last seen on his world tour with Lauren Southern, telling
Sean-
people that different races have different average IQs, but nobody will let him talk about it.
Differently sized brains,
Stefan Molyneux,
even.
by the way, has
But,
been accused multiple
like,
times of running a cult.
oh,
where
this
he's
is good,
focusing in on
actually.
his wife,
This is worth
giving her
listening to.
patients therapy sessions, interjecting over an intercom, and suggesting that they come listen to his anti-feminist, anti-immigrant gibberish rants on his radio show.
I mean, I'm trying to talk about manipulating
fuck?
lonely people into being fascists.
Like, the
and
fuck?
There's Stefan just openly recruiting therapy patients into his fucking cult.
Section 2. Angry Boys.
That's good stuff.
I've always wondered why you do
Anyway,
this, why
like,
you say such
Sean
easily debunked
does a really good job
edgy
of
garbage
taking down
videos
Stefan
online.
Molyneux. He does really puts the hard work in. I just use Stefan Molyneux as the boogeyman. Like, enough of the alt-right or just conservatives have like noticed what the deal is and tried to really like distance themselves and be like, no, we can't be seen with this
But
dude.
they're all associating with other people who've been associating with
Yeah,
them, so they can't.
or they
can't.
just already have historical ties with him
Yeah.
from like 2 months ago, not even that long
Why
ago.
I've changed. Brackets.
And like,
Truth. It's a video in which Blair said.
This video is really worth watching.
legit, everyone should watch Blair
It's
White's
very
video,
interesting.
Why I've Changed Brackets the Truth. Yeah, for real.
Henry did a video on it as well, right? On
He
this
mentioned
video.
it in a video.
Right.
Yeah. My eyeliner wing's better than hers.
Says he's becoming
But it's
and
extremely
disengaged
revealing.
with the right wing.
Yeah, it is
Furthermore,
shocking,
lots of
actually.
people on the right
Um,
say things they don't believe for money.
Anyway, yeah, no, I just use Stefan Molyneux as the boogeyman. He's the slam dunk. If I prove that they are friends with him, done.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, the JBP fandom linking to Stefan Molyneux is in this one, and then in Aesthetics of Intellectualism, I'm like, here's Dave Rubin interviewing Stefan Molyneux. It's like,
The kind of stuff
yeah.
that a lot of you guys
And that's all
follow these
built
people
off
for.
Sean's hard work, so I'd just like to say, standing on the shoulders of giants here.
The second video Paul,
Mwah.
was one of yours, called
I love
Love
these
is a Mental Illness.
Polywell.
Love.
Yeah.
Finding
More than I've
themselves.
ever loved any woman.
Everyone
Backgrounds.
wants it.
I guess you could say I just want to have a meaningful relationship.
That's
with
Paul
someone
there.
special.
But
Yeah.
what happens when you
That's
get it?
Paul.
You go completely
Paul.
insane because love is a mental illness.
Let's
Is
be
a
clear here,
mental
Paul.
illness.
When you hate on Muslims or women or feminism or trans people, you're just a boring bigot, and you're not worth my time. But I love love. You leave love alone.
That's good.
In Paul's video,
I was worried that the way I'd phrased that was like when Britta is like, I can tolerate racism, but...
No.
And Shirley's like, you can tolerate racism?
Let's just check. I actually have Nietzsche's aphorisms on love. and
Yeah,
hate
you're just
right
like,
here.
you're just a piece of shit and you're not worth me talking about.
Right, it's boring, exactly.
Yeah.
But when you're like,
Misunderstanding.
love is a mental illness.
Yeah, Paul claims that
The
Nietzsche
fuck?
thought
Sounds
romantic love
interesting
was
to me.
merely the lust for possession, which, sure, maybe. But Nietzsche saw friendship as the highest form of love, and he said the most important thing for a romantic relationship was for lovers to also be friends, which, yeah, that checks out.
Nietzsche, since Nietzsche is your authority on this, Paul,
thinks that men and women should be friends, should see each other as
Bit of aesthetics
respect one
intellectualism.
Generally,
good
though,
stuff.
this
Yeah.
video, Love is a Mental Illness, plays as the most freshly, just right now, being rejected video you'll ever see. Like, Paul got stood up for a Tinder date, came straight back to his room and recorded it. Paul says that cheating and divorce are on the rise, and this is because of social media and dating apps. He says that the average relationship length is shrinking and continues to shrink, and he says this is because of social media and dating apps. This is Paul's pretty standard prelapsarian fallacy argument. He does this a lot. If you want more about that, I recommend this
Lokan
excellent
says,
video
can we
by
pour one out
Excellent
for
Chap.
Molyneux's
Look,
desperation
I
about
really
his
hate
YouTube
it.
channel tanking?
It's just
very good news.
I've got to get this
Oh my
out
God,
today to get to
splendid.
why Paul is really making this video. So, you're really going to make me do this, Paul. You're really going to make you look like a tit online. If the average length of relationship is shrinking, it means that more people are having
Lokan
short
said apparently
relationships,
he
meaning
did
that
some
they feel
please
more
pay
confident they'll
attention
be able
to
to
me
find a new
video where
person.
he was crying about how he can't return to the workforce.
Oh, I
because
saw
they'll
that.
Just Google him.
I
Like
saw
Katie
that.
Hopkins, they put themselves in a position where they can't be doing anything else, and that they just
Honestly, that ties into this video as well.
Exactly.
Like, very fluidly. Same thing.
That's why they have to say more and more horrible things because their audience becomes more and more exclusive.
This is good. This is good.
As for divorce rates, the Office of National Statistics. I actually know someone at the Office of National Statistics. He really doesn't like people like you, Paul. The Office of National Statistics says that the divorce
That's true.
rate has fallen in the last couple of years. So
When we first met, all he did was just complain about people like Paul who just spread weird bullshit online and how they have to spend so much time putting out stuff debunking weird claims from conservatives.
People are just behaving like they've always behaved, only now they're doing it online. Is it easier to flirt with someone other than your partner because of the internet? Sure. It's also easier to meet your partner in the first place. Easier to order shopping. Easier to become a musician. Easier to never leave the house and have tins and tins of soup and vegetables delivered to your underground bunker because more and more every day Brexit looks like an actual fucking apocalypse. When I saw this video, something really clicked into place, and I knew that I had to start writing this essay.
That's good stuff.
I understood
Yeah,
why
there
he
you go.
does this, and it's ultimately because there's this hole in his life where love should be. It has occurred to me, Paul.
Oh, this is good stuff.
Oh, Charlie, I'm
You
really
might
sorry.
Look how much clearer the
a long-term loving
quality is in this bit.
relationship, in which case,
I'm just like
just
so much
wild
sharper and
for
focused.
all of this.
But also, I
You're a
love this
fucking
bit.
liar who's manipulating lonely people for clicks. But I'm sure that's not it. Gavin McInnes, sometimes called
Sorry, what were you saying?
a
What's going on?
Nazi or a frat fascist or twat,
Oh, no.
recently publicly stepped down from a group he
Sorry
founded
to hear that,
called
Charlie. That's
Proud
very
Boys.
sad.
A name I have to assure people
Hope
every
they're
time
taking
is
care
in
of
fact
them.
a real thing, not a parody, not a joke about them being pathetic man-children desperate for approval. The Proud Boys are fascists. They go to some lengths to try to tell
You literally just have to
the
explain that they're
honest,
seriously
cool
called
white
Proud Boys
supremacists, but They are
unironically.
an all-male, anti-immigrant, Trump-supporting gang who uphold violence as a moral good and obey a set of weird rules that dictate how important they each are in their community. For example, at some tier of being a Proud Boy, you have to get a Proud Boys tattoo.
Came back
For
to
another
cover
example,
Proud
one
Boys in
of the
some
tiers
more
you have to
detail
give
later.
up masturbation. Proud Boys, the Proud Boys are told, by Proud Boys, are more powerful and self-controlled.
Look, Ken says, just saying, I will hide you and Nat in my backyard if you want to flee across the Irish Sea. Who are we, the Golden One? We're not running to Ireland because things get hot in our country.
Makes me feel good. And it does. Bustin' does, in fact, make you feel good.
Yeah, that's true.
Fascists
That's the
talk
fact.
a lot about
That's a fact I
why
just
they're
did
gonna
there.
fix everything,
I like
how they're
doing
going to
facts.
make everything
Objective fact, yeah.
But they won't. They can't. The way fascists work is to feed your tension, your dissatisfaction, your frustration. The Proud Boys, on almost every level, seem like a parody of pathetic fascist chuds because
I think it hugely is the low lighting, and I remember at the time you were saying that you were having loads of trouble focusing because of the, like, making camera focus because of the low lighting. It got way better after we made this studio light that like focused in
After we
properly.
had some money.
being gay is
Yeah, after we had any money at all.
Yeah.
Basically.
Let's talk about the truth about soy boys, in which Paul lays out claims that soy foods are feminizing men and making them vote more left-wing, because they contain plant hormones chemically equivalent, in plants anyway, to the human hormone estrogen.
Is soy food consumption turning men into pussies and making them more likely to adopt left-wing beliefs?
Jess says, I moved up to the Pacific Northwest and had a girl telling me about the Proud Boys and warning me about them being in the area, and I was legit very confused.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's
absolutely devastated.
there's the one mistake of this video.
Why am I talking about
Oh, did you leave? Oh, you left out Harry.
Yeah, there's my objective flaw to this video. I fucked up and just didn't include a picture of Harry where there's meant to be one.
mercilessly, powerfully
Just
mocked by not
absolute
just
bullshit.
but the whole of
Everything else I'm pretty much happy with.
became the largest
Like, I'm like, I did the best at the time. Like, this is out of focus, we didn't have the equipment. The lighting's dim, but we didn't have the equipment.
No,
The sound is dodgy in the short film, but we didn't have the all that stuff. I'm just like, whatever, I did my best with what I had.
Yeah.
And then I just didn't include this picture of Harry. I'm so pissed off at myself. It's such garbage.
The truth about Soy Boys starts with Paul outlining his basic idea that soy is making men more feminine, which is bad because... And then he goes on to explain that he isn't talking about gay men, he has no problem...
Men becoming more feminine is bad because...
Let's be clear, I'm not talking about gay people. I don't think soy changes sexuality. I'm talking about effeminate acting straight guys.
This is really weird to me, because what it says, logically, is that in Paul's worldview, gay men are just necessarily more feminine. And that's fine with him, it's just true. But feminine men are lesser and bad because... But that's fine. It's fine with him for gay men to just be lesser. He just disregards gay people.
If you ask for his opinions on it, he'll tell you he has no problem with
Good
gay
stuff.
people because... Basically because he knows homophobia is past the point of no return. He knows people can't get away with hating gay people anymore.
It's
So
just such
instead
a
he
wild
assumes men
conspiracy
being
theory,
feminine
like,
while
yeah,
suggesting gay
men are all
more
being
feminine.
feminized by
Frames
having soy
men
milk.
being feminine is negative because...
Yeah, bizarre.
But won't explicitly say that he just hates women or gay men.
And it has occurred to me, Paul, you might actually be gay. In which case, I'm just super wide of the mark here, right? And you're a fucking liar who's manipulating lonely people for clicks. But I'm sure that's not it.
Look, we've talked about people loving people and ideology.
Those are probably my favourite bits of this whole video. Both the bits where I cut out like that. I'm like, all my arguments are solid, but there are two things I've missed. You might have a partner, you might be
I
gay.
made a video about Carl Benjamin.
In both of those instances, you're a fucking lying dickhead. There you go.
Talk about Carl for most of that video. It's 20 minutes of Coyote Peterson analysis.
Whether it's
only 10
sincere or
minutes
it's a
of Carl
grift,
Benjamin
consequences are the same, and it's
Well,
a grift.
Right.
He's an asshole, and it's a grift.
Right. Most of the video is like, I'm taking you at your word, this is what and these are the conclusions of that. But just in case that's all a fucking grift and a lie,
without feeling attacked.
you can sum it up very quickly.
Yep.
So if your defense against my argument is that it's all a grift and a lie,
What I think
this
is
is all that needs to be said.
what I
You're a fucking
really
liar
totally
who's manipulating lonely people for clicks.
Yep.
Is a big,
Great.
long hug from a large man. Well, I'm 6'4", and I'm a little wider than I'd like, but for these purposes, it does make me very huggable. And what I'm saying, in utter sincerity, is I will meet you, and I will give you...
I'm not a man, but he wouldn't believe that, so that's fine.
hug.
For his purposes, it works fine.
And maybe all the poison will just sort of leave.
I don't think he needs a long hug from a cis man. I think he needs a long hug from a man shape.
Fascists talk about
and a pat on the head.
When they do manage to help someone out of a toxic community, that person has to leave all their friends behind. I want to make it clear because I know at least 2 other lefty YouTubers have offered...
See, I had a picture of Harry, and I meant to use it, and I just fucking forgot.
And it's
I
such
just...
a good picture.
Let's say it's
Ugh.
Square, and I'll give you a big, long hug. Because I think that's seriously what you need.
Yeah.
I don't like to be so negative. I've talked about that on this channel before, and I've been quite negative in this video. So, with that in mind, here's my favorite Paul Joseph Watson video. Incidentally, I won't be accepting responses to this video that don't tell me what their favorite video of mine is. Okay? Okay.
A lot of comments on this video tell me what their favorite video of mine is, and I think they thought that was a response, but I meant like if Paul saw it or anything. I meant like an official response, like.
Extremely entitled to. Incels hold radical beliefs about the way society functions, even sometimes going as far as claiming that the difference between the virgin beta male experience and the alpha male or Chad experience of life all boils down to traits inherent.
I do regret that a little bit. That was just editing in his video. The Chad skull. Sorry. Yeah, I do regret that a little bit. He includes the pictures of like Elliot Rodger and stuff, and I shouldn't have. I just wish I'd thought about that and not like edited his clip better to not include those because I feel bad. I just don't.
Which they believe
I just wish that wasn't in there,
reject
basically.
them in favour of chiseled chants, while failing to consider that the personality of someone who reacts to a school massacre by expressing glee might be something of a turn-off.
He sees what's wrong with the incels, and he sees that they're blaming bizarre bullshit for their problems. He's even brighter lit than usual, and he's wearing this white top, and it's like, is this good timeline, Paul? Did Paul die and go to heaven? Well, no. At the end of the video, Paul goes on his usual rant about feminism in the West, how SJWs are ruining... Do you see what you did, Paul? You're doing so well telling incels they had it wrong, right up until the moment you told them they had everything exactly right.
Yep.
That's what's
It's a fucking bizarre video. I say it's my favorite video, but it's like half of it is my favorite video. Like half of one video Paul has ever made is good content. He's like, incels, this is bullshit, stop.
Clean their rooms. Perfectly helpful advice, but also evidently doesn't respect women at all and desperately wants to fight people more than anything. No, seriously, he talks about that all the time. JBP wrote in his book about a time he fantasized about beating up a toddler, and he wrote in his blog about a dream he had where he physically assaulted a journalist who pissed him off.
It really comes across that he has deep-seated, constant rage.
Oh yeah, rage issues.
Not a typical Celtic
thinks everyone else
student.
is like
he is
that.
not spoiled, coddled, or ultra-lib like his classmates who
Jess
sneer
said
at the
Polywell is a
soldier
queen.
boy. Do they really call him Soldier
I don't know if
Boy?
people
Is it a
noticed, but the
reference
three
to
backgrounds
the
in this
rapper? A
video
group of
for the three
students was sitting
sections
in the
are
lobby
Polywell,
talking about
and then
something.
Polywell
He
holding
heard
the
words
crown, and then Polywell wearing the
and
crown.
privilege and cis-normative. Wow, all three of those words, just in that short time he was passing, that must have been a very concise conversation. Lovers quarrel.
What's wrong with the
none of
audio
his
in this bit?
business. That was an old-fashioned attitude, and
Sounds
he
fine to
knew
me.
it. But
No, it's
almost everything
desynced.
about him was old-fashioned, including his dislike of a woman being mistreated. I guess you could say he
That's
shares
really
the
bizarre.
sensibilities of a much older man.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
I love that it turned out that that book was written by a woman.
Yeah,
I think it says so much.
that's bizarre.
love these books. I've read Ben Shapiro's shitty novel. It's hilarious.
I come back to
wish it
this.
wasn't such a conservative dominated
There's a lot in here I come back to in aesthetics of intellectualism. Like from this specific one.
Communist SJWs. Leave a comment below if you buy my book, 10 Drowning Street, The Last Free Man Against
You
the
need to
Rainbow
do it.
Horns.
You need to do it. You need to write it.
Everyone still wants me to do this.
Falls short in the way that it tells
It's point of view from Carl Benjamin, as the country is overtaken by Corbyn's government.
perpetuate the exact things that made them miserable in the first place. Paul, for example, puts forth stoicism as a way for men to live their lives. And look, suicide is, and has been for decades, the single biggest killer of men under 45. In 2017, over 4,000 men killed themselves in the UK. Or put another way,
Couldn't really get into this one in the video, but it's just like an editor's note or whatever here. Male suicide rates are so much higher than female suicide rates because the methods that men choose to use are more effective, more likely to kill you, and quicker than women tend to choose statistically. And men and women actually attempt suicide at pretty much equal rates. It's just, it's like a common thing. But it's just like, I'm only focusing on male suicidality here because that's the conversation Paul is alleging he wants to have. Obviously it's not really, because like any men expressing their feelings in any sense, even a suicide attempt, which technically is expressing your feelings, like, he doesn't care. He does not care. But I'm just having the conversation there about that thing. But like, note that's a common, like, I don't want to say myth, but it's kind of focused on in that way often.
Yeah.
Male suicidality is so much higher, but that's successful
Insinuating
suicide
that
attempts. That's
men
the
are
thing
more
about it.
unhappy in our society.
Exactly.
But I would also say that, you know, because obviously this is raised to fight the idea of patriarchy and male privilege or whatever, and nobody says that privilege like actually
Well, I get round to that
translates
too.
happiness. Yeah.
In comedy and masculinity, the patriarchy makes men powerful, not happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul, I don't believe you really believe that talking less about your feelings is the solution there. But if you do, I don't even know how to.
Lorcan says the problem is 10 Downing Street would just be that one Daily Mail editorial H-bomb highlighted in his election watch 2017. That was the original idea, just like a book version of that, because I found that so funny. And also, just for the record, for the election just gone, The Sun did the exact same thing. Anyway.
Utterly embarrassing.
If you still want someone who
But
help you be
that was the
happy,
original idea, and then I thought a much funnier idea would be to describe from Carl Benjamin's point of view what happens after Corbyn gets elected. And everything he's describing is totally mild and normal and good, but he's describing it in terms as if it's just end times, and he's like building a bunker in his garden, and he's like terrified at all times, and he's like, yeah.
Love yourself. And Paul, I'll see you in Trafalgar Square.
Beautiful. Now it's my bad singing.
It's lovely.
It's not.
What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me?
Well, Grace said she liked it, but...
Lend me your ear and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key.
Got to give a massive shout out to Alice, who was the camera operator for the short film and also helped me produce the Cronenberg video recently. Like, she's just great in general. Everyone should be following Alice Quinn Rose on Twitter and on YouTube. Yeah, she's just fantastic. So, just
yeah. There.
She's changed her username now, so it's Alice Quinn Rose now.
Hand the master. Wild. Also like to.
Should you just go straight to the next one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alice Quinn Rose. Everyone check her out. She's great.
I like that you recommended Dr. Nerdlove as well, because, you know, there's nothing wrong with like feeling lonely or wanting a relationship and like wanting help.
Yeah.
To, you know, do that. It's just a lot of the people, or most of the people out there offering that help are pieces of shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or not. I wouldn't say most of them. Just like these
people.
The specifically conservative biased, it's more that a whole ton of like conservative pop culture figures are marketing themselves with like self-help stuff, because of course their answers to society's problems have to be individualistic, not systemic, and so like the majority and even the most famous like self-help people are not those people and are actually helpful and actually good. But the most famous conservative people are marketing themselves as
but the
self-help
pickup
people now.
artist community and stuff is really toxic as well, obviously.
It's just that I make robots, and I thought that was really relevant to this essay, but I don't have any like footage of my robots working, because it always clutters up my computer, and I only keep the footage of them destroying themselves or falling over, because I find it funny.
It's true that like the only footage I have, and I'm not even sure where it is. I'm not even sure where it is now, but like of one of my robots walking is just this GIF I made where he just falls flat on his face. It's really like it really makes me laugh a lot.
Sounds strange coming into Horizon Zero Dawn that kept putting me off liking it. The facial animations are strange and uncanny. The child you play as for the first 10 minutes is crazy ugly.
Nightmare fuel, awful, horrible to look at, bad to see.
Times in the first
just
act,
the worst.
Repeated the Aloy and roster, not just outcasts, but
she's an outcast, to be sure.
Horizon Zero Dawn did one thing wrong.
Astrolura says, I'm a library student and self-help is the highest borrowed genre in the
There's
world.
no Adam Driver creator
Sense.
at all.
Only books
You just have to play as this lady, Aloy.
No Adam Driver creator in an open world game? An open world game with a hipster medieval fantasy aesthetic? Hipster medieval fantasy is like my boy's #1 look. You gotta be kidding me.
Section 1. Introduction.
The obvious flaw to open world game design is that the game presents you with an
There's a real step down with this one now because like I had the blue snowball quite close to me for the alt-right date night one,
Horizon Zero
and now
Dawn
it's
makes
so
a
like
bold choice by
echoey
not giving the player
by
character
contrast because I
and
couldn't
locking
have it
it
so
into the
close
story.
in these
And
ones,
although I'll never
and it was a
forgive
while
the
before
game
we
for
got the better
screwing
audio
my precious
setup.
boy, it definitely solves that issue. Similarly in Fallout New Vegas, even though you can design your character, you are necessarily Curio 6, and you play their story. Playing necessarily as Aloy is a success here in Horizon Zero Dawn, the way Curio 6 is a success for Fallout New Vegas. Horizon Zero Dawn looks at a world 1,000 years after the end of our own, where machine life forms walk the earth and highly advanced technology is akin to a sort of magic in the eyes of the humans of the new civilizations. In this subsistence society, different cultures have arisen. Aloy
It's
lives
quite.
in the
I
Nora
really
tribe,
like the world
a
of
deeply
this.
religious
It's quite
society built around an animist
like.
faith.
I don't usually like the idea of like stories where society collapses. Like the idea that that we would go so far backwards as to become essentially like cavemen. I don't usually like that because I don't really think that's how people would do. Like you'd hold on to some remnants of technology and but like the way they made it work kind of the way they put it together kind of works because like the people are essentially reincarnated as a species because they actually just die out and then are born again like from like embryo vaults basically and then their educational facilities fail. So they just lose all their previous culture.
And then they rebuild everything.
Yeah, and that's why I did this one being about memes and tropes. Because it's like, this is a society that is entirely detached. So it's interesting the way that it focuses on culture being passed forward. Because it hasn't been passed forward, and that's kind of where the whole premise arises from.
For example, when Aloy first overrides and commandeers a machine to ride, she says,
This beats walking.
and at first your reaction might be, what a weird thing to say, but then you realize that in this world no one has ever done what she
using
just
my
did
magic
before,
stick
and
on that
people
horse
have
butt.
yet to use horses, which means that quite possibly nobody she has ever met ever has traveled faster than their own legs could carry them.
That's not true, you used a zip line earlier in the bit, but
thing she said when getting on a robotic
that's
horse
still
for the
neat
first
on its
time was as nonchalant as, whoa, this beats walking.
Horizon Zero Dawn kind of doesn't stop. It doesn't stop at being a medieval fantasy game or a robot game. It's a medieval fantasy robot game. Horizon Zero Dawn doesn't stop at having one Z in its name, scientifically the coolest letter. It has two. It doesn't stop at telling an interesting story. It conceives of an interesting story and then imagines the consequences to that and then creates a society radically different to our own and then tells a story in that society 1,000 years in the future after the original interesting things happened. The scale of the storytelling is practically Tolkien-esque.
Something really clever about the open world design versus the planned interaction of the game is the way that it subtly pushes you back out into the wilderness without making you feel excluded. The game encourages you back away from player interaction.
I think that was a re-record of some audio there and it did really stick out.
Covering the mysteries of where they come from and the forgotten world. Even though the characters you meet are delightful and honestly, in a lot of cases, as well written as the NPCs of Fallout New Vegas, a lot of your conversation with them involves them saying, "Whoa, you're the cool machine lady, right?" On top of establishing an interesting rapport whereby everyone Aloy meets is pretty much in awe of her, this just tells you
they all just think she's the coolest person ever.
What you should really be doing has
Like,
nothing to
whoa,
do with
you
people.
tamed the
Aloy's
Thunderjaw, whatever.
Machines.
Yeah.
It doesn't push you away from the humans. It doesn't keep you apart. It just subtly tugs you to follow the call of the wild. And that's pretty interesting to me, because I'd probably describe Horizon Zero Dawn as like a Zelda game, but with machines. But you know what came out a month after it? Zelda Breath of the Wild. A Zelda game, but with machines. There are even very similar mechanics, like populating
It's just
the map
the
by
same
finding
game.
a cool thing and overriding it with your techno gadget. There's also something delightful about the eerily empty open world of Horizon Zero Dawn that reminds me of Shadow of the Colossus. And especially when the best parts of the game tend to be navigating old ruins and climbing enormous creatures. But
Oh, I remember where the script came out of now.
Machine creatures too. And
Wait, are these all just the same game?
Honestly, something I found off-putting in the first place was how clearly similar to other games Horizon Zero Dawn was.
Yeah.
Because it looked like it might not have anything...
I have this a bunch with games, especially open world ones, where
So
I'm just
I want
like,
to look a little
okay, but
today
what do you
at
have to
how
offer
video
me?
games influence one
Like,
another, and on a
what's
larger
new
scale,
with
how
this
everything
one?
influences everything.
And like, once you get into it, Horizon Zero Dawn has a lot going on. It's really fun and really interesting.
I'm wanting to play it.
This right here?
Zelda's a game for children, and Dark Souls isn't a game for children.
That's where the script came from.
Yeah.
That was Mauler. Mauler said that. He was like, Dark Souls isn't for children. He was like, Harry said in his Dark Souls 2 defense video that Dark Souls was inspired by Zelda, and Mauler's like, oh, I don't even know what he's trying to say at this point. It's ridiculous. It's like, what?
But I'd
What?
like to talk about the concept of a canon.
You can see what he
Here's
means.
a pause for you
It's-
to make a joke about a big gun. Okay. A canon in media takes on the canon of the Catholic Church. Canonizing a dead person means deciding
I
that they
didn't
were a
know
saint
this.
all along.
Yeah.
A canon in media
The canon.
is an
Learned
election
lots of
of works
interesting
that are
Catholic
considered
terminology
influential
from you.
and
Are
important.
you cold?
The obvious problem with
not
saying
very.
these are the most
Okay.
important
Sometimes wearing really
works
cool tops
is-
that I crochet.
It's very cool. You just look cold.
No, they aren't. What?
I do, however, think that a canon is developed even without an official council like the Catholic Church has to decide who gets to be saints. I think that a canon is formed colloquially by people talking about a piece of media they find to be good, important, moving, powerful. Just as all matter in the universe acts upon all other matter in the universe through gravity, every work influences every other work. Obviously, those
Retro's here.
planets have more pull than
Oh, hey,
single
Retro.
particles. In Tradition and the Individual Talent, Tyrannosaurus Snape Elliott wrote...
Lorcan says,
No artist of any art has the complete meaning alone. Their significance, their appreciation
Lorcan
is
said,
the appreciation of
I tell
the
you, I'd
relation
love
to
a
the
novel
dead
of
world's
Horizon Zero
artists.
Dawn's story because who has time
cannot
for
be left
games?
alone.
It's true, to be fair. Like, you know, you really have to tease the story out to get it. But, like, it's a super interesting story. And, like, I do
would
actually
really
think...
like it if
I think people would really enjoy, like, a book, a film, all sorts of shit. Like, it's actually really...
The canon of
really
video
good.
games is what wanky thought mind people would like to call intertextuality, but we might call
Alice
endless
told me that she-
goddamn circle jerk of blatant plagiarism.
Alice told me that she wanted to subtitle some of my videos for me, like just as a nice favor. And she started on this one, and she got to intertextuality, and she was like,
influencing and changing the medium.
I'm not doing
The
this.
fact that videos games are made by capitalist corporations accountable to profit means that an interesting thing happens to the canon of games. as a
Tyrannosaurus Snape Elliott.
An original seminal work can be published and be very important and influential and can influence many works, and some of those works themselves can go on to be important and influential.
How much of the hate against the latest Star Wars movie would you say is edgy culture nerds being pissy just because they can, and how much of it is from it actually being a bad movie? I think it's a trash movie, so personally, like, I don't think it's an edgy opinion to hate on it. Like, I think it's everyone seems to agree, but like a lot of the people who hated The Last Jedi are hating on it and saying that like the problems of The Last Jedi. Sorry, hang on.
Such as the big empty open world, or climbing on the big enemies and finding the weak spot to defeat them, or the fucking useless horse mechanics. For that matter, Breath of the Wild and Horizon Zero Dawn have some spookily similar elements. There's the use of advanced technology,
yeah, like the
quasi-magic. Like I said before, the climbing to the top of a big thing and scanning the area to fill in the map. There's the garbage fucking horse mechanic. Not saying that Horizon Zero Dawn was influenced on Breath of the Wild. Also, as I said before,
So Breath of the Wild's actually got a pretty good horse. I'm being unfair. That's unfair of me.
It's a good joke, though.
Oh,
into both of them. I guess what I'm trying to say is plagiarism is good, actually.
Yeah, a ton of people who hated on The Last Jedi are trying to shit on The Rise of Skywalker and say that it's Rian Johnson's fault. And it's like, how? How is it? The Rise of Skywalker fought really hard against Rian Johnson as hard as it could. And the result was just like, you guys got what you wanted, and it turns out what you wanted is trash, and you hate it. And we didn't get what we want, and what we wanted would have been better. Thanks. Basically.
Typical Anita ruining everyone's fun.
Forgive me. It was only a joke for the video. Please, Dark Mother, show me
It's a
The
Kylo Ren bit.
SJW
It's
way.
Kylo Ren earlier in the video.
I love this.
And I will finish what you started.
So fucking good.
I forgot about this bit. That's so good. That's so good.
Section 2. Tropes. Huh. Yeah. What are they
We've
good
made
for?
some good use of this picture frame.
For
Actually.
real, yeah. That's one of the things that
Big Joel talked about
you're such a little dickhead.
He was
You're
getting
such a
stressed
little
out
dickhead.
recording, like having to redo stuff.
So you were deliberately
I was
rude and horrible
throwing
to
him off
me.
on
Yeah,
purpose to
great.
break the tension.
That's one. That I need to suck using joke is one of the things where Alice just like calls me out and is like, "That's just stealing ContraPoint's joke." I'm like,
That is to say,
on the one hand, yes, but I'm doing a Kylo Ren bit. Like, I'm like, you know. I wouldn't say it is stealing it. I'd say it's inspired. It's obviously inspired by her, like,
back on my bullshit.
having like a creepy shrine to
Yeah.
Anita thing.
Which is really funny.
But like, I was doing a
I think
yeah,
if you've ever
a
seen
Kylo
my
Ren
videos
bit.
before, you know that I think we give
This is
objects
Lily's
meaning.
work.
Even objects
Lily did
like
all
in
of
Big
this
Joel's
animation
video that
and
have explicit
Yeah,
Henry's
incredible.
video is so cool.
Yeah.
seemingly
She does some awesome stuff for Henry.
The original meaning of the word meme comes from mimetic theory, describing the way that ideas can act exactly like living organisms, in the
I'm
way
just
they
having
spread.
meme
and
over
multiply.
Henry's
When a
face.
person communicates an idea to another person, the meme of that
It didn't
idea
have to
gets
go
bigger.
there.
Yes,
When
it
an
did.
idea is totally
Yes, it
lost,
did.
the
Yes, it
meme
did.
dies. As for trope,
I love this background.
tropes.
What the fuck is going on? What have I done in my video right now? What's happening? Fucking. The fuck is.
Hello, I am LCC_218, and tropes, as we all know, are
Laura
an
Crane.
incredibly useful
Badass.
form
This is a
of
great
narrative
contribution.
shorthand.
I was just like, hey, can you just do a little bit for the thing? And the thing she gave me was fantastic. I really liked it.
Very efficiently establish a particular set of expectations in the audience, which can then be either satisfied or subverted to powerful effect. It can be easy to assume that the word tropes
I also edited this bit well. I really like it.
plays into harmful stereotypes
Very Max
because
Headroom.
such instances
Yeah.
used to receive
I love
the
that.
bulk of vocal criticism with good reason. But that does not mean that a trope must be rooted in a harmful stereotype in order to be a trope. For example, the trope of the old, bearded man as wise and magical mentor is entirely harmless because it does not reinforce a harmful society-wide belief that old, cis, white men are wise in all things and should be placed in leadership positions and listened to even against one's better judgment. That simply is not a belief that anyone in the whole of human history has ever been really, truly harmed by. It has never happened. It will never happen. No. Well, then it must be that they're all refusing to grow beards anymore.
When it comes to memes, there's no certainty in what will catch on and thrive and spread. Sometimes totally accidental or unsolicited things
That
are
ruled
utterly
so much.
iconic. But it's also far
I
from
was so impressed by
impossible
what she-
for things
yeah.
designed
This
intentionally
background is
to be
good.
appealing or cool or just catchy.
It's one of my best
to grow
Photoshop
and
jobs actually
flourish.
for a background.
Especially in games where you
Triangles.
hear the same little noises and see the same icons over and over. It can be easy for little things to take on a much bigger importance.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah!
That's why, and you're gonna have to put on your tinfoil hats and bear with me here. The
That's
triangle
all good
button is extremely significant in Horizon Zero Dawn. Honestly, I know this sounds extremely silly, but just listen.
The buttons on the PlayStation controller are 4 basic symbols in order to have 4 buttons that aren't numbered or otherwise ordered. But symbols can't not remind us of things. We automatically assign meaning as human beings. Or even by virtue of the way that games happen to utilize those buttons most often, we get used to them meaning something. For example, when Machine Games set out to design Wolfenstein as the most immersive combat experience possible, they eliminated down inventory. They designed levels and ammo and weapons all with immersive combat in mind, but they also made everything revolve around the square button. The square button is, and this is just my take based on no data, so feel free to leave your angry comment now, the aggression button. Square
This is the hill I will die on. Like the symbols on the PS4 controller have actual like media analysis meanings that are significant.
I remember you telling me this long before the video about the square button being the aggression button. I was like,
But
I like it. In this.
No, wait, but before, but I remember I told you about this, and I tried to tell you like
there are triangles,
a hypothetical example off the top of my head. What if somebody used the circle button for everything, and at the same time their like storytelling was about a loop, and loops were important, and a metaphor in their thing.
Jam-packed triangles.
And then they did the triangle thing in this, and then in Nier Automata the loop, and literally.
Relates to the technology from the past. The triangles are meant to gently remind us of the pyramids. Aloy is looking at these bases the machines come out of, these ancient relics of a lost society, and through her eyes we don't know whether they were really put there by people or some sort of alien force. The pyramids have long been a wonder of the ancient world.
Just said I didn't recognize Laura without her
and the complexity
without her hair done up.
Engineering involved.
Her hair was done up,
people who have no confidence in how insanely cool the ancient Egyptians were to believe they were actually built by aliens.
She's also dyed her hair blue since then.
Like 200 meters on a side.
Cool.
And the base is so flat it doesn't vary in height by more than a few inches. That's like, I don't know how to do that. The ancient Egyptians were just really cool, guys. So with triangles being such a densely
This is one of my early I'm quite annoyed by ancient aliens bullshit.
As you do,
right.
And not at some point think I'm kind of
with her head up, right? Okay.
Everything through the triangle button. That's
here we go.
Something.
As Aloy progresses into the world and uncovers more of the history of the world that came before, she meets Silence, an enigmatic figure who is
the naming in this game is
he's uncovering
so like
their world.
Not subtle.
Silence, a mysterious man. Aloy, someone who will unite the different. Rost, a rugged old man.
This unlikely pair become quick friends. I'd posit is not just that they both love researching the past, but that their interest in the past gives them a common language. They're digging up the long-forgotten memes and
Jess says, I'm all over the place, it's 6 a.m. for me. You're completely forgiven, don't worry, I'm sorry for calling you out then.
Lecture performance discussing the collectivization of experience
this
via the internet, the communal mind. She lays out a fantastic account of the wonderful...
Oh, this is awesome.
I love it.
I think the link is in the description of that video, and you should watch that actually, the communal mind.
A conversation with a future grandchild. She lifts her eyes, as blue as willow ware. The tips of her braids twitch with innocence. So you were all calling each other bitch? And that was funny. And then you were all calling each other binge? And that was even funnier? How could you possibly explain it? Which words and in which order could you possibly utter that would make her understand? Yes, binge.
That whole performance rules. You should all watch it, seriously. It's so good.
This is where Bonch came from.
A particular moment. For example,
we got obsessed with Bench and then we started saying Bonch.
Fascism by liking fascist haircuts. And
what is binge?
She refers to herself in the third person throughout.
It's annoying that there was a tweet on screen during that bit because it was a weird use of the clip.
Right.
But never I or me. Humans are naturally social animals, so even without the internet, I think the way tropes and memes create this common cultural reference is inherently tied to the surrendering of the individual identity into the collective one.
Lorcan says, theory, Death Stranding is the past of Horizon Zero Dawn. Proof, Die Hard Man, Fragile, Heartbeat Guy. The names just got more obvious as time went on.
Dr. Elizabeth was a brilliant scientist who worked with Ted Farrow, owner of a company manufacturing...
I think I say this in the video. I'm not trying to manufacture an H-Bomber Guy reference with this thing. The character's just called Sobek.
The robots are repeatedly referred to as a plague through the whole game, which I guess makes them Pharaoh's plague. Nice.
A program was implemented to create a time capsule.
The naming in this fucking
game. The Earth after the apocalypse, so that an AI, Gaia, created by Elizabeth,
I honestly think they had none of the characters planned, and then they named the like AIs after like Greek gods and shit. and they just kept going. They were like, it would be a normal thing for a programmer to name like an AI after like a Greek god as a cute thing, and then they just kept going with the like. Wait, what was that then?
The only problem is that the people brought together to preserve humanity's existing culture by contributing to the education of the new humans are cruelly murdered by Ted. Which I guess is technically the mummy's curse.
Ted felt that human culture didn't deserve to be saved, that the history of civilization had only far led to the impending demise they were facing anyway, so saw nothing good in it.
Everyone asks what has been. Nobody asks how has been.
Gaia's function and posed a threat to the survival of the new civilization. Gaia created a biological copy of Elizabeth, the only person.
I'm having a lot of fun doing this, by the way. This is going very well.
Yeah,
this is very good.
Was Albert Einstein. Aloy. It was Aloy.
So Aloy is not just because she's the cool lady with the machines, not just because she's an outcast, but because she's actually one with the old world and the machines. She is there
I wish I could have captured more what was like weird and uncanny about these facial animations, because they look a little like those like animatronics you see, like the Abraham Lincoln animatronic or whatever, where it's just like weird muscle twitches in the face that just don't quite match what they're going for. But I couldn't really capture much footage of it. It's occasional enough that it's not overpowering, but it's often enough that it's really annoying and unsettling throughout the game. You get used to it. Whatever.
Real feeling world is a great foundation for a game, and I say that especially because that's the foundation for Fallout New Vegas, the only good Fallout game. So that's not fair. At least 76 made Country Roads popular again, and that song fucking slaps. To the place I belong, West Virginia.
Section 3. I'm already eating from the garbage all of the time, and the garbage can is called tropes.
So, I am Ashton 3618, and tropes, as we all know, are a gargantuan pile of racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, fatphobic, ableist garbage.
This is funny because like it's funny because it's funny and she's very funny. She made a good joke, but it's a funny coincidence because how well it works, because the video I'm writing spawned from this thing about like wanting to examine there being like a video game canon. And that spawned from Mauler being like, don't be fucking ridiculous, Dark Souls isn't inspired by Zelda, right? Just this offhand garbage remark in a 10-hour series of garbage offhand remarks. Just one of them really got my fucking hackles up so badly that I wrote a whole video about it. But Laura's this thing here, she does this joke that, as we all know, tropes are racist, sexist, homophobic, fatphobic, ableist garbage. And, like, that's one of the things that, like, Mauler and pals are with the, like, if you spot a trope in something, that's all that, like, the analysis is. I just, like, we are aware of that, like, you know, you don't just spot a trope and then throw a piece of media in the bin. Tropes are more useful than that, you know? It's more useful to understand the shape of media in that way, whatever. Fucking hell. But, yeah, this is a good bit.
Because tropes are simply narrative elements repeated so often as to become recognizable, and as such are reflections of our culture's most pervasive beliefs, which are, of course, a gargantuan pile of racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, fatphobic, ableist garbage. Because we are racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic,
She's a good hologram.
fatphobic, ableist garbage. All of us.
Even the holograms.
And our stories cannot escape our garbage until we do.
The thing that makes tropes useful and good, marketing society,
everyone could subscribe to Laura Craig because she's fucking great.
And therefore can make them so
this background is all the main weapons from Horizon Zero Dawn, Zelda, and Shadow of the Colossus.
That's really cool.
So that's the staff that Aloy has, the Master Sword, and the Queen's Sword from Eco.
Who think that every English YouTuber they watch lives in a country populated by people who talk like
Crumpets, it's bloody cold outside. God save the Queen and what not. The Arsenal's playing today. Tally
There are cultural.
I forgot she did that bit. That was great.
God save the Queen.
That was a bit that I did. That was a bit that I did script for her, and the reason was she got me to do an American voice for something else, and or maybe it was the other way around. But one way or another,
No, she got you to do an American
Was
voice.
that first?
You found it really funny.
Was
yeah.
that first? Okay. Yeah, I mean, she's American and knows Americans, but she got me to do an American voice for something
It was.
instead, and then I got her to do this
It was the
English
writers
voice because I thought it'd be really funny. Deadpool.
Deadpool, yeah.
2, yeah.
To think about racist tropes they're familiar with and say, yeah.
How much do we have to donate to get you to watch Mauler's Dark Souls review on stream? £10,000.
That just now made no sense.
£10,000. That's my price. I am totally serious.
And you'll watch it
I will
just
watch.
after with no sleep.
I will watch all of it on stream. £10,000.
See every frame of
makes
pause.
no sense.
on
What I want to
Mauler's.
I will EFAP Mauler. I'll do it. It will take a week.
You will.
£10,000. That's the price.
You will truly graduate.
That's a Curio guarantee.
To the Goodell Barmy.
Kate, is that people in the
1900s Let's watch my video
You'll
now, please.
Become Goodell General.
Exactly the
I'm already Goodell
now
General.
believe other weird racist moon logic. Tropes
£1,000 per hour.
In recent years,
good.
fascist white supremacists have adopted seemingly mundane things such as the OK hand gesture.
This is a very good video.
From Matt Fury's
Yeah,
comic
it's
Boys
underwatched.
Adoption of these
I feel
mundane things
it always has
is
been.
Simple but
It deserves a little more
It's not got
than
a,
it gets.
it's not got a very
Things that have a
focused
certain
subject,
meaning
which is
only
always
to
hard to
people who
sell
actually
to
did
people. But I think it's really good. It's just really good.
Pre-existing Monday
Yeah.
I know.
It's just hard on the algorithm. That's all.
I know, but still.
Insisting, no, the frog means racism.
But that's what's
it's not
I
a
think
racist
is like
frog.
good and interesting about your
Sometimes it
videos.
is a
generally.
racist frog,
Yeah.
but it's like no, when people share the frog, it's like it's a racist thing, and you, if you're a Nazi, get to smugly retreat to the defense that it's just memes. And you'll even rope some innocent bystanders who aren't actually Nazis into defending your memes too. Some meme enthusiasts, some real meme connoisseurs.
And then, in an absolute masterstroke, you can claim subscribing to a popular YouTuber as a dog whistle. You make the instruction to subscribe to this person.
Look, and you say I highballed it, but £10,000 would be 6 months of our rent, so it wouldn't be buying us a house, but it would, make it easy for us here. Bubble Boy said how much to get you to watch Mauler's Dark Souls thing, and Lorcan said buy them a house. So I know you'd be like buying us this place for free for 6 months.
A secret code that you know is for Nazis. And the left know it's for Nazis, but his whole pre-existing fan base doesn't know, and whenever anyone brings it up, they think that the YouTuber they're a fan of is being accused of being a racist and will defend them.
So when it's the most popular YouTuber in the world, you can imagine this gets pretty tiring, because every time we want to talk about how subscribe to PewDiePie is a racist dog whistle, yep.
I didn't really want to have to talk about the OK symbol or subscribe to PewDiePie, because although these methods of subverting existing memes for fascist signaling are interesting, and a fascinating
We have a
case
Make
study
Racists
of how
Afraid
the
Against
defensive
sticker. It's on the
works,
living room door.
how the society of the spectacle can be manipulated. It just felt like an inconsequential thing that we all argue about online sometimes. I say, hey, that's the racist frog, and they say, no, that frog's just a meme.
I really didn't want to have to talk about this, but then a meme enthusiast, a real meme connoisseur, a Nazi scumbag shithead piece of trash went to 2 mosques in New Zealand, where I was born, and murdered 50 people. An Australian fascist, seen in his court photos doing the OK hand symbol, told viewers on his live stream to subscribe to PewDiePie before shutting it off and doing the largest massacre in New Zealand in almost 250 years. And now it doesn't matter if the OK hand symbol is an ironic fascist symbol or a genuine one, because a genuine mass murderer with a genuine fascist ideology uses it as one.
And yet, somehow people are still defending these things, calling them just memes, and it's because of that mechanism. Tropes and memes.
Another live stream I have that stayed up on the channel, which I generally don't do. I usually live stream on Twitch, but I streamed on here, just playing Shadow of the Colossus for a while right after the shooting happened, because I was feeling really fucking awful. It's just like, I'm just gonna play some Shadow of the Colossus for a while, and that's the thing.
Feminism can be seen as a threat to the validation that you get from your in-group, from your validation gang, when the feminists come to take your games, question the tropes in media that can be harmful to people of all genders by perpetuating a negativity against feminism.
I will take
I still see these
every
reactions
game.
now, even when people themselves are trying to tear
There will
down
be no
harmful
games
things.
left.
Renegade weirdos still see it as part of some agenda by fake gamers, people who don't really. They make the games. What are you talking about? For example, when Wolfenstein 2 came out, there was a narrative in
The
it
people who make the games are the only games
developed a character who
authority.
was a
You
black
can't
activist and
criticize them as
Grace.
being fake
Grace
gamers.
is great and a badass, but when you're first introduced to her, the game takes
Cheers.
a moment to show
Yeah,
you
she rules.
that Blazkowicz, the protagonist and player insert, is actually put off by her rhetoric.
The game gives you a moment to go, nah, at the thing you don't like, if you don't like it. But then
Nah.
which is friendship and respect for her developing, in the hopes that you'll at least reach a point about it. I think the game handles this masterfully in a way that's incredibly empathetic and gentle. And still there are some people who are going, nah, or even have started going, nah, louder and more. Nah, nah,
This is like the example of how we create an in-group real. And if you see
Yeah, that's a good bit.
someone who's
That was fun.
validation,
Yeah, that was really good.
we spin a narrative
Oh,
that's
Speshy.
not a real
Oh,
part of our
Speshy.
in-group and
Baby
therefore de
Speshy.
facto part of the outgroup. This same thing can be the reason intersectionality can be so hard to achieve. The collaboration between leftists, feminists, anti-racists, queer advocates can
Super
involve
Spesh.
every group telling the others the way in which it perpetuates things that are harmful.
Super
And that
Spesh.
questioning feels to every one of those
These
in-groups
games
like
are
an
great.
attack by the outgroup.
Wolfenstein 2 is better
I
than
talked
Wolfenstein
before
1.
about
Nobody believes me,
validation
but it's
clashing
true.
with validity, how people view the
We
things
played
that validate
Wolfenstein
them
2
as part of
first,
their
but I
identity,
do agree that
and
it's
therefore
Yeah,
I
because
like
we got
it
it when
more.
it came out, and then we went back to play the first one.
Yeah.
But it is better. It just is better.
equate it to attacks on
Like I say in my
other
Wolfenstein
people's
videos, like
the sense of
Wolfenstein 2 ends with that
identity and validation
that deliberate like
feels
anticlimax.
just like the
It
sense of
it
self,
sticks
but
to the
the
messaging
actual
better
right to exist.
because the messaging is about how fucking bad and shit war is. And then the ending of Wolfenstein 1 is you do a big fight with a machine man
Yeah.
in a big robot suit.
harmful.
And then in the second one, you don't do a big fight, you just kill him.
Which brings
So-
us back around to
It
Horizon
is
Zero
obviously
Dawn, which
also in the
subverts
context
tropes
of
masterfully.
Trump being president.
It
Like
keeps
that means a
showing
lot
you
that
where you
Yeah.
think it's gonna
America
go,
has
and then
fallen to
suddenly
the
changing
Nazis,
course.
and they're fighting America as
I
you
mean,
know,
as I said in the
as a
video, like
government.
when the first one came out, no one was bothered by it. When the second one came out, they were like, "Oh, you think Nazis are bad?" And it's like, right, right. The difference between 2014 and 2016. I wonder what happened there, or 2018, I think. Yeah.
Be at least
This is
asked to
ridiculous.
tolerate, if not like and respect.
Your brain
them,
versus
so
your brain on
when the
video
anonymous
games.
raiders attack the camp, they kill many of the Nora Braves, including him.
We're not going to
and I'm
watch
so shocked
them
but
in this
so happy that
stream,
they
but
deliberately didn't do that thing
there's
that
two
I thought they were
Wolfenstein
gonna do.
videos in
And I just
Volume
get
1,
chills
which are brilliant, and
right
I was
through
sad
my
that we weren't
whole
going to watch them in
entire
the
body.
stream
When
because they
Silence
haven't
keeps
got
helping out
many
Aloy,
views,
it feels
and I
like
think
he's
they're
going
really, really
to
good.
betray her, or maybe not, and he's just going to fill this
Yeah.
mentor role.
What's the
in a
difference
really
between
familiar way.
2014 and 2018?
When he's got
The
the
ground's
information
moved
he
beneath
wants,
our feet.
He just sort of recognizes that it's
Yep,
her
yep, yep.
story, and she's going to be fine, and he leaves. I just think that's really neat.
There's so much more to discover before the world ends.
And all this?
I leave it to you, of course. As it turned out,
This is a great bit, as I'm saying here. Like,
it was yours all along.
yeah, he's just like, "Oh, it's your story. Oh, bye."
Trespassing.
My favorite
That rules.
Horizon Zero
That's a great
Dawn
bit.
subverts our expectations, though, is the underlying use of dramatic irony.
Section 4. On the Horizon. Dramatic irony, if you
Get
are
it?
familiar,
It's
is
the
a plot element where we, the
Horizon-
audience, know
alright.
something the characters in the story do not know. It is irony arising
Horizon
from the
Zero
knowledge
Dark
we
30.
have that they are characters.
That's the one.
Which I
If
say every
Harry
time
is
but I
in
haven't
one
seen.
room with a gun and hates Henry, and in the other room Henry is declaring loudly,
Gosh, I'd love to be alive.
That's Peter Coffin. That was a good voice bit. I got.
knowledge that Henry isn't privy to. The thing about dramatic irony is, it usually requires a payoff, which is bad news for Henry.
In Horizon Zero Dawn, there is a colossal dramatic irony in the fact that the game is set in the future, and Aloy is trying to discover things about the past. Because she's trying to discover things about the past, we feel like the fact that she lives in a matriarchal society, the fact that her people aren't grouped or separated by race, are things that she will discover are in conflict with the old world. We think, on some level, that she is going to be corrected when she finds out about the way the world used to be.
This is good.
But there is no payoff to this dramatic irony.
Mm-hmm.
She isn't corrected because the old way isn't correct. It's just something that used to make sense to some people who died a long time ago.
This game is deliberately packed with familiar elements. The things I thought at first were off-putting, how similar it was to familiar media, are actually what makes it kind of fucking genius. The names in the game aren't subtle at any point, really. Alloy is a meld of different societies and helps bring people together. Rust is old and worn out.
Oh,
That shitty kid I mentioned earlier is just called Basta. I can only assume because he's a bastard. But there are elements that are chosen either by the game makers or by
He's an
characters
asshole,
in the
and he
past
doesn't get
of the
redeemed
game
before he
that have
dies.
meaning that Aloy and others
Yeah, he
don't
just
realize.
sucks the whole time.
Just sucks and then he dies.
Like you're literally, and it works because you're there just being like, hey Aloy, you should just fucking kill him. And then he dies, and you're like, oh, I didn't want it. I don't want this.
Not like that.
This is bad. This is bad.
Run parallel to the way that Aloy will occasionally discover items like ancient glowing bracelet and have no explanation, but you can see from the icon for the item that it's just a digital watch. There's a process by which the game takes things and removes their context and asks us to imagine them without any cultural significance at all. Elizabeth Sobek is named after Sobek, the Egyptian god of fertility, pharaonic power, and military strength, which is like incredibly apt for what they've done with the character. Like, she's the advisor to Pharaoh and then becomes the mother of the machines and the new humans. We spotted the naming from like a mile out literally as soon as Elizabeth Sobek is mentioned.
Granted, it is a bit of a strange transition going from, she's cool, like that Egyptian crocodile, to, oh no, this woman isn't just called Sobek. She actually is the master of creation, the mother of all mankind, the god of fertility, the emblem of pharaonic power and military might. All will bow before...
I think you need to calm down.
Yeah,
There's
calm
no way people will
stance.
understand
No, I know.
the strength of your emotions.
Okay, I took it to a place... Yeah. Granted,
Yeah, I love that bit. That rules.
You run around in this big
That
open
rules.
world in the ruins of the old civilization, robbed of their meaning by a lack of context. You are
I was
presented with
envisioning it
names,
as a very like
ideas, and
Galadriel
stories that the
moment.
game never comments on explicitly, because Aloy would never have a reason to understand the meaning behind any of it.
I keep comparing Horizon Zero Dawn to Fallout New Vegas, a game that I absolutely adore, a game that in many ways is my favorite game. Why is that?
Post-apocalyptic stories often contain a message about hope. On the one hand, there's this sadness, a mourning for what's been lost. Everyone suffered and they died, and it didn't get better in the end. But on the other hand, much more than that, usually there's this excitement for the idea of being able to start fresh. That's why I keep bringing these two games together, I guess. And it's not just because they're both post-apocalyptic
This is why my dad's
stories.
always said he'd like to live as a hermit on a
The
mountain.
Western as a genre is defined by an era of change. The actual period of history in which all the cowboy adventures
Yeah.
and military stories took place
I
was really only
understand
a
where
little
the
over a
appeal
decade,
comes from.
making this cultural idea we have of the Wild West exist on a knife edge between the world before and the world after.
Right, all Westerns
Plenty of
are about change.
post-apocalyptic fiction, as a result, is the natural
And pretty much
successor
all
to the Western.
post-apocalyptic fiction
One
is
of the wrote at the start
are
of
westerns.
Champions League.
Essentially, yeah,
Trying
exactly.
to make my head as empty as it was the day I was born to this damaged planet 50 years ago, as he discarded some things he felt had no value.
Curios born after 1996 are useless. All they know how to do is quote Vonnegut, eat hot chip, and lie.
Be bisexual and lie.
The process of deciding which things he wanted to take with him into the future and which things he wanted to throw away. Horizon Zero Dawn 2 seems to say that the core of some stories, that fragments of our culture might be
Horizon Zero Dark 30, a post-apocalyptic thriller where the AI that eventually became the US government sends mecha dinosaur special agents out to hunt down tribes living on old oil fields.
Very true.
Deadbeat has clearly decided has value. The game retells elements of stories we're familiar with, superficially flashing us with references to grasp at, if only to signal that we should be choosing what to take with us to the new world. As well as the Greek god names and the ancient Egypt nods, there are elements of other mythologies incorporated too. Elizabeth and Ted allowing the old world to be destroyed and then creating a new one is reminiscent of the biblical flood. The time capsule is like a Noah's Ark. The cloning is...
I remember doing that a lot, where I've forgotten points I've made. I'm like,
the female creator has a daughter
neat.
without a man.
Yeah.
The ultimate gender flip.
She's the mother, the daughter, and the Holy Ghost in the machine.
Yeah.
It's a gender flip of the Holy Trinity.
It's good.
Which is why the triangle button is so significant. I can tell this is going to be the take that ruins me. Hey Eric, what happened to your YouTube channel? Oh, I tried to say that the triangle button has subtext. Now there are only 3 subscribers left.
I think this game is saying something pretty awesome, and I think it has to do with tropes and memes. The game is made up of used pieces, recycled from known elements, to say something new. Or rather to say that nothing is new, and we should put forwards and propagate the things we want to see.
yeah, it's like the text and the subtext of this game are the same, and it works really, really well. They work really perfectly in concert with each other. Yeah.
For you to make the future a little better. And even with the past still with us, every moment is an opportunity for us to let some of the past die and learn from the parts we find meaningful, validating, and constructive. Man, if only there was a big budget movie with that message, I could write a really good video about that. So what does Horizon Zero Dawn on the meta level about tropes and memetics and living in the cultural trash of an imagined, ruined, perfect past? It says, don't worry, because every second is the end of the world, and every second is the start of a new one. So each moment is an opportunity for us to create for ourselves the best future possible.
Oh no, more singing. No! I'm gonna go get myself a snack.
Oh, this one's good!
You can all listen to this one.
Virginia.
You can all listen to this one without me, folks.
I love that end line, it's really good.
Shenandoah River.
Ugh, terrible.
Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road. Hello everyone. I hope you liked that video. It's been in the works for a little while now. Kind of before I even played Horizon Zero Dawn, actually. I'd like to thank Handyman and Bathymetrics for the wonderful music for this video, and Laura Crone, Peter Coffin, and Elwyn Brooks for all giving me their best English accents. I'd also like to thank you.
Gosh, I love being alive!
I have a Patreon and a PayPal, and moreover, quite a bit of rent I have to pay every month. And if a tenth of my current subscribers became $1 patrons each, I'd actually be paying that rent, which is a crazy thought.
Oh my god!
You
say at the end of this,
It's an
if a
interesting
tenth
thought.
of my
Anyway,
subscribers became $1
see you next
patrons,
time, everyone.
I'd be paying my rent. If a tenth of your subscribers became
I
$1
hear her
patrons now, that would be
voice in the
amazing.
morning hours, she calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. And driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have come home yesterday.
Oh yeah, I guess it's $1 to pounds.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Oh yeah, fair enough.
Country road.
It would be pretty cool. I certainly agree it would be pretty
Oh,
cool.
it would still make a huge difference.
Yeah. But also, like, I've had nearly that increase this month. So I'm like, yeah, that would be neat. That would be neat or whatever.
Take me home, country road.
Okay, I'm back.
Country
Wait, is it still going on? Oh god.
Take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia.
Okay. Let's not suffer through that anymore.
Section 1.
It's nice. I just wish that had been a lot, like, that we sung it louder, like, with a bit more energy.
Yeah.
It's just
Alright,
so
let me
hard
just do a
recording.
quick diversion onto one of my onto something that's a shorter video, but it's quite relevant to.
Wow.
Holy shit! It's chucking it down out there.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Oh, this is so cozy.
Curio.
You know what do not eat?
Objective manga review.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right, just a quick diversion onto this now. Okay.
I need to read, but I want to say for this.
Today I'm going to be mixing it up and reviewing something I don't usually look at, manga. The upside of looking at a medium I don't usually explore is that as I don't even like manga, you can be sure I'll be completely and totally objective. I first noted before we look at specific examples that manga books compared to Western comics are much smaller, and you have to read them from right to left instead of left to right, which in both cases is objectively worse. Now, on to some particulars. I recently read My Hero Academia. The story concerns a young boy living in a world where the majority of people have superpowers, but he is one of the unlucky few who do not. Such stories are usually about worlds where most people don't have powers and only a few do, which makes this story objectively quite bad. The focus on the hero Shizuku having to work twice as hard as his peers to achieve success was pretty cool, and when he paused to reflect on his training and explicitly said he was grateful for all the help he'd received and how it had changed his life, I found myself crying for the first time in years. I was reading this book in a cafe, and I suddenly began to openly weep in front of many strangers, thinking about my own life, and for some reason, my father. The art style in this book is different to in other books I've read, so rationally I can say it's pretty good. Overall, I'd give this book a 4 out of 10. Secondly, I decided to look at an older series, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. At first, I was put off this series because I'd heard it was gay, and that either you'd only like it if you were gay, or that liking it would turn you gay. However, when I finally read it, I found that there was nothing even remotely gay about it. Nothing gay happens, there are no gay characters, just men being men. Just guys being bros. Simply unfounded rumors spread most likely by social justice warriors getting hysterical over nothing. I liked the bit where JoJo shot the policeman with a Coke bottle, 9 out of 10. Lastly, I picked up the classic manga Attack on Titan by Hajime Isayama. I had seen the anime adaptation of this story before, so going into the manga I first thought was that Eren Yeager was the only sensible character in the book. He seemed quite reasonably upset at the giant bloody titans trying to eat everyone, and everybody else who keeps trying to ignore the problem were no use at all. There's no two ways about this one. Mikasa is a Mary Sue. It's totally unrealistic that she's such a skilled member of their squad so quickly. Really felt like the writers just wanted to shoehorn in a strong female character. After reading several volumes in this series, I found myself pausing whenever I was at my front door, all of a sudden unable to put the key in the lock, paralyzed by the quandary of trying to bridge the gap between the inside world and the outside world, two impossibly distant universes containing utterly different realities.
Oh my god.
Overall, I give this book a 7 out of 10. Tune in next time while doing an objective review of the movies Casablanca and Citizen Kane. Thank you.
I have found the but here yeah.
Ruled. Okay.
Please just put some more Discord.
Alright, let's watch this very normal Curio video starring me, Curio.
These early noughties platforming collectible that many consider to be a childhood classic. Many of you watching today will have even... Section 1. Introduction.
I just want to say for the record, I'm not meaning to roast Lily when I say this, but Lily had not done speaking on camera before. She only did her like miming to camera thing, and she was not used to it, and it was hard filming this, like getting through the full script. It took a while, but I think it inspired confidence in her because she did end up like now she talks on camera loads. And it's great, so I'm glad that she did that.
Spyro the Dragon is a late 90s and early noughties platforming collectible that many consider to be a childhood classic. Many of you watching today will have even had this charming little purple man on your TV screens at home in your youth, and some of you will have even welcomed him back last year for his return in the Spyro Reignited trilogy. We've come so far with Spyro. We've had good times. We've collected gems, and orbs, and orbs, and orbs. We've had adventures together.
Sorry, I'm just checking the audio stuff while this is a second.
Spyro is an iconic figure in the dream team of our collective childhood. But I have bad news, guys. Because I'm here, I have the authority, and I'm a real gamer. I definitely didn't quit halfway through Ripto's Rage because I had to collect 40 fucking orbs. That's too many fucking orbs. No. I have bad news. A lot of you are going to leave here today feeling very differently about Spyronica's T-Dragon. Because Spyro the Dragon is fucking cancelled.
But. Oh, too many wires, too many cables. Orb.
In his debut appearance, Spyro is the youngest of a proud nation of dragons. Nasty Nork of Nork? Is it his name? His species? Nasty Nork, offended by comments made by a dragon on television, decides in response to freeze all of the dragons, to turn them to stone. The player, as Spyro, must find the dragons and free them from the curse, collect gems, and progress through the worlds until they find Nasty Nork and burn him to death. Hooray! Along the way, Spyro will be sidetracked with various collecting missions and occasionally saving dragon eggs from being kidnapped by shady characters who...
I thought this person was called Ash. Is this Lily? No, this is Lily. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I forgot the knife bit. That's so good. Somebody link Lily's YouTube channel, please.
Spirited and literally filled with the flames of youth. He witnesses a devastating change to his home and he charges into action to take it back. He's a fierce and immediate defender of liberty as he sees it. He cares about trapped dragons, those who are supposed to be his elders, and he cares about gems, restored stolen wealth to its rightful owners. Spyro's quest here is threefold. Liberate his fellow man, take down the man redirecting wealth from the Dragonlands, and regain those stolen funds for the good of the Dragon Country, or island. All the worlds are islands. You gotta travel by balloon. The core play loop in Spyro 1 puts you on a hub world from which you can travel.
Spyro just wants to make Dragon Island great again.
Where you collect gems, rescue eggs, and free dragons. When you have done enough gems, eggs, or dragons, you can travel to the next hub world.
Is
And
it orbs time?
eventually, the world containing nasty
It's time for orbs.
and hella lava. In Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage, Spyro is transported to a place.
So cute, Lily, wearing
it's a
this.
forest.
Wearing your
I don't really
jumper
know
in
the
this.
distinction.
It's not my jumper, it's Ash's jumper, because Ash has the same one in a smaller size.
Anyway, there's a fascist little lizard man called Ripto using violent tactics to terrorize and oppress the local population.
He is a fascist little lizard man.
Obviously, Spyro 2 uses a similar core play loop, progressing from one hub world to the next and traveling through portals to side levels. But in Ripto's Rage, it's AATO.
All about the orbs.
To progress through from one hub world to the next, you need to collect enough orbs to power the portal. You also
Hey,
encounter
this
a
person in the chat just called Pringles chips. Can you just ban them right now? Can you just ban them immediately for that fucking crime? Awful. No, permanently. If possible, delete their account from the website.
How do I do that?
Set of hurdles in the same. You also encounter a secondary
Lily
set of hurdles
is
in the
moth
shape of
cult
money
on
bags to
YouTube.
beg.
Oh yeah, look, I'm
What can I say about money bags? What's not to say? He's there, he's a bear, and he's charging you a fare to teach you moves. So here's the thing about the worlds that you visit for the side levels. Each world is designed around a theme, and that
What
theme,
happened
in
with
many
Sandra?
instances, is a group of people or a culture. It's not just that the worlds Spyro visits are based around other cultures. It's that the designs of
Honestly,
other
until we got
cultures
the
in
better
these
audio
games
system,
seem to be
sometimes the
preoccupied
echo
with
of recording on the Blue
tribal
Snowball
societies,
wasn't
traditional
made it
foreign
not
settings,
better
and
than
wacky
the
characters
noise
with
on
an
just recording from the
exaggerated
camera
resilience
onboard mic.
Yeah.
In other
And so it was
words,
just like a toss up some of the time, just like, oh, should I actually just not bother? Like,
usually correlates with a degradation, an implication of being lesser. In the simplest possible terms, Have you ever noticed that Spyro is a bit heckin' racist?
Section 2. Spyro. Why are you like this? Honestly, once you start to look at it like this, things look worse and worse. Spyro spends a lot of his time literally roasting tribal communities. Look what he does to poor Dr. Shemp's exposed and vulnerable buttocks. Shemp's just minding his own business, standing on an empty stone platform on a pleasant Sunday afternoon.
Right, he just wants to grill, for God's sake.
Had a great time, and then bam, flamed right on the ass.
Right on the ass.
R.I.P.
Wait,
Fucking dead.
isn't Spyro justified in his mission? And don't the ends to some degree justify the means?
No.
Spyro is trying to go after Nasty North, who by definition is nasty. But I think what we need to ask, really, Spyro, is who's the nasty one here?
Spyro the Dragon sees elderly dragons
Beautiful,
lose
a
their
beautiful
squandered
moment.
wealth to a foreign party who media have already popularized as nasty. He sees a reclamation of a huge stockpile of gems held by those elderly dragons, possibly in offshore tax havens. He sees a man, Mr. Nork, apparently legislating that those elderly dragons be encased in crystal and redistributing the acquired gems to invest in industry, as we see clearly in the sheer number of dock workers and engineers Mr. Nork employs in the Nork Cove level. Spyro the Dragon sees these things and is convinced that so-called Nasty Nork...
I like the inspirational posters they've added to
Nasty Nork is
Nasty
identified
Nork's
as the
room in the
pejorative
remake.
descriptor and then the
It's
name
fun.
of his species. It's not
He's
his
just
real name,
trying to
guys.
live his best
real
life.
name is Steve. Nasty Nork is a nickname applied to him by the dragon-biased media. So yeah, Nork retaliated to offensive comments against him and his people, and maybe he took it too far, turning all the dragons to stone. Yes, he's a girl. Yes, he's a gamer. So what? Does that justify Spyro burning him to death? Spyro is emblematic of a generation who should be
I
rebelling
would say
against a
no.
system that is exploiting
Gamers
them,
would say
but instead
yes.
just turn their ire towards cultural outsiders.
Have you done
people
your
from
video
other
on Lily's
societies
channel
and
yet?
cultures.
No.
This is never more clear than in
When?
the second Spyro game.
When?
I think
Ripto's
you should
Rage,
do a poem.
Spyro repeatedly
Yeah, that sounds
obliges
good.
Moneybags, the greedy capitalist bear,
Yeah.
and pays his extortionate fees in exchange for in-game moves, even though Spyro has the power to just toast Moneybags on the spot and seize the moves immediately. Spyro doesn't have to pay rent or power bills or buy food. To him, the essentials are the moveset he needs to progress through the game, and at every point that Spyro pays Moneybags for knowledge.
Jess says, okay, this might be weird and I don't know where this came from, but when I was young, I thought Pringles were called crisps because they were the same, they were all the same shape as opposed to chips, which are
Behind
different.
a barrier of greed, accessible only via increased gems, and this increased mindless
That's fun.
violence.
I think that's fun.
Moneybags' regime is a constantly escalating cycle of indoctrination into violence, and as a result,
Pretty sure it's pronounced
takes over and
Gnastvin
shoves Moneybags from his balcony. The regime in
It
the world
is.
of the game is showing
She's
us
saying
the
it wrong.
evolution from capitalism to fascism. In many ways, Ripto's Rage is the most politically nuanced game in the series.
In Ripto's Rage, Spyro plays both sides in a
This video
war
rules.
between plant people and bird people.
Can I have some Pringles?
Oh, absolutely not. How fucking
He is
dare
held back
you?
by the mercenary, profit-driven
The hell?
He despises Ripto when he deposes him.
Sees the moves of
Spyro
production.
a dragon in a derisive, derogatory way.
Dragon, you are really starting to get on my nerves. Dragon, you've just sealed your fate.
But he honestly appears to be some kind of dragon himself. Why? Because he and Spyro are the same. They're both fascist bastards.
Section 3. Who cares? Me!
It's no coincidence that Spyro himself is emblazoned with colours purple and yellow.
This rules because like the conceit of this video is just like it's the most on brand video for my channel at this point. The way I was doing things, like we're gonna chat a bit about media and then I'm gonna sneak in some political commentary. So it's just literally like she just chats about Spyro, she chats shit about Spyro for ages. And then it's me and I just talk about a completely different thing, just utterly different thing.
Lily, hey, hold up. It's just.
What?
Okay, well, you've just been talking about Spyro for ages. Are you planning to talk about Spyro the whole video?
Well, I mean...
No. That's not good. You need to have a huge diversion onto a totally different topic, completely out of the blue.
Before should talk about the in-universe logic of games, and why any of this matters. There is an in-universe logic in any game that needs to be examined, whether it's a silly kids game or Shadow the Hedgehog. In Mario Odyssey, Nintendo added a new game mechanic, as Nintendo is wont to do. Using your hat, Cappy, you can capture creatures and inhabit them. In the game, capturing essentially seems to mean some sort of spiritual possession. Mario's consciousness is transferred into the body that is captured.
Talk about the
first thing you capture is a
Cappy.
frog.
The existential horror of Cappy, yes.
Mario goes through a sort of out-of-body experience, jumping into the frog's mind. As you progress, you will capture all sorts of things. A zip, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a Goomba, a tower of Goombas, this unholy creation of a disturbed mind. Generally, when you release the captured creature, it despawns, gaming terminology for it goes poof and then disappears, and can be found again where it was originally. This part of the capturing mechanic makes sense in Mario's various cartoony wacky kingdoms, as it adds to the impression that all the enemies are also cartoons. Their sentence is no real issue or concern, because they are silly funny cartoons and sometimes even inanimate objects. But then, Mario reaches New Donk City. New Donk City is inhabited by real people. Really real people. Really unsettlingly real people. Respected art critic Harry Bumblebee made a video examining why real people existing in the same space as Mario triggers our awareness of the uncanny valley. It really gets worse than that, though, because when Mario reaches New Donk City, there are side quests that involve him capturing real human people and possessing them for his own purposes. There are moral and ethical implications to this that no ordinary Nintendo fan should rightly have to confront. Super Mario Odyssey is age-rated 10+. No 10-year-old should have to examine the nature of existence so deeply as to think about what happens when Mario jumps into your body and takes control of your very being. Worse than that, he takes control of these men, if you can even call them men anymore, and not just empty husks, in order to drive a remote control car. He could just ask for the remote. Why don't he just ask for the remote? Does he like doing this? No 10-year-old should be acutely aware of the fact that they are a person controlling a person only so that they can drive a toy car. Look, it matters because it matters to me. And that's about as objective as I'm going to get over it.
There you go.
I care if Spyro is a racist, and I would like him not to be. You can decide to turn a blind eye to it, decide that it isn't important, but I just think it is. So what's the in-game logic that propels Spyro, and why is it racism?
Mario sends you to the sunken
Spyro's
place.
a small boy with a big brain, and
POV Mario sends you to the sunken place.
flying controls. Clearly they've contributed to his inner turmoil, and I think we can all sympathise.
Wow.
Your body's controls were inverted, but only for particular
As you fall into the
scenarios.
sunken place.
You'd
Wow.
The point is, this cute and cheeky little dragon is hell-bent on the terrorization of indigenous peoples and minorities. He is hell-bent on destruction. He will decimate his opponents no matter what. Honestly, I'm just tired of explaining this.
Oh, we started filming
Guys,
through some Vaseline again.
This is one of the
Just smudged it the hell up. Look how fucking racist this game is.
Yeah. Atrocious blackface minstrel character.
Yeah.
It's pretty racist. I don't know what more there is to say.
Legit, what the hell?
Spyro is cancelled. But here's the thing. Should he be cancelled? The only way he can interact with the world is destructive. Look at the cute, spherical little sheep. And all you can ever do is burn them or ram them. Those tiny, fluffy babies hop around happily, and yet you cannot hold them in your arms and tell them you love them. You can only singe off their cloudy, adorable wool and watch as they stand there in shock for a moment before fueling your
Right, the only way he knows how to understand the world is violence.
Your never-satiated minion absorbing death in the form of the expunged moth. Spyro rails against those who are different from him and terrorizes them, it's clear. But why? The system doesn't allow him to do anything else. He doesn't know any better because he just literally can't. When Spyro was looking for orbs, maybe he should have been looking for human connection.
Maybe he should have been looking for a way to see past what makes Nasty Nork different and look at what makes them the same.
To clear things up, I called the de-radicalization expert and doctor of fascismology, Jack Spaint. So I have this friend, I'll call him S to respect his privacy. He's fallen in a bad crowd.
This is the best bit, I think. This is the best bit of this video.
Absolutely is.
Or to be frank, propagandized. He's in deep.
I understand.
What can I do to help him see the error of his ways?
Well, something that's important to understand when you're de-radicalizing someone, it's an ongoing process, right? It's not like light's gonna just flick one day and then they're not radicalized anymore. Like, you need to stick with them as long as that's safe and reasonable for you to do so. Again, it's like, it's not just be one conversation and they say, oh, I was wrong, and then that's it. It's an ongoing process. You need to invest time into speaking with them and not giving up on them.
Doesn't he like bark during one of these bits?
Could be 50 conversations.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of work.
Well, it can be, but sometimes that's just what it takes. It's like you need to keep having those conversations with them. Every conversation, they might feel more heard. They might feel more like you get it. And that can a lot of times be very convincing to people, more so than like a convincing argument necessarily, right? And if you don't have time for that, or if it's maybe a little bit dangerous for you to do so, there are organizations like Life After Hate that are sort of dedicated to this kind of thing that you can refer them on to. How extreme is the situation, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, if I'm being if I'm being honest, I think he's associating with some violent people. He seems so full of hate, I actually worry he might be a danger to someone.
Yeah, that definitely sounds pretty serious. In that case, I'd say the simple things you can do are let him know that he's cared about, let him know that there's a space for him with people outside of the toxic environment he's probably embroiled himself in. You know, a lot of the time loneliness is a big driver. They sort of have this group and they're scared that if they try to branch away from that, the few friends they have are going to abandon them, right? It's very important that they know that they're still going to have friends.
I see, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, if it were just a matter of they were a very conservative friend of yours that maybe occasionally spouted some racist talking points, I would say it's just a matter of continuing to talk to them, continuing to challenge them while also making them aware that you don't hate them. But as it is so serious, I would definitely recommend trying to sort of get them onto those organizations like Life After Hate if they're in the US, or Hope Not Hate if you're in the UK. That's also a good one. You can even talk to them themselves if you'd like. They have resources that maybe benefit to you.
Thank you so much. So, what if should I offer him if a scary tree with murderer eyes and a big mouth starts running at him? If there's a tree and at first it appears to just be a regular tree, but then it comes to life and opens its big scary eyes and it runs at him and tries to eat him?
Sorry?
Like this. Like that.
Suspects.
Evil look.
These guys.
Highly
Okay, that's fine. What about flying levels? How can he beat flying levels? Controls are inverted on one axis, but not both.
That does sound hard.
It's really a lost cause.
No, definitely not. There's hope for everyone.
Yes, but if you can't beat flying levels.
There's definitely hope for everyone. You can't write off anyone as if they're just a lost cause.
I'm sorry, but if you can't tell me how to beat flying levels,
that's not...
Thanks, bye.
I guess fuck Spyro, right? He's a racist and should go to jail, right? Right.
It's better focused now, and I feel like that's unfair. It's unfair to Lily.
There's this guy called Tommy.
I think it was filming at different times as well, so it was lower light when we were filming Lily. The lighting wasn't as good.
I was
Vice,
literally
if
just
you
the
don't know,
focus.
provided the most in-depth coverage of the Charlottesville Trump supporters white supremacist rally in 2017 that saw many injured and one dead. Their coverage of fringe topics that other media companies
The
don't
fucking
tackle
background,
as much is more or
holy
less their
shit.
niche,
Inappropriate.
which is why they're here interviewing
It's
Tommy.
very appropriate.
He is
She's
what I
gonna
can
kill you with a
describe
knife.
in simple terms as very racist.
I feel the need to state categorically, you will be hard pressed to find a time when Tommy is on screen where he isn't saying something just disgustingly racist.
I mean, it's no surprise, really. He's a chapter leader of the EDL, England Defence League. But at the same time, I think that it might be wrong to just look straight past
Poor guy
it
on a
and
scooter
say,
just gets caught in the
well,
middle of
he's a
this
racist.
documentary about
Might
an
be
EDL
missing a few things,
EDL
and he
dude.
might be willfully deciding that he can't change when maybe he can. I'm saying this because when Tommy is talking to the Vice interviewer over the course of a couple of days, he explains
Tommy's
himself pretty
fucking
thoroughly.
jacket,
And lets
not
slip
jacket, jumper
more
there
and
is
more
proper
extreme
graphic design is my
racist
passion.
positions
Holy
as the interview
shit.
goes on.
So bad.
As he begins to trust
So
the interviewer
awful.
more.
The England
The
flag is just
interviewer
ugly.
doesn't comment at the time.
Oh, the St.
and
George's
instead
Cross
waits
fucking
until
sucks,
the
I
end of
agree,
their
but,
time
like-
together to try to challenge his ideas.
That,
Yeah.
like,
Tommy doesn't
English Defence
use a
League,
very
Leamington
varied
Division, no
vocabulary,
more mosques,
and
we
he talks
support
about
our
growing up
troops.
in one of Leamington's
What the fuck is that?
council estates.
What the fuck is that?
The statements he makes
Like-
about the way the world works betray a naivety, a lack of information and education, besides the obvious kind of ignorance inherent in calling someone the N-word or other racist slurs, which he does, while insisting that he isn't racist. It is fair to say that
It's
Tommy
so bizarre
hasn't
how
had some
much people have the
advantages and
notion of, like,
opportunities available to
doing
him.
very,
You would
very
have to be
racist
asleep
things
to
like
be on
divorce
benefits or in
from
poverty in the UK
from the
as Tommy
idea
is,
of being
and not
a
be aware
racist.
that
Like,
someone
being
is
a
They
racist
know-
is like
yeah.
pushing you down.
evil.
They know being. Yeah, if you are a
It might
racist,
not be
you
obvious
are
who
bad.
it is doing
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
It will be
Being a
apparent that
racist is
someone
evil and should be
It
put
is
in
So
really
they
prison
rationalise
and is
it
worthless.
by,
Right?
like,
Tommy's racism appalling.
I'm not
Disgusting.
a racist. It's
I'm
just
not sorry
true
for
that
I'm
I'm
not
better
trying to
than
say
everyone
anything
else.
him.
Like,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
just want to
I'm just
remind
saying it's
everyone
like,
he's a
yeah.
human being, because I feel
There's being
sad
a racist and there's
him.
doing racist.
Tommy knows
I don't know,
that
like
he
I know
has
he
some
wouldn't even
advantages
admit that he does racist stuff
He
either,
knows
but it's
he
just like
perhaps isn't as educated
he is
as
so
others.
racist, and
after
he's just
2
like
days of
not a
being
racist
listened
though.
to without comment or criticism, he feels like the interviewer from Vice is on his side. And then they
I'm
turn
not a
the
transphobe.
tables
I
and
just
confront him about his
obsessively harass
racism.
trans people.
When this happens,
Interesting.
Tommy
I'm protecting
becomes
women, right?
angry,
Of course.
aggressive, and even threatening. But what he keeps saying, or trying to say, is that he feels like they've tricked him. He feels like he's being laughed at. He feels like people
Yeah.
who think they are smarter than him.
He thought they
are
were
laughing
giving him
at him.
an audience.
When
Like,
the
he thought they
media
were
interact
like
with Richard
wanted
Spencer
to
or
understand
Nigel
what was
Farage
going on
or
with
Donald
him.
Trump or any other notable white supremacist, they take an approach that suggests the person they are looking at is of equal intelligence and is wrong about race.
When the media interacts with people like Tommy, there is a framing which suggests he is stupid, not wrong, uneducated, unintelligent.
There is a dramatic irony through the Vice video whereby we, the audience, know what the correct stance on race is, and we get to watch Tommy make himself look foolish.
That intelligence suggests the EDL is essentially made up of football hooligans.
And then, at the end, when he gets challenged by the interviewer, he becomes hostile to the point of physical aggression, because he feels like they're laughing at him.
I'm not wearing any eye makeup in this one. I remember I'm
That's what I was
not.
thinking.
They
But
are.
I really look like I'm wearing eyeliner.
There is a lot of talk about symptoms and causes,
bizarre.
and maybe it's too simplistic to say that Tommy is just a symptom, because I'm sure to the people around him, the ethnic minority people who live near him who get harassed, Tommy is more of a cause. So if Tommy is the cause and not the symptom, let's look at the solutions available. Tommy expresses hurt and anger and feelings of betrayal and says that he doesn't care if he gets arrested, which seems like a non sequitur.
He actually
until he
says,
starts actually getting
I don't
aggressive.
care
Police
if I get nicked
who
again.
have been just off camera,
Like he's been
apparently
arrested
the whole
before.
time, intervened.
Yeah, this shit right here, where
So here's
the
my
police
point.
were there the whole
If
time
Tommy
and
is
you
calmed
never
down
saw
and sent
them,
back home,
and so they were
It's
what,
really
just
happening.
escorting
Will
them
he
the
get less
whole
racist?
time? Like
If
what?
Tommy is
like,
arrested
you
and
know?
sent to prison,
And they were giving him
will
the
he get
impression
less
that he
racist?
was. They were giving him the impression that he was being
So
given
if
like
he is the
a
cause,
platform,
none of the solutions available would
you
help,
know,
then
given curiosity and a
what
chance
should
to
we
express
do?
himself.
Seriously.
And then at the end,
If he is the
yeah,
cause
they
and
do
not the
just
symptom,
kind of admit that they were laughing
none
at him
of
the
the
whole time.
solutions to
It is
him
intercut
as a
with
problem
Jamal
help.
or Jamali, yeah,
Can
Jamali,
we look
like
at
doing
the
his
causes
stand-up
of why
about
he
this
is like
experience.
this?
Literally, like there is just
We get a huge
just a
amount of
middle-class
validation
audience
out
of
of
people
locating the bad guy
at some comedy club
booing them.
just laughing
It
at him
feels
telling the
good,
story of meeting
and it
this guy,
cements our identity
and it's
as part of
intercut
the
through the
industry.
whole of this documentary.
I've seen clips
like,
from the Vice interview shared in
whatever.
leftist
Vice is
statements
bad in a whole bunch of
attacking
ways, but like,
Tommy,
I mean, Vice was founded by
calling him
Gavin
a brown
fucking
shirt,
McGuinness,
a
but
fascist,
like, it's
Yeah,
just It's just, like I say in this video, the
None
difference
of
between
that,
how they talk
but
about
what makes
Richard
all of
Spencer,
that
Donald Trump, Gavin
different
McGuinness,
from Begum?
versus
For
how
those
they talk about
unfamiliar,
Tommy
Begum
here.
is a young woman who
It's
has
like-
been the focus of a media frenzy after she was radicalized and left the
Her
UK
child
to join
died.
ISIS. But then realized that she and
She's
her
a
newborn
British
baby
citizen,
were unsafe
and
and
she was
requested
refused.
re-entry into the UK.
That's
The
just
debate
fucking
around her request
horrible.
has been
She was
typified
15
by
when
one
she
side,
left.
Yeah.
usually right wing, saying that she shouldn't be allowed back into the country because she chose to leave and become an enemy of the state, and the other side, usually left wing, saying that it's morally bankrupt to revoke her citizenship, and furthermore that she is being held to a standard that she wouldn't be being held to if she were white. Shamima Begum's baby died of pneumonia in a refugee camp, while her entry into the UK was being debated by the British media. I don't want to create a false equivalence here between Shamima and Tommy, where I don't think there is one. She is facing most likely one of two options. Either she is allowed back and sent to prison, or she isn't allowed back and her citizenship will be revoked. I don't think her citizenship would be at risk if she were a white person who were trying to return from abroad after preaching white fascism. The move to invalidate her citizenship necessarily would create Muslims as second-class citizens in the UK. I also don't want to make the impression that I think it's the responsibility of individuals to befriend Tommy and make him less racist, to take on the emotional labor of de-radicalizing him. I'm trying to say that we, as a whole,
Yeah, but it's just like if
that our society
Tommy had gone on
should be focused on
holiday,
rehabilitation.
but like had
I'd
lived
say
for 5
Begum is
years
the product of
in
our society.
France
Yeah.
She was
and hooked up
radicalized
with
here,
French
and we
white
owe it to
supremacists
everyone
and then tried to come
accept
back,
her back in.
it would be allowed
and try to
completely.
help her
If
move
he'd killed
past
people, he would be
hateful
going to
ideas.
jail here.
Right.
And I'd say
If he came
Tommy
back.
is
Like,
a product of our society, and that we owe it to everyone
Better stop believing in societies,
to
buddy,
accept him back in
because you live in one.
and try to help him move past hateful ideas.
but Tommy shouldn't be a whole praxis.
So I guess basically.
Right, obviously.
Fuck Spyro, right?
Oh, why didn't we focus on Lily?
As a racist, we should be in jail, right? But not as much as the filthy criminal that thought orbs would be a good addition to the Spyro series. The sick individual that made me think about orbs until
Is this my first horror ending?
Yeah.
must be. I cannot continue to think about orbs. They haunt me in my dreams. They mock me as I try to sleep. They may be faceless spheres, but I know they have a darker energy, and they seek to destroy me.
If Tommy killed the right kind of Irish person, then yeah, he would be a war hero, right?
Well, I've collected some. I've collected more than some. I'm done with orbs. Please let me be done with orbs. When will this tyranny end? If Orb can't find a way to... Orb. Orb didn't mean to say Orb. Orb is... Orb.
Orb is orb.
Orb. Orb. Orb.
Orb.
Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb. Orb.
Lily practiced that so
can we get
many
an
times,
orb in
and it
chat?
was so intense.
Can we please have an orb in chat? Thank you.
Orb, I have a mouth and I must orb.
Horror video essay, Spyro the Dragon call-out video. I'd also like to thank you,
Alright.
viewer.
Let's do that next one.
Oh,
Wait, what was on the end
there's
there?
Fuck! There's a little bit.
Oh, dang it. Heckin' dang. Oh, okay, I know. Yep, yeah. This. Oh,
Fuck!
Oh, shit, fuck. Okay.
Until next time, see ya.
It's the best bit. I really, really love it.
There you go.
Falcon says, I feel like Lily is in the corner of the room still yelling orb at the end of the coronavirus
Look at my
video.
fresh tattoo in that one.
Oh,
It's still
hell yeah.
fresh. You can
That's
see
Lily's
like
drawing.
you can see my leg is still shaved from getting the tattoo. Can I fit this on camera? There it is.
Is that somewhere? Probably.
All right.
I was like, oh, what video is this?
Okay, this is what's going on in Nier Automata. Let's do it. You can see all my notes on the edge there. Right.
Remember your objectivity video? Remember the objective movie review? That's what I meant.
Manga review.
Manga review, yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good.
You fucked that up.
I fucked up bad.
Alright, let's go.
Skelly Joe Man says, yo, does anyone remember the time someone on Twitter tried to claim one square is objectively better than another?
Yeah, I made it the thumbnail of my objectivity mini
Oh
essay.
boy, do we remember.
Yeah, I super remember that.
I made my profile picture that square and I changed my name to objectively the best square.
It's true. It's true. Context on Tattoo. One of our friends asked for a bunch of art to decorate their space with from Lily, or ordered some rather, and when it arrived they took a picture of it, and one of the pictures is this little bunny astronaut saying, hey, I'm in space, it's good, don't talk to me. And I was like, that's my tattoo, that's it, that's what I'm gonna do. That's it, I have to have that now. Because I've already been planning to get my first tattoo, and I was just like, that's it, I'm having that.
It was great showing it to Lily the first time. She was like, wow, that's my handwriting, but I didn't write that.
Yeah, it's great. This is what Nier Automata does to you.
So there's this
your
game.
brain on Nier Automata.
Nier Automata. And I don't know what to think.
Also, my t-shirt says there's a guy named Dick Suckle and he's ruining movies, because that's the truth. There is a guy named Dick Suckle and he is ruining movies. Let's carry on.
Hear more about it.
I should stop pausing over this. I can just talk over it instead.
The people who don't think games are real.
There it is.
Think this game is art. The people who do think games are art think this game is the most beautiful, rich, complex thing they've ever seen. I don't know.
I had this
is what I get when I Google news. But there must be
literally. That's a fucking mouse mat. Jesus Christ.
Staring into it like it's the abyss, and it's starting to stare back into them. Nier is a series, but it's a spin-off pre-existing series, so there's like a whole bunch of games I'd have to play to get the full context. And what am I, made of money? Am I Mr. Dollaroo? I don't have enough to pay my rent even before I gave it all to private investigators to bring me pictures of Adam Driver at the gym. But Nier Automata doesn't rely that heavily on that context, at least in part because it's the magnum opus of the series.
I still haven't finished Route A of Nier Automata. I was really enjoying it. I just started playing something else and never got back to it. To be honest, I can see how that would totally happen. Like, it's so much. Dick Suckle commissioned the animation for Catherine Full Body. Jesus Christ.
Their greatest achievement.
Dick Suckle and Vincent are the same person.
Yoko Taro, Japanese game developer, famous auteur within the industry, and Bobblehead, Child Man, Goblin Goon. What the fuck? Okay, but wait. There's this idea that media with an anime aesthetic is somehow less political than Western media. That it's just a bunch of weird fun with no meaning, or that with all the hypersexualized characters you often get, that it's just there to pander to the fanboy boners, and it's kind of devoid of all artistic merit. And I have to not give in to that idea.
And the answer is somewhere in between.
Just because anime is cursed as hell, that all media with an anime aesthetic is also cursed as hell. I have to not give in to that idea.
Nier Automata Yoha 2B Sister 3D Buttocks Wrist Rest Mat Soft.
Okay, we're going to talk about the game now, but
I have a script in progress, and I'm coming back for you, anime. You won't get away with this, anime. You
That's
will
true.
see
I
your
did.
reckoning.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's
That's
true
good.
facts.
So do you not really use this intro anymore?
I haven't used that in like 6 months.
How do I talk about this game? Okay.
More even.
10,000 years in the future.
Android people, the
Yeah,
Yorha,
okay.
are stuck in a total deadlock in their unending proxy war with the machines.
I like
The machines
deliberately
kind of
read everything really flat because I was just like,
I call it a
I wanted to
proxy war
communicate
because
how like
humans
tiring
and
it is to
androids
think about this
communicate
fucking
when
game.
Machines, only initially vaguely humanoid and totally robotic, are starting to act more and more human, displaying
It's a good game, though.
forming societies.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Androids, initially
Really fun
created
game,
in
yeah.
the image
There's a
of
lot in there.
humanity, have kind of turned into space fascists.
There's an army of lady androids reporting back to a white-robed pure commander. It's like the Dark Souls of Steven Universe?
The story centers around you as 2B, a Yorha military unit, and sexy ninja maid, and 9S, a scouted unit, and Hacker Boy, designed to look like a young boy of maybe
Jess,
13
could you,
or 14. 2B
please-
and 9S
please do a
explore the
Kylo Ren
ruined planet
cosplay
Earth,
video?
fighting various sizes and styles of machines, including sexy shirtless anime.
I like sliding
Okay,
stuff
at
off
least the
screen and
objectification
sighing
is being
because I'm
shared
done
around.
with them as a
Although
as
the
like a-
anime men look like androids,
as like a
which is to
I'm
say
done
they
with
look like
this
humans,
editing trick.
2B and 9S are instantly sure about calling them machines. They were, after all, hatched out of a bizarre
Just looking right at her skirt,
machine
isn't it?
orgy.
At all times, yes.
Yeah.
This is a good couple of videos. I'm excited to watch these ones back actually.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm into this. This is good. This is a good time. There's someone on Twitter whose username is this cannot continue, and they just like my tweets every now and then. I'm like, it's the thing from the guy.
Android? No. This is a machine.
They discover there's a town of pacifist machines that want no part of the war. They also come across A2, a much older Yorha android, on the run from the Yorha. Adam, that's one of the sexy machine men, Adam and Eve, kidnaps 9S, and
Classic.
2B catches up with him and kills Adam. But then 2B and 9S have to fight the grief-stricken Eve.
What the fuck was
who
that?
They defeat in the process.
I just
infecting
didn't
9S
crop
with
the
a
clip, I
logic
think.
virus that affects the
Okay,
machines.
there's another one. Another
But the
objective
9S hacked into
flaw.
to escape
I
the
honestly
virus,
take that as a measure of how tired I was from like
into a machine
Nier
body,
Automata.
proving that
It's just a tiring thing to try and analyze.
wanted them to believe.
But that's not even the whole game. Like, once you finish, the game prompts you to go back and play it again, only this time you play it as 9S, and once you've played it again, you reach a new part of the story where all the Yorha get infected, and the base blows up, and 2B and 9S escape, but 2B gets infected too.
I
And
can't believe it
2S
makes you
to
play the
kill
same
her.
game entirely through
It's a new
twice
story, it's all
before
about
it shows you
9S
the
and
actual
A2.
title card of the
Only
game.
then
Unreal.
does the real title card appear.
This here, the fact that the title card appears here, I found out about this, like,
Are you playing
I mean, I saw it when playing the game, but like, I first found out about it watching a separate video to
Michael Sabat.
a separate video besides Michael Saba's one, because Michael Saba doesn't even mention that it goes around and around and you have to play it 4 times through to get the basic story. And
I want to talk about a simpler game. I don't know how to
Like, it actually is. There's so much in the game that Michael Saba's video, which is really good, like,
soft friend, but this time he's even softer.
barely contains within it, like,
The world is
a basic description that lets you know what's
well,
going
that's
on.
why I chose to do a 2-parter on this, because
Yeah.
I was just like, the one that the other guy did wasn't really much of an analysis, a lot of it was just going through what literally
Yeah,
happens.
yeah, plot beats.
Michael Saba's was too much of an analysis, didn't actually describe what actually happens, and was just trying to talk about the themes with nothing else to it. Like, you don't even know that they do that thing, like I said. But like,
trash and that every level is so intricately designed.
this is a great bit. Anyway,
Constantly aware of people who made the game.
so it's like, you need more time to cover this
Who
correctly,
designed
basically.
this world when everything in it screams, I was made by someone. Even though ironically, the arts and crafts pieces of Yoshi's Crafted World weren't physically made by anyone. They were rendered by a 3D graphics artist.
Now I'm driving a race car. This is the heckin' best. Look, everything's made of cardboard. This is just so cute. Oh, I love this game.
Applying a kind of auteur theory to look at this seems obvious. The auteur is so obvious. But it isn't really useful.
This doesn't have loads to do with the rest of the video. I am just enjoying talking about
It's
Yoshi.
enough to know that all of them will put their intention to create a fun experience.
Basically, just repeatedly.
This level is like tonally
Okay,
dissonant
guess
to the
this
rest
is
of the game.
kind of
Like
a
none of the
spooky
rest of the
level.
game is this
It's
spooky.
not too bad. Oh, hey, an information.
Those bats aren't spooky. To be clear, it is this one enemy. It's terrifying.
If he sees
That's
Oh no! Oh no!
This!
Oh no!
He
no, no.
chases you with an axe.
No! Ah! Oh my god! Oh, okay. Oh no, he's there too! Oh my god!
Yeah, I was proud of how that worked as like a dream sequence bit for me doing an essay. So it's just like the bits where I'm talking on screen, I'm doing this weird analysis of Yoshi that's to do with auteurism, and then the bits where I'm talking to a background, I'm just being like, he's cute, I like Yoshi, and I'm not actually saying anything. Sorry, what were you saying?
Boy, Mamma Mia! Great Caesar's ghost!
Every video about a video game that you do, you have to spend a couple of minutes talking about another video game, justifying why you could do an artistic analysis of a video game at all.
I've been reviewing the film Synecdoche, New York for literally years now.
There you go.
Releases long videos picking over the themes of the film and the ways in which the film executes those themes down to the tiniest details. He's commented on several occasions, even in the reviews, that he feels like he's being swallowed up by this film, like he's trapped reviewing it. The problem, I think, is not just that the film is big and dense, but it's about a man making a play about his own life that ends up including himself making the play.
He starts casting himself and the people in his life as the characters. It's such a good movie.
A spiral, a loop, and it invites you to chase your tail endlessly, especially if the way that you approach it is to pick apart the metaphor just wherever you can find it. I think I can see the same fear here.
I think that the YMS and Mauler honestly have a lot to do with each other. I'm not accusing YMS of just being entirely on Mauler's level, because obviously Mauler is a genius. He's obviously like beyond us. Like where you see a movie, he sees a script. It's like he sees, like you see the numbers, but he sees the Matrix. You know, it's like a special power, exactly. Anyway, sorry, I'm not accusing YMS and Mauler of being on the same level. YMS does do more meaningful analysis than that, but honestly, that Synecdoche thing, I would be shocked if Mauler hasn't watched that. Because of just the way that it, in unordered lists, just picks over details of how they're doing the same things over and over again. You know?
Like it's better than that, but it's really not very structured. It's the kind of like essay writing that you do when you're a bit younger, where but if you've got lots of time,
yes,
where
exactly.
you are just sort of you've got a crib sheet and you're like this.
Yeah. And then they did this, and then they did this, and then they did this.
Backwards script writing, photo thinking. By backwards script writing, he means that he starts at the point where a player playing one of his games feels something and works backwards. Why are they sad? Well, a girl died. Why is that sad?
I saw someone in a Steam forum chat asking about. I was searching for like Yoko Taro trans issues, like Yoko Taro feminism, trying to see if anybody had sources on this stuff. And one of the Google results was this Steam forum chat, and the forum thread.
All about the circles.
The forum thread had this gamer, a real gamer here, comparing seeing Yoko Taro with his mask off to dead naming a trans person. I'm like, that's a gamer take. Wow.
Interact with everything. The aliens, when they show the aliens coming down, the aliens are coming down to Earth and the moon and the moon's orbit around the Earth. They're all circles.
Circles.
the aliens come in and they're these
All
two
about the
oval
circles.
squares, perfectly unnatural to our idyllic circle existence. But then the aliens send down the machines, and the machines are circles with circles for eyes. The circles are the us, and they are the them, but the them is becoming more like us, just as it always has done, and on, because the circle also represents the
I just put the ring in there. I just put the ring.
Of it all.
There we go again, the buttons.
And that's exactly my point. It's very neat, it's very pleasing to see how it all fits together, but what does it really add to our analysis?
Right.
When you have the right framework
It's about
to
cycles,
look at it,
that's one
Nier
point.
Automata isn't
But I literally wanted to do
What?
this.
Yeah.
I literally
Don't talk to me,
wanted
break
to
the fourth
just.
wall.
I literally wanted to do this and have the circle on the PS4 button thing as a point I wanted to make, and then I was like, this is meaningless. This has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, so you got to do it anyway by pointing out that it's not worth doing.
But yeah, and it also points out that, as I say, this is the level of exhaustion that you reach trying to analyze Nier Automata and turn it into a script to explain to people.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Automata isn't actually that complicated.
What?
Don't talk to me, it breaks the fourth wall.
What?
It's not actually it's just long and full of ephemera used to make its central point. And structured in a way you might not quite be expecting. So, what is that structure? Well, if you're a real Star Wars fan like me, you will have read this 10-page essay on the hidden artistry of the prequels and ring structure at least 3 times. And if you haven't read it at least 3 times, it's not a real Star Wars.
No, you don't. I read this years before I met you.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
You just kept bringing it back up?
Yes.
Whoa.
It's a very good essay. Everyone should
really
read
into
it.
it.
And also narratively,
It's a very good essay. Everyone should read it. Seriously.
Chiastic structure using religious texts.
I'm way into this bullshit.
I thought you just read it when you were talking about it.
That seems
I know, I make no differentiation between things that I'm like, I've just read and I'm very excited about, and things I just remembered and I'm very excited about. I make no differentiation between them, so I don't blame you. But, no, I read it ages ago.
Unless you played the game on the easiest difficulty, or you're just really good at games, one of which is me, you're definitely gonna die and start again over and over. And over and over again, here.
We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death.
Which is neat.
In terms of
And
ways
Eric
to
did only
switch
hear
on
that
your
because
audience
I
to
died.
this game.
Eric had actually played through that bit without hearing it.
I played it through flawlessly, and then I was like, I was watching you play it, and I was like, oh, that's actually pretty. Hang on.
In some sense, at the place they started.
This must be really frustrating for you, dying over and over again. This is like a theme.
Chiasms within chiasms, like how the parts of the Star Wars trilogy reflect each other, or how we're only in the first act of this video. I already made 2 parts with reflecting crossover scenes.
Yeah, I bet you felt really smug for noticing, but now everyone's just gonna think you got it after I told you, just like everybody else. Yeah, I saw Curio was doing a thing. I was already familiar with chiastic structure. No, you weren't. Shut the fuck up.
Why don't you go make your own video if you think you're so fucking smart?
Sarah was. I included that clip without telling Sarah that I was going to include that, and she watched it and she's like, "What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm in this video."
Ending spiral of life and death.
But that's not enough to really understand this game. So I'm going to cut straight to the point, and I'm going to tell you.
Jess, you
the core
absolutely
idea
should
of Nier
do
Automata.
let the
Then
past die,
we're gonna
kill
do
it
a
if you
little
have
bit
to
of
in your
backwards
video.
script writing. Because to properly understand this game, to properly analyze it, I think you need to understand the message and then understand how we got there.
In Michael Saba's excellent essay on the humanist philosophy of Nier Automata, you will see how Yoko Taro was apparently inspired by a Coke ad campaign on the border of India and Pakistan. In the ad campaign,
That video is
participants
excellent
had to work together to play a
on
game,
the
except
philosophy of it, but
one participant was
it's just
from
not.
country.
I mean, who am I to criticize? Like, this is how I do it too, but like, it doesn't. It's not a great video on the game. Like, it's just breaking down the ideology of the game without
And the
really
sort of
bringing the game in as
the
context a lot of
affect
the time.
destroy
as well, like
yeah.
the sort of emotional experience of the game.
Exactly.
As you die over
I think my next. I'm more excited about the next video than this one. This one's good, but I'm like, the gender
This one
one.
is set up for the next one.
Yes, but it's like 40 minutes of setup because like that's how much
You need the
you need to
context.
do to talk about Nier Automata. It's fucking annoying.
If you accept, additional little
I
shooters
think
will appear around
you
you.
did this
or
because
continue
the way
helping you
Michael
defeat
Saba
the end
kind
threat.
of talks about
When you finally do,
philosophy
you get one more choice.
in
This
his video,
time,
which I
if anyone
enjoyed,
wants to know,
about Nier
will you
Automata,
delete all your
is
save
very much
data
kind of
and
name
exchange,
dropping it
send your shooter
and
to go help
referencing
Yeah.
it. It's kind of wisecrack style, but like
Hey, it's much better than that. That's not fair.
no, I mean the video is better than that, but the way that he talked about the
I understand what
philosophy
you're
in it
saying. You can see what you're
specifically.
saying.
Thinking
Yeah.
about this ourselves, we can see that
I get
perhaps
you.
nothing serves more perfectly as a selfless gesture than deleting your save data. Your progress through the game is all you have.
The video itself
in
is really
the
good.
game. So deleting your save data, erasing your progress, is ultimately giving up yourself to save someone else.
Analogously, this
Here,
is
you can
like
start to understand the central philosophy of
stuff that
Nier Automata.
Kojima does. And
You can find
I thought of
meaning
Kojima when I
in
first
a
heard about
universe.
this.
Mm.
Like deleting your save data as a metaphor for giving yourself up, ultimate selflessness. You know?
Well, I thought about this when I
Because-
started playing Death Stranding, like some of the stuff.
Well, the reason I'm saying is because Kojima has done that stuff in Metal Gear Solid way before this came along. So stuff like that boss fight where you have to change the clock setting on the PlayStation to make the sniper boss die of old age. Stuff like that.
Did you know
And
that
like,
Joseph Campbell was widely accused of being an anti-Semite and called by some a romantic fascist? Because I did know that. I spent a really long time trying to work into my script that Campbell was in many ways the Jordan Peterson of his day, and his ideas and philosophy about prominent archetypes echoing through history.
Archetypes.
Some really sketchy, semi-fascistic shit. But there's no way to put that in a video about the anime waifu game, so...
The show
I say there's no way to work that into this video, and then I immediately start talking about Kantaro, Sweet Tooth Salaryman. Like, that's such bullshit for me. Like, I absolutely could have worked it in. I mean, I just start talking about Kantaro with Sweet Tooth Salaryman instead.
Curio,
you know?
best.
I don't know, turns into a grape or something. It's a fantastically weird show, and it often feels like it's transparently just a vehicle for food reviews of good spots to get sweet.
That House of Cards moment where he's like, yes,
will relate back
me.
to writings about pudding to quotes from historical figures, including Nietzsche, Winston Churchill.
Right, Bubble Boy says, or the Psycho Mantis fight in Metal Gear Solid 1, where he reads your memory card data and you have to switch controller ports, etc. Right, exactly. That's what I mean. So it's like analogously deleting your save data to, right? Yoko Taro is doing a very similar
Really
thing to
playing with
Kojima
the
there.
technology that you're using.
Yeah, and then you said you thought of Nier Automata when we played
Yeah.
Death Stranding.
When people were talking about the...
I did the same thing, you know. Sorry.
The Neanderthals and stuff like that.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of
Dropping an absolutely fantastic moral critique of modern society.
shit. What was it?
And it does that by taking us on a philosophical
Oh,
journey.
Starts in season 1 with the setup that Eleanor
how do you make killing matter to a gamer? Make it have in-game consequences that are inconvenient enough that a psychopath wouldn't do it. And it makes you respect and value human life for like the first time in video games ever.
Really good.
Like, Death Stranding might be the first game I've played where you can kill someone and you actually don't want to when they're in your way. Like, that's good. That rules. And I thought of Nier Automata because it's like deleting your save data as killing yourself is kind of the same as, killing people is bad because it's inconvenient.
Which begs the question,
Because you're not actually killing
what's
people, so
really
you
the
do.
difference
Like,
between
Yeah, you have to make it matter.
The characters named after
Exactly.
philosophers introduced in Automata
Comparing other YouTube media analysts to Wisecrack is the ultimate burn.
or they aren't necessarily.
The Michael Saba video is good. I really just
Michael
love
Saba rules.
when he's just like going through the different philosophers that they name.
Oh yeah, it's quite listy, yeah.
Yeah.
And de Beauvoir in A Companion to Simone de Beauvoir, Kimberly Hutchings sums up a long academic back and forth of whether Simone de Beauvoir actually read Hegel, or rather whether she has her own interpretation of it that's separate and unique from that of her partner, Jean-Paul Sartre. This is something that thought-mind people would like to call intertextuality. It's the discussion
Shaking my head.
of ideas
Shaking my damn
between
head.
different texts. Famous and well-respected philosopher Simone de Beauvoir absolutely read Hegel, but this is the discussion of how and in what ways her work discusses ideas present in Hegel's works. So we could say, in one sense, that Simone de Beauvoir, as in the person, read Hegel, and that's absolutely true. But we could say in a different sense entirely that Simone de Beauvoir, as in her works, read Hegel, as in his works. This might handily get us around the problem of asking the question, what ideas are present in Nier Automata, while the creator wants us to completely ignore him? We can instead ask, has Nier Automata read, for example, Simone de Beauvoir?
Section 4.
So,
Why everyone
hang
hates
on.
moral philosophy professors.
So, Argarglobal I'm sorry if that's an actual name, and I thought you were just key mashing. Says, does it have to be mechanically inconvenient? I had to stop the full murder route on Undertale when facing Papyrus, and that fight doesn't get any easier when sparing him. But like, on Undertale, it is mechanically inconvenient to kill people through most of the game, right? So like, the most likely outcome is that you've spared most of the people, literally, because it's just easier, and also more fun to spare people, because you get funny facts about them and learning about them, right? And
so I guess I need to understand some basic philosophy.
so the most likely outcome is that when you get round to Flowey, you've spared most people,
I had to learn a lot of philosophy
you know?
from watching Philosophy Tube.
And then you,
And by using Wikipedia as a
by the way, I had a comment on this video that was telling me that I didn't talk about Nietzsche because Philosophy Tube doesn't have a video about Nietzsche, and that's the only place I've learned about philosophy from. And I was like, I didn't talk about Nietzsche because he's not fucking relevant and he sucks. Fuck you. Sorry.
You're just like, I didn't talk about Nietzsche because that's play school level, and I'm over it.
Right, I'm holding here a Foucault book I have read. Like, Nietzsche is kindergarten shit. Fuck you. Anyway, sorry. It's mechanically easier and more fun to spare people in Undertale most of the way through. The most likely outcome is you spared most of the people, but you killed Tauriel, and maybe you killed maybe you killed Papyrus or something as well, right? And then Flowey tells you, yeah, you didn't spare everyone. You're gonna have to go back through the game and be peaceful this time. And then it's mechanically as challenging.
Ghosts? Hegel laid out a theory.
His book's called The Phenomenology of the Spirit. It's a very funny philosophy joke. Anyway,
in their recognition as the master.
The game, in making it equally difficult to spare Papyrus or to spare Tauriel, is challenging your commitment to the peace route, because, like, you know, the game wants you to complete the peace route as well, so it wants to test your commitment to doing it. It deliberately does that on purpose. So it's not really a counter-argument saying that the specific fights are harder or just as hard to spare people as to kill them, because it's easier and more fun most of the time to spare people, and that's the incentive to spare people in general.
Makes you value sparing people.
The concept of the dialectic totally owns.
But I'd still say that Death Stranding is better at the specific thing, because it makes you not want to kill people who are your enemies and who are in the way. Like, who you are angry at, have stolen your stuff, are attacking you, and do suck in Death Stranding.
Well,
but
Death
you don't kill
Stranding
them
is
because it
better
would.
at making you not kill them. Undertale is better at making you value not killing them.
I agree. I completely agree. I'm just talking about the mechanical aspects.
Yeah.
Then integrating even a nod towards anti-racist theory would have been nice.
Right after the first fake title card of the game, when you're placed on Earth to roam free for the first
Oh yeah, imagine if Yoko Taro cared about anti-racist theory. Imagine if there was a robot called Franz Fanon.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah,
you will become your home base merchant. The other is the weaponsmith, who also
the messages of the game are clearly trying to deal with things like race and xenophobia.
Yeah.
And his leg is the last part of his android body
kind of
he hasn't replaced. And he
fighting,
wonders,
but
if I replace this last part, am I still
all of the
ultimately
philosophers name checked in the game. Does
This
it
is a pre-existing conundrum known as the
do
ship of Theseus.
Confucius?
If you took a huge ship and
Yes.
replaced it plank by plank, at
Most
what
of
point
the
would it stop
philosophers
being
name
itself?
checked in the game are like
When you bring
Western
the parts
canon.
back to the weapons trader,
Honestly,
tells
Confucius is
how
viewed
much
as
he
part
loves
of the
his job,
same canon, even though it's not Western. Just because he well, Confucius and Lao Shu, they just predate the European major philosophical canon by such a large amount that it's like it's the same as like with Aristotle or whatever, where really you could argue Greece isn't that much in the same region at all as those people. It doesn't really make much sense, but it's just like
between one thing and another, and war is bad.
The first appearance of Adam
The two
and Eve
genders.
demonstrates right away that there doesn't have to be any visual distinction between the machines and the androids. And the revelation that the androids use machine cores basically says, well, they're the same on the outside, and they're the same on the inside, so...
It's the ship of Theseus.
So through the first
Fucking love it.
playthrough, you'll have answered this question.
And it
What
lends
is the
itself-
difference between one thing and another, with maybe nothing at all.
To really interesting
The divisions
questions, and when it
between
talks
us are
about gender
utterly constructed,
specifically,
even if they have
lends itself to
very
extremely
real
interesting
effects.
questions about gender.
Bringing
A
back in
perfect
every
example of how
vote,
Michael
sometimes
Saba's video doesn't confront
doesn't mean group A,
this,
group B doesn't like
the
each
game at all,
Sometimes one
is that he
is the
talks
master
about Ship
and
of
one is the
Theseus,
slave.
and if you've played the game and know already what Ship of Theseus is, you will remember that guy who's worried about replacing the last bit of his body.
Author James
But Michael
Baldwin
Saba
said-
doesn't mention that guy.
Try and find out in their
Like,
own hearts why it is necessary to have an N-word in the first place.
James Baldwin's the fucking best.
I'm a man.
Yeah, this is such a
If you
great
think I'm
quote.
an N-word, it means you need it.
In the cases of systemic oppression, both group identities can be constructed, but they are usually constructed not by the oppressed group, but by the oppressor alone. Not even the whole in-group, but by the ruling class of that in-group. Nier Automata explores this textually too, in showing that ultimately the androids have the capability to utterly annihilate the machines and win the war, but Yorha does everything they can to keep the war going. This is purely
up?
Hegelian, in the sense
breathing.
that the master, in the master-slave dialectic,
Done.
decides they cannot kill the slave or they will have no one to recognize them as the master, so they keep them in perpetual suffering.
As I explored in my essay on Spider-Man, some groups derive validation from constructed identities, and other groups that are told they are invalid by society, struggle for a sense of validity. Nier Automata would have us all abandon the validation of constructed identities. But why?
After all, the game also references Jean-Paul Sartre, famous existentialist, and Soren Kierkegaard, who acknowledged the absurdity and randomness of the universe and said that the solution was to throw oneself into faith. The game is critical of Kierkegaard's faith answer, but it seems to clearly be preoccupied with the questions of existence and of purpose. After all, the main character is literally named To Be. So, if we are searching for meaning in a meaning
It's like a clever pun. It's like 9S or not 9S. Wait, that's not
Enter
the one.
Pascal,
Shit,
an
fuck,
activist machine in a
fuck.
machine village who wants only to protect the children. Pascal is of course named after Blaise Pascal, who famously created Pascal's wager. Essentially, we have everything to gain from believing in God, and everything to lose from not. Pascal, the robot, not the French guy, takes the children to hide in an abandoned factory after the village is burned down, when infected machines start attacking everything, tearing down the whole village, the whole machine society. A2 protects the factory, but after defeating the infected machines, she and Pascal discover that the children, fearful of their end, have killed themselves. Pascal
fucked up,
begs
bro.
you, currently playing as A2, to either wipe his memory or kill him.
We see through Pascal
That's fucked up, bro.
the tragedy. If only the world could be more
That's a
like
serious
Pascal,
bra moment.
the robot, not the French guy. His children wouldn't have anything to be afraid of. If only the whole world could be as he is, pacifistic, uninterested in fighting.
And then there's Hegel again. If we're trapped in this state of perpetual hatred towards the other, then we're like the master in the master-slave dialectic, only defined by the recognition from outside. But in the dialectic, ultimately the slave
That's a good
turns away
video.
from the master
That-
and focuses
Oh, this
on
Hegel one.
slaves
Yeah, it's
and
great.
their
good.
deeds
Really, really
and
good.
the fruits of their actions as the definitions of who they are.
The game also references philosophers Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Alright, I know you know these guys, calm down.
Marx and Engels, famous for writing the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital, had a focus on a sort of dialectic themselves. In fact, arguably,
I really like
core
the
ideas
machines
of Marxism
representing them
are
as
just
well.
the Hegelian dialectic
The Transformers.
The big industrial.
But they're just literally transform. They've even got faces like Optimus Prime. They're just Transformers. That's so funny.
Broad daylight, Slovenian philosopher Slavoj Žižek writes,
One of the reliable signs is political opportunism.
That's Dan Harmon. I did the thing again. Oh, fuck.
I forgot. I was like, oh, he looks really young there.
If I measure the spin of one particle, I automatically know that of the other. Something similar often happens.
Like a Thief in Broad Daylight is pretty good, and I got really tired of it and just put it the fuck down when he was like, enthusiastic consent is the equal opposite of Islamic rape culture. I was like, cool, Slavoj, I'm done. I'm fucking done. Goodbye. It's a generally good book, and that was just like, hey, fuck off, maybe.
Well, I like that point very much.
The point,
one
the
you
quote,
made.
yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Much better.
obsessed with a black, gay, leftist boogeyman coming to kill him or take his job through affirmative action or pay for healthcare, I guess? Something. This is, of course, an issue with the left as well, though. Bad Mouse recently released a video exploring the perspectives of Southwest Asian and North African
I forgot about
Christians
this.
living in
I'll check the
countries
video,
where
it's really good.
Muslim-controlled
Yeah,
governments
political
are oppressing
correlationism.
and
Yeah.
oppressing them.
But
Due to the left's stance against
Yeah.
the American far right, which
exactly.
is
Christian
typically
conservatism.
fundamentalist Christian,
So we just assume Christianity is always that, and we assume that Christians can't be oppressed anywhere in the world.
Leftists
Where in
often
fact
position
the
themselves
And we only
most
see people
oppressed.
talking about the
against
oppression of
Christian
Christians
oppression.
as
Therefore, for these Swana Christians living
extension of
You
the
only
bad
see
faith.
Dennis Prager talking
Mhm.
about it,
obvious ally
but
in
it's
the West
actually like,
would appear to be the conservatives,
yeah,
championing
yeah.
Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah.
The cycle, both the literal cycles of war in the game and the ring structure of the narrative,
Yeah, it's a good bit.
come to represent the unbreaking cycle of how we continue to form in-groups and out-groups. So Nier Automata ends up being a game all about repetition that is begging for the cycles to end. It wants us to
cannot
understand that in
Right.
a meaningless
Mm.
universe,
Yeah, mhm.
finding meaning is good,
Oh,
but
it's a
that
good
any
game.
divisions
Yeah, it's a pretty good game, actually.
Ooh, good video as well.
thing of all.
It wants us to stop making those in-groups and out-groups and investing in that validation we get from constructed identities.
I love that the ending of this is essentially a post-credits scene. Like, I do get to the end of this, and then I'm like, oh, one more
This
thing.
cannot continue.
And it's a cliffhanger for the next video.
Machines aren't interested in fighting, in invasion, in taking over the world. They're trying to imitate humans because ultimately they want to communicate to the androids that they mean no harm, that they want to make peace, that we're really all just the same. Maybe we always will make those groups and draw that validation. But we need to have more than that. A lot more than that.
Bathymetrics are really good.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's basically what's going on in Nier Automata. Oh! We forgot to talk about one of the philosophers referenced in the game. Okay, wait, don't go anywhere. Has Nier Automata read Simone de Beauvoir?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, good.
This is the title card.
I'd like to thank Shackleford Stanwyck, Quinn Commandant,
Vulcan says, I'm here for
Declan
the Hot
Smartwood,
Transformers discourse.
Ivy Stucker,
Yeah.
Holden Rosengrupp, Dar Sleeper, Sky Dupree, Taggart Emer, Dallas Creamer, and Colby Hamway. Those aren't my patrons. Those are just some top tier lacrosse players I found, and they thought
I
they
was
had
just
such
starting to
great
think,
names.
those are funny
I
names.
should give them a shout out.
Dallas Creamer.
Before we continue, there is a very important shout out I need to give. My sister Morgan, it's her birthday today, so I doubt she's watching, but
Happy birthday to Morgan.
everyone should be aware. Happy birthday to her. That's all. Let's carry on. This might be the last one where I use that card.
So we want to know...
Because this ended up having 2 title cards, because it's got this bit and then within a minute I do another one, so it's like, why bother? You know.
Ideas discussed in Simone de Beauvoir's feminist works are also discussed in Nier Automata. Has Nier Automata read Simone
Oh, I
de
changed
Beauvoir?
jumpers.
And I want to be as just and balanced and fair as I can in this analysis.
Where is that
Sure,
jumper? I haven't seen one in ages.
It would be only too easy with
Yeah.
this game
Shit.
that's full to bursting
It's a really
with
nice
sexy
one.
ninja maids.
Did I spill something on the velvety bit? I think I might have done, and then I didn't
Misogynistic.
wear it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Section 1.
Ugh.
Woman.
Simone Lucy Ernestine Marie Bertrand de Beauvoir was born in 1908. She was a French philosopher, although she didn't consider herself a philosopher. It's okay, Simone. I tell people I'm not a gamer. Do they listen?
In 1929, Jean-Paul Sartre became de Beauvoir's partner, and the two influenced one another's existentialist philosophy. For the next 50 years, they were in a committed but open relationship.
Although before you come to claim them as positive polyamorous role models, let me let you know
No.
that they were involved with 2
yeah.
teenage sisters,
No.
one of whom de Beauvoir taught in secondary school. And let me also say, ew. Let's talk about some of her works instead, shall we?
De Beauvoir was the first person to articulate the difference between
And then she
biological
fucking
sex
wrote a
and socially
book
constructed gender.
turning-
She also explored the definition of women in reaction to the definition
Just
of men.
Condensing the
which
2
was,
sisters into one
funnily
person
enough,
and turning
why she
her into
called
the
her
villain,
book on the
right?
topic
Basically.
The second sex. This, as has been examined
As much as
repeatedly,
there's a
is the
villain, like,
alien
he's not really a
understanding of
villain,
gender.
but, like,
women,
yes,
the
basically,
other,
yes.
is defined so that men can be defined, in the same way that the slave in Hegel's master-slave dialectic is defined as other, so the master can be recognized as the master. She also explored the moral and ethical implications of existentialism, specifically the existentialist work of Sartre. See, at first, de Beauvoir claimed it would be impossible to base a moral and ethical system of Sartre's being and nothingness, and then she just went and did it.
Absolute mad lad.
Which is, if nothing else, an incredible hype strat. In The Ethics of Ambiguity, she
It would be
constructed piece by
impossible.
piece
No
an
one could
understanding
do
of
it. I've done it.
morality
Here it
happens
is.
In a world where not only
Buy
humans
my
have no
fucking
inherent
book.
meaning and purpose, but every human is both subject for themselves and object for others, given freedom by their own self-consciousness or self-awareness, but given limits by their position as an object.
All that to say, there is more to Simone de Beauvoir's work than just the second sex, even if that is considered to be her big work. So, in terms of confronting sexism,
That's a
and
joke from the
division
last
between
video.
genders, it's actually a little sexist in and of itself that Simone is just the woman character who's a woman, and all her ideas are about womaning and women. Although, arguably, this is because each instance of a philosopher referenced in the game isn't actually about their ideas specifically, but a nod to a school of thought that they represent.
Simone de Beauvoir may be seminal, but she's also a slightly outdated feminist reference. In the same way that referencing Marx and Engels gives a nod to awareness of class consciousness, but ultimately Marx's theories are about 200 years out of date.
Right,
Oh
Marx-
boy, did you get some
Referencing
shit
de
for saying
Beauvoir
that
is
in the
used as
comments.
a nod to feminism in general.
That's very
even though
true,
Simone
seriously.
de Beauvoir did
Awful,
other
shitty
philosophical work
comments.
than just feminist
Like,
theory.
how
and
dare
the
you?
second
Marx
section
is
70 years
perfect.
old this
It's
year.
like,
I mean, the first chapter
Marx
opens with
failed
the
to
words,
predict the fidget spinner,
woman.
so...
Very simple for those who like simple answers.
Marx,
She is
still
a
very
womb,
useful,
an
and we
ovoid,
have
parts of
decades
which,
and decades and a
some
century
people
of
may,
useful work built up on Marx.
find to be
to read.
outdated now. Although she does say that's for people who like simple answers. So
David Harvey.
Simone, the robot, not the French woman, is the most hyper
Well,
feminine
just like
character
Marx
in
lived
the
200
Euro
years before the gig economy,
Everything
and he predicted
about
that
her
capitalism
is
would
about
end
performing
shortly.
femininity to the max.
So,
She sings from
you know,
atop a
it's
stage
not.
20
I
feet
also
tall
think
and deadly, wearing an
it's
elaborate
very,
metal ball gown,
it's obviously very
decorated with the corpses of androids she
industrialisation
has slain.
focused, and it's about a particular part of the world.
The first
at a
time you meet
particular
Simone
time.
in Nier Automata, she is slain deadly, wearing feminine, hyper-feminine character in Nier Automata. Everything about her is about performing femininity to the max. She sings from atop a stage 20 feet tall and deadly, wearing an elaborate metal ball gown, decorated with the corpses of androids she has slain.
And honestly, goals.
The first time you meet Simone in Nier Automata, she isn't named, she's just another boss you have to defeat. But on the second playthrough as 9S, the hacker, you get a literal peek inside her world. It turns out she was wildly in love with Jean-Paul, the robot, not the French
Which
guy.
again,
Simone
this
made
is
herself
very
more and more
sexist, like just a
elaborately
very
feminine in order to
sexist
try to
understanding
attract
of what
the
her
affections
life
of Jean-Paul, but Jean-Paul
and her
was
philosophy
wrapped up in
is
his own
when
thoughts,
it's just
pondering the
not.
nature of existence. Barely.
Yeah.
I don't think it's fair to call this a reversal of the real-world relationship between Jean-Paul
Like,
and Simone.
while
as much as
trying
it's
to show
actually
you that
say it
there's
has,
no fundamental
nothing
difference
to
between
fuck
men
to
and
do.
women.
Like,
You could say maybe
So,
Jean Paul. It's
Isn't
had to
it?
call
So
this
it was Michael
reversal.
Sabrit called it a reversal, and you're like, not really.
Right.
It's
Of
actually
the
quite
real world
nothing. It's just-
relationship
it's
between
not-
Jean Paul and Paul. Jean Paul eternally
no
wrapped up in
resemblance
his
to
own
the
thoughts,
relationship.
pondering the nature of existence. Barely noticed her. I don't think it's fair to call this a reversal of the real world relationship between Jean Paul and Simone, as much as it's accurate to say it has nothing the fuck to do. Like, you could say.
Yeah, I think it was Michael Zabba who said that exactly. Yeah, it's like while trying to show that there's no fundamental difference between men and women, and showing that he grasps feminist theory at its core, Yoko Taro also demonstrates that he also kind of hates women. just kind of doesn't respect women, because he's showing that he doesn't conceive of the idea that Simone de Beauvoir could have been a serious philosopher the same as Jean Paul.
And it kind of, obviously you get to it in the video, but it kind of implies like a gender abolitionist kind of view of the world, but in a way that others women and femininity.
Well, yeah, quite a naive way.
As in, like, the stuff that women do is the extra stuff.
Yeah.
Jean Paul, the French guy, not the robot, was more jealous.
Right.
In real...
Female gender is performed.
Yeah.
It's basically
exactly.
the way that it communicates in the game.
Pursuer rather than
gender is performed.
Yeah.
But I don't think we can really know that that's true, especially as the story of these two people in a non-monogamous relationship has been retold by so many monogamous people.
With the kind of
I think
tropes
it's
that
easy
we
to
have
see where
to
the trope of the jealous possessive
gender.
man could have crept in.
To some degree, it seems like Nier Automata trends toward making ironic tragedies for all its philosophers. Kant the Forest King gets transformed into Emmanuel, the tiny baby. Kierkegaard is the headless head of a suicide cult. Hegel is some balls. Okay.
So perhaps the cases of Jean Paul and Simone, the robots, not
Hegel's
have
his
more
balls.
to do with constructing these
Orb.
ironic
Orb.
tragedies than reflecting the
His
real
orb.
people and their actual relationships at all. Jean Paul, the robot, not the French guy, is chronically wrapped up in his own bullshit so much that he barely notices the world around him. His arc ends with him disappearing to go seek the truth of the world.
Do you want to swap
Simone's
seats?
ironic tragedy has to do with her love for Jean Paul, but it really has nothing to do with him. He is the object of her desires in exactly the same sense that she talked about in The Ethics of Ambiguity. It could be anyone in her story. The point of her story is that she fell in love with someone and is trying to be as feminine as possible to attract them. If the game were really trying to reference philosophers' actual ideas by naming characters after them, rather than just using them as a reference to a school of thought they belong to, it might have named this character after Judith Butler instead.
Right.
Judith Butler outlined the theory of gender performativity, the idea that gender is performed. This is commonly misconstrued
Hegel
as
is minions, that's
gender
right.
is only a performance, which is of course upsetting to
There's
trans
minions
people
inside
because it would
the
suggest
orbs.
that when they aren't performing their gender
It's like
correctly,
a hamster ball.
they aren't their gender. However, that's patently absurd. No one would hold cis people to a standard and say that, for example, a cis man stops being a man when he isn't growing a thick, impressive beard or talking over women in meetings. So although gender can be performed, there is more to gender than meets the eye.
I say that, but at the same time,
If you're
someone
an
who,
angry
I guess,
turf,
yeah.
thinking that this is just utter degeneracy, well, I honestly couldn't care any less about what you think.
Inarguably, Simone's character is all about the performance of femininity. I mean, she's in a theatre.
Someone who
on a stage
clearly
the
doesn't.
problem with how Nier Automata represents
yeah,
this idea.
why would they be aware? But clearly it isn't aware. I'm an
Nier
envy.
Automata's central philosophy
Commented
is
being like, "Why are you such a
find meaning
stereotypical
in a
soy boy?"
meaningless universe, but it has to be better
and then
than
like tried
us
to make fun of my
versus them,
beard.
which in the case of gender
and it's like, so
differences,
they are
more
actually
or
trying to
less
police the
gender is fake.
borders of the cis
Now, I'm
male
not gonna argue
identity,
with gender is
trying to
fake,
invalidate
but the
mine,
game
not
frames
knowing that I
this
don't want
message
it.
through the lens of
It was a really weird comment
and
because they
still
were
makes
like, "Why are you such a stereotypical soy
Even
boy?
the sexy
You're
shirtless
balding."
machine
Yeah, I
men
know.
Adam
I
and
haven't
Eve,
since I was 12.
the amount they
you
are
have
arguably
painted
objectified or
fingernails. They said
sexualized,
fingernails rather
they
than
aren't
nails. It was
presented
very
as
creepy.
engaging in an excessive
Real
and
Jack the Ripper
frivolous
vibes on
display
that
of
one.
gender.
And then they
Simone,
said,
on the other hand, is a
beard with poor definition.
Why does she dress
Fucking.
Lies.
She's a robot.
Like, are you
Excuse
kidding
me? Fucking. Excuse me? What now? What now? I literally have the best defined beard of anyone I've ever met, besides people who fucking do that, shave the top side of their beard, which I never. I'm like, no, don't do that. It's awful.
Of course, this doesn't just revolve around Simone. This has to do with all.
Anyway,
women in Nier Automata.
just all that to say, people who call people soy boy online are kind of odd. They don't make lots of sense.
Presenting machines in machines that identify as female.
They're just not
the
really
followers of Jean Paul are the machine with makeup, the machine in
doing
love,
too
and the machine
good.
with a dream.
Although they are in different locations, at different relative distances from Jean-Paul and also to Simone, they are not entirely in a physical straight line from one to the other. The middle iteration, the machine in love, is way out in the desert. But the machine in makeup is in the same location as Jean-Paul, and the machine with a dream is in the same location as Simone. Instead of being necessarily on a straight line to Simone, they are on a metaphorical path towards her. Machine with makeup has begun to perform gender in a basic way. Machine in love is performing her gender not just with makeup but also with clothing and other decorations, although she still retains the default machine form. Machine with a Dream has upgraded her form beyond the basic one.
Right,
to
Machine with a
perform
Dream is just
femininity
transition
better.
balls, that's it.
To me, though, the most interesting thing is the names. Although none of them have names like people, the progression of the names of these machines is really interesting.
I stand by
The
Simona's
first,
goals.
totally
She's 20 feet tall and she's decked out in the
machine with
corpses of
makeup.
her slain
Then
enemies.
a
That
name
just rules.
indicating an internal life and feeling.
I'm like, good for
Machine
her.
in love.
Good
We
for
can
her.
infer that the machine in
Good
love
for
is in
her.
love with Jean-Paul, although this isn't definitely the love that defines her character. Machine
People
with a
who cry
Dream
about
may be
soy boys
dreaming
show
about
themselves to
being
be
with
scared of a
Jean-Paul,
bean.
but maybe not.
Mhm.
This
Yeah,
name is
pretty
the most
much.
ambiguous and allows us the most room for us to imagine what it means. What is her dream? It could be anything. The problem with these
After
machine
this video,
women,
we're about
exactly
halfway
as with
through,
Simone,
so
is that their femininity
maybe we'll
is
just take a
being
5-minute break.
constructed. But that
Maybe 10
construction is being pointed out, which highlights it. as
Whenever I
fake,
tell the stream I'm
frivolous,
going to be gone for 5
pointless
minutes, I'm gone
expression
for
of
10
gender,
minutes, and whenever
whereas
I'm
the
going to say I'm
male
going to be
machines
gone
are
for 10 minutes, I'm gone for 20 minutes, so don't worry about
default
it.
fake machine. The game undercuts itself because although it's going
Pathologically
for
incapable of taking
gender
a
is
5-minute
fake,
break, don't
it
worry
winds
about
up at masculinity is normal, femininity is fake. The male machines don't perform their gender at all, unless Jean-Paul's hat is his masculinity.
Oh, look at all that
Wow,
gender.
I completely forgot to talk about this, so I'm just recording
yeah.
this with no script right now. But I did not mention that there is a bit where a bunch of blue machines who are Romeos and red machines who are Juliets first start to perform
Worth talking
famous
about.
parts of the
Yeah,
play,
this rules.
and
This
then
is
just
great.
fucking annihilate each
absolutely
other.
love that.
Yeah, that's yeah, it speaks for itself, really.
Make
The
me
androids,
taste
for the most part, don't have the same problem, because while the machines are building from the bottom
I like
upwards,
when I'm just
trying to
like, I
learn
think
to
that
imitate
speaks for
humanity,
itself.
the androids were made in
that's just-
humanity's image. The Yorha androids come in two kinds, adult woman and young boy, or more accurately, Ninja Maid and Hackatine. There are adult men among the resistance
There
androids down on Earth.
were
but
some
among the androids from
spicy
space
takes
stations,
in
2B and
response
9S
to
seem
me
be a pretty representative
calling out
sample.
how weird it is
herself is
that
quite well written,
there's
even
just a
when she
young
isn't in
boy
the story.
romancing
In another
adult
story,
women.
And
woman
kind of
who
naming
would
it as a
start
trope as
kicking
well.
off a revenge
Yeah,
murder
people were
rampage would be the woman in
mad.
the refrigerator.
Gamers were
To be
mad.
The heart of the story, the main
Oof.
character. I'm not
Jordan
gonna
Peterson
rant
should
on and
absolutely
on
wear a
about
top
design
hat.
to
Yes.
the other Yorha androids
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah, it's kind of
I
crime
think
he
it's
doesn't.
enough to
Oh,
say
actually,
that they're
yeah.
clearly
Yeah, I support
designed
that.
to be sexually
Maybe
fighting.
she'd have a
2B
better
is
life
placed
if
in
you
the
were a
position
top
where
Don't
you have
let
a
your
certain
dreams be dreams,
relationship to
Jordan.
her. You think that you are acting as her, since you control her in the story, but a part of you still exists separate to her as the observer, as the
Watching
voyeur.
her butt.
And that's where the parasocial element creeps in. Parasocial relationships, recently the hot topic of many YouTube video essays, is the academic term
Don't we know
for
it?
one-sided
Don't we fucking know it?
relationships,
Thank
where
you,
someone feels
Shannon.
like they have a real relationship with someone
Wham,
they don't
bam, thank you,
necessarily have a
Shan.
social relationship with. Relative to our discussion of Nier Automata, it's also very possible to design something to encourage that relationship. For example, I don't know, if a website sent you a push notification to
This
congratulate
really well
you every
represents
time
what
that a
you're talking
content
about in
creator
just
thought
one
your
image.
comment
That's so
on their
good,
content
actually.
was good.
You've got all these
Some
blue
of these
robots, so
people
there's just a
I
couple
have
of things.
real social relationships with, but all of them are creators whose content I've watched. So to some degree I also have parasocial relationships to the idea of those people. And at least in the case of Lily, my biggest fan, some of those people have parasocial relationships to the idea of me.
Parasocial relationships
Those are
aren't
all tapped
inherently
from my
good
like
or bad,
phone
they're
lock
just
screen.
What happens when there's some sort of character or persona that seemingly interacts with you, the audience. You feel like you know them even though you don't. And that's why, even if you do have an actual social relationship to some sort of public persona, there's a separate element, a parasocial relationship to the character that they play.
So, going back to Nier Automata, we can see that this character, 2B, is someone we're developing a parasocial relationship with. We push button and she do thing, and when she do thing, she's sexy. So there's a parasocial attraction to this character. You might even say, hey, I find this gratuitous, I don't want to look at her butt all the time. But the game deliberately autocorrects the third-person camera as you run.
This is sped up to show because it's very slow.
Her. There is, I think, a fairly solid case that the design
takes a while,
of the game is trying to elicit that parasocial attraction.
It sinks back down
When
to the
asked
exact
about the design
angle
of
to just
your
peek up her skirt.
androids, Yoko Taro, ever the enigmatic and facetious dickhead, replied, I just really like girls. In that design talk where he looked at backwards scriptwriting and photo thinking, his example was that the audience is sad because a girl dies. It's almost absurdly tokenistic and objectifying. The girl, young, innocent, loved, is just a tool to make the audience sad.
She's clearly an object in his story, but she doesn't get to be a subject in hers. You know?
Oh god. However, the strongest piece of evidence that the game is trying to build up that parasocial attraction doesn't actually relate to 2B or any of the feminine androids. It has to do with the male protagonist of Nier Automata.
Section 3. 9S is a worthless piss boy. In Michael Saba's essay,
Got right
Saba
close to
says
the
that there
microphone
was a
there.
particular thing in the game that made him sit up and take notice. When he was fighting Simone, she was demanding people
It's such
look
a
at
cheesy
her,
bit.
insisting she must be beautiful.
So
The
silly.
game wouldn't let the player move the camera, denying Simone the attention that she demanded. The thing is, the part of the game that made him sit up and take notice is also what made me sit up and take notice. Michael says in that essay that other analysis of this game misses the mark, but I haven't really seen any analysis of Nier Automata that really looks at gender. And that's weird to me, because playing through one loop as 2B and then another loop as 9S has a pretty clear meta-narrative, in my opinion, to do with gender and the sexuality of a presumed straight male audience. At first, you're positioned one step removed from 2B, although common sense would tell you you're actually no steps removed. For all intents and purposes, you think you simply are her. As I said before, you press button, she do thing. Because you don't realize you are one step removed from her, you aren't aware that you're developing that parasocial attraction. When you play again as 9S, you're an extra step removed from 2B. Now, seeing her through 9S, you can maybe see that you are being shown 9S's relationship to her, and realizing that his unrequited attraction is your unrequited attraction. Your parasocial attraction to this character on a screen may as well be his attraction to this real woman who treats him coldly and brushes off any attempts at friendliness. Any relationship they have is clearly in his head, with a character of her, not the real person she is. I think there's a reason that 2B and 9S are a grown woman in an absurd ninja
Screaming anime boy.
and an adolescent boy. 9S isn't a
so
fully
done.
grown man, so there's a certain automatic harmlessness about him. Essentially, he has
Fuck
the
off.
mind and personality of an adult, but the body of a
Shinji
child.
stabbing with the
making any
vibro blade.
possible relationship between them
Stop.
absurd.
It's awful.
Why should
I hate
2B
it.
be interested at all by this boy?
The live action adaptation of
Therefore, he becomes the perfect
Airbender.
emblem of both male entitlement
And screaming because
and
the airbenders are dead.
impotence.
It's
A2,
awful.
the
It's all
third
terrible.
protagonist of the
It's the
game, is
worst.
a bad bitch. By which I mean she kicks ass and she totally fucking owns. Her character is less well developed than that of 2B, maybe because she comes in as a secondary character, introduced first as an antagonist. A2 is also seemingly less developed than 2B, because in some sense she is 2B. That is, she's an older Yorha battle unit that 2B is physically modeled after, and once 2B is dead, A2 is there to continue 2B's story. 2B is revealed in the late game to be a unit sent to kill 9S whenever he discovers the truth that the war is pointless, humanity is dead, and the androids and machines are the same, so that Yorha's eternal war can continue. She's done this potentially countless times, and 9S has had his memories wiped and been sent back to continue his service.
Yep.
So, what I mean
Yep.
by A2 exists to continue 2B's story
Women are evil.
is not that
and
A2
we're
is
sent
trying
to
to
kill
carry
you.
out 2B's
And also look
mission
at
in
the
the
butt.
narrative, but that she takes
That's what the game is.
2B's place in the narrative. The reveal of this information by A2 to 9S serves as a final nail in the coffin of their relationship.
Honestly, I think
Dude,
it's...
she never could have been into you.
Yeah.
2B is the main character.
I
The
think
story is about her.
If
the
when you're
real
watching the
game,
gameplay footage
but
from
doesn't
me,
feature
there's
her for the most part.
a
She is the
subtle
main
version of the
character,
shot
and
I did
you feel
earlier.
bad
Like you can
for
see it
playing
every
her
now and then,
first.
where I am
She
just
does a
flicking the
huge amount
camera
to
up. Because
other
firstly,
9S's story
it's
by making
actually
2B
worse
that
for
main
playing
character, which
to have the
gives you
camera
room
so
to
close
see
to the
9S's
floor. It's
interactions
harder to play that
from a
way.
different angle.
And B,
When
I
Adam
feel
has
weird
9S
about
held
it trying to
hostage,
show me
you
her
taunts and
ass all the
manipulate
time.
him, saying at
So
one point, "You're
sometimes
thinking
you'll
about how
just
much you
see
want
me
to
like
be,
just
aren't you?"
flip the
As
camera
has been
up to
pointed
look
out, is
down
a
more,
four-letter word that has
and
been
then it just
censored
trail
out.
like,
And
but
it
just
could be
much
fun,
less
but
than
it
like
could also be kill.
is apparent in
but it's
that
probably
long
fun.
shot I did.
2B has become the target of 9S's hatred as much as the machines are, and it all manifests around A2. Playing as A2 gives you the third perspective. First, seeing 2B as an invisible eyeball, a non-corporeal spectator, then seeing her through 9S's eyes, and therefore seeing 9S's attraction to her as a parallel to our own. Then, with 2B made unavailable to him, we see from the outside a conflict between 9S and a woman near identical to the woman he was pursuing, A2. Looking at the story through a squint, focusing less on the details of 2B's convoluted mission or the Yoha War, and just the general shapes of these characters.
There are some people who think this is real bullshit.
There's a story here.
And I'm just
about
like,
9S
then
pursuing
why is
2B,
she identical?
her rejecting
I'm
his
like,
advances,
then why
and
does
him
she cut
flying
off
into
her
a fury
hair
filled
right
with
after
impotent
killing
rage, while at the
2B?
same time
Right after
seriously,
killing 2B, she
murderously
cuts her
angry.
hair,
His
literally
rage
the
is
same
impotent
scene
because he
immediately,
cannot get him what he wants,
just so that she looks
but he
exactly
still
like her.
poses a threat
Why,
to her.
if it's
And
not
by
for the
her,
reason I'm saying
I mean
here?
the woman who
You know?
killed the woman he was interested in, A2.
It's just
this impressionist
super clear, I think.
squinting view of the story crystallizes in this moment, where 9S gruesomely stabs an illusion of 2B over and over and over.
And why would
He's
they
no
do
longer
this?
mourning the loss of his beloved. He just wants
Also with
revenge
his like
on the
massive
machines,
oversized
on the
sword
world,
that's like practically as long as he is because he's a
on
small
women.
boy.
From 9S's perspective,
You know?
2B, the sexy and lovable woman he knows, who to some degree falls into the born sexy yesterday trope, is replaced by someone who looks just like her, but is older, with a complete backstory and internal life.
Not born
She's
sexy
the
yesterday.
subject, not the object.
She has taken 2B away from him. Like, dude, we get it. You hate women.
I'm not saying this is what Nier Automata is about, but I would call this theme undeniable. A core interaction of the characters in this story is an exploration of straight male sexuality and what happens when women don't reciprocate men's affection.
Nonetheless, the 9S as audience insert
Nicely
theme
done.
of the second playthrough, shaming the
Hang
straight
on.
male sexuality, does something
on.
unintentionally that hurts the feminist stance of the game. That is often the problem with feminism written by and for straight men. It's usually much more focused around how guilty men should feel for how they treat women than anything else. And that means that first, they have to represent how men treat women, which usually means first have to just replicate a lot of the things they're trying to criticize. It's like if I wanted to get really into the problem of anti-Semitism as a way of displacing anti-capitalist criticism. So I made a video called The Real Problem with Zuckerberg, and I picked out a picture for the thumbnail where Mark Zuckerberg looked sufficiently like an anti-Semitic stereotype. Or maybe I edit him to have creepy lizard eyes, or both. And then in the video I explained that no, it's nothing to do with him being Jewish, it's really just a point about capitalism. If I did that, I still would have spent a bunch of time creating an aesthetic for the video that was functionally indistinguishable from regular-degular anti-Semitism. The problem is that plenty of people play Nier Automata in a way that's analogous to just seeing the title and thumbnail of the video and not actually watching it. So yes, in some ways, the answer to the question
Feels particularly
why do you
pertinent
design
after
the
my
androids
video
to be
essay on
sexy
David
ninja
Cronenberg
maids
was
in
removed from
Rotaro
r/video essay,
is,
citing that it
in
wasn't a
fact,
video essay.
I
And I'm
just
very,
really like girls.
very sure it was
Section
because they
4.
didn't watch the
A few
video
different
and just saw the title.
As I said at the start, the second sentence is 70 years old this year. There isn't much
I
in it
stayed up
that's
late
exactly
watching David
outdated or
Cronenberg
outright
movies.
wrong.
This is a
But there has been a lot
vlog.
of feminist
This is clearly a vlog. How dare you?
patriarchy that Debova was writing about has changed a fair bit. For example, not just women, but increasingly people of all genders are expected to look as beautiful as possible.
Gonna moisturize, gonna look cute, everyone's gonna say I'm cute, they don't think I'm cute, then they'll stop giving me money, and I'll lose the house!
Being too sexy is seen by some to be more empowering now, as opposed to the original analysis of the limiting nature of sexual objectification. which means that the horny discourse, the unending tidal wave of fanboy boners, is good.
No.
Oh no!
The game itself seemingly uses much more modern
No.
ideas of gender in its philosophical examination of it. After all, have you seen Simone and her feminine dragon of chaos? Yes, under her skirt, Simone has a big, semi-phallic dragon monster. I feel that once again, this is a use of the game's Ship of Theseus theme, combined with some of those ideas of gender performatism. Simone has a dragon down there, but you still identify
This
her as a
game
woman. So
Probably
in
does
a
have
sense,
something to say
Yoko
about
Taro
trans
says
people.
trans rights,
And what
I
is
guess.
that?
Someone was
In all
fucking
seriousness, there are
furious that
queer
I made the
characters in the game.
joke.
To be
Yoko
here.
Taro
What's
says
wrong?
trans rights, I guess.
Really?
They were like, "How dare you? He clearly is an awful bigot." I
Right.
was like, "No, I was kidding." Like, the whole game is awful towards
So
women.
Neurotomata's
Well, you
philosophy
chose
of
to.
Obviously
breaking down
don't
the constructed
think that,
identities,
like,
looking past differences,
whatever.
has been applied there. The androids don't care about being gay or straight. Why would they?
My point in pointing out that the second sex is in some ways outdated is that to some degree the investigation of whether Nier Automata has read Simone de Beauvoir is made irrelevant by the fact that the game is using her as a nod towards feminism in general rather than her specific work.
Moreover, my point
Who
is
is
that
with
there is an
Curio?
interpretation
It's me,
in which we
Natalie.
can
I
understand
am
Nier Automata
Curio's
to be
partner.
using
Eric's
a very
partner.
up-to-date
And I help make
and yes, it does all
videos.
center around Simone's dragon dick.
Mostly
There is another
Eric tells me
interpretation
about the
we
script
can make in which
as they're
Neurotomata's
writing
feminism
it,
is less
and
well thought
I
through.
help
In which
film
case,
on the day.
the game recreates a lot of
You're the camera
potentially
operator.
unhelpful
You're
tropes
the
in order to
director.
criticize
You
them.
do a fair bit of editing.
Inarguably,
You have
the
done.
way the game delivers these ideas
You haven't done any
is
since the
complex
computer
and
deleted
rich,
all the files.
But in this interpretation, the feminist theory of the game is less sophisticated.
You're a script editor.
And there is
Yeah, but I don't.
I credit you on like
another
every video with this
interpretation
stuff.
in which Yoko
I help you
Taro
edit the
And you
script,
try
but
to
I
insist
don't
that it doesn't,
write
it's not
feminist
real, but
ideas
it's not
at all.
true.
One in which he really does just really like girls.
Yeah.
It's not this one. Yoko Taro has stated again and again that he doesn't want people.
He's
guessing his
clearly trying to do
intentions, that
more
he
than
wants
that.
His games to stand for
Yeah.
themselves.
Reading
So
number
it's
one,
up
he
to
just really
us
likes girls.
to
It's
judge
not that one.
which
He
of
has
these
something to say about
interpretations we
gender.
like.
I just think
Of these
it could be better.
interpretations, for
Yeah.
me,
I
it's
think
pretty
some of the
clear
things
that
he
the
has
one
to
I
say about
prefer
gender undercut
is
the
the
other
first one.
things that he wants to say about gender.
John Source, a non-binary person writing about playing Nier Automata and coming to terms with their gender identity, wrote, "The first time
Got
I
a Nat
played,
fan in the chat
I hit
there.
the delete
Hey,
file
thank
button.
you.
Can I
without
get a
even
Nat
thinking.
rules in the chat, everybody?
Visiting this world again at the end of the year, with the weight of these past few months on me, the
I
choice
also
isn't so simple.
claim to only eat
I find
beef.
myself sitting down to my
different
computer
videos.
again and again.
You
to
have
visit
acted
that
in several
screaming
videos,
thing
yes.
in the basement of the amusement park.
I don't.
She does not want me
beef.
there.
I'm a vegetarian.
I wish
Yeah,
I could
far
find a
from it.
way
Yeah.
to save her. For as long as I leave my save file intact, she is still locked away in that basement theater. I'm keeping her alive.
I'm so glad I found this.
Breathing.
Mm-hmm.
Screaming. Beautiful, she cries, for the 100th time. Beautiful. I must become beautiful. If only.
That first interpretation of Nier Automata, in which we give it the benefit of the doubt, and we read those feminist ideas in it that break down
Oof.
the gender binary,
Oof.
seems the most useful to me, the most meaningful. Beyond use and meaning, though, there's still something more about it. In terms of how we relate to the piece, this way seems better
That has a
to me.
justified position
In
in
terms
the
of how we
hierarchy.
experience the game, this
Oh, thank you.
interpretation only makes it more powerful,
Position is the bottom.
more rich.
Oh.
It's justified because you leave my streams for an hour and go fucking tweet from the toilet.
I missed the ending of the video.
Okay, fine.
More rich.
Yeah. More
Use and meaning, though, there's still something more about it. In terms of how we relate to the piece, this way seems better to me. In terms of how we experience the game, this interpretation only makes it more powerful, more rich, more haunting.
Yeah. It's good. It's a good video. I
There you
like
go.
this video.
There you go. Okay,
Isn't this one has more views than
I'd like
the
to
previous?
thank Baphometrics and Han the Man
Yes.
for making
It's a
fantastic.
two-parter. I'm
Yes.
glad people watched the one that you wanted them to watch more particularly?
The gender one. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, me too.
The other one's
I mean, yeah, they should watch the other one for context. But anyway, friendos, I'm gonna go wee and stuff like that. We're taking a 10-minute break. Get yourselves a drink or whatever. Remember to stay hydrated, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
And we'll be back in 10. It is 4 now. We'll be back at 4:10-ish. Bye. Hello? Hello?
That was you.
Hello?
Hello?
What are you doing?
Get
Bonch.
extra
Bonch.
length by untangling it.
She's talking about the headphones. By the way.
Oh,
ow.
shit.
Oh, fucking hell.
That's us.
Ruin a bonch.
That's us. We're in the TV. Just like we were before.
Shall we carry on?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks to my mum, not Ayn Rand.
Yeah, because it's like all the good philosophers, not Ayn Rand.
Exactly.
The
next one's Dream Daddy. Oh, I'm so
yeah,
excited.
I thought the next one was anime, but it's Dream Daddy. Let's go. Oh, good opening. That's good stuff.
I love it.
Whoa now. Spicy. Whoa. Whoa.
The goblin said arrived just in time for pee-pee.
Because I said I was going for a pee-pee.
Yeah. Secret sinister gay agenda. I gosh darn love this video. It's just all positive.
Oh no.
That little face.
Oh, I realised my mistake. I'm really sorry, guys.
Fuck!
I didn't have the audio on for the video.
Fuck!
It's a dad dating
Sorry,
sim.
everybody.
It doesn't
Sorry.
Subtle or clever. It doesn't owe you that. Then there's Damien, goth dad,
Thanks, guys.
vampire man. To best understand Damien, I suggest you read the article.
What we
by
said so
Hannah
far
Michelle's
was, I
titled
gosh
Sword
darn love this
Guys
video.
They could hear us.
And I've had sex with all
Shit.
of them. Because, as she says,
sword guys are a real thing, and we should be talking about them, especially in a romantic context.
I spent
So-
3 years of my life with a man who owns a Klingon
The
vampire.
woman who wrote that article
Yes.
has seen this video.
She's commented on it. She was like, yes.
In fact, if you encounter
Sword
a
guys,
guy in a different
yes.
coastal city, you should know that I have had sex with him. I genuinely think there's no better demonstration of sexism in our society but not sword guys. And I do not mean to disparage either. This is despite the fact that the transition into the sword guy lifestyle is
These
swift.
slow-mos of swords cutting
Yeah,
things
it's
is
really
pretty
insane.
fucking good.
I'm enjoying it.
3 cats before her cat ownership
Avocado
becomes
one was
a
good.
lifestyle statement
Yeah.
and people deem her a cat lady. But if a guy just mounts a single katana on his wall, he is saying, that's it. This is me now.
Oh yeah.
Yet we never talk about sword guys?
last of course, there's Robert. Just
What happened there?
creepily
Left in
lurking
a
the
frame of
shadows,
some shit there.
waiting, watching you while you and the other dad.
Pause, story time.
We can talk about why Lily was the person reading that quote, because we had a big long conversation with her about sword guys.
No,
Yeah.
that wasn't what I was going to say. I was going to say, hey, call me a boomer again, I will ban you all. No, I was going to talk about how hard it was to get this one frame.
Oh my god, yeah.
Because I remembered this frame, and it's the loading screen that isn't capturable, like can't be streamed, can't be recorded on the PS4. I mean, maybe on the PC version too, but you can't capture it. You just can't. And so there were no images of it anywhere online either. It wasn't in any of the playthroughs. It wasn't anywhere.
You just knew you'd seen it, and,
and I knew I'd seen it, and I wanted to show this Robert lurking creepily in the woods during the barbecue. And I just couldn't find it anywhere. I thought I was going fucking insane. I thought I was going fucking insane. Like, I was just, what the hell? Why the fuck? You know? Like, why the fuck?
How did you have to take a picture of it then?
This is, I literally just took a picture with my phone.
Oh my god.
This is a photo taken with my phone of the PS4 screen.
Just needed it.
Mm-hmm.
Lorcan says he has a sword, and I appreciate you, Lorcan. That's cool.
Yeah.
I kind of want a sword like after you made this video.
Some people seem to come away from
okay.
this video thinking that I'm trying to shame sword guys.
You do not mean to disparage either.
And I make a really clear point that if you don't know about sword guys, you would think they're all like David Serini, and that's a shame because plenty of them are really nice people. That's the point. That's the actual point of the video, and loads of people came away from it being like, but I'm a sword guy and I'm not David Serini. It's like, yeah, now apply that logic to gay representation. Yes, that's the point. Yes.
Happily barbecue. Or we'll get back to you, Robert.
Robert.
Of course, is a gay dating sim, and I'm talking about it for Pride Month, but it isn't Pride-oriented specifically. A dating sim set of Pride would suck. Just trying to figure out if you're technically on a date with this person.
Yeah,
Wondering
Russell.
if they actually like you while they think exactly the same things.
I love how you did
Explain
this.
how horoscopes work until we both get tired and go home. I think it's great we have Pride as a thing.
I had a lot of fun faking up those.
Because with all the crazy stuff going on,
It's the HSBC buzz. I'm like, there are problems with it.
as a thing,
Fucking
even if
hell,
there are
bro.
problems with it, and there are problems with it.
Happy Pride, everybody,
And
from
it's
HSBC.
Literally, the majority of the floats going by
Oh,
are
yeah,
like some fucking bank
Because
or
they're
business.
the people who can afford to buy a
Yeah.
float, exactly.
It's actually like not nice.
They can't just like sponsor a normal Pride float. It has to be a branded Pride float for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I had a lot of fun faking up these like
Happy Pride Month!
Dream Daddy dating bits.
LGBT
They're really good.
Let's look at how good this dating sim is as a dating sim, and also how it does, or what it does.
I think game analysis sometimes shies away from visual novels like this because the consensus seems to be that the only thing to this game is the writing, the storytelling and characterization, and that it's barely a game. The mechanics and design aren't worth considering. But I don't think that's fair in the slightest. If you look at conversational scenes in Night in the Woods, there are small moments where the game uses the game mechanics to tell you something. You're drunk, so the dialogue option you suggest is not what comes out of your character's mouth.
Nice in the Woods
Or
rules.
when the dialogue choices you have are so similar that the choice between
so
them
good.
feels pointless. So, similarly, in Dream Daddy, there are game mechanics that break away from simple A, B, C dialogue choices, and really give flavour to the story. Take, for example, the early game Pokemon battle you have while comparing your daughter with Brian's daughter in a sort of proud dad
That bit rules. I love
The
that
game
bit.
actually simulates an old school Pokemon battle, which is a
think that's my
fantastic
favourite
tone
bit.
setter for your interactions with Brian throughout the game. Brian is defined by
Some
his
of the
companions.
endings are probably my
There are mini
favourite
games
bit.
like this for all the dads.
Maybe it's
be
just
it
the
a
first
Bobby
bit
like
I
game
played,
trying to
to
get
be
back
fair.
from the
I
bathroom
think
in
I
a
played
crowded
all the way
concert,
through.
or literally playing games like mini golf. Is mini golf a real life mini game?
These minigames do, in my opinion, an excellent job of making you feel really connected to the scene you're playing through, which, in terms of their application in the dating sim, makes you feel like you're sharing an experience with the character, which draws you closer to your various possible romantic partners.
Then there's the actual main mechanic of just talking to characters. Dream Daddy isn't going to let you get away with just clicking through until you reach the dialogue options, then picking the smoochiest one. It has a real sense of building up characters and requiring you, the player, to actually understand those characters and remember things about them.
Yeah.
Which is why you get a letter
is so
grade
good.
rating at the end of each of your 3 possible dates with each dad.
Just this, like,
contributing to
where
whether
she
you get a good
tests you
ending
on
or bad ending with him.
her best
Even
friends,
very early on
and they're
in the
called
game,
Amanda,
daughter
like
Amanda will
F
prime
and
you
Amanda P,
talking about her
and
two
it's
best
really
friends,
hard to
Emma
remember
P
which
and
ones.
Emma R.
There you
who
go,
have
exactly.
Practically no helpful distinguishing features to remember which is which. And you feel a bit like a bad dad if you can't remember who's who, so you know you'd better pay attention.
Right.
And I know you're all wondering, and yes, the Adam Driver creator is actually pretty good, but I'll need a second to explain that. See, you can create your character to look just like you within a certain cartoony reality, but
That's me.
because you're assembled from congruent parts.
Although I have to do the
really
hair
down
different
set,
now.
You're not actually gonna look
Dang.
like you, Unless you look like cool Greg from the record store with Goku's hair. But because the dad's only convinced itself is slightly uncanny, and the dads you're dating are all purposely designed characters,
there you go, that's me.
That shirt and jacket combo is absolutely like
which
close
is a
to Ash
remarkably
has me.
effective way of simulating the actual insecurities of dating.
It was shocking how well they were able to do Ash.
The game does give some pretty good fashion tips for different body types, and that's very encouraging. There's no analytical point to make here. I just wanted you to know that playing this game made me feel good about buying this shirt. That's all. For all the great character designs of Dream Daddy, you can only see a small, skinny, feminine man in the game if you choose for that to be you, for your dad's Sona. There are by default no twinks. Where are the twinks? Hashtag where are the twinks?
The romance storylines of this game are
Where are the
intriguing
twinks?
and fun, but also nicely varied. You have a very different experience with each character. There are a few things they couldn't really do in a dating sim. There are some things like getting rejected by straight guys that are essential to the gay experience and
Cassiopeia
just
thing.
aren't fun.
They've only been to Trans Pride in Brighton, couldn't handle the main Pride in
It's too much.
Brighton and London. Damn, I had a panic attack thinking about travelling alone to either one. Like
Yeah, I say that in this video.
No.
Same exact thing. It's way too much.
It is. It's a fucking lot. Yeah. So.
What were you gonna say?
Just that London Pride is actually like legitimately really overwhelming, and finding a smaller one, like if that doesn't sound like your jam, is
Yeah, it's too much.
more than legit.
Capital T, capital M, too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Hey, could you open that away from the mic?
Getting rejected by straight guys that are essential to the gay experience and just aren't fun. A realistic date with me definitely involves an hour of talking about arguments.
Then there was another time I tweeted Glitter and called him a worthless piss baby.
That's how it's
They limited my account for 12 hours, it was so
This is
annoying.
real life.
Twitter, which I
I think it was fine, really. I stand by it. Here's a piss
really
baby.
can't see someone seriously putting in a dating game.
Playing through the story game with Robert is a bad dad. Bad as in rule.
That was a lot of fun. I like doing that a lot.
Parenting. Well, he is an absentee father. Does the game call him a bad dad because he's a bad dad? Playing through the story game with Robert, I felt a little uncomfortable. I felt like the game was perpetuating ideas of the bad boy, the dangerous cool guy. Except that Robert is not cool.
Categorically, he's just awful. He jokes by telling stories of personal trauma that he claims aren't real, which isn't an okay thing to do. It just makes people not want to be around you. He constantly pulls off this same maneuver, veering towards something very upsetting and then being light and breezy and saying it was all just a joke. Like pulling out a knife on your date to a dark, secluded part of the woods at night, and then revealing
cool.
it so he can teach you how to whittle. The problem
Yeah,
is,
legitimately,
he still
like-
makes
We
you
played
think he
this
might
with
actually
Lily.
be planning to stab
He's just
you.
like...
Yeah.
Similarly, he threatens a teenager.
We played
who's
this with
upset
Lily and
after
then
Robert talked over a movie he
took
was
us
enjoying,
to the woods
which is
at
fair,
night,
and the
she
teenager and his
was
friends
like,
back
"Here's
off
my
and
knife."
then run away. Robert then assures you he would never have actually fought with a child, but like, it's not okay for a grown man to physically threaten a child with violence. It's just straightforwardly not an okay
It's just
thing
not
to do.
okay.
Not
It's
at
just
all.
not okay.
Intent doesn't matter. So I felt pretty grossed out by the idea this game was sanctioning Robert as a potential romantic partner. But then, at the end of the story with Robert, the game actually shows self-awareness on this. You don't get to have an ending with Robert because his story is all about convincing him to get his shit together.
Yeah.
There isn't an ending where you get together, and I think that's the game pretty clearly telling you that you aren't really supposed to like people like Robert. And if that wasn't enough, the game actually tells you this pretty explicitly.
Thank
Your
you,
character
Gentle
accuses
Route.
Robert
I
of
love your
being a bad
username,
person,
Gentle Route. That's
and
a lovely
Robert
name.
tells you you're a bad person for pursuing him, and that you're
Yeah,
interested
this
in
is
him
so
and
good.
encouraged his
Good
shittiness.
ending. Robert goes
Wow.
away and works on his shit. Bad ending. Robert's
Cancelled. Then there's
like,
Joseph,
I'm
the
awful
useless
and I'm gonna
Joseph
go away
is
from my
also
work
bad
on my
news,
shit.
and he'll mess you
But
around.
you're
With
awful
Joseph, it's
for
much more
pursuing
obvious
me.
from the start.
So good.
He's already married, and your romantic options with him are getting him to cheat on his wife, as he tells you his marriage is falling apart and promises he'll divorce her soon.
I think
and
this
be with
this
you.
video is quite a turning point for
Yeah,
me.
this storyline
because
is
I had the
obviously
Nier
terrible.
Automata
I
ones
didn't
right
have the bad
before.
feelings about it. I
It
did
was
with
so
Robert.
much analysis.
Joseph
I was
is
doing my
just
usual
not
thing
an
of
okay
trying to
guy,
link
and
it
it's
to other
there from the
stuff.
start, but
And it
if
was
you
just
needed to be
so
sure,
much, and
the
I
ending
needed to
for
make a
Joseph
two-parter
either
on it because it was
goes back to
so
his wife
much
and ends
stuff.
your love affair,
And
before
then
he gets back to
this
his
video
wife
came
and
right after,
wants
and I
to
was just like,
put his
I'm
bit on the
just
side.
gonna analyze Dream Daddy. I'm just gonna say what's
way
going
is
on in
why we
Dream
have a
Daddy.
motto.
That's it.
Never
Like
trust a man in a
I'm
public.
not spinning
And
it
I
out
probably
into
shouldn't let
anything
Joseph
else.
go without
This
mentioning
video is
the
just
cult
about Dream
The
Daddy,
developers
you
of
know?
Dream Daddy
Yeah.
are all big horror
still
fans.
have
like,
put in a
more to
secret
say
ending
about it
where
than
Joseph runs
what
a
it has to
satanic
say
I
about
know,
itself.
but
and wants to
it's
sacrifice
still
you,
like
and has also been killing
my
off all
usual
the
thing if you
spouses of
compare
the
it to
dads
like
in
the
neighborhood,
Spider-Man essay or
which
something.
is why they're all
Yeah.
single.
Like,
This isn't a joke.
I don't do that.
It's really in there, but it's
And,
also
like-
not actually canon. The developers left it in the game's data files, and it was
I don't
found
know.
by keen fans who were intrigued that the game was advertised to have secrets. But it comes with a
But
note
like,
that you shouldn't
now I'm
understand
approaching
this
doing more
ending
media stuff
to be
this
a
year,
real actual thing that
and I'm really a lot
happens.
more
It's totally
focused.
non-canonical.
But like,
I'm aware
I think
it
I'm
keeps
still
focusing on the
incorporating
sad
the
romance
what's
parts
good
of the
about
game.
comparing
Don't
things to
have
other
happy
stuff and
endings.
working in
But I think they're a really
comparisons
interesting
and
thing to
that
look
sort of
at.
thing.
It takes a certain amount of confidence,
But it's just
not to
less
mention
like
competence to
all over the
include
place. I think
deliberately
Yeah,
bad
I
earlier
think-
in this, there was just definitely like in the middle of my
Knowing that
Horizon
adds
Zero Dawn
something
one, I'm
in
talking about the
that people
Christchurch
have
shooting,
other strong
Yeah.
and like it's
options
relevant,
for
and I
happy
got
endings
there
and other
through
characters.
a relevant
What it's
path,
worth,
but
my favorite endings are probably either
it's
with
just a bit all
Prey
over the
or
place.
Matt.
Yeah.
Matt
Yeah.
is a
I
really
think
sweet and wholesome guy, and he
partly,
kind of had
like,
me
you're
worried
working
since
on
the
making
start
them
because he
shorter
loves
as well.
puns, and a strong pun game
Yeah.
is the easiest
probably
way
part
to
of it.
impress
Yeah.
me quickly. Craig
I
being
mean,
a
although
character you've been friends
Cronenberg
with
was
a long
38
time
minutes
and
long,
a
so that's
lot
not
of
entirely
dating
working, is it?
often kinda
That's just
sucks,
because I
but
listed all
a
the
relationship
Cronenberg
growing
films,
into something
though.
different is really
And you've
exciting.
also done more
Plus, when you get
videos that
together,
are
you still call
like
each other bro.
not based on a
So
piece of
you get to
media
be two
about
buff
the
dudes, totally
subject
gay
that you're
and in
trying
love,
to
who
analyze,
call each
like
other bro.
aesthetics and intellectualism.
Yeah, recently, yes. But like I say,
Agreed.
in the
I also
next few
didn't want
months,
to
I'm
talk
planning
too
to
much
talk more
the
about
happier
media,
endings
so
of the game because
yeah.
while I want to evaluate it thoroughly, I also just had a delightful time with these characters. And I'd love for anyone who's interested to be able to go discover the game for themselves a little bit. But let's talk about this subtle detail.
Wait, that's the wrong thing. That's not the no, wait.
Wait, no, this subtle detail. On your first date with Damien, the vampire man, the sword guy, while explaining the everyday struggles of pretending time stopped moving 160 years ago but only for fashion and architecture without any racist implications, he says, "To be able to wake up in the morning, pick from my closet a variety of cloaks, top hats, and even binders that are period appropriate feels amazing."
Damien is trans, and you'll only know this from this one line of dialogue if you were paying attention. He mentions binders when he's talking about all the clothes he has to get to be sufficiently goth, and if you know that binders are something that trans men and some NBs wear to flatten their chests, then yeah, that'll make that light bulb go off. But there's nothing else in the game to confirm it, and it actually went unconfirmed until somebody just tweeted at the developers of the game to ask.
I think this is really cool, for a few reasons. First off, because this means Damien just gets to be
Aw,
an average
Scott, I'm
person
really
and
glad
being
you like this
transgender
video.
isn't
Cool.
front and center of his character. If anything, being a goth, being a dad, and being a big
I just
nerd
noticed that the
are way
paintings on
higher
the wall
your
are
list
him,
of
his
primary
son, his
defining
dog.
features. It matters that people can get represented in
It's
media
so
so the
good.
general
I
public
just
can see
like
they're
didn't look at them before and just assumed they were like meant to be
human
old
beings.
paintings, but
There's
it's
a
him and
colloquial
his
idea of
son,
what a
his
gay
dog.
person looks like, and until that idea is just like anyone else, you fucking donkey, it's gonna lead to various problems. Another reason I like the way that Damien is portrayed, that simple line about picking out a binder in the morning, is that it's there for curious people who don't know much yet about trans people and want to learn. Maybe because they just like to learn, maybe because they're trans themselves and they haven't realized it yet. And I think that's a really important part of looking at representation. Can representation make you realize things about yourself? Yes,
Oh.
yes, it absolutely can, but I'm setting up a future video here, so just pretend like this isn't an obvious question, please. All that to say, the representation in Dream Daddy is complex and uplifting and nuanced, not to mention varied.
Even if there are no twins, we have a range of different varied body types and different personalities for all the romantic partners that result in unique, interesting stories with each of them. It's all positive. It's totally great. There are no downsides.
Section 3. The downside. So I'm in the cinema about to see, I don't know, Avengers maybe, with the lights half dim and all eyes on the
Nathalie can confirm this is always how I eat popcorn.
Could we do something about the waste we produce? Could refilling our spray bottles be a start?
No.
Try new Dettol spray refill.
I mean, yes, it could be a tiny thing you could do, but No.
You see, the ad says if we would only use Dettol's new refill packs, then, well, then
Also,
just
like, it really, you can recycle. Like, there's a potential for
Someone
to sell.
downvoted the stream.
Apple.
Sorry, carry on.
You can create systems where you can recycle those bottles.
Yeah.
You can't as easily recycle these plastic containers that go to refill the bottles.
Yeah.
So it's not all about the individual product on itself. It's absolutely about the systems that we have in place to recycle and reuse them.
But environmentally conscious recycler as a consumer identity is something people are like, they're invested in. Yeah.
See what it triggers.
Now, I'm not so fervently anti this ad. I'm pretty turned off by it. I had a small visceral reaction to it in the cinema when I saw it, and that's because 70% of all greenhouse gas emissions are done by 100 companies, and we know the names and addresses of the top executives at those companies. But greenhouse gas emissions and plastic waste are interlinked but separate issues, and Dettol is doing something here, and it's also not bad for us to do our individual best to tackle household waste, is it?
My issue with this ad, above the personal responsibility angle, is that it shows the person doing the recycling as clean, carefree, and happy, and living in a pristine and spacious environment. The kitchen is new and stylish, and he has a little French press coffee thing on the side there. The ad is constructing a combined identity of middle class and environmentalist. Environmentalist becomes an aspirational identity. The ad is effectively selling being a good person to its customers.
Now, woke brands has already been examined from various angles by various people. My issue isn't with Dettol signaling its allegiance to environmentalist causes. My issue is with something we could call gentrification of identities.
Media, and particularly advertising, has a tendency to recuperate subversive identities and show the way that those groups can succeed in the class system rather than representing their realities. And when working class people do get represented, it tends to be thought of as something I call gritty realism, read misery porn. I went around various sites of Extinction Rebellion London only the other day. The people there, the environmentalists, were overwhelmingly anti-capitalist, presenting the consumer...
Yeah, so this is the thing I really want to get at. Like, there's a huge perception of like people of environmentalism as like a middle class cause. Privileged people are the only people who care about it, and it's exactly the personal responsibility angle. People who talk about, or not just people, companies, all this shit that talk about environmentalism in this way, that creates that impression, and that's the problem there.
Do you have the extra time, brain space, and disposable income to care about these issues?
Right. Whereas when we were at Extinction Rebellion, like that isn't the majority of people on the ground. It's like their founder is a weird liberal dickhead. They're like a bunch of like spokespeople who have been interviewed are kind of the worst, but like that's just not
the fact of it being such a mass movement means that it's a lot more than that.
It's so annoying.
I'm trying to say the biggest problem character isn't Robert, it's Joseph. Even before his creepy cult ending, Joseph and his huge Christian middle class family and his yacht, they don't share any of my
go get a plate.
So crinkle.
Just go get a plate.
Like, not knowing if I'll be able to afford rent next.
No, just go get a plate. Go get a plate.
I don't want that many.
You're such a dingus. Oh.
Elise Favis, writing for Game Informer, said,
Well, Dream Daddy is undeniably a queer game. The topic of queer culture...
Afford rent next week. Hashtag relatable problems, like not knowing if I'll be able to afford rent next month.
Hello, darkness, my...
Elise Favis, writing for Game Informer, said,
Well, Dream Daddy is undeniably a queer game. The topic of queer culture is never directly addressed. Dateable characters don't ever speak of sexual identities, which can feel strange at times, but it is also appropriate. Since Dream Daddy is about fulfilling fantasies rather than mirroring reality, I got the sense that this world is removed from those social issues.
And yeah, I've got to agree, if there is anyone who talks about LGBT people more than Steven Crowder, it's LGBT people themselves. It would in fact be pretty unusual to know this many gay dads and even be socializing or romancing with, like, all of them, and to have none of them talk about being gay. The only conclusion I can draw is that they live in a utopia where the disease that is heterosexuality has been eradicated. Now, to some degree, obviously, this is part of the appeal of this particular dating sim. The ideal is to find the perfect partner and instantly settle down into this idyllic suburban life. However, when the reality of so many queer people, disproportionately to the average population, is lower incomes, violence, and for LGBT youth, shocking rates of homelessness, it can be ever so slightly jarring. But on the other hand, there are still very really people out there who deeply hate queer people, so on some level, it is just nice to have this ideal world where nothing is wrong. As escapism.
I mean, incidents of homophobia, and especially transphobia, haven't exactly gone down recently. You don't need to look very far to see statistics that show that hate crimes are on the rise. And hey, you know the Westboro Baptist Church? You know those guys, the bigots who were all over the news 10 years ago? They didn't go anywhere. They didn't go away. Actually, what are the Westboro Baptist Church? Oh my god, they just updated their website.
I forgot that was this one.
Although, they maybe
I mean, which other one would it be?
catchier URL than godhatesfags.com. Oh, and they've been...
Very cool.
How would I even explain this? They've been making parody versions of popular music, usually to make versions
The
of
dream world.
homophobic, transphobic, or
I saw
racist
Rachel A
slurs.
say, "Hello from Cricklewood."
Or in
Rachel
case
is
of
my sister.
Fundamental,
And I
they've
went,
rewritten the song
"Oh,
to explain
my
how
sister lives in Cricklewood."
because of sin.
I was about to say, "Oh, Rachel A, my sister lives in Cricklewood." Hey, Rach.
This one's about how school shootings is because of gay people. Because of sin.
Songs are, which, you know, even through the terrible lyrics and the bad singing and just so much anti-Semitism, the song's still
Not big Jew fans over at the Westboro Baptist Church.
impressive. Perfect example, American Sodomite, Westboro Baptist Church's version of American Idiot. Really reaching for that rhyme.
Yes, please.
Wow, mood. I could easily write a whole separate
Timely
essay
memoranda, anyone?
about this particular parody
Soon there will be
song.
no more tomorrow, only darkness, wailing, and sorrow. Don't threaten me with a good time.
They are the American Idiot of American Idiot. Like the original American Idiot. Like it's a song about hysterical mass media and particular like homophobic conservative media at the time when they were being allowed to be interviewed and be on the news, when they were relevant. They've basically taken this song about conservative moralizing and homophobia and gone, no, you! You'll create?
That's America.
Like Benjamin Franklin?
Hey now. Just because Westboro Baptist Church are absolutely saying that that's what they're saying very clearly, doesn't mean you can say that.
Okay,
Come on now. Come on now.
as funny as it is to laugh at these shitty songs, and it is.
Logan says that singer
They
sounds
are.
so much like Weird Al, it makes even more of a
I feel
disconnect.
like it would be
Yeah.
remiss of me
Yeah.
to just
What
go
are you two
past
eating?
this
Sorry.
I'm not eating anything.
I'm eating
actually.
And
It
hula
is
hoops.
okay to be gay. I hope you don't need me
Just
to
get a
tell
plate.
you. I hope that
Empty
I
things
shouldn't.
out
if
onto
you're
a surface.
someone who comes and views my content regularly, you feel safe in this, you know, this space that I've made to be yourself. And I hope you don't need telling that, but it is okay to be gay. It is okay to be trans. It is cool as hell to be you, whoever you are. Unless who you are is a Westboro Baptist Church bigot, in which case you're a loser and you should just go live in a cave and leave my friends the fuck alone.
Yeah.
I just want you to know it's okay to be who you are, and it's okay to realize who you are at any point.
What?
You know, if you're a
Alright.
teenager, if you're 23, if you're 43, if you're 63, it is okay, and it is never too late. Wow, this got really serious really fast.
Section 4. Make it gayer.
There you
The
go.
Problem
Never
with Apu
too
is a
late
film by Harry
to be
Condabole
who you
about
are.
the Simpsons character Apu Nahasapima Petalon, and the cultural impact of him as simultaneously a blatant racist stereotype.
Curio is
Also
being
the only
starved.
reference point
I
to
just don't want to
salvation
crinkle
in
the
any
packets right
American
next to the
The
microphone.
problem, pretty
This
straightforwardly,
isn't a desire
is
that
when
is
there's
shared
only
by
one
everyone,
character
apparently.
representing a group at all, that character completely becomes the stereotype for that group. At one point in Condabole's documentary, he asks a group of
Alright,
South
give
Asian
me
American
the-
friends
the
of his
cherry
who of
bagels.
them
Oh,
have been
nice.
Let's do
racially
that.
abused by being
Oh,
called
yeah.
Apu. And yeah,
This
all of
documentary's
them
really good
have.
and
If a
everyone should watch
character
it.
A represents a group with characteristic X, then people
Like-
tend to
Hank
see
Azaria has
the
now
other
stopped
behaviors,
voicing Apu.
preferences and characteristics of character
I
A
thought they just got
are
rid of
shared
Apu.
by the group too. But really,
no, they
the
got
only
rid of
thing
him.
the group has
They brought him
necessarily in
back.
common
Hank
is
Azaria stopped
characteristic
voicing.
X.
Awesome. Like, it was
again about sword guys.
it was such a shitty thing for them to do, to respond to Harry Condabole's documentary by basically like being like, don't want to deal with this at all. Ugh.
Yeah.
Because
They just put in a thing where, like, Lisa, who's always the moral voice of the... who's always been the moral heart of The Simpsons...
goes, "Eh?"
No, she goes, sometimes people have serious concerns about racism, but sometimes they're just getting upset over nothing when, you know, it's okay for things to be a little outdated, and then, like, looks in the camera.
Yeah, and they kind of like shrug off the question, and then a while after that they go, okay, we'll give you SJWs what you've asked for and just
Right.
get rid of the character, and then everyone gets to go around blaming
Right, exactly.
Indian people for losing a beloved Simpsons character instead of doing like putting any effort into it at all. They could have, you know, and just hiring an Indian person to play Apu, basically, and Indian staff writers, maybe, like anyone who's not a straight white man to like write the show.
Yeah.
Haven't seen enough sword guy representation in the media. You might think they're all just like Davis Arini. And that's not fair!
So this harassment ties closely into what all marginalized people face. The LGBT community is a group of people being told over and over that they're invalid. They're abused with slurs, and they're discriminated against for simply existing. This is why Straight Pride Month is nonsense, because Pride is a counterattack, a move to reclaim a sense of validity. But also, it ends up being something inherently tied to being queer. We love to party, we love to parade, we love to protest. Don't get me wrong, I do love to protest, but loud parties and parades super aren't my thing. In her stand-up, Nanette, Hannah Gadsby says,
The Mardi Gras was my first introduction to my people.
My people.
I watched it on
My people.
my TV, in my little
Love
living
Nanette.
room in my small town. That was my first introduction to my people. The Mardi Gras. My people. Flaunting their lifestyle in a parade. And I used to watch it going, oh, there they are, my people. They're busy, aren't they? Gosh, don't they love to dance and party? I used to sit there and watch it and go, where do the quiet gays go?
Lorcan says Apu is now being voiced by Nancy Cartwright.
This is a joke.
Oh, right.
I still do. I just like the pressure on my people to express our identity and pride through the metaphor of party is very intense.
I find it hard to express how seen those words make me feel. Because
Yeah.
my first attempt to go to the London Pride Parade resulted in a panic attack, and I just had to go home.
When it's like hammering it down with rain outside right now, it feels really weird to watch myself wearing those shorts because, like, it's so cold right now.
But you have
I know
little
it
clips
was
of the rain and the
awful, boiling hot weather.
Just like
Yeah, but even when it was raining in summer, it was warm. It was okay to be in shorts.
various problems. The solution is to make it more gay. Always. Get gayer, you cowards.
This is what Dream Daddy does really well, showing a variety of gay people, but it's also what it could do better.
Where are
kind
the
of
twinks?
just have to keep diversifying media.
Hashtag where are the
You just sort of
twinks?
need to keep showing more gay people. And not just that, but more gay people who are people of colour. More gay people who are disabled. Who are dealing with problems real people deal with.
More gay people who are low income, working class, twinks. Where are the twinks?
I think people write in gay characters but keep their numbers down for fear of attracting too much heat from homophobes. But that just really doesn't work. Nobody comes into a stream where people are playing Dream Daddy and tries to be homophobic because there's just no point. It's embarrassing. Dream Daddy is just so gay, it's pointless and embarrassing to bring that shit to it. This idea of the one gay friend, I think, kind of just exists in media, or maybe in environments where people don't have much choice over who they spend time with, like socializing among work colleagues.
Had a lot of
In general,
comments
when queer
validating
people
that,
can
just being
choose
like,
who
yeah,
to be friends with,
I'm gay and I
they choose
only
to be
know
friends
gay
with
people.
other queer
Just
people.
every single
They, after all,
time. It's
understand
really
each other's
funny.
issues, and there's strength and safety in numbers.
Or maybe you know a bunch of straight people from your office, but like your friends are all gay. Like, yeah.
It's not going to protect you or your work to limit the number of queer characters you have down to just one. In fact, that's going to make that one character a very vulnerable target to weird internet angry men who want to talk about forced diversity. If you're going to include queer characters in your story, include them true to life, with a whole community of queer characters around them. If you're going to make it gay, make it gayer.
It's American Idiot. Be an American Idiot.
I'd like to thank Han the Man and Bathymetrics who make
There you go.
incredible
Beautiful.
music for
What a
this
beautiful
channel,
time.
as well as Alex, Ash, and Jan who contribute.
Ready for the next one?
Yeah. Oh shit. No.
You ready for the next one?
Are you ready for the next one?
Oh no, absolutely not.
Damn.
I'm nervous, folks. I'm nervous. Curios born after 1996 are useless. They only know how to quote Kurt Vonnegut, be bisexual, and lie. That's a very good shot.
Yeah.
Really proud of that one. That's a really, really good one.
I like it.
That's my boy.
The use of Danny DeVito there was entirely based on my making a mean joke.
You were very mean.
I have BPD, borderline personality disorder. Up front, this is going to be the shitty part of this video because I have to teach you about BPD, the beepadeeps. Beepadeeps is my cutesy nickname for devastating mood swings, frequent suicidal ideation, body image issues, and crushing fear of abandonment. Fun!
Section 1. The Beepadeeps.
The main symptom of BPD is wild mood swings with really intense emotional bursts, sometimes swinging into a place of emotional exhaustion, like a rapid onset depression. This can pretty quickly lead to a really horrible situation where you
Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah.
You're worried about like, things, but now you feel nothing.
You're great.
It kind of feels like your emotional outburst was fake, like it wasn't real, because you can't feel it now because you're emotionally exhausted. And you start to convince yourself that you're just a really horrible person and a manipulative liar. I felt for a little while before my diagnosis was actually given to me, and for quite a while afterwards, like I just must be an awful person. Like nothing I ever did was valid or real, and I must just be toxic. It felt pretty hopeless, like I couldn't escape being the bad guy. It doesn't help that this reputation is given to people with BPD so much, and if you didn't know, yeah, oh boy, is this stereotype put around by people who don't have BPD. I've been in conversations with people about relationships, and everyone's offering kind, compassionate advice. Just
Okay, gather around, kids. Story time. You all hopefully know I love to hate on YouTube comments. YouTube commenters. What are they? People in the chat, do you know? They're swine. They're swine, right? I hope you gave that answer.
Hogs.
Redditors are hogs.
Okay.
In the hierarchy
Okay.
in the hierarchy of pigs.
Yeah.
Okay? There's pay pigs, they're okay.
Pay pigs.
And then there's YouTube commenters and they're swine and they're very much sub okay.
Yeah.
And then there's Redditors and they are hogs. Okay, anyway. And this person left this really long comment on this video, and it's worth bringing up because I now have a pinned comment, okay? On this video. This video is intended to help people who know they have BPD feel seen and help other people see us as human beings. Although the response to this video is overwhelmingly positive, and I am grateful for that, I just want to pin here a little a warning against self-diagnosing. If you possibly can, seek professional advice if you suspect you have BPD, and if you don't know, first step you can do is search the BPD checklist for the 9-point checklist that psychologists use. I have BPD. When I was diagnosed, I was 9 out of 9, and now I'm fewer. If you are 5 or more, you may have BPD, but once again, I advise you to try to seek Oh, I was meant to say professional advice. I guess I need to update the thing. Professional advice. DBT and other treatments can make a huge difference, and trying to fight BPD alone is a nightmare. Take care, friends. I had this long comment, and it was criticizing this video for promoting self-diagnosis, armchair diagnosis, and that is a fair criticism, except that's not what the video is for. Like, the video is called Seeing Yourself because it's about how people with mental illnesses are stigmatized, and that's what this video is for, is to help people to see us as human beings and to help us to feel okay about ourselves and see ourselves as human beings. And this comment was from someone who alleges that their wife has BPD and he's speaking for her. And it was just like, there's a valid criticism, and I really want to acknowledge that, and that's why I left the pinned comment. But then it just devolved into just atrocious shit. Just honestly, just an attack. Just horrible. And like, part of it was claiming that I clearly hadn't had any kind of treatment because I was making you statements in the video saying, you do this thing and you feel like this, speaking to people with BPD. Rather than making I statements which accept blame, which is what you learn to do in therapy. Which is just unbelievable. Like, what? Just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about?
Why don't you make your own video if you think you're so fucking smart?
Like, it's a video. That's why I'm talking like that. That's all. I just wanted to say, fuck that person. The pinned comment is there. I put that on there. The real reason I wanted to divert at this point was because I was saying in the video about the bad reputation people with BPD have, and this really strong tone came through that I've experienced from quite a few people, where someone's learned about treatments for BPD and they've learned about making yourself better and doing better, and as a result of that, they treat people who they think, at least, haven't had treatment or aren't doing as well like awful people. They view it as a dichotomy between the treated BPD, the treated beepadeeps, and the wild, unkempt beepadeeps, just the worst conceivable people. And it's like, dude, just like post that you hate your wife. That would be quicker. That would be a shorter comment. Just, I hate my wife and I have trouble admitting it, and I externalize that hatred onto people who have the same illness as her, but who I think are doing worse.
People who say, include, like, a lot of people, even with BPD, talk about BPD as if it's bad person disease, and you have to get treatment to make you not a bad person.
And it's like, leaving this comment in general, it's like, I was thinking these things, and my wife who has BPD, she agrees with me. And it's like, if my video is such an issue, your wife can leave the comment. Like, she's capable of leaving a comment herself, actually. Yeah. Anyway, I've left a pinned comment now because there was a valid point in there I don't support people just diagnosing themselves. If they can, possibly, they need to seek professional help.
Of course, lots of people don't have the resources.
Lots of people
to do
are
that.
isolated away from professional help in one way or another, be it geographically or by disability. But if you possibly can, seek the resources you can get access to. I, for one, did a lot of DBT online. It's something you can do, right? Okay. I just needed to vent a little there. Just get a little bit of that out. Another instance, we were in the like r/relationships thread on Something Awful, and like discussing the posts from the subreddit relationships, and it would just, I mean, I talk about it here, but like it just periodically devolve into people being like, oh, I bet that bitch had BPD, and it was just like, and I I'm just like, oh my god, stop. We can all agree it's like weird that she was like kidnapping his dog every other week and giving it a haircut against his will. Like, we can all agree that's weird. You don't have to be doing this, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to just randomly shit on mentally ill people. Okay. Let's carry on now.
Understanding that all people are human beings with their own internal...
They're not familiar with the concept of the general you.
Right, exactly. It's obviously
One does
talking
this.
to plural
One
you.
does this.
I have to assume that same person is the one person who's downvoted the stream.
Probably.
Some of these people are monstrous, crazy, psychopathic, subhuman animals, undeserving of love and incapable of real human emotions.
Redditors.
If you're dating somebody with BPD, you just gotta get out now, bro, before they go totally psycho on you. Cool and good, thanks guys. In fact, so many psychologists seem to believe that people with borderline personality disorder just basically suck, that there was a measurable resistance against diagnosing patients with BPD for fear of the stigma the patient might receive, even back when the only people who would give them any stigma were the psychiatrists, who'd convinced themselves that BPD sufferers were evil, manipulative, goblin people. So the basic setup is, everything feels like the most unbearable, scary situation. The world is constantly made of knives, and you get emotionally exhausted from being constantly overwhelmed all the time, and then convince yourself that nothing you ever felt was real, and you must be a horrible, evil person. And everyone agrees with you. Fun! But the fun doesn't stop there, because people with the BPDs also experience other symptoms. One common symptom is known as splitting, and
other
basically
symptoms.
means dividing everyone you know into either saints or devils, putting way too much trust in people you like because they must be literal saints, and putting way too much hate on people you dislike because they must be literally Hitler. I have, of course, transcended this issue by being friends with Jack Saint, and everyone I dislike is actually a Nazi.
People with BPD object permanence, a term you might know from child development. A child understands object permanence if they know an object still exists even though they aren't looking at it. That's not the kind of object permanence we struggle with. People with BPD know objects still exist even when they aren't looking at them. Oh, fuck! Oh!
They actually relationships when they're older. This is from that crushing fear of abandonment I mentioned.
And the award for best setup and payoff in any joke in any YouTube video.
Very likely to be comorbid with other conditions like depression, eating disorders, ADHD, you name it basically. Even more, yay! People with BPD are also way more likely to be bisexual and or polyamorous. Just when I thought I was a naturally quirky and interesting person, it turns out I'm just a basic BPD bitch.
All around me are familiar.
I've had to learn to adjust over time to the symptoms of the BPDs, and I'm happy to say that with a lot of help from the people around me, at the very least, I don't feel like an actively bad person anymore. And in a more measurable sense, I am doing a little better now. I used to have panic attacks like daily, sometimes more than daily, and now I only have panic attacks when I think about the Tory leadership race. I don't mean to deflect away from the topic by just making jokes, but it's obviously quite
It went bad.
to reflect on this time of my life, even if it feels good to see how far I've come now. I used to have panic attacks daily, and I do mean daily, usually on my lunch break from work. Sometimes it would be so bad I'd just have to go home early. Other times I'd come back in, but I'd just be useless for the whole afternoon. So unavoidably I need to mention that when I was working full time, I was
completely miserable. And not just in a I don't like this job kind of way, or a, I wish I had better pay kind of way, or even a capitalism sucks kind of way. Well, kind of in a capitalism sucks kind of way. I believe that working full-time, 9 to 5, or in many cases longer hours, is inherently pretty terrible for you. Especially in my case, having to deal with all those symptoms and issues and an underlying just fear of abandonment. Having to just get up, commute in, work all day, come home, eat dinner and sleep without any time or energy to do anything else with my life made me about 1,000 times worse. I couldn't handle it at all. And that's not to say that I never could have handled it, or I never could have learned to handle it, but there was no room or time for me to become healthy in that system. In the year of being self-employed since my last full-time job, despite worrying about rent, despite
what was your
having to
thinking
deal with
behind doing
terrible
the
UK benefits
like
system,
video?
despite any personal
grain
A lot
over?
of the stuff
or politically
where
oppressive climate looming over me,
I'm talking about my experience
I've never been happy.
and what I kind of
There are
consider to be
obviously
like
things
the
that provide different
depths
stresses
of my
being self-employed,
experience,
and in particular,
especially where I feel like it probably will be find stuff that people find relatable. I'm
Everyone's obviously
going
talking
for
about
a
YouTube
more
burnout
obvious,
recently,
like,
that's
I'm
a very
on
popular
screen.
topic, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about the ways that you act in videos
I'm-
to produce popular content.
You may be
as
seeing
opposed
yourself
to
in what I'm saying,
extreme emotions,
as per the
in order to
title.
be entertaining, and in particular, be performatively angry, and that shit's just bad for you. My emotions are extreme enough already, and maybe for other people, pretending to get really, really, really mad about a game or a movie because it makes your video about it funnier is okay. But for me, it's exhausting, and it just encourages this idea of myself that I can way too easily fall into and just get kind of stuck in. When you're creating this energetic, cool, sarcastic version of yourself, and everyone's telling you that that's like the right way to be and validating you that that's good, it can be way too easy to just be that person full time. And that's why I've made a conscious effort to always talk about things I like on this channel. As I've said, as I know based on my diagnosis, not everyone has such big feelings like I do. So it's not going to be the same issue for everyone. I do see people posting online stuff like, my favorite character died in my favorite show, it was so sad, I nearly cried. Or like, been 2 years since my parents died yesterday, I cried for 10 seconds, it felt way better. And that's just crazy to me, because I cry like all the time. I cry at movies, at books, at games, at shows, at average everyday occurrences. Here are some very normal reasons I might be crying on an average day. I watched a children's cartoon show, but I forgot to eat lunch, so I wasn't ready for it emotionally. I remembered the line, "You're still beautiful to me because you're my mom," from Headlights by Eminem. I was in the supermarket shopping and listening to an audiobook, and they said, everything was impossible and his stomach hurt. I saw a bunny in a pet shop, and I thought too hard about how much I could love it if I had the space for it to live in my house with me. Those are all real examples. I think I've learned to be pretty good at dealing with a lot of my symptoms. Although there isn't really a good solution to suddenly crying in public because you've read an encouraging tweet. You just have to learn to be okay with crying in public. I have found, however, that communication tends to be a pretty good blanket solution to most beep-a-deep related problems. And because of that, I have noticed that people, my fellow beep-a-deep sufferers, who've been working on themselves a little while since their diagnoses, tend to be some of the best, most direct and open and honest communicators around. I just thought it was worth saying that so that I'd be the one person online saying nice things about people with BPD. Okay,
I still am. That's still
When I first met
let's
Eric,
talk
I
about
did a
BPD
whole
as
bunch
represented
of
in the media.
like looking around, especially on YouTube, for resources to find out about BPD, and what I found were either doctors who are doing their best to be compassionate, sometimes using still alienating, objectifying language, and some people with BPD who were, you know, trying to tell their experiences, but a lot of them still thought of themselves as bad people, and they were kind of telling other people with BPD that they are bad people, and that treatment was the way to stop being a bad person.
Yeah, like that dichotomy that I'm talking about with that commenter, just like the good people and the bad people.
Yeah.
I just want to point out how well this bit works, because I do this setup. I do this Always Sunny dramatic irony setup for the title card, right? And then I'm about to talk about Always Sunny.
Yeah.
That's the joke, but it's just like, yeah.
The rest of this essay is going to be light and easy, right? Okay, let's talk about how BPD is represented in the media.
Copyright strike.
I'm not sure I understand what's happening.
I'm schizophrenic.
D, I swear you would be of more use to me if I skinned you and turned your skin into a lampshade. Or fashioned you into a piece of high-end luggage. I could even add you to my collection.
Are you saying that you have a collection of skin luggage?
Of course I'm not, D. Don't be ridiculous. Think of the smell. You haven't thought of the smell, you bitch!
Right, which brings me to the first N.
Aw. Mad count of Avalanche as that goddamn boys will be bugs song you introduced me to makes me bawl my eyes out all the goddamn time.
Have her car towed, or you can slash her tires. Either way, make her depend on you for rides.
Yes, that is why Danny DeVito was there, yes.
How's that sound? Yeah? Take some photographs for my website. So, look happy, look like you're having fun. No need to cover those up.
Aside from the Always Sunny connection,
Okay, so smiling.
Lily, so when we first met Lily, she'd been given a giant, or was this the second time?
It wasn't the second time, but it was not that long after we met her, whatever.
She had been given a giant life-size cutout of Danny DeVito that day.
Not that giant, because he's not that large.
Yeah. So we were hanging out with it in the living room, and every time anyone would come downstairs, they'd jump. Like, because there's this strange man looking at them in the living room that they weren't expecting. And Eric at one point jumps just from like turning around, forgetting that he was there, and turning back again, just like he did in the video. And I made a mean joke about
Not just like I did in the video. In the video, I leave it like 10 minutes so that it's like it really works for the audience to forget. In real life, I looked away. I looked like literally like that quickly.
And then I was just like, little object permanence issues.
You're such a horrible bully.
Yeah. So it worked well altogether.
Yeah. Nice thing about people with BPD. My best friend from time in residential mental health treatment was an NB that I helped work through some of her feelings on gender. She was great, and it was a great experience and humanized BPD for me greatly. I hope she's doing well. Thanks, Tess.
Awesome.
Shout out to Tess.
Smiling and you're not convincing me. Smile! God damn! This is not supposed to be scary. This is supposed to be an authentic fun time for you. Yeah, alright, well, I need to buy it.
Please let us out. I don't want to be on your weird side.
Well, if you don't comply with me, then you're gonna end up on the weird one, okay? So smile.
Yeah, he got the drugs by being a real-life, actual psychopath.
She keeps... no, ridiculous, okay? No, the man asked me a few questions. I answered those questions as honestly as I could.
Right.
Next thing I know, I'm walking out the door with meds for borderline personality disorder.
Yep.
Borderline personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder.
In the show, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, 5 friends and co-owners of a bar get into various shenanigans.
What is shenanigans?
The thing about Always Sunny is that it derives its humor from a sort of sense of relief. At least I'm not as bad as them. Usually this means that when the characters are sexist or racist or otherwise bigoted, the show doesn't make the marginalized identities the butt of the joke, but rather takes aim at the bigoted characters. The jokes rarely boil down to, ha ha, they're different, and when the jokes are at the expense of someone different, the show usually eventually reaches a point and decides it's time to move on past it. Take for example Mac, one of the main characters, coming to terms with his sexuality. For many seasons, the show derived humor not from the fact he was gay, but from the fact that everyone knew he was gay, and he was bizarrely ignorant of it, eventually leading to a point where Mac just happily comes out of the closet when the joke seems played out. And the show even ended a later season with a deeply moving piece of interpretive dance, mirroring the conflict between Mac's strict belief in Catholicism and his sexuality.
As Jack Saint said in his video about Friends, when contrasting against Always Sunny,
not to say the trope of the homophobe turning out to be gay is particularly revolutionary, not to say that this topic can only be dealt with by just making the guy gay, but it still shows the desire to push beyond a somewhat tired decade-long gay joke. And Curio is great, and his videos are the best. Wait, I didn't say that in the video.
because it's also one of the very few representations of borderline personality disorder in the media.
Another main character, Dennis, is explicitly diagnosed with BPD at one point in the show, and a pretty unceasing source of comedy is the strong implication that Dennis may be a serial killer.
What's all that stuff you're grabbing? Tools! Tools! Duct tape, zip ties, and gloves! I have to have my tools!
Well, why do you have a bunch of, like, weird tools in a hidden compartment in your car?
He explodes in screaming rampages at people, he threatens people around him when he feels angry. He has a terrifying method for seducing women that involves making them emotionally dependent on him and then disappearing. And it's all but spelled out for the audience that Dennis is a sexual abuser.
To a group of people who already feel like they might be the bad guy because of their mental illness, Dennis is extremely something that people with BPD do not need to see.
As an aside, I wish people would stop representing villains and antagonists as mentally unwell. Trying to give a villain in a story a mental illness works out just about the same way as trying to diagnose a terrible person in real life with one. The efforts to diagnose Adolf Hitler historically with various mental illnesses have been continuous and intense, and for a more modern example, tons of people try to diagnose Donald Trump with mental illnesses.
I don't want to talk about what illnesses Trump may or may not have, because there's one thing wrong with him, and it's that he's fascist trash. Anyway, this isn't about the Beepadeeps. Let's talk about the Beepadeeps.
Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is a musical comedy series about a lawyer, Rebecca Bunch, who moves to a small town because she finds out a boy she dated for one summer as a teenager over a decade ago lives there. If you hadn't guessed, she isn't in the best mental state, and although it takes several seasons to get to this point, she is eventually diagnosed with borderline personality disorder.
She also continually experiences life as a set of musical theatre songs, which that's not a symptom of BPD, so I guess Rebecca Bunch must have BPD comorbid with,
Across the whole show, Rebecca does some pretty atrocious and bad stuff, including, but not limited to, stalking, manipulation, more stalking, gaslighting, an homage to the musical Cats, conspiracy to murder, lots of stalking.
You know what?
Her worst crime is
It's still a lot better than
Cats.
Dennis.
Even if Rebecca Bunch is meant to be pretty extreme, the songs about mental health, although they aren't my favorite song from the whole show, are really meaningful. There's one about how freeing it is to get a diagnosis and not just feel like you're a random collection of garbage brokenness.
Perfect, they're not, but at least they know who they are.
There's one about how you shouldn't feel bad if you need to take medication.
Antidepressants are so not a big deal.
There's one called
You ruined everything.
Oh my god, this song.
And hell, if that isn't a mood. Thank you, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. Actually, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is a sympathetic look at not just mental illness, but all sorts of issues that we tend to overlook about normal adult relationships. Rebecca's journey
See, if
across
Trump
the
has a
series
mental illness, then we don't need to worry about the fact that we voted for him.
Right, bingo.
Yeah.
is framed as a romantic drama, but ultimately it turns out to be about learning to appreciate not just the great people she has around her, but see that she has value beyond any romantic partner. Overall, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is absolutely incredible.
As opposed to in Always Sunny, where the characters are really bad and people are meant to be reassured that they aren't as bad as them. And one of the things bad about one of the characters is they have BPD.
That Cat's joke aged like wine.
And she does terrible
Wine
things,
doesn't age that
and
fast.
Other people are reassured that they aren't as bad as her. It's a subtle but also enormous difference.
Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is constructed around creating a helpful and relatable experience for people with similar mental health struggles. And that kicks
IBNF
ass.
said, this BPD episode helped me have a framework for understanding a friend better, but for some reason I never had an idea about what BPD is at all until I saw the video, neither negative or positive. It's very rarely represented, that's why like the couple of times where you see it represented is so significant.
Exactly.
But when I think about Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, I think there's something else I'd like to say. It's about how much more than just lovable you are, and how much more there is to you than just deserving to be loved, and I can't really put it well into words, so I guess all I can say is please watch this show.
BPD isn't a particularly well represented condition, but a funny thing is, you could realistically read a lot of people in films and TV shows as having BPD, to be perfectly honest, especially the sort of troubled protagonist archetype. This guy, beepadeeps. That guy, yeah, beepadeeps. All your favorite soap opera characters, BPD. Rick Sanchez? Oh boy, yeah, probably. All female love interests in essentially everything.
Women change their minds all the time.
Beepadeeps for sure.
These aren't actual instances of representation of BPD. I'm just saying that when people write characters to be melodramatic, promiscuous, and secretive, and yeah, they read a lot like they have BPD. And they're still better representation than Dennis.
Section 3. It me.
I put out some questions on Twitter to investigate this stuff, and while people's responses didn't exactly surprise me, given my own experience, it was totally fascinating to read what people had to say. Now, on the one hand, this isn't scientific at all, and it couldn't be called data by any stretch of the imagination. But on the other hand, let's go!
My first question was, if you've seen your diagnosis represented in media, how do you feel about what you saw?
There are some conditions like schizophrenia, or dissociative identity disorder, colloquially referred to as split personalities, for which it shouldn't be that controversial a take to say they don't have good representation in the media. It shouldn't even rock the boat to say that their representation in the media is appalling dog shit. On the other hand, some people are pretty happy with their diagnosis. Generally, it tends to be when it's represented accurately, even if the diagnosis itself is...
I am planning to revisit M. Night Shyamalan, just for the record, in some depth.
Something that's really hard to deal with, and people have a really hard time living with it. It's similar to how counterintuitively it can feel freeing to be given a diagnosis, because it just means that people know how to deal with your problems, something that society and people have encountered before.
My second question was, how do you feel about characters who exhibit your symptoms but don't explicitly have a diagnosis?
This was a really interesting one, because a lot of autistic people replied, saying that there's a lot of this done for autism that they aren't particularly comfortable with, because it's based on stereotypes about what autistic people are like that aren't necessarily true, but audiences understand to be communicating autistic traits.
To understand this better, let's examine two terms: crypto-autism and autistic minstrelsy. Crypto-autism is for autistic people what I was pretty much asking about here, characters exhibiting the symptoms of your condition without an explicit diagnosis. Autistic minstrelsy is when a character portrays an absurd version of autism based on stereotypes about autistic people. At the intersection of these terms is what people were bothered about, representing characters as having something people assume is autism, but not explicitly saying that the character is autistic either. Not explicitly stating the character is autistic, of course, means that the writer can abandon all responsibility for good representation. This is why, on this question, a lot of people told me that they really hate Spock, which I can definitely understand given these factors, but...
I have some feelings about Spock! Which we'll get back to.
It's something I think people tend to overlook, which at the same time, when you state it explicitly, seems obvious. Which is when you see yourself represented, it can make you realize who you are. And that's why I wanted to ask my third question. Did you discover your diagnosis after seeing it represented in the media? And if so, how do you feel about it now?
This question actually got a lot of replies from people with the beepadeeps, which is the crazy lucky hit.
In a bunch of cases, people with BPD answered this question by saying that they'd actually learned about BPD through watching Crazy Ex-Girlfriend and realized that the symptoms and experiences shown were just like their own. and then they investigated and got their diagnosis. I find that really uplifting and exciting because it means that people are learning about BPD from a piece of media that actually treats people with care, respect, and empathy. And more than that, the people learning about it are the most important people who need to be reached. People with BPD.
Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is
And now they've
the
got your
show
video
I
in
choose
case they don't like
to have that
musicals.
experience with learning about my diagnosis. I wish I'd learned about my diagnosis.
No one could not like Crazy Ex-Girlfriend.
I learned about it with Dennis. I heard the name of a condition I'd never heard of before, and I googled it, and then I saw all these descriptions of having BPD, and it sounded just like my feelings, and I saw these descriptions of people with BPD, and it sounded just like things people had said about me, and I knew I had to ask my doctor about it. But always in the back of my mind there was Dennis, and how Dennis behaves, and how that must just be me, and how I must be the bad guy. I like Always Sunny. It's one of the funniest shows around, in my opinion. And the way that they've chosen to deal with issues has repeatedly not only moved me to tears, although, as we know, this is a low bar, but I think it's opened a lot of people's eyes to issues in a complex and nuanced way. But I can't ignore the fact that I would have spent a lot less time hating myself if Dennis wasn't the character that I learned those words from. And I guess that's a bit of a bummer, so...
Section 4. I have some feelings about Spock.
So I have to agree with the people that I talk to. I don't really like Spock as an autism allegory. It's obviously okay if you're autistic and you do... We relate to characters that we find compelling and we think that they reflect our realities, even if other people don't think it reflects those. However, Spock is just at that intersection of crypto-autism and autistic minstrelsy where I can completely understand if autistic people are sick of being thought of as a robot, as a Vulcan.
I didn't really like Spock as a character very much at all for a while, and I had a hard time getting into the original series of Star Trek because of it. I liked it fine enough, but the Next Generation is objectively better, and my space communist father Picard will always be the best captain. But I didn't really get into the original series until after J.J. Abrams' Star Trek came out.
I love that background.
No, J.J. Abrams' Star Trek is cancelled now because then J.J. Abrams made The Rise of Skywalker, so it's just, no, this goes in the bin now. Never mind. Forget scratch all those. Sorry, what did you say?
I love the background you made here.
Thank you.
So nice.
And honestly, Spock was a big part of that.
In J.J. Abrams' Star Trek, an early scene exposes the lore that I hadn't properly understood before, that Vulcans don't have no feelings. They have big feelings, and they suppress them in favor of facts and logic. Suddenly, Spock was a really compelling character to me, and I think now, after some time, I can say confidently that's because there's a reading of Vulcans as being just like people with undiagnosed BPD. Vulcans are calm and rational on the surface, but underneath they're intensely emotional. They're catty as all holy hell. They always think they know better than everyone else, but they really rarely do. They're more likely to be polyamorous and or bisexual. Wait, where do I...
Eat
I
hot
read that
light.
somewhere.
To give proper credit to what is funny, this Spockish mode is exactly what they captured in Dennis. Dennis is cold and seemingly emotionless until he has huge emotional outbursts. In an early episode, Dennis claims to have not had any feelings since he was a teenager, even though based on his outbursts, this is pretty clearly untrue.
And to give a little more credit to Always Sunny, they also went back and confronted that issue in a more recent episode.
Confronted with the rest of the gang saying he has no feelings, Dennis says,
Okay, and I have feelings. Of course I have feelings. I have big feelings, okay? And it hurts.
I have big feelings. And I really could have done with them making that episode a lot sooner. There is a terrible pain in being Spockish. There is a constant terror and anger and unease at yourself when that numbness sets in, feeling nothing. On top of that, a jealousy of other people for just being normal.
I'm ruining
It's
everything.
this constant self-destructive, nagging jealousy at everyone else for just having their usual straightforward feelings and being able to process them
in a usual, straightforward way. I've been sick. I've been quite sick. But I really am a lot better now. In his lifetime, Vonnegut expressed sincere suspicion.
Curio was born after 1996, don't know how to do anything. All they know how to do is quote Vonnegut, eat hot chip and lie.
You're going to therapy because it might make him normal. And if he was normal, no one would want to hear what he had to say. When I was sick, but not too sick, when I had big feelings, but I never let them out, I knew pretty simply something was wrong. But I didn't really want to get better because I thought if I tried, I might be less me. I might just make myself normal. I might not achieve all the things I wanted to achieve in life. But I know now, nothing could be as important as getting better. Nothing could be as important as being happy. Because life isn't about waiting out the storms. It's about learning to dance in the rain. To borrow someone else's metaphor, I might find myself alone in the vast emptiness of the cosmos, and I need to learn how to say, hey, I'm in space. It's good. Don't talk to me.
I envy the sunflower for being so easily able to follow the light. I wish to be heliotropic and never myopic and always so bright. I envy the tree for being so easily able to branch out and grow. I wish to be strong and never wrong. I wish to stay upright even when the wind blows. Oh, oh. Oh.
The sunlight worked out really well.
I envy the artists for holding each other so tightly they don't drift apart. I wish to float on my own with no boat and recognize love as an art. I envy the bees for trusting the breeze and helping the world to be sweet. I wish to be selfless but never helpless. I wish to spread color and lead like a queen. Oh, oh, oh,
whoa, oh, oh, oh.
I wish to
Stand tall, but I hate to cast shadows. Small if I could, but then I wouldn't fit the clothes I've made. I know.
I envy the leaves for changing color and bringing some light to this world. I might spend some time on the ground, but I hope when I'm stepped on I'll still make a sound. Oh, 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 oh.
Okay, who's ready for anime?
And normal media.
Okay, who's ready for some anime?
Section.
Whew. Okay, anime, let's do it.
1. The meme. The legend.
I should probably start this video by thanking all my new subscribers. I can see about 2,000 people have subscribed since I released my video on BPD, my own personal experience with borderline personality disorder, my struggles, my experience of stigma around mental health. Today we're talking about anime. So if you live in the West and you aren't actually an anime fan, you've probably only dependably seen the sort of childhood classics, you know, Pokemon, Dragon Ball, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Just pretend I had a Digimon thing. Just pretend Digimon was good. But what if I told you
Fucking wrecked.
Yu-Gi-Oh! was bad?
You there! Stop right now!
I mean,
What? I'm a lawyer from the Konami Corporation. This is a cease and desist letter. You have to stop talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And all other Konami properties on YouTube.com right now. You won't get away with this. Actually, we will. We know you can't afford to dispute a costly lawsuit.
Well, you can't afford for me to kick your ass.
Gah! Fine, we'll settle this the old-fashioned way.
Oh, there it is. I believe I bought a briefcase
Yeah.
just to do that shot.
Fine, but if you lose, I'm gonna send you to the fucking Shadow Realm. God.
I love it so much.
Really? That's your dueling outfit?
Yeah, it's comfy. I summon Time Wizard in attack position.
Get him, Eric.
Go on, Eric. Give him what for.
Friendship. This video rules. This video rules so fucking hard.
I summon
Local ambience, judge one with facts and logic,
Whoa.
2019.
What the fuck? What the heck? Wow, that's a yikes.
Yeah, it's bad.
So I wanted to do a little video about Yu-Gi-Oh!
There it
as
is.
an example of cultural...
Just look at that transition again, though.
Yeah.
Bam,
So
so
I wanted
good.
to do a little video about Yu-Gi-Oh! As an example of cultural appropriation. Mostly harmless example with some degree of insensitivity. You know, it's still one culture appropriating the imagery of another, but it's not quite as clear cut as, say, white Americans appropriating the imagery of indigenous American religion. I thought it would be a fun way to learn about that, and you know, I thought a fun framing device would be to have a Yu-Gi-Oh!
What happened there?
word with some cards.
I said
And among the cards,
I said
showed up
fun framing device.
was this
So I had
one.
to edit it so that it sounded more like
Right.
fun.
Yep.
You just cut the fun out. You
So
put it
instead
in.
we're going to have a little chat today about why anime is so fucking cursed.
Here it is.
Mm-hmm.
There's your boy. I might make myself another coffee.
Let's examine this idea. Anime is cursed.
Oh, my Dragon Ball.
There are several
Wait,
component
hang on.
factors.
Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna. One sec. I'm gonna boil the kettle anyway, so.
You're just gonna chat.
Yeah. Put my Dragon Balls right there.
It's here waiting.
5-minute tea break, everyone. You want one?
Yes, please.
Ugh. You got a bit fucked up.
Yeah, how are you feeling?
You got a little bit fucked up just now.
We weren't really saying anything.
Yeah.
Just watching you and crying.
Yeah, that's more or less the experience, though, right? Like,
Yeah, pretty much.
someone asked me what my favourite video I've made was, and so far out of those, it's clearly that one.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
I'm like, it's really funny and obviously really moving. I'm glad you're so good at putting comedy and stuff because like you gotta break the tension.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned Annette in the previous video, you know.
Yeah. Thought I was quirky. Turns out I'm just a basic beepity bench.
Bench.
That's what I said.
Okay.
I would only ever call you a bench or a bunch.
Okay. I made the same mistake as everyone else makes, and the reason was because everyone else makes that mistake. They're always quoting me in the comments and saying that I said bitch. And I never say bitch. I find it to be a repulsive word to say that I refuse to say. I wouldn't say it. I said bench.
What is bench?
Yes, bench.
They're all enjoying the Bernie.
Yeah, I'm glad. Can you plug my Twitch, by the way, while we're here?
Eric has a Twitch. It's a me, Curio.
That's not what it is.
It's Curio. It's the name of the Twitch.
Put the link in chat.
How do I gather the link?
http://
Oh, there we go.
Twitch.tv/It's Curio.
Yeah, there we go.
Envy's born after 1996 don't know how to do anything. All they can do is quote Kurt Vonnegut, have coffee and cry.
cry, having a little coffee. It's okay. I'm just gonna have a moan with my cough.
A little moan with your cough?
Yeah.
Bernie has the proportions of a Dark Souls boss in this pic.
That's a real photo of him.
I was just gonna say that.
They just don't usually show you what he really looks like because they're biased fucking media liars.
Mainstream media bias.
Right.
Against Bernie.
The mainstream media bias tries to tell you that his bod is tiny. It's actually fucking huge. Please join me in being a Bernie bod truther.
Because Brian Kennedy says Bernie has the proportions of a Dark Souls boss, Mavase said, if you don't vote for Bernie, you've not only cheated the working class, but cheated yourself.
Nothing was risked and nothing was gained. Okay, alright. Okay, we're back. I was saying to plug my Twitch because people should go follow me on Twitch for when I do City Skyline streams and Death Stranding streams and Outer World streams.
Spider-Man.
Shortly. No Spider-Man ever.
No Spider-Man 4?
No Spider-Man ever.
What the hell?
Fucking banned.
Why?
You're banned from my channel now.
You don't understand.
Okay, let's carry on. Okay.
I have this cat mug.
My big secret is I can cry and then be totally fine very quickly because I've got more practice than most people have.
Incredibly resilient.
The only other time is when I just like need a nap. That's the only other situation I get myself into, you know.
But you can't nap because then you're too emotionally vulnerable afterwards. Post nap.
No, it's actually perfect. It's actually like ideal situation. I'm very like I get very sleepy and like want to just cuddle into a ball.
Mm.
Oh, I see what you mean. I get fucked up by naps. Yeah.
You're always like, I can never nap.
That's true.
It's essentially just a popular internet meme. First off, creepy bullshit. As well as the racism, the casual misogyny, the use of bizarre homophobic stereotypes of queer-coded effeminate men, and other tropes that hurt minoritized communities, there is a well-recognized trend of the sexualization of underage characters.
Yikes.
I want to know with
Yikes.
here that Japanese culture is inherently more biased towards bigoted or creepy bullshit. Because even if we admit that there is a prevalence of those things, and that prevalence might normalize those elements and result in more of them being made, it's not like Western media isn't full of bigoted or creepy bullshit that we all...
Just for clarification, my Death Stranding streams are mostly building roads. I don't care much for the main gameplay. I like building big roads.
rather do without. And it doesn't do to talk like fetishization of youth is unique to Japan, and not just a feature of heteropatriarchy.
There you
Not to
go.
mention, these genres of anime have white Western fan bases too, quite passionate fan bases at that. There was recently an outrage from Western fanboys because Funimation re-subtitled one of their properties and translated the word lolicon, a person who is attracted to underage characters, to pedophile. Clearly a biased and unfair decision based on social justice sources such as the dictionary and how words work.
This reminds me of one of my favorite jokes I've made in a video, which is talking about libertarians, and then I go, wait, no, that's not right. What's the word they use? Oh, ephebophile.
Underage characters in anime. There's a hypersexualization of women in general, usually described with the term fan service. Real talk, I hate this term. I hate the idea that fans have these needs that have to be serviced.
Cassiopeia said,
and I'd say people
what is the yikes from?
The streamer Keralis, I think, was doing a let's play of
And to that, you might say
was doing a let's play
Frostpunk.
of Frostpunk, and it gets to the decision where your people are turning against you to the point where you need to decide how to oppress them, basically, and it's either plain old out in the open mask off fascism or religious hierarchy. And he's like, well, there's religion, or I like order and discipline, I guess, but yikes. And it's like, meh. Like, I used this clip in my very first video ever of somebody playing Shadow of the Colossus, and he kills the first Colossus, and he doesn't understand like the way the game is kind of built to make that a sad thing. He thinks it's just kill a boss, like usual, and he goes, "Oh, I feel really bad now. I don't know why." And it's just like that. Just seeing someone experience media, and it punches them in the gut, and they don't get it, but it really gets them. I love that. That's what I live for.
So it became-
Gamers experiencing feelings.
Eric put that clip in his Frostpunk video, and it's like a recurring bit.
say, hey,
Yikes.
fan service is a reliable way to get some people to come back.
I hope he never finds out that I turned him into a meme.
Have to think what the audience wants or expects.
The real question is, why doesn't Death Stranding have trains?
I'd say,
oh.
Now you're speaking my language, comrade. Next, right.
Wait.
I'd say, or expect, only situation in which an artist wouldn't have to think what the audience wants or expects is if they didn't have to think about profits at all. To which I'd say, now you're speaking my language, comrade. Next,
Love it.
Yeah.
Anime imagery and memes and general posting trends has been a mainstay of popular internet like 4chan, the famous hive, far-right.
Just look at all those nice...
So many waifus with swastikas.
Ooh.
Straight up neo-Nazi bullshit.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. It's a video about anime. We're just gonna.
For your full experience of it might have been some memes of uncomfortably sexualized, very young-looking girls saying stuff like, "Ooh, the Holocaust never happened. Don't believe the Zionist lies. It isn't."
I can't believe I said that in a video.
Completely dominated.
Oh, maybe you should have had Mabase chat in this one. I guess didn't know.
I haven't had any guests on, and I'm probably not going to bother now.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Nazis certainly never stopped posting.
I was thinking of having Sarah because she did the biggest contribution to this video, but I'm just not going to bother. So.
Free, pure space. Which brings us nicely onto the next confounding factor: Japanese conservatism. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, currently serving his 4th term as Prime Minister, is a
Non-consecutive
far-right
term.
nationalist. And Japan's political history does include a long-standing empire, an alliance with the Nazis in World War II, horrifying war crimes,
Yikes.
and more. The last factor to consider is that anime is somewhat of a pulp format.
It's just like we're going too much
That's a
in.
yikes from me.
Right. Allying with the Nazis? This ain't it, Chief.
There is room for people to really push the boundaries of the format and experiment with new things inside the medium. And there's also room
The Rape
for
of Nanking? Might want to rethink
frankly,
that
that's
one.
awful garbage. I think there's very little value in saying things like Japanese media is usually bigoted. Rather than
That's
saying
a
this piece
yikes.
of media has these problems,
Fucked you over with
or
the focus
this
again.
Is how bigotry
You
creeps
little
into
bastard.
media
Yeah.
and
You know,
causes
Matt
problems.
messaged me and was like, "Hey, do you know that you're out of focus in a bunch of your bits?"
Divisive to say Japanese as if Japan is the problem, and
I do my best. It just doesn't work very well.
The new one is better. It has an AI.
The problematic nature
Yeah.
of American
The new camera
media
focus
Alice
is
hates
automatic.
it, but it's good for my purposes.
Whereas British media propagates racism.
Oh no,
historical
I'm
revisionism
sorry
around
that
the
your
empire,
peer
and
messaged you
colonialism,
to
and I'd be like,
say, do you know you're out of focus? And put you your video. It's literally my fault.
I was just like, "Yeah, I know."
Japanese media is
I just have to say, "Yeah, I know."
and Western media is not. Worse than that, the sentence is probably Japanese media is usually sexist and normal.
Well, if you enjoy our voices on stream, follow my Twitch. I might actually play some games after this.
As problematic.
That's nice. That makes me feel good. I always worry that I sound really annoying.
You have a lovely voice.
Thank you.
A hypnotherapist.
Ah, therapist. It's a funny
Oh my
word, therapist.
god.
Wait. No, let's go back and.
Point to the year is not. We look at anime in this way from a Western perspective, and honestly, I find it a little hypocritical to point to the worst examples of anime as problematic when we, as a culture, produced Gotham.
You're a hypnotist, right?
A hypnotherapist.
Ah, therapist.
It's a funny word, therapist. I either mean therapist or the rapist. So.
Now let's see who's really behind these bad
It turns out you can't criticize it. It's from another culture. It's a very thin veil for
Oh my
things from other
God.
cultures are dumb and stupid. I don't have to think seriously.
Anyway, yeah,
I
if you
enjoy
like
all the
our voices on
homophobia
the
and
stream,
sexism
go
and racism
follow my
and
Twitch.
stupidity I like, as long as it's
I'm
not
thinking about
bad.
playing some Death Stranding after this.
So I guess
Build some roads.
I guess I need to convince you to take anime seriously in order to show you there's a problem.
What is a Gotham?
I guess to talk about this.
It's not unlike a Minions.
I like Gotham. I am aware I am trash.
Wait, sorry, this is a good bit.
I'm gonna first have to convince you that. I guess to talk about this, I'm gonna first have to convince you that anime is good. I've decided the best approach I have is to talk about some animes I found that I really like.
Section 2.
I love the
Some
now
animes I
let's see
found
who's
that I
behind
really like.
these
I
bandages
have friends who
bit.
stopped watching anime altogether.
Yeah, I occasionally just find clips that I really love and I just want to put in every single
Yeah.
video I ever make. And
I, when I was
let's
a casual viewer,
Alan.
you know, I'd check out
And
anime
I-
now and then that everyone was talking about, like One Punch Man.
and
I'd be
let's see who's
enjoying
really
it.
behind these bandages
And
is
then a black character would show up.
absolutely one of those.
The only one in the show, and he'd have thick pink lips and bulging eyes.
Oh, that's a good video I've put in the description there from Zaria, I think. Very good video.
Yeah.
Long prison rape joke.
Really like thoroughly just goes through it.
Then
It's
I
great.
stopped watching
Mm.
anime for a few months. It's important to acknowledge this outsider perspective because as much as I think it's created by the anime as cursed meme, I think this perspective also creates it.
Bees
If
love
the
it
medium
too.
you were trying to
It's
break
so
into
powerful.
instead was Western film and TV, and you tried watching Game of Thrones or
Gotham.
Transformers films,
Or Gotham.
20. This is illegal. She's a minor. We're protected by the Romeo and Juliet laws. Statute 2704.
And also,
I'm so glad she fucking burned him in Midsummer. Sorry.
Lorcan's cousin knows this guy, right?
Yeah. That's what he said. Yeah.
homophobia,
See ya, Vicky.
bullshit, and what we
See
could
ya.
easily call
I think as well, I'm not sure if you say it in this, but a lot of the anime that is popular that we watch here now is media that was produced 10 or 15 years ago. And so we unfairly sometimes compare it to media here as it is
10,
now.
maybe 20 is a little one. Like a little, like.
Yeah, well, like Pokemon and stuff, or like Evangelion, or like.
But that's like things that people hold as classics, not stuff we watch now.
Like,
That's not the
I
same.
don't mean necessarily, but a lot of the manga that casual, like people who aren't fans of manga would be exposed to.
I understand what
would
you're
be
saying.
stuff that's a lot older.
I understand what you're saying, and that's why I went to an effort to watch a bunch of anime for 2 months.
Yeah.
So that I wasn't just relying on knowledge of stuff that was 20 years old.
Yeah.
You know, the things you notice that are problematic hold up. One Punch Man isn't 10 or 20 years old.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And that's one of my prime examples of something
Yeah.
that's horrific.
Well, it's because it's so normal and good, and there's a couple of things that like burst out as like absolutely awful.
And people say that like the gay character in that is like a JoJo reference, but I'm just like, JoJo is like delightfully gay, like wonderfully
Yeah, it's a
queer.
homophobic JoJo
Like,
reference.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not like it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't read that as a JoJo homage, you know.
Yeah.
Firstly, make you stop watching, and secondly, draw exactly.
Like the men in JoJo are beautiful, but it's not a. They're not feminine, and it's therefore funny that they're also muscly. You
Yeah.
know, they're just pretty muscly guys, whereas the guy in
it's written
One
by
Punch
a gay
Man.
guy, right? For the
I don't
like
know.
for enjoyment. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. But anyway, the guy, like One Punch Man, the character in One Punch Man is clearly meant to be that like joke of just like,
Yeah.
like it's meant to be like a parody of like, yeah.
The same conclusions. I don't mind coming into a medium as a relative outsider because I'm confident.
Yeah,
that
like
there
I've
will be
ended
a
up
lot
saying,
of
well, mangas
engaging,
are often
interesting
like
stuff. I'm
5 or
not
10 years
What I
before a
do
screening,
like
so
is
there's
Sure.
the extra gap of
Okay.
being an adaptation and stuff.
fans of the medium virulently deny that their medium is actual art. So, let's look at some anime I encountered and what I liked about them.
Neon Genesis Evangelion is a pretty seminal piece, and as you watch
Pretty
anime that was created
easy,
after it,
low-hanging
you'll see its
fruit
influence
starter
everywhere.
there.
It's about a teenager called Shinji who gets a job
But,
with his dad's
as I said,
company.
you'll see its influence
He's expected to
everywhere,
pilot an
so,
enormous
you need to-
biomechanical fighter
It's pretty
robot called
gorgeous.
It's good to
It's
start with
Evangelion
this one because,
Ava.
like,
Shinji
if
has to do
your
it because
plan is
his
to
dad
get into
only
anime,
sync with Ava,
this
and
could.
also because his dad says
I don't think there could be a better
runs the
first pick than to
government
watch.
organization. There's a
Eva.
meme about the show which is
What's
basically to
Psycho
joke about Shinji refusing. to
No,
pilot
seriously,
the Ava.
Eva
What's odd about this
first.
meme is that Shinji
Like,
basically never actually.
Mob is the best.
We watched
Wait,
Eva
is this
first, and I enjoyed it.
show? What's odd about this
Is
meme
it?
I really
is
loved
that
it.
basically to joke so, and he runs the government organization. There's a meme about the show which is basically to joke about Shinji refusing to pilot the Ava. What's odd about this meme is that Shinji basically never actually. Wait, is this a spooky show? What's odd about this meme is that Shinji basically never
You didn't tell me
actually
this was
refuses.
gonna be a
He just
spooky
complains
show,
that the
Adam.
public listens to it, and generally makes it clear he doesn't want to. And furthermore,
is.
every time he pilots the Ava, things go really badly. Arguably not as badly as if he hadn't, but never well. What's really odd about this meme is that it actually plays directly into the central conflict of the show. The driving conflict isn't humanity versus big space monsters, it's simply whether Shinji will or will not pilot the Ava. And that's because the show is about depression. Well, it's about other things too, but let's take a second here to look at the basic
It's a good shot. I
The
used.
government has the
Before we
resources
watched
to make
this, I
100-foot
remember I
mechanical
hadn't
monstrosities
seen it, I didn't know
and
what it
huge
was,
laser
but I'd
guns
heard
and all
people
sorts of things,
saying
and decides that
people
the
who
responsibility of saving the
enjoyed
entire world
Evangelion when they
using
watched
the
it as a
most
kid
expensive
were
weapons
like
ever
depressed
created by
teens, and like
science
that's why
on the
they got it,
shoulders
and then
of
people who weren't
14-year-olds.
depressed didn't enjoy
That might be
it
like a
because they didn't get
metaphor
it.
or something. The show is all about the conflict around Shinji.
I saw
being
someone
forced to
say
take on this
you
incredible
liked Evangelion
responsibility
when
to
you were a
pilot
kid and
this
you're
big
trans
body
now.
and do
And I was
incredible
like,
things. The
what?
Avas themselves can be seen as metaphors for the expectations of society.
Well,
the
this
weight
holds
of
up,
living up
like,
to your
based on
parents'
my small
legacy, the
sample
day-to-day
size.
inability and ability of a person
I love statements based on
to
small
just
samples.
live the day-to-day and more. Devilman Crybaby is a bold show. That's the best way to start in describing it. The animation
Okay,
style
Mab
is
say
at once
said-
Devilman's the
and
best.
also
Obviously said the
continually
writer of JoJo does
The
not think
characters
it
are deep
matters
and
how you
intriguing,
identify and
thoroughly
refuses to
human,
identify
believable, and the story
public.
doesn't
Maybe I'm
jump
projecting,
into
but
places
that sounds like something an
It
OG
also needs
gay
to be
would
said,
say. It certainly
this
does.
show is a
Right, I
wild
completely
ride.
agree.
As the series unfolds, you find yourself
So that's what
completely
I had
invested
found
in
it
the
hard to
characters
track
and
down.
Right,
nothing
you were
bad
trying to
will
find
happen
out.
them, and then
Right, but it's just
lots of
like
bad things happen to everyone.
the dude's gay. Like I agree
I
with
mean,
you.
based on the
No,
yes, it reads like
It was about
something for the
fascism the
enjoyment
whole
of people
time.
who
Okay, wait, don't go away. I know
find
this is
buff guys
from me,
like
but this
touching
Well,
each other sexy.
like on the hardback volume we have, there's an author's notes bit where he's discussing Rocky, and he's talking about Sylvester Stallone, and it's the gayest shit. Like he's just so like, yeah, you know when you see like just a yummy guy, you just see a bro who's like, yum, delicious, what a beefcake, and that's what I wanted this character to be like. It's just like, yes. Yeah. Revolutionary Girl Utena. Cool. Now, thanks for the recommendation. We'll check it out.
Fascism measures every person against a perfect ideal and closes in a tightening circle, eliminating everyone wrong and bad until there is nobody left.
Also, the show is extremely gay.
Oh yeah, the show's extremely gay.
It's about a boy who you can very plainly read as being autistic, called Mob, who also has psychic powers.
Interesting note, because this is following straight on from the BPD video. When I asked people about representations that weren't explicit but clearly were their diagnosis and how people felt about it, tons of people were like, fuck Spock, I hate Spock so much. And like the second most common answer was, I love Mob, he's perfect.
Yeah.
Like
he's one of the best representations of to me of autism
right.
I've seen. Like he's not textually
as I say about
Spock,
honestly, like BPD as well to some degree. Just because of like outbursts, and just like
but I think
exactly
that's
the same way I
between
say about
BPD and autism.
Yes, I agree.
And everything else,
I agree. Yeah, but yeah, like I think much more he's intentionally meant to be more like an autistic kid. But I just
autistic meltdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To 100% scale at any moment towards an emotional outburst where his psychic powers will reach new levels.
Like my little brother's autistic, and I got this for him for Christmas because I think the questions that Mob is interested in asking and the values that he's interested in maintaining are like so like to the things that Alex literally said, and things that he's interested in seeing in stories.
Yeah.
And also the kind of the sort of personal character arc of him being a person with no direction and then finding direction and finding friends and stuff. Like, yeah, I feel like that's relatable.
I feel like I hate to spoil it, but it's in a fairly early episode. But just like when he signs up to the Body Improvement Club instead of the Telepathy Club is one of the most beautiful moments in anything I've ever seen.
It's so wholesome.
No, they continue to be wholesome from then on.
Yes.
But that's hilarious.
Yeah,
like it's not wholesome that because he's like recalling.
Yeah, because you don't know that he's going to enjoy it.
He's like recalling using his psychic powers to show off to the girl, but
Yeah.
like she's interested in the guy who runs track instead.
Yeah.
And
He's
so
just like,
you're
okay,
like,
I gotta
he's
get-
going to work on his powers to be more impressive. And then he's like, I've decided to join the Body Improvement Club. And it's like, what's happening?
I'm very sure, given the context, that Mob Psyche 100 would have been closer to the wordplay they were actually.
Oh yeah, I stand by this take.
But
I'm
as it is,
so
let's
certain it
go along
is
with
Mob
this
Psyche
show
100.
about a
Yeah.
Very sweet,
Like,
and gentle, and precious boy with a title that suggests it's about.
Yeah,
gang
the
violence
word like
instead.
psycho doesn't really
for
match
Reagan
anyone
era
unless they
like-
kind of mean like short for psychology because it's very
Well, that's so
psychological.
potentially even that they meant it to be like Mob Psychology 101 or something like that. Like
Yeah.
maybe that's what they were kind of going for. But like,
Out of sincere concern,
yeah.
because he knows
They
Mob
say
sometimes
in the
confuses
manga
people
that he's
around
called
him,
Mob
and
because
he's
it's
got
like
a
he's such an ordinary
I have
character who's just one of the
burns into
crowd.
the crowd, right?
Yeah.
Better Call Saul.
And they're like, but we've
There
decided
is
to make him a protagonist.
100% chance you will like Mob Psycho.
I also stand by this take. If you like Better Call Saul, you can't not
Just
like Mob
because
Psycho.
Reagan era
Which is literally
Patrick
can't.
and Miguel are the same character. They are. But because it's about characters in a dog-eat-dog world who have
I love that
parts
picture
gold.
of Mob that you drew.
Just want to help.
Got it here, right?
You need to
What
put
would
it back
you want?
up.
If your answer was for the show to be deeply aesthetically stunning, then you're in luck. This is one of the best drawn animes I've ever seen.
The show plays with different styles in a way that really elevates the animated format, in my opinion. It's normal in anime to sometimes mess around with the levels of
Jess has
detail on
done
the face or
her
body when
Kylo
illustrating
Ren
its
cosplay
emotions.
clip
Mob Psycho
that she's
Wow.
going to put in the video.
highly
That's
different
really
art
cool.
styles and
Awesome.
levels of construction for this effect. Sometimes using fully painted shots, sometimes using photographics, sometimes reducing the drawing down to only pencil, and occasionally
There's
mixing
such
the
nice
styles
stuff.
within shots, while somehow
I'm watching it
maintaining
with the
one
sound off
cohesive
right now.
aesthetic. Also, Mob is my precious son, and I wish he was real just so that I could give him a hug. And I'm
Oh my
definitely doing
God.
a video about him really soon because I can't not.
Oh my god, Jess.
Holy shit. That's such good Kylo Ren.
Oh my
cosplay,
god,
Jess.
what the hell?
Crying boy genre of anime. But
Ah!
these are all pieces of art with fantastic portrayals of the human condition and mature themes, not just in the sense of being an edgy boy and showing big teeth sometimes.
You're getting Mob out.
Asking questions that might make you uncomfortable, or presenting ideas about the way the world works and standing unflinchingly by them. But this isn't a good way for me to make
There you
my
go.
argument here. I can't just list anime pieces, that's not sensible. Otherwise I have to weigh and judge every anime in existence. So that's why I have friends! Yeah!
Here's why
Yeah!
Logon is great.
Here's why you.
Hey, it's that guy.
Mabase.
Here's why Neon Genesis Evangelion
Just like
is great.
Mabase and
Here's
Sarah
why
both have like such gorgeous
Paranoia
colouring
Agent is a
backgrounds
13
and
episode
lights and
series
stuff.
that centers
So
around a
nice.
mysterious string of attacks by a shadowy assailant, given life by one character's need to escape reality, and given power by the subsequent spread of rumors and collective fear. It begins with character designer Tsukiko Sagi, creator of Moromi, who is adorable and also haunts my dreams, but then frequently shifts its style and focus to weave the narratives of characters together via a collective expression of individual trauma.
If you know anything about Evangelion, it's that it's a kaleidoscopic psychodrama about depression and loneliness and the pains of growing up, and also angels and giant mechs fighting each other in Tokyo.
Yep.
But what you might not know is that Shinji Ikari, the protagonist,
Those books.
Oh, that's the
I
Twin Peaks.
have them. I mean, not those ones, but copies of the same books. There. Right there. And they're in my recent videos, you can see them.
is a closeted trans woman. canonically. Because I say so.
Studio behind Neon Genesis Evangelion, and it kind of makes some references here and there to it. Just like
We watched Fully Cooley afterward, and I love the giant building that's so fucking weird. It's just like a big iron, you know? And it just does that bizarre thing like
First of all, as much
several
as
times a
Sakura
day.
is a capable and
But
smart
it's
and
great.
tough
Love that.
girl, the show
I
seems to
loved
focus a lot
Cardcaptor
on
Sakura
her worry
too,
and her confusion.
and we talked about
She was
Cardcaptor Sakura
concerned with
before
really
we
trying
recorded
to do
this
things
one,
right, a sort
but
of antithesis
the
to Sailor
script
Moon's
and clip that she
constant
sent
urge to
Eric
nap and
was
fulfill
describing
one thing, it's a
BBC's
show
Pride and
about
Prejudice
bros.
as if it was an
Bros
anime.
being well with each other, fully loving each other and loving on
It's
each
so
other,
good.
being responsible and caring and wanting the best for each other. But also, there's this really cool scene right toward the end of the show where the protagonist is talking to the antagonist, and the antagonist is like, "You have a 0.001% chance of winning," and the protagonist is like, "Any percent chance is just the same as 100% chance because I'm such a badass." And I always just thought that scene was really cool.
It's an exploration of escapism, whether that's delightful inanity or explosive violence. And to watch it now after the rise of social media, the effect that's had on the spread of information and misinformation,
We were hanging
as
out
well
with
as
Grace
a growing list of
yesterday.
things to escape and an online lexicon that increasingly vocalizes that desire through expressions of violence against the self, it's a show that's more relevant and relatable than ever. Like, yeah, just hit me with a bat.
Sakura also comes across as a
This was my
relatively
Christmas present to
tomboyish
Eric.
character, which as a kid was super inspiring to me.
Now, obviously, you don't have to be trans to identify with Shinji, and you may take his ennui in a different direction than I did, and you're perfectly valid and wrong for doing so. Regardless, he offers something as a protagonist that not a lot of art does. He is a teenage boy who is sad, who is desperate, who hates the position that he's in, and is inconsolable in all of these regards. Not to be mean, but he's kind of a pathetic loser, which is fair because so are all teenagers. That's the
I
point.
completely
That's what
forgot to
being a
tell Sarah
teenager
to
is.
limit her
Cardcaptor Sakura had
talk
a
about your
great
favourite
combo
anime
of
bit to
gripping,
1 minute like I told
magical
everybody else,
quests,
and she went on for
mythology
3
and
solid
mysticism,
minutes.
explorations of the
It was really
anxiety.
good.
It was a good bit, but it was
You
just
managed
like
to cut
way
it
too
down
long.
in a way that really summarised what she said.
Oh yeah, in the longer version is the full version, and you know you can
I
go
would
see
die
that.
for
But
Yuki
yeah,
/ Julian. I would die for him.
and I feel bad because
Okay,
Mabase
bye. Thank you so much.
as well. I know they really tried to keep it under a minute.
Yeah.
Tried really hard, and
It's
I
tough.
attack your What Kiwi with Gravekeeper's Vassal and destroy it. Now I attack you directly with Gravekeeper's Oracle.
Section 3. Rambling bullshit about art.
I think it's worth taking a second to talk about the dimensions of media. What I mean by that is the different elements that make up a medium. For example, in video, there's the visual of the audio elements, but also what designers call affordances. The relationships
You liked
between the
it a bit, right?
properties of a
Mhm.
product and the abilities
you
of the
usually rave
user
about
or
it, rant and
consumer
rave
of
about it.
For
Maybe
example,
I
books
this
You
have
just
words
spaced
that
out
we
there.
read,
Think it
therefore
is.
books or the relationships between the properties of a product and the abilities of the user or consumer of that product. For example, books have words and we can read, therefore books afford
Oh yeah,
read
that
read.
bit.
Right,
But
Yeah,
something
it's
that
cool as hell.
differentiates books from blogs is that
right.
books have
You're usually like
physical
super
pages
excited
that
about the
you
bit,
can
so
touch.
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
just
it's really
watching
cool.
you,
I
and you
literally just
didn't
missed
react
it.
at
It was
all.
like a second.
Your eyes were on the
Or
screen.
having their pages
don't
touch.
remember seeing it at all.
Let's look at two different ways of executing
Yeah, we do really love that bit.
In the end of the prestige drama The Sopranos, Tony Soprano is dining
The
with
bit where
his
it's
family, and
showing
then the show
Eric's
cuts
like
sharp.
editing screen move past the video as he's inside it and
In
also
Saga
speaking
Volume
behind
7,
like I
the
love
final pages directly following a death are entirely black, save for the words "and then" on the first page. 6 A4 pages of total pitch blackness.
Aesthetic as
When
hell,
The
though.
Sopranos cut to black,
Mhm.
many people reported thinking their TV had broken. When you read the end of Saga
Reminds me of
Volume
Twilight.
7, you know from that first of 6 pages
She does a lot of that with like the
that this is
depression
all there's going
period
to be.
after
Black
Edward breaks up with her and she's like
However,
blank pages.
You have to keep making the choice.
Hmm.
Turn the page to show yourself the rest of those empty black pages. I wanted to consider the dimensions of a medium in order to point out that essentially this is all a medium is. There can be implicit biases in a medium. For example, in terms of accessibility for disabled people. This is an ongoing discourse around video games. But animation as a medium doesn't have implicit political or cultural biases. So there's a media aspect to anime that needs considering, but also a cultural one. Anime is, of course, the subset
I
of
just
the
remembered about the
mediums
duck.
relating specifically to Japan. Japanese
How to
culture
read
and
Donald
anime
Duck.
will always play off one
The
another
duck
and
book.
influence one another.
That's a nice.
Okay, but what you said was, I just remembered about the duck,
Yeah.
and there was no way I was going to understand what you were talking about.
Mm.
The comparison between Western
You
media and
forgot
anime
about
is
the
fairly
duck.
clear to see through the live-action Netflix adaptation of the anime Death Note, a show about a high-achieving student who is granted the ability to kill anyone by writing their name in a book while picturing their face. In the Netflix version, Light Yagami, the high-achieving student and flawless godchild, becomes Light Turner, a loner loser kid who everyone hates and who hates everyone right back. In his introductory sequence,
Yeah, he's like
he is
popular
shown
high
telling
achiever.
a bully that because he is technically a minor, if the bully hits him, he will go on a list as a logical proof that the bully.
Yeah, it's like in Japan, the kid who matters most, and you want to tell the story about and kind of talk about because they relate to the national psyche, kind of, is the overachiever. In America, the kid who matters most and who you want to talk about
And then he gets the power to
and
kill
relates
anyone.
most to the national psyche
What would
is the
story
school shooter.
Or at least the underdog, and then the
Yeah.
twisted
But
version
loner
of that
loser
story
kids
is the.
who are suddenly granted the ability to kill anyone they want.
Right, but it is a school
Yeah.
shooter
Yeah,
story
yeah,
because it's
absolutely.
If you stay that close to the source material, it seemingly doesn't aim to. It's a cultural translation, rewriting the story to make it work better as an American version of the same core contents. But the fact that a live-action adaptation is considered necessary at all is itself a cultural translation. Lots of anime has been shown to children in America and Europe because it's Lots of anime has been shown to children in America and Europe because it's only considered marketable to children. In many cases, anime has been re-edited or censored to make it appropriate for a younger demographic than it was originally intended for. And this is because our assumption culturally is
like
that
people
all
know
anime
quite
media
often
is
about the
silly and uninformative
0th season of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Which I have
And then
to
there's
feel is
the
part of the
the
reason
fact that
why anime is so
Pokemon was full of guns and explosions
Oh, is it?
Which brings us in a way
What?
to slightly bear with me for to how
and
to read
4
Donald
kids
Duck.
in
Imperialist ideology in the Disney
America
This book
re-edited
is
it
about how Donald
to
Duck
have no
and
guns.
other Disney comic
No
strips
guns.
It had
pro-
guns
But it has a
in it?
rocket launcher.
propaganda
It has people getting electrocuted and burned all the time. There's a bunch of like emotionally intense stuff, but no guns. No. No guns.
The early critics of this book took this exact stance. You can't criticize Disney because Disney is for children. So if you criticize it, you just hate joy. From the books, Instructions on How to Expel
I love
Someone
this.
from the
It's
Disneyland.
awesome.
The authors of this book are to be defined as follows.
This is Gamergate.
Indecent and
This is
immoral.
this.
Yeah,
This is
absolutely.
Gamergate.
Absolutely.
Hyper-complicated and hyper-sophisticated, while Walt is simple, open, and sincere. Members of a sinister elite, while Disney is the most popular man in the world.
This is Gamergate.
This is Gamergate.
This is
While
Gamergate.
Disney
This is Gamergate.
non-partisan, above politics. Calculating and embittered, while Walt D is spontaneous, emotional,
Walt D.
loves to laugh, and
Uncle Walt.
Finally, cultivators of Marxism fiction, a theory imported from abroad by wicked foreigners,
There you
while
go.
Uncle Walt is against exploitation.
Uncle
and
Walt.
the classless
There you go, Uncle
society
Walt.
of the future. This passage fits spookily well onto defenders of anime from serious media analysis.
And Gamergate.
And Gamergate too, for that.
And Gamergate.
Anime isn't literally propaganda from an imperialist regime, whereas Goofy is, and I will destroy him if it takes my last dying breath.
Gorsh.
Wait.
That Gorsh was me, by the way. That was my Gorsh.
That's good.
I thought so.
Gorsh?
You hear it and you think it's Goofy, but it's me.
Yeah.
So it was my Gorsh.
One Punch Man and Mob Psycho 100. They were originally created by the same person. And while I was put off One Punch Man by the weird bigoted bullshit, Mob Psycho 100 nearly completely escapes it, except that again, there is just one side character who is drawn as a weird blackface minstrel style cartoon. I don't know what to say about this besides, hey man, please stop. The best reason I can see for why this would be this way is the normalization of bigotry through tropes. Japan is among the most homogeneous societies in the world, and along with this goes the possibility, likelihood even, that some artists will have more exposure to racist blackface cartoons than actual black people in real life. Besides, there will be tropes in Japanese media that we won't immediately recognize, and therefore they'll stick out to us as odd. Whereas there will be tropes in media we're used to that would easily fly right over our heads because we don't see anything unusual about them. For example, in anime, Screaming Boy is a recognizable trope, and that's not really a thing in Western media. Or where it is, it's not a repeated and copied element.
I think
Screaming Boy.
Aside from like
other tropes that might stand out to first-time viewers, contributing to the notion
You know,
that anime is
there's
thoroughly
just
cursed.
a lot of the change for this stuff comes from people getting a voice and going, hey, that's fucking gross, don't do that. And, you know, there probably just aren't enough people in that place to say, hey, that's fucking gross, don't do that.
Yeah.
Stereotypes, usually paired with stereotypical behaviors such as stupidity or laziness. These stereotypes and forms of bigotry are fairly cross-cultural, so yeah. The blackface cartoons probably originated with Jim Crow era racist cartoons from America, and we have the joke of a man dressing as a woman here too, with no consideration for how it spreads toxic ideas about gender. There is an instance of this trope in Mob Psycho, and also in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, so let's look at them for a second. In Mob Psycho, Reagan disguises himself as a woman in order to gain entry to a private girls' school from the client. In Jojo disguises himself as a woman in order to get past military guards. So the setup is the same. In both instances, a character disguises themselves to gain entry to somewhere. In Mob Psycho, Reagan is rejected by the guard, who calls him a disgusting pervert, and then later, much to Reagan's chagrin...
What was the video I had the
it's
comment on
In JoJo,
where someone was like,
however,
I'm a trans woman and how
JoJo is
dare
rejected
you,
by
you
the
can't
guards when
speak
they see
for
him
us
disguised,
about this
and
thing.
he
It
is
was either...
genuinely
I think it
I
was
think
this
you
one.
had a similar
wanted to be
experience with
beautiful as a lady.
both this one
This
saying
subverts the trope, and it's
that
genuinely funny, and it's
this
endearing to
just
the
was
character.
transphobic, which I think is
He then
fair enough.
becomes
And
magic coconuts.
the
Point is, there are tropes, but that doesn't excuse it from
Simone
being bad
in...
writing. There are examples where people...
I think you had the worst
in
comment
line
on
with
the
trope,
Simone one because it kind of
but it's still
assumed that you were a cis
enjoyable
man.
and good writing and doesn't hurt anyone.
In
Look,
on Near
why do I
Automata.
want to talk about problematic elements in media I like? If I like Mob Psycho so much that I'm willing to just ignore the shitty
It might have
parts,
been this one.
why talk about it at all,
I'm trying
right?
to remember.
Why do we do the...
That worst one
extreme
that you're
double
talking about,
vote
it was the
policing?
same.
What do
Like,
we as media analysts
that's the one I'm thinking
hope
of.
to gain? Well, the simple and obvious answer is...
I have had people
bigotry
saying to me here that,
media
like, you know,
hurts people.
the JoJo's
Their life
Bizarre
genuinely
Adventure
hard.
thing,
But I suspect
like,
there
it
are
is
a few
transphobic.
people,
I'm like, yeah, it
charming
is. Like,
individuals in my comment section
if the joke
who
is
are
that men
full
are
for
dressed up
such
as women, then yeah,
subjective
like, that is. But
nonsense.
also, JoJo is,
Racism
like,
is poor writing.
I don't know, like...
any kind of stereotyping, any kind of
Yeah, I don't know.
writing
I
that
just think it's
lazily
nice.
relies
I just
on
think it's,
trope instead
like,
of creating real,
just a clearly better
rounded
one.
characters that feel
And that's all
human
what
and
the point I'm trying to make.
is
You're
bad
not trying to say
writing,
it's
and we are more
okay,
than
seal of
valid in
approval.
calling
It's
it
just
out.
like
From a media
there's a scale.
Often
So
when
guess
characters
what?
in...
Anime isn't going to be SJW free anymore. I'm coming to take away your waifus and your weird racist bullshit. By which I mean, no, anime is good and fine.
Like, often when tropes are arrived at independently, and people have just, like, their characters
not on
doing
the same
something and it
page.
fits for the character and it kind of works, and it works within the drama or otherwise, often when that happens it's, I don't hate it as much, you know. And the JoJo thing is an example of that, I think.
Why is he laughing? He shouldn't be laughing.
Because I've just drawn the last piece of Exodia the Forbidden One!
Your face is so
Impossible.
good.
No one's ever been able to summon him.
Exodia!
You don't actually summon Exodia technically. There are only 5 monster slots on the field, and if you had any monsters down, then you wouldn't be able to summon Exodia because there are 5 pieces. You win the game by having all the cards in your hand. The show got it wrong, is what I'm saying.
Exodia! Obliterate!
Because what I found out when I looked it up, when I got the card, or whatever, it says it on the card. When you draw all the pieces, you win.
Was that a clip from the actual show?
What are they gonna do? Sue us?
So you guys accidentally filmed that totally out of focus, but luckily it really works because it's like
Yeah.
panning out to be on a monitor anyway.
Yes.
Very likely.
It worked out okay.
I forgot about this.
Sir, they've defeated the copyright lawyer in battle.
Well, then we're going to have to resort to more drastic measures.
Behind the scenes secret.
No,
we
no.
weren't actually in the same room for that.
Oh yeah, that's movie magic. Yeah, that's
Mm.
right. Let me just go back on this one because I like pointing this out every single time. Harry sent me such a fucking funny clip because with the audio on, he's saying, "I can't believe it's already been 2 years since George Michael died." And I love that so fucking much, and it fucking slayed me when he sent me that.
Hey everyone, hope you liked the video. You've just been watching the abridged version of The Great Debate, Is Anime Cursed? If you head over to patreon.com/CurioVids and support this channel for $2 or more, you can see the unabridged 46-minute version. And if I surpass 600,
You did a pretty good job of cutting together
that version
like
public,
Yeah, I really
as
like
was
it.
originally
roughly
This month, I'd like to
Evangelion
recommend
opening
Yeah.
adjacent.
It's not that guy with the recorder, but it's, you know, it's
Oh
a
no,
close
yeah.
second.
Well, as he pointed out, that takes like
bipolar disorder.
30 hours of editing.
Watching my video about BPD.
This video is
I'd
really
also
good.
like to recommend
That
Tony,
Tash's
who
video
makes
there.
really
That was
entertaining and incredibly
Yeah, Tash's video rules, and Tony's stuff rules.
Oh,
as well.
this is
Many of the content
incredible.
in the abridged series, then you know what
Absolutely
Tony does,
gorgeous.
except Tony does it unlike anything you've ever
Also, this
seen.
person singing is
I'd like to
Natalie. I
thank
don't know if you
Hannah
realised that.
Mathematics for the wonderful music they make for this channel, and Natalie for the cover that you're hearing right now.
There you
Can't
go.
remember the words.
As well as Joe, Ash, Natalie, and Harry for all starring in my anime nonsense.
Finn's
Finn
drawings.
for doing sketches for these credits.
Love them.
Not to mention my wonderful Patreon supporters who make this all possible. And you,
Right.
the viewer, for watching all the way to the end.
Oh,
See you next.
it's the big one. It's time for the big boy. You ready?
Ooh.
The big boy, my most viewed video.
Ooh.
If I just go like this, like this. Oh. 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 Okay, let's go back to watching the video now.
Bye, Cassiopeia.
Bye bye. So, like an absolute mad lad.
What have you done?
What? What have I done?
Oh, you're just trying to.
Yeah, I just putting it back
Oh
in place.
shit!
What?
I mean, I knew it. I knew it had gone over 100,000. I'm just being reminded of it. That's cool.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking wild, isn't it? It's funny when you have like some videos are like 9,000 and some videos like 100,000. What a weird place.
It's definitely a weird time. You know what? You know what? It's time for another diversion.
Yes.
Being horribly unfair, we were about to watch The Big Boy, but I think it's time for White Man Bad.
Hell yeah.
Okay, White Man Bad, an adventure on easily offended Nazi Twitter.
Okay, so I just saw this
Thank you,
Trebor
Jess.
ad. You know, Trebor, the mints. Basically, you know, you got this guy. He's shaving, and then this fucking thing comes in and it gets him out of there. 'Cause he's a fucking this queer. Get him out of my man zone. Unbelievable.
My man zone.
It's a changing room, not a shaving room. Ugh,
I enjoyed really hamming it up on this, just like really overstating what their message was here. Like, this is what they're saying.
And I thought there are kind of two ways to look at this right away. Like, one, it's just a very dumb ad. Like, it's just not good. Like, you just see it and you kind of roll your eyes at it. Or two, it is deliberately designed to spark an argument online between like what I would assume would be people being offended at the obvious kind of toxic masculine stereotypes of like hating guys who want to groom themselves in different ways. So an argument where on one side you've got these kind of people arguing against toxic masculinity, and on the other
The
side,
razor was right on his nipple when the thing shoved him.
No, that's dangerous.
Really dangerous.
Lose your nips.
But somehow that's
That nip's coming right off.
Those aren't the people who are offended. You have 2 ads in the same changing room. Same guys each time. Amazing coincidence. It was the white guy each time acting badly. Looks like a lot of white male hate coming from this company. A second advert I've seen in 2 days. Yeah, I've always thought white men shaving their armpits in changing rooms was a real problem. Thanks for tackling it head on, Trebor. Brave and groundbreaking. A fine effort. White man bad! Hey look, in this one, the white guy is the tit as well. You noticed that too. Maybe I'll walk around with my head held low in shame until we get taken over by the real toxic males at the gates. Just add Trevor to the Gillette list of white man-hating trend followers. Racist anti-white man adverts. Anti-white man adverts. Oh, that's the same tweet. It's from the same person. What? Oh, another advert where the white male is a dummy. Thanks, Trevor. Racist anti-white man advert. It's the same guy again. Racist anti-white man adverts. Does anyone know how you report these adverts to both Twitter and in general? At least this guy gets it. Oh, come on. Hairy nipples are unsightly. Allow us hairy nipplers. Sounds like a Harry Potter character. Hey, with pride. Honestly, thanks, Wilbur. Wilbur Seymour. Cool. Cool. Thanks.
That's a gold star. That's a gold star for effort.
That's great.
That was a gold star for effort there. Right. Let's get back to it, eh? Okay. Oh, yeah.
I don't care about your...
Like an absolute mad lad, I just started the video with a fake quote. This is the aesthetics of intellectualism. Here's a fake quote. There you go. When certain people have watched this video, certain people, in Mauler's Discord. No, it's not just them, but like other chuds besides them. All the chuds, when they watch this video, I've seen them commenting. Starting with an Aristotle quote, okay. Wanker. That's the point.
Where's the fucking video?
That's the fucking point.
Where's the fucking video?
That's the fucking point.
Or feeling. Like, just be perfectly clear, I care nothing about your feelings.
I absolutely love this montage at the start.
I don't care about your feelings. They fucking love it. It's like...
That's why Dave Rubin left the company, and now all of a sudden he's getting
this
funded by
fucking
the Koch
gets
brothers,
me.
and all of a sudden his opinions are very different.
I like talking about ideas, not about people.
These are facts, and facts don't care about your feelings.
And I have to say that my brain is still in recovery mode from taking in so many high-level important ideas.
So here's what you should have done if you were a Nazi and you wanted to win the war. You should have enslaved the Jews and the
a lot
Gypsies
of
and made them
people.
work.
Yeah, you can tell.
A lot of people comment based on that clip.
The Jordan Peterson clip.
Yeah, a lot of Juds think, or Jordan Peterson fans.
Chuds.
Think that what's being implied there is that Jordan Peterson thinks that it would have been a good idea to enslave the Jews and the Gypsies, and that is not what was intended in putting that clip there. What was intended was to show that Jordan Peterson is a fucking raving lunatic and doesn't know what he's talking about.
Just to be clear, he is saying from the Nazis' point of view it would be a good idea.
Yeah, but he's not,
But yes.
saying that he would have liked it to have happened. But the reason that's in there is because when we watched that, we're like, does he not know that that's what they fucking did? They enslaved them and then they killed them because they saw it as a good in its own end to exterminate certain groups of people.
It's a form of soft Holocaust denial.
Yes.
To pretend, whether you're playing the ignorance card or whatever, to talk about them, try and attribute them with different intentions, which is what he's doing in the wider context of that clip. He's trying to give Hitler different intentions, trying to say that he's like a chaotic, evil, but like bad guy who's just trying to create the most chaos in the world. Yeah, self-sabotaging, to all this shit. But secondly, another form of soft Holocaust denial is just to like pick at the small things done in the Holocaust. Sorry, smaller than the Holocaust in general, right?
Just
and
revisionism.
Just deny those smaller things happened.
Nobody talking seriously about the Holocaust would not know that they enslaved the Jews and the Gypsies. That's exactly
he's
what
not a
they
historian.
did. Work
but
makes
I'm
you
not a
free.
historian.
That's...
You're not a historian. Most people aren't historians, and I think honestly, most people know.
Yes.
That in concentration camps, people were enslaved.
Yes, a large number of the
work.
people who were killed died of disease and starvation because they were enslaved in concentration camps and forced to work. That's how Anne Frank died.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the point. That's the I get. Yeah, as a.
Yeah, it's not trying to
point
say
of
that
order
he's
before
like
we start.
Trying to glamorize.
Lots of people think that I'm
Nazi
saying that
stuff.
Jordan Peterson is a Nazi by taking that clip out of context. But I think the clip speaks for itself because he's denying that the Nazis enslaved the Jews and the Gypsies. Right.
I'll be totally honest with you. Sometimes he says things that fly by me as well. Ideas.
Which was the point of including the Dave Rubin clip there, right next to it.
I'll be totally honest with you. Sometimes he says things that fly by me as well. Ideas.
You're on this carnivore diet.
Yes, I've been on a pure carnivore diet for about 2 months. Well, I have a negative story.
Okay.
And we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. Like, I was done for a month. That was the first time I talked to Sam Harris.
You were done for a month.
Because
Apple cider. Like, what was it doing?
Sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
It produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom for a month.
Fucking cider.
Impending doom.
I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep
What?
at all. I didn't sleep at all for 25 days.
How is that possible? That
I'll
should
tell
kill
you how it's possible. You lay in bed, frozen in something approximating terror.
Approximating terror, not terror, because it couldn't be terror because.
For 8 hours, and then you get up.
Ideas.
Right. The glorious, everlasting Third Reich.
You cut that out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
I'd be very interested to do some kind of analysis of a lot of... There's a huge space for very right-wing figures who display a lot of emotion that their followers don't feel that they can express, and they feel like they get to express their fear, their like frustrations, their love and compassion through this vicarious figurehead. Like, you know, Glenn Beck's famous for crying about his fears for the state of America, and there was I can't remember his name, but another politician, and Jordan Peterson I think is definitely one of those guys.
To some degree, like, it's just like all the people, all of them, whether they're denying that they're being emotional or not, like, emotions are your brain's decision algorithm for decision making. Like, how you feel about something is your way of deciding what to do. And like, in neurological, psychological terms, people who've had lobotomies don't feel any way about anything. That's what makes them, like, just, that's why people are given lobotomies, to make them into ideal workers who would just take orders and do them without thinking about it. They feel nothing. It destroys the emotional part of the brain. That's why it was done to so many hysterical women, right? And it just, to some degree, like, even Ben Shapiro fits exactly the same thesis you're describing there, where it is entirely about the emotional reaction and being able to express that feeling through watching their content or engaging with them. Or to an entire degree, that's kind of the point of this video. Like, that's kind of the whole point of what they're doing.
Political discussion.
No, I know. Well, wait, to be fair, but to be fair, you're actually being rude.
Love that clip.
Yeah, this is another thing. We were just watching this back the other day, and I was just saying that Ben Shapiro is the freak in that room. He's the weirdo. He's the freak in that room.
Yeah.
Okay? When you're shown just the clip where she says, you'll go home in an ambulance, and he's like, that's not very civil. Like, you think, oh no, she's like making trans people look really aggressive, that's bad, and so on. And you're also just worried that like how trans people will be treated. And transphobia is rampant, just to be clear about this. Like, I'm not denying that transphobia is absolutely fucking rampant. But like the guy on the other side of her is just like an average adult, just a normal human being. And trans people have, signed the fucking social contract with a particular clause that says, I want to be treated in a certain way. And normal fucking adults agree to that. And they're just like, yep, totally fine. And they don't misgender them. And they don't, whatever.
Or they
act
don't
like Ben
misgender
Shapiro.
them to their face, even if they are transphobic. Or they,
Right.
they act in the way that they think that they are being expected to act because they want to be friends with the people in their environment.
Right,
They don't
exactly.
want to create conflict, even if they are transphobic and they don't understand. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it makes Ben Shapiro much, much, much more of a weirdo that he is throwing out those just basic social norms.
Yeah.
Just really, really basic, like a 6-year-old can understand the kind of social norms. Then it makes her weird for being trans. And that's what I love about the longer version of that clip where that guy says, to be fair, you're being kind of rude.
Yeah.
It gives you the context that is kind of missing otherwise.
Intesito says, hey from Argentina, I always show my friends that video and they can't believe it. I'm guessing that's the Jordan Peterson clip. Don't know his team. Pretty fucking wild. And then he's like, the everlasting Third Reich.
I'm sure you have too.
Mhm.
After the conservative right wing spent many decades as the political movement of censorship, hysteria,
The majority of people who've ever seen me on this website ever have seen how bad my hair is in this video. That's very distressing to me.
It's fine.
It's not good.
It's not as pink as it should be.
And intellectualism. And I find this really troubling because it's us on the left who really value discourse, rational discussion, theory, and civil debate. So I've decided I'm going to take down these pretenders, these false brain giants, these intellectual paper tigers, these frauds. I'm going to destroy them in the realm of facts and logic. How did that look? That was good? Yeah? That looked good? Yeah.
Love the Simpsons text.
Yeah. Simpsons text, Simpsons font is the peak, like, non-intellectual aesthetic.
Yeah.
This group started calling themselves the intellectual dark web. Clearly
Because Comic Sans looks too much like it could be something an academic was using, just because they don't have like aesthetic understanding. They're just not engaged with like design or something. They're just like a boomer. Simpsons text. Simpsons.
And conjures up images of a renegade group on the run from politically correct mind police who want to censor them by being nice to trans people. Or at least it conjures up that image if you aren't already familiar with the dark web being a term for the illegal parts of the internet where people go to buy biochemical weapons and child porn. But this is the intellectual dark web. I'm not afraid to take this gang on.
Why
I'm
did
not
they
afraid of
take
anything.
that name? What the fuck?
Except those tiny ships in bottles. How do they get them in there? Are there tiny people walking on the tiny ship? Through a highly scientific process that I can't reveal at this time, but I promise is very smart. I've determined first we're going to talk about Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is an American conservative who's built his brand on the cornerstones of facts, reason, logic, and civility. Ben's powerful big ideas, like a mighty castle of debate, are cold, carefully
I love this
designed,
line.
and impossible to defeat. But also, like a castle, are about 400 years out of date, have terrible plumbing, and are the home to the ghosts of creepy old white men. And the worst thing about Ben is that, frankly, he isn't really a very good debater.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
Apologies to Sarah. I skipped Peter's section earlier. I'm going to skip Sarah's section too.
I knew you were going to do that as soon as you skipped Peter's.
Again, apologies to Sarah. It's a good section.
It's very good, and she has a whole expanded video, so
Yes,
go watch that.
totally. Yeah, she has her own video. You can absolutely just go see it.
In many ways, Ben's mighty castle of ideas is a trap as much as it is a defense. He's entombed within his own battlements, left to roam the empty, dark halls of his own bullshit. It's like the fall of the House of Usher.
Deliberately and artfully shit is my number one favourite aesthetic.
Jess says all the blatant transphobia I've experienced has been from other LGBT people. Yeah, honestly, I mean, it's a little. I think it's a fairly limited experience, but in my experience, the same. Like, LGBT people who are more used to talking about that stuff. Like, blatant transphobia in the abstract, blatant transphobia towards trans people as a monolith. I've heard way more from straight people who didn't realize they were talking in a room that contained anyone and they were concerned about, but like directed at a person I know or even me, way more like people who feel comfortable to talk about it in the first place.
From disappointed or maybe even angry Shapiro fans who, even though they agree with his politics,
it's the fact that Ben, as a straight man, as a cis straight man, has like decided it's his place to talk about trans, like he's allowed to talk about trans people and talk to them and misgender them to their face. That's disturbing.
Ben isn't like his assumed guise of objectivity, his license to tell you that whatever he says is true, and the ability to direct your attention wherever he wants, as he does in his many purely political non-fiction books. He kind of falls apart. When Ben has to write feelings as well as facts, it's really easy to tell what total horseshit he's trying to sell you. Next, let's look at Stefan Molyneux. Wait a second, Stefan Molyneux? No, that guy's a disgusting racist. He believes that black people have brains smaller than white people. Like an honest-to-God phrenologist. He's like the shittiest possible outcome of Victorian time travel. I don't know how this guy got on the list. I'm so sorry, guys. Fuck! Who else is there in the IDW? There's Sam Harris and the Chuckle Brothers. Sam's an Islamophobe. Wait, sorry, okay. I know Sam's taken over.
I love that.
Sam's boring Islamophobe. There's Jordan Peterson, of course.
That is the most controversial thing that Eric says in this video, because there have been so many people coming in to defend Sam Harris.
Proportionally, I agree with you. Because proportionally, I barely talk about Jordan Peterson. Yeah. Sorry, I barely talk about Sam Harris. I talk about Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro loads. But I get about equal numbers of Jordan Peterson defenders, Ben Shapiro defenders, and Sam Harris defenders. No one defends Dave Rubin.
Dave Rubin?
Dave Rubin?
Things don't care about the facts, despite widespread.
I've never had someone defending Dave.
No one's rooting for Dave Rubin. He's a tool.
Yes, literally, I just had no one defend him ever. Literally.
It's a boring Islamophobe. There's Jordan Peterson, of course, the scientist who disregards science in favor of views he prefers. Almost like his feelings don't care about the fact. Despite widespread consensus in the scientific community about the validity of self-identification relating to gender, Jordan Peterson was still able to make his bread and butter on the brand of the lone, rebel academic, willing to cast scientific doubt on the trans ideology.
If the dial of ideas was turned to low for the last few years, it's quickly moving into the hot position.
Let's talk about Dave Rubin,
It's quickly moving into the hot position.
Welcomes these.
If the dial of ideas was turned down low for the last few years, it's quickly moving into the hot position.
And then doesn't actually debate or challenge anyone's ideas. His job is just to pleasantly smile and nod while his guests say atrocious lies. And the Koch family pay him very well for that. Oh shit, did I say the Koch family? I'm so sorry.
If the dial of ideas has been turned down low for the last few years, it's quickly moving into the hot position.
From the billionaire Koch family. Dave has pleasantly smiled and nodded along at Ben Shapiro while he was calling him a sinner for being gay.
To continue.
Tommy Sotomayor, friend of KKK leader David Duke, who reacted like this when he found out Rubin was married to a man.
Dave Rubin is gay? No! He got a husband? I shook his hand!
And Stefan Molyneux. Wait,
Sorry, so Tommy Sotomayor there, you may have noticed I said he was friends with KKK leader David Duke. And that seems a little strange.
Yeah.
Based on some physical characteristics that Tommy Sotomayor displays.
Certainly stands out.
There is a common misconception among some white people that black nationalism and white nationalism are like the same. Like black nationalism is also like racists. And I don't know if the perpetuation of this idea has anything to do with Tommy there, but he is the kind of equivalent in black nationalism to white nationalism.
Okay,
Like,
so he sees them as an ally in like pro-segregation kind of way.
exactly. Like he's literally.
And yet they're friends.
Yeah.
So they've interacted.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. 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 Like Tommy Sotomayor is like rooting for an ethno-state, basically. Basically. Yeah. But yeah.
Interesting.
Just to revisit that though, the common misconception is a misconception. Black nationalism, not racist, not the same as white nationalism.
Certainly not the same.
Mm-mm. And I'm not just seeing this from people who are trying to be defending or defensive of white nationalism. By the way, I've seen this from people who hate white nationalism and identify it as racist, fascist garbage, but they think black nationalism is just the same. I just wanted to address that. Yeah, it's also always white people who seem to make this mistake.
No! Now, actually, there's a new center developing, and I think both of us are sort of in that, not in the exact same political part, but to me, that's irrelevant. I mean, if we took the brain of a 25-year-old black man and the brain of a 25-year-old white man, what is it that they're doing that...
No, different sizes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a new center developing, and I think both of us are sort of in that.
So you can hear the
yeah, was that Sam Season?
You can hear the Majority Report laughing in the background there, because the quickest way for me to find that clip is just to look up the Majority Report clip where they watch it, and so you can hear like Brendan laughing in the background. But yeah, it's annoying. I just didn't want to like dig through a ton of Dave Rubin. Like,
it doesn't.
It's exhausting. Ben Shapiro is Jewish, same deal there, I assume. Yeah, kind of. Like he's absolutely in the good books of like the like they're Christian Zionists, people who are supporting Israel because they like want the Jews to go away, and also like, and then it's like similarly to Tommy Sotomayor and David Duke's friendship, like. Ben Shapiro's like all good with I don't know Dennis Prager.
Prager's Jewish as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Who am I thinking of?
Koch brothers? I don't know.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Well, like evangelical Christians, isn't it?
I guess
they make allegiances, even though the evangelical Christians are like.
There's a money man who's like properly like Westboro Baptist Church kind of like evangelical. Like, and I can't remember. I didn't know Prager was Jewish. Oh yeah, I guess I did. I forgot. That's the word I'm looking for. Forgot. But like, yeah. Similarly, like there is a lot of like lobbying for Israel. It could be likened to like David Duke liking the guy who's, like Tommy Sotomayor's in favor of an ethno-state for black people. David Duke supporting that is similar to people who aren't Jewish supporting Israel as like, yeah, cool, everyone gets an ethno-state, what a great idea. It's like,
Well, it's more the other way around, like Jewish people like hanging out with evangelical Christians for their support of like conservatism, and Israel is like throwing Jewish people under the bus for the nationalism.
I don't understand the difference to what I just said.
In this example, Ben Shapiro is Tommy Sotomayor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, okay.
Was I... No?
You said it like the other way around, like...
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Okay. The way around Natalie said, I'm sorry if I'm being really unclear. That's what I meant.
Mama says, Tommy wants an ethno-state? Why would he want to live in a nation where he's forced to be around black women, his arch nemesis?
His arch nemesis.
Yeah.
No, but I've watched like I don't know who was interviewing who even, but like a meetup between David Duke and Tommy Sotomayor, them hanging out and chatting about, yeah, and they're just like, ethno state's cool, right? What a neat idea. Let's just go back on this one a little bit.
That's like fucking weird.
Hey, the cable's not that stretchy. Can you just be...
Heh.
Just come give me a cuddle.
Heh.
That's irrelevant. I mean, if we took the brain of a 25-year-old black man and the brain of a 25-year-old white man, what is it that they're doing that...
different sizes.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a new center developing, and I think both of us are sort of in that.
Different sizes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like talking about ideas.
It's hard to know what connects these people, considering they all have different claims to the identity of intellectual. Ben Shapiro is a trained lawyer and debater. Jordan Peterson is an academic. Dave Rubin. Also, within the conservative fish tank of political thought, they all have fairly varied political beliefs. Here's one, though. Transphobia seems to be something that unites the dark web. Oh, shit, sorry, the intellectual dark. They all deny, to some degree, the existence or legitimacy of transgender.
You ever see when someone's like doing something entirely as a signifier, like a signal of their intent? It's just Dave Rubin saying, we're both sort of in that center together. And it's like the sort of only means I want to be able to deny this later.
That sort of doesn't save you, Dave.
But it doesn't. That's
save you.
exactly what I mean. Like, it doesn't actually have that effect. It just shows what he wants to mean by that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Claiming, as any rational, scientific, and curious mind would, that the science is still out on sex and gender, and that liberal social justice has gone too far in letting people just identify as whatever gender they want. As any rational, scientific, and curious mind would, they're worried that people just attack them and call them bigots when they express simple concerns about the children. Won't somebody think of the children? And I'm sure that as any rational, scientific, and curious mind would, they've researched the history of transsexuality.
ADs.
I found that the person who coined the term transsexual...
That's a good video.
That is a good video.
Transsexuals and suffering.
The best way to find out if someone's trans is to fucking ask them. We are, after all, dealing with intellectuals here. The problem is, these big special smart boys don't believe that you could just go along with what's politically correct to be nice to people and, you know, take the time on your own time to educate yourself on the issues. It would be all too easy to just figure out the facts and logic on your own time, but you have to remember, facts don't care about your feelings, so it's only morally right and rational for
Facts cannot for their feely wheelies.
I just like using facts don't care about your feelings as a thing here to mean that facts and feelings are divorced, not that they're not that the facts ignore your feelings because the facts are superior, which is like how Ben Shapiro thinks he's using that, you know, because it's like the facts don't care about your feelings, so what he should do is, and then something based entirely on his feelings, that he should fight for the feelings, you know.
The intellectual dark web aren't interested in uncovering new truth. They want to defend facts they already learned. We can easily imagine people who already learned the world is one way and now are having a hard time adjusting to it being different. As long as we imagine those people as 5-year-olds and not grown adults and respected public intellectuals.
This joke was deemed deeply unfair to 5-year-olds who have far greater capacity for growth and change than Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, et al.
And that brings me to an interesting place, right? Because that's another thing these guys will have in common. They're all actually anti-intellectuals, trying to claim the opposite. They're all using the aesthetics of intellectuals.
Ooh.
They rely on gotcha arguments, rehearsed talking points, and cherry-picked facts and figures to create the illusion of winning arguments, rather than actually logically defeating their opponents. As famous Austrian communist Albert Einstein once said, facts and figures are to a fool as inflation is to a pufferfish. I lied, he never actually said that. It's just true on its own merits, and that's the aesthetics of intellectualism, baby! Alright, fellow big brains, let's dive in and take a look at the aesthetics of intellectualism.
Alright, fellow big brains.
They're smart and rational, why they do it, and who's really behind these bandages. Spoiler, it's a bunch of white guys.
Now let's see who's really behind these bandages.
When I was a tiny baby in engineering school on an intercollegiate maths course, one of the first things we were taught were Fermi calculations. If you've ever played a good old-fashioned game of how many jelly beans in the jar, or similar pseudo
Just enjoying the music.
Yeah.
You've done
It's
a
good.
Fermi
It's
calculation.
good.
A Fermi calculation is a
Bench
fast and
Apero.
sloppy estimate trying to make the best possible educated guess using known quantities. The example we were given to calculate in the class was something that, at least at the time, wasn't available at all through Google.
They made it
How
into a
many
terror
train
duck.
drivers are employed by Transport for London?
That's
Horror
a terror.
I got the closest answer in the class, out by only about 5 people from the actual number. And obviously I'm telling you that to demonstrate and brag that I have a big, strong muscle brain made of beef and game. But
How could I not
also
be? Of course,
want to
that's
demonstrate
obviously what I'm
fraction
doing.
Fermi calculations are. It was a few years ago now, but to the best of my recollection, I made my estimate by saying this. On average, there is a train at a platform about every 4 minutes on any given line, and on any given line it takes about 4 hours to go all the way round, end to end and back again. So there must be 60 drivers per line, plus some small adjustments for reserve drivers and shift changes and so on. Now, I am genuinely quite vain about my mathematical ability, so I wouldn't be telling you this appallingly awful example with these dog shit assumptions that I made.
They are dog shit
If
assumptions.
weren't
I just
trying to
don't know where I like.
that a really, really
I just
bad
don't know where I
calculation
pulled
would
that
be really
from.
accurate
Seriously,
estimate.
like
And
4 minutes between tube trains, 4 hours to go around the whole line. What is that?
Yeah, it was like it could be 3 minutes, it could be 6 minutes, like
Yeah, I don't know.
The Fermi calculation is a
I don't know.
fantastic way
could be
to
10
bullshit
minutes.
people.
I've been on a fair few tube lines, and it holds true for, or at that
It-
time,
it, like,
it held
seemed
true
right.
for them.
Yeah.
What
I haven't been on all the tube lines. I don't know that. It's not.
It says that if children are allowed to determine their own gender, then that suicide rate will apply to all of them.
And also, some of them are way shorter. I don't just like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. It's just.
Yeah.
Debunk this by saying, no, Ben, trans people are suicidal because of transphobes like you, not because of statistics. Or you can point out the mental health of a population that
See,
encourages their children to
statistics are a magic spell, where when something's found to be true by statisticians, that's the truth, and then no matter what
extrapolate
you
from that, and it will create the truth.
exactly. So like, if a population of people are suicidal at a certain rate, then no matter how many people join that population and for what reason,
incredibly wrong. But to everyone else, he seems right. And not just right, he seems smart. And that's the aesthetics of intellectualism. Or at least
Booyah.
it's one of them. Another key aesthetic is civility.
Booyah.
The ability to stay calm and not get worked up is perceived as crucial to being the rational Dr. Smartboy brain mind. And frankly, I find that offensive. Yes, I am offended at the notion of being expected not to be offended. Welcome to Snowflake City.
population me.
When Ben Shapiro or whatever other glib
That's a good one. I get a chuckle with that one.
existence or humanity of a minority group, I think it's pretty fair for the people from that group to get kind of worked up, and the tendency for moderates, centrists, and liberals to side with the party that can keep their emotions in check, to me, betrays a fundamental misunderstanding of the situation. Ben's feelings are disgust, discomfort, denial, and cognitive dissonance. The feelings of someone, say, who needs access to an abortion.
I wanted to go with abortion for this example just because I talked about trans people quite a bit already, and I continue to later on, and I just wanted this example to speak to people who aren't necessarily as invested, or just basically, even if they think they're an ally, don't really care that much. Like, I wanted this example to speak to people, so I didn't want to use, a trans person who's debating with Ben Shapiro will feel really, really afraid, because like, one form of like not believing in forms of bigotry is to just be like, yeah, but those people don't actually pose any threat to you. Like, their bigotry isn't real and doesn't have any effect on you. And it would be very easy to kind of just say that and wave that away with trans people and Ben Shapiro in this instance. Whereas he's also staunchly anti-abortion. So I thought a good example to use here is abortion. You can explain, as I do here, that like, it's his potential effect on literal policy.
Yeah, I mean,
like
Ben
so clear.
Shapiro is a horror to all sorts of people in all sorts of
Oh,
ways.
absolutely, yeah.
Policy. And honestly,
facts don't care about your feelings.
As a response to that, makes me need to take some deep breaths and sit down with a cup of tea.
Push the volume up. Anyway, yeah, I just I wanted to use that because it's like there's just such a clear thing. Like there's a time pressure on abortion. Ben Shapiro's influence with people could have an effect on policy. So debating him, you'd feel absolutely terrified, you know, based on actual material like medical needs. And that would still be true for trans people or anyone else whose Ben Shapiro's bigotry affects, but it might be kind of hard for people to relate to that if they just didn't really get it, basically.
Need to finish the video.
Another key aesthetic is confidence, or I could say unbearable smugness, but for now I'll say confidence. Speaking with authority and certainty on your topic of interest is key to being seen as smart. And that's actually how a whole industry of YouTube thinky men talking, making video essays is propped up. Enumerating the aesthetics of intellectualism isn't all that useful. I'm hoping that you can start to notice some of them for yourselves, and when you do, I hope that you'll notice...
Let's say I'm watching the stream. Right. Let's say... Actually, let's be generous and say that I'm actively watching the stream. Okay. So if I'm watching the stream, then I want the volume up. Yeah. Okay. It's fair to say that. And if you agree that I want to hear the videos, if you agree that I want to hear the videos and I want to hear the commentary, but I want to hear the videos as well, then you agree that you should turn up the volume.
And confidence... Well, confidence is based largely on trust, and hot take here, society does train us.
Is it better now, by the way, guys? I turned up the... I did turn it up.
Rather than assess for ourselves the validity of their statements. As Carlos Van Buren once said,
the gameplay was very soothing, thank you.
Marks, and gullible sheep will nod along as if Carlos Van Buren is a real person that I didn't just make up. But I'm still curious, why is transphobia the uniting factor between these powerful minds? Is it because there's something unique about this topic?
There's a weird thing that happens in this next moment, where I say something I believe, and then Liz Wheeler says something very similar, and then lots of people leave comments saying that Liz Wheeler is talking total gibberish. And on one level she is. On one level she totally is, because she's saying that like the trans agenda is trying to make people reliant on the state, and that's just not true.
Have you ever met a trans anarchist?
But on the other hand, it's not gibberish. It's exactly what I just laid out, and my whole point is that she has an apt analysis up to a point. Like, that she is actually laying out. Like, my point is that that's their fear about how their systems of oppressive bigotry will collapse.
Maybe it is not sustainable for everybody to be reliant for most of their life on only two people for all of their needs, and maybe we should like strengthen our communities and take care of each other.
Okay, but putting the state thing aside, what I say is that the bigotry and oppression in society is founded on first the oppression of women by men, and then that if like gender is fake, everything is done. Everything comes crashing down, and that's the fear that they're operating based off. Now, I don't think it is. I don't think that everything will come crashing down that simply, right? I think that it could become pretty fucking widespread, like acknowledged that gender is fake as hell, and it wouldn't bring society crashing down. It wouldn't bring capitalism down on its own. I don't think facts work that way. I don't think it's a magic spell. But I do think that that like oppression is built up in that sort of way, and I do think that some of the stuff that Liz Wheeler's saying there is confirming what I've said, because that's what their fear is, and that's my point. And then it's just really weird because I get loads of comments that are just like, she's just talking total shit. And you know what I think I get those is because she's a woman and because she's blonde. Because a whole bunch of those comments also call her like a bimbo, a dumb blonde, shit like this. And I think it might be
cool
what
good.
You might call the aesthetics of intellectualism, where I say something that they, as a commenter, didn't really grasp. Like they didn't really get what I was saying there, but they, yeah, ideas, ideas. And then she says a thing, and the editing suggests to you clearly that what I was saying
contradicts
should
somehow.
shame what she's just said. and then you leave a comment. This stupid woman expressing opinions in public. And it's just like, cool. For the record, I've banned everyone from my channel who, while thinking they're agreeing with me, has said something misogynistic about Liz Wheeler. Liz Wheeler is awful. She fucking sucks. She's a ghoul. She's terrible. But if what your comment is...
She's not a bimbo.
She's a bimbo. She's a dumb blonde. All this shit. Goodbye. Alright. That Shapiro Peterson picture is doctored to make Shapiro shorter, and it's the one everyone uses.
Alex J. Brady did it, and everyone uses it to the extent that Shapiro's own, is it the Daily Wire?
Yes, his own website, yes.
His own website, the Daily Wire, shared that picture as a, representative image of Ben Shapiro without realising that it had been doctored to make him look shorter. Beautiful.
Yeah, I used it on purpose. It's not, It's just a short dig. I don't know. Sorry, it's not. It's just a I found it funny that everyone uses that picture. It's not so much that the shortness thing. I find it funny that Daily Wire thought it was legit, and because of the meme of that, I was like, I got to use this picture, and I need a picture of Ben Shapiro. That's all.
Like a red flag to a bull, it just causes all the jars of bullshit sauce in their skulls to open. Do they know something we don't about the scientific method that makes it just divert around this one specific topic? Or is it that all the oppression in society is based off the oppression of women by men, like the world's most bigoted house of cards, and if gender is constructed and malleable, then it'll come crashing down around them, and that's why soulless pill salesmen like Jordan and Ben have to try so hard to stop society from accepting trans people? Nah, it couldn't possibly be that.
Now, just before we do this, one more thing. I did get a comment from a class reductionist dickhead who's just like, I think you forgot about class, bro. No, I didn't. I said all the oppression in society.
There's lots of it.
I said all of it is based on the oppression of women by men. So they're like, but you...
I mean, how did they start dividing up the labour?
Right. Engels acknowledged that the biggest form of uncompensated labour is reproductive labour. It's I'm like, okay.
When you advocate for transgenderism, meaning when you do that politically, what you're doing is you're saying that there's no real gender roles, right? And if there's no traditional gender roles, then there can't be any traditional relationships. If there's no traditional relationships, then there can't be a traditional marriage. If there's not a traditional marriage, then there can't be a traditional family unit. If there's not a traditional family unit, then everybody in our nation is rendered dependent on the government.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Oh. So the aesthetics of intellectualism is a system people use to reinforce oppression that prizes certain traits above others and sees people who are perceived as lacking in those traits as inherently worth less, as inherently lower down the hierarchy. I feel like there's a name for that. I feel...
Mabba with you, with that patriarchy, have no capitalism to begin with.
Yeah, legit. I do think so. It doesn't mean I think that... So here's a list of statements I'm not making. Women are more oppressed than the working class. Not that would work as a statement anyway. Women are half of people. Therefore half of the working class. The oppression of women is more important than the oppression of the working class. We should be focusing more effort into undoing the patriarchy than into undoing capitalism. These are all statements I'm not making. I'm not saying that I'm wholly against either of anything. That would be a weird false dichotomy. But none of these are statements I'm making in the statement, this one came first. Just being like, this one came first, probably.
Yeah.
And the other ones are
Could
built
this
off
be
of
the
that.
case?
Like, for example, you know,
Here's what somebody might think.
racism is inherently tied into like the weird fucking cuck fear. Like, there's a reason cuck fear comes out of racism every time racism is doing a big like global wave of popularity, right? And it's because the fear of people from other races stealing your women away.
The gendered
Right.
violence done to men of color.
Right.
When
Right,
like,
in lynchings, cutting off genitals
Yeah.
was
Mhm.
such a commonplace thing.
but that's played out in
And it's
so many
gendered
different
violence because it's
racist situations
right,
in different places.
Right.
as
Racism,
well.
we know racism was invented by like one dude 600 years ago, one specific guy. Like, I'm not saying that like in-group, out-group hostility never existed before that, and I'm not saying that nationalism or something like this never existed before that, but like race theory and the idea of like a white race 600 years ago. And like we know there was a date at which capitalism started existing. Would you care to point to the date at which the patriarchy started existing? Would you care to? Like, sorry, just like really worked up over that
Agriculture
shit.
had a lot to do with it.
Agriculture.
Agriculture.
As everyone as everyone who took sixth grade history with Mrs. Savage knows, agriculture.
Hell yeah! Abolish the family unit.
Give me this.
Amber. There he is. That's
It's that boy.
Aesthetics of intellectualism?
we were just talking
That's that
about
boy.
him.
I'm your pizza delivery
No,
guy.
I'm your pizza delivery guy. Here's your pizza.
Fucking smiles. No. I'm your pizza delivery guy.
I've been talking about these guys as scammers, and now it's time to look at the people they're scamming. It's important.
The patriarchy started on the 3rd of May, 200 BC. Well, beautiful. That's fantastic. Except, I don't know that the 3rd of May existed at that point. But without colonialism, patriarchy, and the likes, you couldn't build capitalism. I thought this was
what
kind of settled
enables
theory.
you to justify
I
the
completely fucking
hierarchies.
agree. And once again, statements I'm not making. Feminism is more important than leftism, right? All this shit. I'm just not saying that by that. But this dude, so offended. You forgot about class, bro. Like, no, I didn't. I'm saying class is part of that. It's part of that. That's what I'm saying.
Lindsay pointing out bigots using supposedly misogynistic culture as a racist weapon against non-white immigrants. I think it was for this video, really, like, it didn't fit in, but I wanted you to talk about, like, how...
Paul Joseph Watson's This Is Why the Terrorists Hate Us.
There was a French, like, Victorian era, like, socialite who was insisting that, you know, he was an explorer or something, and he was saying... you can tell which peoples are more civilized or more savage because the French people are more civilized than the other peoples that he was meeting because they treated their women as subordinate, because the French treated their women as subordinate, and that proved that they were more civilized. Yeah.
Right. Jess says the Julian calendar did not exist in 200 BC. Yes, I fucking nailed it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Sorry. Okay, let's carry on.
Collect this dog. Holy shit, I don't remember Big Joel being in this video at all.
That's because he vanished without a trace. That's movie magic.
By the aesthetics of intellectualism. It's been said and said again and said to death that Jordan Peterson
There will be less pausing on the next videos, I promise. So this will we'll get through the other ones quicker. This is just like the big one where there's a lot to discuss.
appeals to people who are alienated from themselves and from others. But I don't think we talk enough about what alienation means in terms of perspective and in terms of needs. These are going to be people who don't necessarily have a solid basis for economic,
364 downvotes. 364 people going straight to hell.
On time, and they don't have a good starting point for
Should
how
have
to
checked
educate
how many
themselves.
there were in
And
your
that's where we
BPD
encounter
video.
the only
Oh,
book
yeah.
you'll ever need.
Those people are going
The only book you'll
This
ever
book
need
cover I
is
made,
love it so
so
much.
fucking
It's so
good.
good.
The only book you'll ever need by some dumbass. You are here in a brain.
I love this like summary. This idea.
Yeah.
This is a contribution.
Oh, I fucking think so. I wish more people would talk about the only book you ever need, because it's such a like. Another thing is like it's such a capitalist mode book. I talk about this that it's about selling a book, but like holy shit, is it like a capitalist mode of writing a book? Like the only book you'll ever need. Ideas.
You had a few people coming in to defend Sapiens as well.
Yeah, but it's like I'm not calling the whole of every the only book you'll ever need book total trash. I'm saying that it's a mode of writing a book, and I've liked some of them, exactly.
That's why these books are increasingly.
However, there are some really trashy things in Sapiens that really, really do suck, like hugely.
And for the reasons that you're talking about.
Yeah, and like Yuval Noah Harari is like pals with Sam Harris. He's been critical of him, but like he's hung out with him as well, like
12 Rules for Life. If you're looking to buy a book that will help you as much as possible, as fast as possible, the odds that you'll buy something on history or theory or just something you're interested in go down dramatically. Now you're looking to buy a book as if you'll never read another, or at least as if you'll never need to read another. This book should change your
We've
life
got two
so
important
much
books
that
coming
next
out,
time
The
you
Only
buy a
Book You'll Ever Need and 10 Drowning Street.
And therefore it's only natural that the books marketing themselves as the only book you'll ever need will win out in that competition. The problem is, as has been observed many times
These
before,
J-cards.
Jordan Peterson's self-help comes with an automatic passage into his conservative Christian beliefs. This isn't simply a Trojan horse. This is a feature of the only book you'll ever need. And it's political philosophy as self-help.
Because it's individualism. Because it's not individual. Just individualism. Like I completely condemn all individualism, but it's like personal responsibility. You have to fix yourself.
Help you and everyone be better by restoring the natural order of men over women. And the people who disagree, they just want to censor him and you and everyone because they're weak. Because they're not living by the 12 rules and eating steak 3 times a day. They're weak. And that's why they must be destroyed. But they're also strong in this way that they control everything and want to censor everyone. And
12 Rules for Life that we see in big posters on the tube.
I know what this is.
Literally, is like 12 rules.
Fascism. It was you all along.
For
Ash looks so much like Waluigi in that shot.
Fascism. It was you all along.
That's Waluigi right there. Wah! Sorry, yes.
Yeah, so the posters were saying
said choose life,
which is such an
it
incredibly
said
horrible...
choose, little text, 12 rules for, big text, life.
Yeah.
It's obviously meant to be appealing to suicidal people. Selling Peterson to them. It's horrific. There's very little music on the Thunderbirds clip, but there is some. But I'm actually playing the same song under this that I played for the intro bit.
Oh.
Yeah. Now it's just the audio from Thunderbirds. But like, yeah, I was playing the music from that.
The ding 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 ding.
Insert ideas.
Dave over.
Insert ideas.
Dave over.
Insert ideas.
Everyone ready for some nice shots of Stratford shopping centre?
I had a whole thing here, like, planned out, but I just didn't do it. I made this great shot where there's 2 of me, but I didn't use it. I refuse to explain why, I just didn't.
You had yourself, like, opening the door to yourself, and it was really good.
Didn't contribute nothing. Their works weren't useless.
It's okay, I'm happy with how it came out. I'm happy with this video in the end. I had this whole thing planned out.
The only book you'll ever need.
Love Can, excited for Lady Penelope.
Who want to show off they've read some philosophy are clockable from a mile away.
Bear Queen, I have spent hours in the past trying to figure out what this clip is meant to represent.
Really don't want to hear this.
So, in the version in the planned out version I had, it's about the duality of post-masculine identities, because there's this video and there's the next one, and in the next one I was going to have more stuff where there are 2 of me, and that was the point, because my point is that like post-masculine identities is where people, where men specifically have
I had a
like
friend once who took serious
noticed that
with the
their
idea that his
toxic
feminist
masculinity has
girlfriend
been
might have problems
noticed
with his
and
behaviour.
recognized and
After all,
discussed,
he'd say,
and
"I'm
so
not
they
one
have
of
to
these
hide it.
big
And the two
muscle
ways they hide it mainly
He was talking,
are
of course,
the aesthetics of intellectualism
Chads.
and comedy. And so
I
it was
just
meant to be
think
those
this.
two things basically.
I'm not a Chad.
Like I say,
I think
at the
we
end
should
of
talk
this
about
sequence after the
post-masculine
fall, I basically
Post-masculine
where I got up there
masculinity
and walked off. I was supposed to be
over
walking
it
home,
it has
and
a
I'd walk all the
curve,
way home,
and then
and I've got
recognise
a
and
poem
study
in the
and
long
feminist
version,
ideas are out
and it was
there
going to be
now
like
because
playing
of
over
consciousness.
just footage of me walking
Post-masculine
home,
identities
and then when I
must
got there,
include forms
I
of
would open the
masculinity
door
where
to
men
myself.
want to confront their own
There would be two of me,
toxic
and I had that
behaviour,
shot
but
done.
instead draw a false equivalency
But
between the stereotype of the Chad and the behavior deemed toxic.
I mean, just for various reasons, I just didn't do it. I just like
The
it was
adorable
running long.
misogyny of the Big Bang
I didn't feel
Theory.
people would
Toxic
appreciate it.
masculinity has been
Yeah, I think it's good as it is. I absolutely love it where it is.
Kind of would.
Stats for doing that.
The payoff wouldn't really come until the sequel, and so I didn't want people to just like watch this video and be like, "Ugh, what was that?" And instead, so that's just kind of a fun bit instead that's nice and weird, but not like.
It's nice, it's sort of breaking the tension.
Yeah.
Out with
Kinda
the big dicks, in with the big IQ
Yeah.
points. I know it sounds a lot like
And
I'm saying.
the point as well was like fascism knocking me on my ass and then me falling and splitting into two, because it's like
This essay will have a sequel.
my contention is that toxic masculinity is the individualized form of the collective pattern we call fascism, and that's where the post-masculine duality comes from. Fascism knocking men on their ass and splitting them into two people. That was the thing I was going for, basically.
When someone like Ben Shapiro claims that he
But I
has
just
only
didn't
facts,
bother.
they have
I
only
got
facts,
got nothing for you. I just didn't bother.
plain and simple. Because measuring facts and scientific data against one another can only change someone's mind.
Jesse, you still dressed as Kylo Ren.
Just that the science also agrees with the
You look really good as it, by the way. I watched the clip. It was really
Read
good.
a single fucking study one time. God! The fact is, and remember, this fact careth not for thine feely wheelies. If you could only be facts
That's right.
and no feelings,
That's heckin' right.
no one would like
I'm
you
doing a
because
heckin'
you'd
facts
be
right
so
now.
You'd be
boring.
so boring.
Boring.
No one will like you. Boring. And the other, maybe less important fact is, Ben and his ilk don't care much for facts at all. They aren't rationalists, they aren't empiricists, and they certainly aren't.
Oh no, I showed feet.
The scientists aren't the people who look at the sky and say,
no, somebody's
it's
got
blue.
that clip.
That's all I need to know. They also aren't the person who would say, well, it's red sometimes, so fuck you.
Fuck you.
Scientists look at the sky.
This is a little
and
mean
say,
to Alice Quinn Rose, who helped with the alt-right date night video. I asked her before using this, because it's her idea in the first place. The thing about like the sky is blue being used as like an obvious fact in a debate, the way that Ben Shapiro would, and the way she would tell it would be like, well, no, sometimes it's red. And I actually kind of use her words as the other person there who's also wrong. I'm like, well, it's red, so fuck you.
Yeah.
That was a little mean of me.
Well, it's not really how she was.
No, exactly. So it's not really her.
It's just
but
the
like
inspiration for it.
like I credit her in the credits because like I did just use her bit entirely. But my point is about like what a scientist does is observation and then is descriptive, not prescriptive.
Yeah.
And what Ben is trying to do is prescriptive.
Based on curiosity.
Exactly.
Turns red in my part of the world once a day.
Or
at this
need.
time. Why is that? These guys use the aesthetics of intellectualism.
What is going on with that
incidentally
badass
because they're
t-shirt
intellectual,
design?
Because they want to manipulate your feelings.
Love this
It's
t-shirt.
a ramen and a broccoli having a
Feel
fight.
like they care about
And it
facts,
says food
about
fight on it.
Reason about science.
It's in the next one as well, right?
It's just a great t-shirt.
What's really painful to me is their idea of what science is for is defending the way they think the world should be, and that's just not right. Science is for deepening our understanding of the world around us, and in doing so, enriching the beauty of it all.
Richard Feynman, theoretical physicist and co-creator of the
I love
atomic
this.
bomb, had a story he
I
liked
love
to
how
tell about
This is one of my
bring it in
favorite
here as
endings
well,
here.
yeah.
who thought that scientists made flowers boring, dull things by taking them apart.
And you said that he actually made up this story as well.
He was very open about that because he told the story a bunch of times, but then later in life he was just like, "That's a fake story.
Much more about
I have no friend. It doesn't exist.
The souls in it, the complicated
Doesn't exist.
actions and so on, which also have a
in
beauty.
fact, he was pretty open about
it's
the
not
fact
just
that he's the
beauty
artist
at this dimension of one
because he also
centimeter,
was an
there's also
artist.
beauty
He
at a
also
smaller
painted and drew a lot.
Oh, that's
So
lovely.
it was a kind of
Also the
Socratic
process.
dialogue.
Yeah.
He was
The
like,
fact that
yeah, me and me.
Colors and the flower
Just
evolve
Feynman and Feynman in a
in
dark
order to attract
hoodie.
insects to
Having an
pollinate
argument.
is interesting. It means that insects can see the color. It adds a question. Does this aesthetic sense also exist in the lower forms? Why is it aesthetic? All kinds of interesting questions which the science knowledge only adds to the excitement, the mystery, and the awe of a flower. It only adds. I don't understand how it subtracts.
Love that clip.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I'm gonna dash out to the loo. Be
I
back in
gotta
2
leave.
minutes.
No.
Oh, go off me.
Okay.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching. I'd like to thank Bathymetrics for making fantastic music for this channel, as well as everyone who proofread this essay and gave me feedback. Also Alice, who gave me the analogy about the colour of the sky, and you,
Bear
the
Queen,
viewer,
that's a
for
fake
watching
story.
all the
I
way to
have
the
no
end.
friends.
There is a longer version of this essay available on my Patreon for $2 plus supporters. When I reach $600 a month, I will publish the long
Spider-Man
versions of
pointing
this
at
essay
Spidey
and my
meme
previous one.
intensifies.
So if you don't have the money to support the channel yourself, consider sharing this video around. This month, I'd like to get you to check out Advoti and Kay and Skittles. Kay and Skittles
Kay and
makes very
Skittles
good
is
lefty
fab.
political content,
Everyone should
including a really fun
check
look
them out.
at the most entertaining political group in UK politics, the Cuck Party. Advoti makes good essays about media, some of which are really excellent, and some of which are treason. I'd like to say a massive thanks to all my supporters on Patreon.
Don't talk
who make
shit
it
about
possible for
Spidey
me to
around
pay rent
Eric.
and eat
Not gonna work.
and make these videos. So this is all your fault. Thank you. Bye for now.
I was sitting in cosplay watching YouTube. Oh shit. Lorcan, no pressure Nat, but if anyone stops watching while you're here on your own, it's all your fault. I mean, that's what I assumed, and I wasn't looking forward to it. Kate and Skittles are a nice duo. Beautiful, beautiful Skittles. What shall I talk about now? Here's a dinosaur. There's a dinosaur. It turns into a box. You do this. This stream's suddenly gonna get 1 million views because like kids who watch unboxing videos are gonna watch it. And you like, it's like this. There's like a box. There you go.
Yo, how we doing?
I'm showing them. I said this stream's suddenly gonna get 1 million views from kids who wanna watch this robot dino.
Okay, you could go on. Actually, no, you're still in there. Just go
What?
into Streamlabs, do your
Uh-huh.
thing.
What am I doing?
Like I showed you. People, we'll
There?
be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to microwave some food while Natalie's in the bathroom. The waiting scene as well.
Waiting scene.
Okay, see you in a couple of minutes, people.
See you in a
And then
mo.
then we'll do the next bit. Mic is back on. Hello, hello, hello. Desktop sound is back on. Don't make that that same mistake again. Oh, the mic being back up there is a problem. Shit.
Is it too far?
No, it's right in front of the camera.
Oh shit.
Okay, I'll put it there. And then Dinobot can go there. And then headphones.
Hey.
Headphones. Okay. Let's carry on. It's 7:30. We got 3 more vids to get through.
Their brief moment of panic as the microphone is in front of the camera before you get it sorted.
Who's panic? Who is panicking?
They haven't panicked.
Who?
I was just anticipating.
Who's panicking? Who's panicking? We're all calm. We're all calm in here.
Tierplats. Whoa.
Oh, this has got my costume in it. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
It's an underviewed video, so I don't get people complimenting it enough. So then I forget it happened. Look at those horns. Horny on main.
Hello. Welcome back, non-binary friends. And everyone else. It's Halloween again. That deeply spooky time of year. A time
This is
for
a very
frights,
fun costume.
A time for chills.
Yeah.
More than anything else. A time for have some takeaway and beer. Watch bad movies with your pals.
Yeah, that ruled. Quick aside, someone commented on this video and was like, Curio, sexier Satan than Philosophy Tube.
Oh my god.
That's cool.
You
That's
can't just
fine.
say that
I mean,
shit.
like, I don't appreciate the horniness. Go away. Leave me alone. But, fine. It's a compliment, whatever. It's a compliment to me. Someone replied to them and was like, yeah, but Ollie's chest, though. And it's
Oh my
like,
God.
no. You absolutely fucking never do. How fucking dare you delete your account? No. No. You don't have the argument in my comments section.
Save that shit for your diary. Fuck's sake.
I've been a bad movie lover since high school, and my friend Giorgio would buy kung fu and horror movies in 4-movie bargain sets from Poundland. Yeah, 4 movies for £1, 25p per film, and really much, much more than they were worth. Giorgio and Ash and I would get together and watch 2
Really, they should
or
have been paying
3
us for them.
terrible films back to back, and just sit there transfixed and unable to escape for hours and hours. I've seen dozens and dozens of films now, not expecting them to be good, not expecting them to be competent, not even necessarily expecting them to be entertaining. Because that's the thing about watching trash movies. You don't really spend the most of your time laughing uproariously at the unintentional comedy.
Yeah, yeah. It's a common
You spend
anxiety.
most of your time deathly bored. Some movies don't get better or really have any good bits, and you just get to the end and you feel like you've eaten a cold, greasy meal that costs too much. And for that to be worth it, the gold, the good bits that you do find, must be really compelling. So after a decade of Chinese takeaway and bad movie nights, of riff tracks, of slowly discovering the whole...
But someone also commented, they were clearly halfway through watching, they're like, does the person next to Curio ever actually speak? And it's like, yeah, wait to the end. What?
It's a really funny bit. Jeez.
But yes,
Have some
just wait. You'll find out if she speaks. And then if you feel like
That's the tension.
if you feel like you're doing your epic feminist takedown of me, a disgusting man, just talking and talking and using you as a prop, then go ahead. Sure, fine. At the end. But like if you make that comment and then you watch and then she does speak, then
Embarrassing.
what did you just do? You fucked up.
Find out very shortly.
You forgot about class, bro.
whole community of people who want to painfully subject themselves to just awful movies. I think it's time to finally ask, what the fuck? The Room was written, directed, and produced by Tommy Wiseau, and this is amateur hour.
I love that.
We're not going to talk about the fucking Room.
That was so cool.
We're going to talk about some
That
fucking
works so
bad
well.
movies.
Great transition.
Some movies that'll convince you that The Room
Transition
deserves
goals.
a fucking Oscar. Neil Breen is a filmmaker who, after Wiseau, is probably the
He had
most
to do it
well-known and
twice.
most watched in the world of
But
So
it
Bad
worked
It's
so well
Good.
it didn't matter that it was crumpled when you put it back out and did it again.
Yeah.
I can't go
Yeah.
on with this.
Yeah.
I'm an American. I'm an American.
I'm
I
an
love my
American.
country.
I love this.
Jess is admiring a costume.
Thank you.
Everyone's going to be admiring your Kylo Ren costume shortly.
YouTuber Adam
Very
Johnston,
good.
Your Movie Sucks, made a video shining a light on Breen after his third film, Fateful Findings. Even at that time, Adam could see clearly and pointed out that Neil Breen's first film, Double Down, and third film, Fateful Findings, were almost exactly the same plot. Breen plays an amazing hacker and genius who's also the bad guy, and also maybe a cyborg, who exposes the corruption of the ruling class with his amazing hacking and/or assassinations. Adam couldn't have known then that Breen's fourth film would be nearly identical to his second, or that his fifth film would have almost exactly the same premise as his first and third. If I had to bet, I would say that when Breen's sixth film comes out, it will feature him playing, as he does in his second and fourth films, an omnipotent, non-human savior entity sent to evaluate the sins and deeds of mankind, who then kills a bunch of people and leaves.
I'm Googling right now.
I'm very confident in this
Has he got a
guess.
sixth one?
The worst thing about Breen's
he'll
bizarre
definitely-
savior complex is that somehow he's
he'll
winning.
definitely,
We will get to the
do
end of his
more,
movies
yeah.
and we're just chanting his
I'm just
name
gonna see if it's
as it
on the
appears
way. Yeah.
24 times in the end credits.
Neil Breen, Neil Breen, Neil Breen, Neil Breen, Neil Breen.
This is a weird thing because this is in... I referenced Your Movie Sucks, and I wanted to do that to acknowledge that, like most people, I heard about Neil Breen because of Your Movie Sucks. But this happens in his video too. Them chanting Neil Breen as it goes on the... scrolls up. But, like... It's not me ripping him off. It just organically happened. Because it's what happens when it's the rhythm of it, like, coming up the screen. People go, Neil Breen, Neil Breen, Neil Breen, Neil Breen. And other people start going, Neil Breen, Neil Breen, Neil Breen. And we just start going, Neil Breen, Neil Breen. It's just like a magical thing that just happens.
Neil Breen,
then you get to the end.
Neil Breen, Neil Breen, Neil Breen, Neil
And you
Breen,
come up with
Neil
a name
Breen,
with an N.
Neil Breen, Neil Breen.
Breen is a really interesting case to look at because he's an example of a
Fucking
few running
incredible.
themes in bad filmland. First off, his films are so fucking boring. Secondly, Breen uses in a similar way to a lot of trash cinema directors. That is to say, badly. Pretty much independent of what the political views are they're trying to communicate, the communication itself is almost always impressively terrible. It's either about
Some fucking... No, you need to know about this. You need to know about this. Some fucking mad lad set Neil Breen's Wikipedia photo to be a picture of him blinking. Some fucking... Somebody... Oh god, beautiful. Okay.
about as subtle as a birthday cake full of snakes, or just baffling, or sometimes even better.
His sixth film is a sequel to his fifth
my
film.
God.
It's Twisted Pair 2.
Classic structure.
Holy shit.
Both. In Double Down, Neil Breen is the protagonist of the film as well as the antagonist, and that was so confusingly communicated, I just had to have it told to me by a friend. So, here's the thing. He hacks corrupt politicians and exposes their crimes, but also holds the world hostage with bioterrorism. And I'm just not sure what the film wants us to think about exposing corruption.
I love my country.
Is it bad?
I'm an
Is it good?
American!
Is it bad because bad guy
Alright, I'm
cyborg
gonna
Neil
go
Breen does
check
it?
if that's
Or does
good.
bad guy cyborg Breen doing
should
it
get
make
bits.
us think he's less bad than we thought? At the start and end of Brett McCormick's Replicator, a film about a machine that turns people into smoking hot babes until they achieve climax, at which point they turn into deadly gator people who can turn other people into zombies by biting them.
Isn't there one open
Yes,
one?
there is a
door as
newspaper
well?
with a headline that reads, US Army infiltrated by transsexuals. So what is Replicator trying to say about trans people? Are they smoking hot babes who turn into lizard people when they come, and then can turn men into their zombie minions? Is that what Replicator is trying to say? Is that the message
What is
of
Replicator trying to
Even though
say?
these films have good intentions behind them, you'll be really hard pressed to find one that communicates a clear, positive political message. Neil Breen sure seems to hate corruption in the government, but his
Brian
solution
said,
to this
"Neil Breen can have
invariably is for lots
Can have a
and
little
lots
bioterrorism
and
as a
lots of people to die. Is this what he actually wants to happen? Who knows?
Pass Through, a Neil Breen film. Artificial intelligence from far into the future arrives to immediately
cleanse the human species of millions of humans who are harmful to other humans.
A visionary, revolutionary film which pushes the human species to the limits of controversial, thought-provoking actions.
Another running theme that's common to Neil Breen's works, and The Room, and Replicator, and more, is the self-insert character.
Controversial.
In these films, the director, who's usually also the writer, will have put themselves in as a cool hero character of some
Please
kind.
not hiccups,
a
please.
savior,
Morgan
or
said, I
action
remain
man,
convinced that
or
Replicator
innocent
is a
victim
front for some
betrayed by
David
the
Icke
world.
conspiracy shit.
Or failing that, just someone who gets to touch boobs. The exploration of trash cinema is
I can
often
see it,
the
honestly.
exploration of the wild characters behind the movies. And
It's
just
like
as you can't say The Room
much
without
more than
Tommy
half
Wiseau, and you
they
can't
just
say
want to touch boobs.
Can't believe you committed suicide.
without
Bad
Neil
biology.
Breen, you really can't say ninja.
Should I separate
without
whole
Godfrey
video
Ho.
on bad biology?
If you want to get banned off YouTube. But yeah. Put it on Pornhub like just tag someone something.
Your technique is still very good. You want the Golden Ninja Warrior all for yourself. Why are you so greedy? Because there's not enough for everyone.
Just doing a little communism there.
Yeah. Scarcity is manufactured for profit.
It's just the truth. Gordon's a bastard.
Gordon's a real bastard.
Let's kill him.
I'll give him a lesson next time.
We better finish his partner Ronald first.
Good idea. Tell, I'll arrange for Ronald to go to the barber shop.
I'm sure he's meant to be talking to someone whose name is something like Tell.
I had Cal.
There you go. But I always hear it as him doing like a Shakespearean line.
Oh, like
Tell, I'll arrange for Ronald. Like, you know?
My man.
And it was written by Godfrey Ho, who does not seem to have a, or I'll say seems to have learned English from a weird place. Like, yeah.
And Fox will do the rest.
I'm not sure if this made it into the shortcut of the video, which is what we're currently watching, but Godfrey Ho's main acting directions were just to yell more acting.
Act harder.
William, ever kill anyone?
Ronald, you're kidding me. Killing people is against the law. I've never killed anyone in my life.
I love this music.
Ho has made an immense amount of
run.
media. At least
Yeah, so
dozens, if not hundreds of films, and over half of them have ninja in the title. How can any filmmaker be this prolific, you ask? And the answer is, of course, flagrant, shameless plagiarism. See, Godfrey Ho's preferred method of constructing a film is to shoot just about enough footage for half
Has
the feature
anyone
length,
here
and then
ever
steal,
heard
and I
of
mean
Godfrey
steal
before Godfrey
the
Ho?
footage from a relatively unknown film, an unreleased
Weird
project,
thing,
or a
right?
foreign
Because I
cinema piece,
showed Peter
and
Coffin
dub
the
over the footage and edit
Yeah.
the
together to
preview,
imply
and he's like the only
link
other
between
person
these stories.
I've ever met who's
For example,
heard
in
of
Ninja
Go Ho
Terminator, there's a scene
independently.
where one character gets
And
a phone.
he said that his brother bought a film called something like Catman in Lethal Heat. That the film saved him from a mugging. He was on a school trip to New York and he bought the film while he was there, and then he got mugged, and when the muggers saw what he had, they just left him alone.
Phone call. And that's really all that ties together the narrative threads.
Can I speak to Harry McQueen, please?
Yeah, speaking.
He's so
That
defined by
Garfield phone. We
plagiarism.
wanted
His
to get a
studio's
Garfield phone as
opening
a prop.
But the Garfield phone, the lowest price one I could find was like 300 quid.
Oh my god.
logo just
That's
uses
why
a
we went
section
for
from
the
the Star
fancy-
Wars sound.
High heel phone instead.
We'll get to it.
It was good.
We'll get to it.
Yeah.
Plagiarism. His studio's opening logo just uses a section from the Star Wars soundtrack.
Godfrey, did you think no one would notice?
It's like, it feels like he must have edged it in.
But wait,
But no.
there's a twist.
In part because of his horrific plagiarism, and in part because he was working in secret with his main business partner's competitor, Godfrey Ho released an enormous amount under fake names. Tim Ashby, Duncan Bauer, Leo
Annabelle,
Beckman,
Chesterfield,
Andy Berlin,
Gruff Cockney
White
accent.
Bollinger,
Forsooth,
Bob
Sunshine
Chan,
for
Wallace
fucking
Chan,
Sooth.
Willis Chan, Patrick Chase, Alton Chung, Tommy Chung, Glenn Clegg, Daniel Clow,
took some
Eric
practice.
Coleman,
We
Hans
memorised
Holtzman, Robert Edison, Ralph Fillmore,
Obviously,
Philip Fraser,
Eric
George
had to
Hurst,
memorise
Larry Hutton, Edgar Gia, Carmel Johnson, Robert Johnson, Gary Kay, Benny Kung, Ho Chi Kung.
Anton Gasner, Bob Green, Martin Greenfield, Benny Ho, Jeffrey Ho, Raymond Ho.
Benjamin King, Ted King, Ted Kingsbrook, Robert Lamb, Chris Lamb, Herbert Lamb, York Lamb, Bruce Lambert, Charles Lee, George Lee, Henry Lee, Martin Lee, Frank Lewis, Joe Livingston, Rogar Markham, Anthony Parr, Bert Peterson, Jerry Sawyer, Victor Sears, John Shaw,
and Kurt Spielberg.
and that's not even a full list. That was about half of his known
The Spielberg of Hong Kong
pseudonyms.
cinema.
And then there's what my friends and I call him, which is of course just Goho. What's magical about Goho having so many fake names, and possibly
Ooh,
more because he can't
Bumbleboy.
remember all the ones
I
he
discovered
used,
Godfrey Ho when I was
is
like
that you
12,
could just
because
happen
somebody gave me a
across one
bunch
of
of
his films.
pirated
You could be watching
DVDs
something
with a
you
lot of his
think will just
films
be
on.
fun,
Beautiful.
dumb,
Awesome.
schlocky garbage, and
Beautiful.
directed by Godfrey Hall will appear, and you'll just have that feeling. Does that person really exist? Is that just Godfrey Ho? Does that person exist, but Godfrey Ho is using their name? Who knows? All the fun of being a conspiracy theorist without any of the turning out to be a massive anti-Semite. Goho made about 10 films a year for nearly a decade. That's just incredible productivity. That's like an averagely productive YouTuber. We've seen so many of his films now, they've just become a part of our daily life. We can barely see someone in a raincoat without saying,
Local envy destroys Hollywood elite. With facts and logic.
averagely productive YouTuber. It's an incredible backlog to work through. We've seen so many of his films now, they've just become a part of our daily life. We can barely see someone in a raincoat without saying, Gordon's a real bastard.
That was my evil plan.
That was Ash, right?
Smuggled the drugs.
And the
Yeah,
baby
very
picture was
good.
at George.
Yes. Curio. Yes. I understand. Curio's a bastard. Let's kill him. Let's kill him.
I looked right
You
at
look
camera,
straight
for
in the
fuck's
camera.
sake!
Straight in the
Shit.
camera. Straight in the camera.
Fucking hell.
Honestly, the way this one's shaking out, like, this might be my favorite one. Like, on a different, like, axis.
yeah.
Like, obviously, the BPD one is just, like, so meaningful.
Yeah.
And I cry ever Tim, and lick this if you cry ever Tim. But I love this one. It's so good.
Yeah.
We put so much into this, like, very Goho sequence.
It's
It's so, like...
fun, and like you're like just retelling like such an important part of your like relationship with Georgia.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
so
yeah. I love
great.
this one. This one's fucking great.
Yoshi is my son. I'll tweet that later.
And then we plagiarized Goho.
We pulled a Goho. That's me in the red there.
That's right, and it's me and the other one.
There's a draw in Goho's work that really shouldn't be understated. That it's fucking cool. It's really worth looking at because a lot of shitty films...
Yeah, because, like, there isn't a place where you can watch, like, a mass of ninja fights outside of his work. Like, that you just can't... Like, you might get, like, 5 minutes of ninja fighting in some, like, high-budget film. It just...
It's just really fun, goofy shit as well.
Yeah, it's just great. A guy using, like, symbols as, like, flying saucer razor blade weapons. A guy with, like, extendable arms. A guy who, like, thinks he's a dog. And, like, when the guy tries to grab his dick to like grab his nuts to like immobilize him, he just laughs in his face and goes, "Ha ha! I haven't got any!" Like, because he got himself neutered because he thinks he's a dog. Like, you just can't get that anywhere else.
Films you'll watch,
Look, I was
we
talking
bad
about
all
Omni
the actors with
Productions.
filming,
They were a Hong
writing,
Kong dubbing
direction,
house. They did,
or
they
other
did
things,
English
but
dialogue tracks for a lot of Hong Kong action movies, especially Shaw Brothers ones. They had a cast of about 6 actors. Omni also did hilarious bad anime.
Is it
dubs.
Goho started off his career working with the Shaw Brothers, or was it Richard Harrison? I can't remember. Anyway,
they'll have really solid action.
I think
comedy,
Goho might have studied
practical
under the Shaw
effects,
Brothers.
or just the general aesthetics. Ho's fight
The
scenes are
look straight to camera
undeniably
is
impressively
beautiful. I'm glad
choreographed.
you
And
know
what certainly exists in
It
that
wasn't
ninja
supposed to be
niche.
that. The look straight to camera is beautiful.
It is though. Like, it works really well because it's like it just works really well.
Very generous.
Do you not agree? Like,
That's
I know
really
you were embarrassed by it because you didn't mean to, but like, it works so well.
I swear I got a
That
take
isn't
where I didn't do
inherently
that.
bad.
In the take where you didn't do that,
I did
you
something
like.
else stupid. My eyebrow fell off, didn't it?
So there were 3 takes,
Mhm.
and in one of them, you could see your legs for too much of it, and you aren't wearing red trousers.
Yeah.
In another one, your eyebrow fell off, and in the third one, you look straight in the camera, and it was like, of these 3, the look in the camera is the least bad and works, the most.
Ninja are something a bit like Godzilla or Jaws, where the conventional wisdom might be to show the thing as little as possible
Look,
for
and
maximum
sample
effect.
dialogue. Fortress
But is the
Maximus has
conventional
calmed
wisdom
himself. Okay, then I shall
Or
get
does it objectively
Fortress
own to
Maximus
see 3
fight
ninja
me?
fight to the death over the golden ninja warrior statue that will grant them invulnerability and control over the ninja empire? I have my answer! Whatever else trash cinema does, it's certainly capable of showing you, in technical cinematic terms here, the coolest fucking thing you ever saw in your life.
Wait, in a similar way, the Wachowski sisters, like, they are the Wachowski sisters, like, people shit on their movies a little bit.
Yeah.
Outside of The Matrix, like, everyone loves The Matrix, but,
I
like, for
haven't seen
being a
any of
little
their other
cheesy.
movies,
Speed
have
Racer,
you?
for example.
I haven't
People
seen
shit
it.
on that. Jupiter Ascending, people shit on that.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, but, like, do you see that shit anywhere? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
those gals have a fucking eye for spectacle. Like, holy shit. And they wouldn't have made The Matrix if they didn't have an eye for spectacle.
This is from Hard Ticket to Hawaii.
Which is, fair warning, a
Basically-
softcore porno.
Yeah, but also
It is.
with action and like.
Like, it's a feature-length movie, but they have just put in a bunch of nudity.
And he has a little bit of
like-
racism in it. Oh, it does have some.
No, it has some.
transphobia in it.
It has some bad shit in there. But like,
Aside from all of that horrible stuff, it's really funny.
that's why, by the way, her top is just wet down the front. Like that, like the plot of Hard Ticket to Hawaii is 2 busty blonde women exist. Like that is the main premise, and then incidentally there's like drugs and the giant toilet
Cancer
snake,
snake.
and cancer snake, and the guy with the sex doll on the skateboard, and he gets blown up with the bazooka, and then they blow up the sex doll
You got that
separately
clip
with the
in here,
bazooka.
right?
I don't know.
Oh my god. You gotta say
All
it.
this amazing shit. Like, it's just like, that stuff isn't the plot. The plot, the reason the film was created was they wanted to show boobs, but like, that stuff is amazing. Oh, on the bazooka, before this happens just now, the character establishes very early on the
cannot
bazooka
aim.
is the only thing he can hit a moving target with.
Yeah.
The only thing. Just to be clear. Okay.
Love this movie.
Just when you thought it was safe to take a pee.
So the like group of people that we had, group of friends that we had in there.
Hang on. Hang on.
snake come from?
Did you believe up through the toilet?
Just when you thought it was safe to take a pee.
There's a ritualistic feel to watching bad movies, almost invariably often.
Yeah, the group of friends that we had over in the opening shot to watch bad movies. That was
try
a
and
movie
piece
we
it
watched.
together, usually
It was
by
good time.
telling
Good
each
times
other the
had by
plot
all.
of the film.
Incredible.
But everyone has a different version. It's so
One we just dropped in on.
These films
Something
create a
new.
Rashomon
Incredible.
effect just because they're so weird. You're probably familiar with that cognitive psychology experiment from 1999 to do with selective attention, where participants were shown a video and asked to count how many times a ball was thrown between the people, and then asked if they spotted the gorilla that just walked through the shot. Godfrey Ho films are like 2 hours of that gorilla video. The first time
It's
I watched
true,
Revenge
it's just
of the
true,
Drunken
there's nothing
Monster,
else to
and
say
after a
about it.
You
series
don't know
of
how to process
inexplicable,
it because it just
bizarre
doesn't match
events,
any
the
expectations
end,
for what
just
you
literally
have for how
bold
a
caps.
movie should work.
Georgia and I
Someone
looked at each
says-
other and just
And the
burst
scene
into
with the gorilla, and you go,
howling, screaming,
"What the
crying, laughing
fuck?"
for like 2 or 3 solid minutes until her dad came downstairs to check on us to see if we were all right. Yeah, Revenge of the Drunken Master is a Godfrey Ho film that has nothing to do with the Jackie Chan classic Drunken Master. It's probably one of Ho's best works. It stars Johnny Chan.
Also has some dodgy
There's
shit
a rich
in it,
tradition of
but
trash cinema
aside
being
from that,
created as an attempt to
genuinely
capitalize
hilarious,
off the
really
name
good, like
recognition
action,
of bigger movies.
really goofy.
You probably know Dawn of the Dead, but did you
And,
know
like,
Dawn
some
of the Dead was recut for Italian audiences as
actual
Zombie?
Oh,
Did you know that Italian
Speaking of
copyright laws at the
conspiracy
time pretty
theorists.
much let you make
God.
whatever fucking movie you want and call it the sequel to any movie that ever existed? Because that's how you get Zombie 2 and Zombie 3. Of course, in the UK it had to have a different name because you can't just pretend these are Dawn of the Dead sequels, and that's why in the UK these films are known as Zombie Flesh Eaters 1 and 2. But sometime later the UK decided unrelated sequels were fine, I guess. Because that's why an unrelated film called After Death got re-released as Zombie Flesh Eaters 3. And in America, where Dawn of the Dead was actually made, you definitely couldn't pretend that these were just...
Now, I've told a very abridged version of this story here, but there are at least 15 Zombie 3s.
Just sequels to that. So Italian Zombie 2 became Zombie. Zombie 3 became Zombie 3,
We know most
just to
of
be
this
helpful.
from
Zombie Flesh
Georgia,
Eaters 3,
like,
aka
having all
After
of
Death,
these.
became Zombie 4 After Death. And in the ultimate power move, the American release added Zombie 5, which was an unrelated film where the original Nazi zombies had been swapped out for birds, and so was Zombie 5 killing birds. But for the truly ultimate experience, you need to get the Eddie Entertainment release of the Zombie series, because that's where the real galaxy-brain stuff comes in. There's Zombie 1, which is Italian Zombie 2. Zombie 2, surprise, it's Zombie 2 again. They released the same film twice in the series. Zombie 3, which is an
Imagine
Italian
buying
zombie.
the next DVD
Not
and it was
the
the
zombie
same
I mentioned
movie,
earlier.
marketed as its own
Zombie
sequel.
4, which is a film
That's some grandfather paradox shit right there.
called A Virgin Among the Living Dead. Okay. Zombie 5, which is a different film by the same director as the previous. Zombie 6, which is
Another,
actually
I just got here, what's going on?
Anthropophagus 2, totally
No.
unrelated. And Zombie 7,
We're doing a rewatch
which is actually
stream of
Anthropophagus
all of the
1. But
video
before you
from
worry
last
about
year.
that too
That's
much,
in the title.
don't worry.
Ah,
Anthropophagus
this one
2
is badly
is not a real sequel
wait,
to
this-
Too
this
Much,
bit.
which is actually Anthropophagus 1. But before you worry about that too much, don't worry. Anthropophagus 2 is not a real sequel to Anthropophagus 1. It's just another film by the same director.
I'll put a fly in their soup. I have all the odds on my side. This is one game. They're gonna lose.
I'll take that pen out and let me just say there may be more films sharing the title Zombie 3 than there are
Can said,
Spider-Man
lest we forget,
films.
after Bruce Lee died,
maybe even
one of
Marvel
the Hong Kong
films.
movie studios
Or maybe
literally
just
found
films.
a lookalike
Is
to
this
Bruce Lee
Zombie 3?
2.
Is this Zombie
To
3
be
right
Bruce Lee
now?
2.
For my money, the best Zombie 3 is the Zombie 3 alternately titled Nightmare City, in which zombies pour off a plane and slowly overrun an entire city. But then it all turns out to have just been a dream. But then the guy wakes up and the dream starts coming true anyway. Magic. None of these films are particularly...
But I didn't mention that when the dream starts coming true anyway, and it repeats all the scenes from the start like he had in his dream, when the zombies pour off the plane, a title card just comes up that says, "The nightmare becomes reality." And that's the end of the movie.
Love it.
Like, as if you didn't get what was going on already. It just goes, oh, the nightmare is real. The end.
Particularly highbrow art, and they don't
destination.
really carry forward the spirit of George Romero Jr.'s original films. But if you're looking for a scene where a zombie fights a shark, I don't know where else you're gonna get it.
What was this one from again?
One of the zombie... Hang on.
Zombie fights a shark. Yeah.
Or zombie carry forward the
Zombie
spirit
2?
of George Romero Jr.'s original
Zombie 2.
films. But if you're looking for a scene where a zombie fights a shark, I don't know where else you're gonna get
I
it.
didn't know that I was looking for that.
But then you
Now
see
I
it,
do,
right?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, actually, I was looking for that.
Yeah.
It's like the zombie is clearly swimming here, to be clear. So, like, can zombies swim? Swim? Is that...
Let's just say it up front.
Establish
Most
that?
bad on purpose movies suck. When sequels to massive cult hits from trash cinema
These
get
juicy
crowdfunded, they
J-cuts.
usually try way too hard to
Oh,
recapture
yeah.
the magic of the original. And when
J for
big
juicy.
companies like Netflix try to put out stuff that feels like it might be trying to be bad on purpose, it feels like... Well, it feels exactly like the first time you saw that Pepsi ad.
Like they're trying to spit in your eye.
I was
Yes.
planning to
Make
talk
you say
about Funhouse
thank
Massacre here.
Hot. I mentioned Netflix there, and one example is like Funhouse Massacre, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And I didn't bother talking about it because it was just running long. But that's an interesting one in terms of like clearly trying to be bad on purpose and just sucks and is not like
Mean-spirited.
not really fun. Yeah, weirdly mean-spirited. I do think like I do stand by. I think it was made by Republicans. I don't think those jokes were like.
Yeah.
I don't think they were part of the meta narrative of the fake movie. They make weird jokes about Hillary Clinton and Democrats and shit, and it's just so stupid and like weird. Like it just sucks. Anyway, just not fun. I think I mention it here, but like, I think I might even say that I was gonna talk about it, but then I wasn't sure whether it was bad on purpose or just bad.
It really feels like it's bad.
I'm really sure it is, but I kind of didn't want to recommend it in the video actually. Especially because it just ends with like a black dude getting shot by like 1 million cops.
Yeah.
But like not as like social commentary.
No.
Like he's a crazy bad guy. Like he's not.
Yeah, it's actually just horrible.
It's not Night of the Living Dead. It's just like
He's
gleefully
like the
destroying
last
this dude.
monster alive.
Monster, exactly. They're
Yeah.
like monsters. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just getting less and less sure that was actually a bad on purpose film.
Yeah, I was talking about that one.
That movie just suck. The point is, bad on purpose is, for the most part, a pipe dream. Pie in the sky. You can't force bad movies. They have to come to you. You can't make them. Unless you're Jim motherfucking Jarmusch, in which case you can, apparently. The Dead Don't Die, 2019 horror comedy.
Bill
by
Murray
Jim
and Adam
Jarmusch,
Driver,
starring Bill Murray,
perfect
Tilda Swinton,
casting
and My
for this.
Husband,
Yeah.
is a bad movie.
So
but well
perfect.
and done really well. It reuses shots, the narrative and dialogue are ridiculous, and some of the performances are stiff to the point that you have to know it's deliberate. And best of all, the movie ends with an actual, honest-to-God speech from a moralizing
Well,
loner
they do
outsider.
some like funky
And
non-diegetic
practically
stuff
everyone
as well,
else who
don't they?
saw
like
it
when Selena Gomez
hated
like turns
it.
around and
The
there's,
other
like,
people walking out of the
sparkles
theater
in
hated
Oh,
it.
yeah, that was so
The
funny.
other people
I
I
loved
know
that.
who saw it hated it. But it's really, really good.
She's
They
like,
did some really
she's
good
saying
stuff
to,
with,
like this
like-
dork behind, this guy in the like sort of nerd shop, and she's like, "Wow, I'm really impressed with your taste in music. You seem really cool."
Right, it's so clearly diegetically been made by like a director who wants to fantasize about girls being
Yeah,
into him.
exactly.
And so there's one character who's like an obvious younger version of him, and then another character who's an obvious just insert version of him. And like, yeah, then like Selena Gomez, who like is hot, is just made to just like, it just, I think the costume design is really, really well done to make her look like the
Girl
hot
Next
girl
Door
who they've hired for the for the B movie,
Yeah.
who they've just not known how to like dress up, or she just showed up in her own clothes or some shit. Like,
I think she's supposed to look like ordinary kind of girl next door type.
no, I think so. I think that's the general look that it's going for. but like I think they've like carefully gone for not doing that very well. Like I just think they've like skillfully made her look a little worse than she does, in the exact way that like a lot of B movies just do with people by accident, by being trash, by not knowing how to present anything.
I keep talking about her and her friends as like, ooh, these out-of-towners.
Oh yeah, these hipsters and shit. It's so weird. Yeah, but like that's what I mean. Like when they have the sparkle effect, because she's like clearly meant to be the most stunning person in the world, and like she is beautiful, but the movie she doesn't look good in the movie because like. And so I just think it's perfectly captured the effect of, as with Neil Breen, like the hot girl I know who I've cast into this movie.
In the longer version of this video on Patreon, I'm gonna put a big old long analysis of The Dead Don't Die, because I love that movie. So if you want to see that, go give me $2 on Patreon for my thoughts on The Dead Don't Die. You're already welcome. So, let's talk about audience responsibility.
A little bit.
Yes, I tricked you. I made you think this is going to be a video about Neil Breen, and I'm going to talk about my media nerd shit. Ha! It can be appealing with the inherent comedy of platforms.
Oh yeah, I shared that 1 second clip to Twitter of me going, shit! Ha ha! Shit! Ha ha! Shit! Ha ha! I was just watching it on the loop on Twitter and just crying laughing.
Garbage themes in politics that completely reject analysis. To assume
Are you gonna archive
these
this?
movies require by definition a passive viewing
It should
experience,
auto-archive.
that you just have to sit there and let Neil Breen happen to you.
Yeah.
You just have to enjoy the Breen experience.
It should.
Just go ho with the flow ho.
I
However,
sure
the
hope
thing
it
The Dead Don't
does.
Die talks
Legit,
about
I
everything else is that an audience has to
They
do
always
work
used to
make a bad
auto-archive.
movie fun to watch.
Okay.
And I think that's
Well,
something
yeah, I
that
mean,
kind
if
of
you're
runs
not actively
counter
deleting it.
to a basic
Yeah.
assumption a lot of people make in media analysis.
Planning to leave it
That an audience
archived?
has no
Just my
responsibility
intention.
at all for their experience. The general assumption is that when somebody makes something, all responsibility rests with them for how well it goes down with their audience. And I think that's patently untrue to anyone who's ever seen a YouTube comments section. We've all seen it, folks. They comment and tell you that you should have done the thing, but you did do the thing. Or they comment and tell you that you shouldn't have done that other thing, but you didn't. It's not in the video. You're just angry and confused. Really, it's a lot like watching a Neil Breen film.
I'm so confused and depressed.
And that's probably why most bad...
My example there is I was going to use, but then I felt like maybe it was a meme and that's where it came from. But this guy was like, all this complaining just about an Applebee's on my Sargon video. And I had never said the word Applebee's
In your
in
Sargon
my
video?
life. No, in my life I'd never said the word Applebee's. There was nothing
But that comment was on your
about
Sargon
Applebee's in that video. Like I said, I never said the word Applebee's out loud until I read you that comment. I'm not totally sure what it is.
Right, so
I'm
you
pretty
put
sure
what
it's like a
you mean.
food chain, right?
Yeah, it's like... Yeah.
Right. I don't. That's how much I don't know this thing. So it's just like, that's YouTube comments. But again, like, it could just be a meme, and that's why I omitted that example, because I'm like, I don't want to just look like a rube, like a boomer who's not hip to the latest memes, you know.
Like when someone in my music class blew up a condom in lesson, and the music teacher went and got senior staff and was like, the kids blew up a balloon in the classroom, and everyone was like, that's what you'd look like if you did that.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm glad I didn't, and I'm glad I never said it anywhere. I have had like more hints more recently that it might be a meme, but I actively tried to Google for it. It was formatted in a way where I was like, okay, this is a meme then. So I just tried like Googling for it, and I just nope. Like, there's resources for this. There's like Know Your Meme. There's like r/out of the loop where you can like look up that stuff.
Out of the loop.
Yeah, but like you can look up that stuff, and I just nothing
They're
anywhere.
just very confused.
So yeah. But the comment was like, yeah. It wasn't. So that's the thing. It wasn't the meme like, "Sir, this is an Applebee's."
Yeah.
Right. It was like all this complaining over an Applebee's or something like that.
Maybe it's a typo. Like, maybe they're commenting on their phone or something.
Adult purpose movies are big, stinky, and not fun to watch at all. And why The Dead Don't Die
They
is
are
so
big
good.
stinky.
Because to make your movie bad on
Great
purpose,
big
you have to
stinky.
achieve a level of subtlety that makes the bad things like Easter eggs, like things that the audience figured out for themselves to recreate the joy of finding these films. When Georgia, Natalie, Ash, and I went to see Tommy Wiseau's new film, Best Friends, get it?
Because
It's
the
like
thing that makes
friends,
you feel
it's
good and
also
smug
like
about it is
fiends.
having found it.
Yes.
We were obviously
Having
nervous
discovered
it would be
it.
a
It's the
boring,
gold,
bad
yeah.
on purpose film that tried to force Tommy Wiseau's weirdness out. But it turned out he'd been cast in the perfect role to capture his strangeness without making it too gimmicky. He was playing himself. In my opinion, nobody at all should bother seeing The Disaster Artist, because Best Friends, released at the same time, is the far superior telling of the making of The Room. Sure, in Best Friends, Tommy and Greg aren't making a film
Beautifully
called The
explains their
Room. They're
relationship.
stealing gold off dead bodies in Tommy's funeral parlor and selling it to a fence in a very obviously Breaking Bad inspired storyline. And then there are loads of other really weird, exaggerated, or otherwise
Do I include the
reworked
montage
elements.
here of just like the gold
But it's
teeth
just
falling?
the superior story.
Because that bit is like
Back to our anxiety.
a
The movie
stolen
was
shot.
directed by someone
Like
whose
literally,
usual
like
gig is
the
music
shot in
videos,
Breaking
and it
Bad is like
shows.
crystal meth
The
falling
first few
down,
minutes of the
and they
film
do
are
the
a
same
wordless,
shot,
cheap
the
narrative.
same
Greg
exact
Sestero is a
shot
homeless
in
man
Best
LA,
Friends,
trying to beg spare
like gold
change,
teeth.
who notices Tommy Wiseau in his pearly hearse and follows him back to his funeral parlor. At this point, several minutes in,
This
with
was
all
an
the nervous
incredible
giggling out of the
experience.
way, I think it's fair to say the whole audience was thinking the same
There was
thing.
this genuine tension building.
Is this
Like,
just going to be fine?
yeah.
Yes.
Is it going to be
It
good?
looks nice.
Right.
What's happening? But then,
And no one said a thing.
Tommy Wiseau
So
delivered the
tense in the
first line of
cinema.
the film flawlessly.
Feel the tension.
Are you going to stand out there like a Statue of Liberty?
And then the entire audience erupted, screaming and crying and howling and looking at each
Oh
other
my
for
God.
answers that nobody had. Tommy had saved us. It was going to be okay. Tommy was at that screening. He gave an introduction and a Q&A with Greg Sestero and the director of Best Friends, and there was a meet and greet afterwards. And obviously, I know what you all want to know, so here goes. Tommy Wiseau in person is very energetic and a little scary and an utter cartoon character, and also somehow the realest person in the world.
So strange. I think it's the overwhelming impossibility of him that makes him so real.
There's this Samsung
It's
Galaxy
the fact
Gear
that
app.
he shouldn't be able
Okay, I'll
to
just go on a
exist.
second. There's this
He's
Samsung
so much of a
Galaxy
cartoon,
Gear
the
app
fact that
that's
he
stuck in my head
exists
for, like, the last
goes too far the other
6
way, and you're just
years.
like, how are you corporeal? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Here, give me your number. Say it.
I love this ad so much.
543 677.
He's got his glass fingers in his mouth.
All I can say is what the fuck. Oh my god.
Oh my god. I'll be right there.
I'll be right there. I'm the cool Chad with this the watch.
Are you geared up?
I saw it because it was bad and people were sharing it around because it sucks. And I first saw it when I was working in the marketing industry. Something that strikes me when I think back about it now is it's funny because you know how ads work. And that's not how ads work. Like, you know that ads are supposed to create a sense of aspiration and a need for a product, and this just super duper ain't it. The ad tries to make out the guy who has the smartwatch as this smooth-talking Chad, and the guy with the phone as the pathetic loser, even though the girl also has a phone. And also, it's 2013. Nobody has a smartwatch. Everybody has phones. Are you just trying to insult people? What the heck? It would be so easy to do this right. You could just have someone dancing to a song lots of people like and it would sell. Just do the scene from Flashdance. I think it's interesting looking back. If this was being shared around.
I pitched this ad to Natalie. I was just like, just the scene from Flashdance. That's it. But at the end, no, at the start, she puts in AirPods and she plays the song on her watch, on her
Her phone's
smartwatch.
not gonna fly out of her pocket.
Because she's in a leotard, she has no pockets.
Yeah.
So she puts in the pods. She presses play on the thing, And then she just does the whole dance.
I was like,
And
yeah.
at the end, the logo, done. That's the ad.
I was like, yeah, I'm sold. Now I want a
You
smartwatch.
you literally want one imagining that ad. That's how easy it is. Anyway.
On people who knew advertising and could see a million better ways of doing this that doesn't involve painful blow-by-blow scenarios showing that smartwatch are great
Tommy
and
was
good
always
and
on a weird
phone
place
are
in the
dumb and
Uncanny
bad.
Valley.
Like,
That is
literally,
it.
Yeah.
That is
Incel
it.
Chad meme would have been an actual better
No,
ad.
hang on.
Like,
Hang on.
Incel Chad meme
Incel
would have
phone man
been an
versus Chad watch.
The virgin phone owner has to carry his phone, brackets, like a cuck, clumsy, foolish, inferior skier, phone easily dropped, destructive by phone screen, has to type girls' numbers, which he never gets anyway, the Chad smartwatch owner. Smartwatch on thick, powerful wrist, cannot be dropped, literally impossible, geared up, powerful bod, ready to ski at any time, literally ready for anything, totally alert, no need for stupid phone, also owns phone, doesn't use it, brackets, phones are for cucks. Girls yell their phone numbers at his smartwatch to get into his contacts.
Actual better ad for this. I think it's interesting because of that drive to a phone. They're doing
From across the street.
You're
In
at the
Michelle
bar
Foucault's
and someone
archaeology
just
of
like
knowledge.
sings up to you watching it.
Whispering into your wrist.
Foucault lays out a discursive perspective. One where instead of looking at great men discovering uncharted territory and achieving
God.
feats of daring do, instead we understand that since the dawn of time, people have been arguing about shit in what he'd call discursive communities. A discursive community is drawn together by discussion, so there's a group of people and then a topic that unites them, like Star Wars fans and Star Wars, or my friends and never being able to shut the fuck up about Louise. So only discuss things in a particular way, and we could call these groups communities of derision. Bad movie fans would definitely be one. Most of online political discussion works this way. We look at the other people with the bad opinions, and we draw a derisive pleasure from knowing they're doing it wrong. I'm not trying to be any kind of centrist by saying that every group operates this way, it's just factually how people do. The atheists look at the creationists and laugh, the skeptics look at the SJWs and laugh, the SJWs look at the manosphere and laugh, but without using any homophobia or racial slurs or misogyny. So really there is one clear winner, isn't there? When Chapo and Trap House do a reading series and highlight political articles from shitty conservatives, like one of their most popular episodes, Rod Dreher's The Exorcist, the comparison to bad movie audiences becomes incredibly clear.
This is all a preamble to where this story is actually going. This is like the prologue to this post.
Cool.
He goes, well, I agree with Harrington that the occult boom is a sign of the times. What it signifies is another matter, I'd say. Now, that's a setup for me to tell you about a strange telephone call I received yesterday.
Oh, no.
What is this Grandpa Simpson-ass article? Where is it going?
Oh, no. Someone called up and offered me the Time Life books on the occult. I think it was Beelzebub.
Okay, guys, that's the background. This is all the preamble. Are you ready for this turn? Here's where he drops it.
Yeah! Are my pockets ready?
Nathan started his story with a jaw-dropping line. For the past year, my wife has been under the care of an exorcist.
That is a jaw-dropping line.
In my last video, I talked about
inarguably,
Ben
that is
Shapiro's
a jaw-dropping
shitty
line.
novel, True Allegiance. And there's actually an overlap there, because... Wait, there isn't a movie of True Allegiance? Hollywood, I am begging you, get Zack Snyder to direct it. It'll be a fucking train wreck. I will see it in theaters 6 times. A lot of the online left is community derision, and I think when you look at it through this lens, in comparison to trash cinema fans, it's pretty interesting. Of course, as I said before, the online right is doing the same to us, but for reasons that I don't care to get into right now, we're right and they're wrong. Just like with bad movies,
It's just not what this video is
we are
about, but we're
fascinated
right
by
and
these
they're wrong.
characters
So,
who
there you
have
go.
horribly, horribly bad ideas. The ones we can look at and say, they're doing it wrong. But it's always the ones with more perceived power. Be it the power to make a film, the power to influence politics, or just more subscriber on YouTube. I think in this way, communities of derision prefer to punch up. Or at least do what they perceive as punching up. What else can we say about communities of derision? Well, like any discursive community, the benefits of discussing, analysing, and understanding something are fairly clear. I wouldn't be quick to say that they produce much, besides the occasional very good parody. The derision itself obviously provides a lot of joy to a lot of people. But I think that more than anything else, whatever else they do, it's important to see that they draw people together. Am I really saying that the real Godfrey Ho is the friends we made along the way? I guess I am. The real Godfrey Ho is the friends we made along the way. Happy Halloween.
Yeah, I like this one a lot. I really like that essay. It's a really, really good one. Okay. Get the next lad on.
Do you like smart little videos by people from...
Was that Conquest of Dread?
Yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah.
Welcome back, NBs, girls, fellas. Hey? Last time we looked at the aesthetics of intellectuals, the way that toxic masculinity and fascist rhetoric disguise themselves as thinky man speak, and of course, how creepy old guys with bad ideas seduce the younger generations.
Here we go.
Have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis? Yeah, the wise. That's right. Yeah. No, I didn't think you would have. No, it's not the kind of story the Jedi would tell.
There are certain abilities the Jedi and others as well, would consider unnatural, and that's the thing. What is nature, even?
This was supposed to be a sequel to that, but then something happened. On October 4th, 2019, something so important it shook the foundations of society.
I was just saying this on my Twitch stream yesterday, but there was this video was originally going to be way more Joker focused, and then way too many people did Joker videos, and I was just like, I can't do it. Like, it just can't be a Joker video. It's just not going to work. No one will care. But in the original one, I had this joke where I play the clip of Margaret Thatcher saying there's no such thing as society, and then I'm in Joker makeup, very menacing at camera, and I say, you best stop believing in societies, buddy. We live in one. And I am, so revisit this in a year, right? When we do the next rewatch stream, I am desperate to work that joke into any video.
That's really funny, and I'm really glad you didn't do Joker makeup for this video.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I mean, this is still
cool.
like third most watched video anyway.
Yeah,
so,
it's great.
You know,
was released.
I know how I got these scars.
I'm the Joker, baby.
I'm the Joker, baby.
Alright, lads, it's like this. Joker fucking slaps, and here's why, right? Joker, the Joker guy, he laughs at stuff, but he's not laughing because he's happy, right? He's laughing because he's sad, super sad as fuck. But then he realizes the stuff that's making him sad, pretty funny. Okay, no, this isn't going to be a Joker video. I just think it's interesting the way the film is being received. See, Joker is a dangerous movie that will inspire incels to do misogynist terrorism.
Honestly, the
apparently.
fucking...
If you believe the reviewers who drummed up the mass panic about the film's
coming out before this movie was out was if you've actually so fucking much.
There's a pretty clear anti-austerity
Absolutely
political
wild.
narrative. Not about the disenfranchisement of men who can't get dates, but about the disenfranchisement of the poor, of the working class. Joker even tells a joke in which he kills someone, a sort of killing joke, if you will.
A sort of killing joke, if you will.
What do you get if you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that treats him like garbage?
What's that clip you just linked?
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Hey, bud.
Hey.
Hey.
So convinced.
Hey, look, what's that clip you just linked there in the chat there?
In part, it has
What's
to
that?
because people.
What's that clip there that you just linked in the chat? Actually, what was that now? Hey, buddy. What was that?
Are you gonna click on it?
You linking me something? Yeah. Is that for me? Is that for me? Is that for me?
Is that a present?
Is it for me? Is this for me?
It's Minions, those were Minions, that was Minions, it was Minions, those were Minions, that was Minions, that was Minions, that was Minions, those were Minions, that was Minions, that was Minions.
That's...
It's Minions, it's Minions, it's Minions, it's Minions, those were Minions, that was Minions, it was Minions, those were Minions, that was Minions, that was Minions.
That's for me.
That was Minions.
Thanks, Locan.
That was Minions, that was Minions, that was Minions.
It's Minions. That clip, it's Minions.
That's Minions. That's Minions.
Those were Minions.
Jess said, if I can fit my cosplay into a video about biological sex, you can fit your Joker face society joke into one of your
If you can fit that into that, I can fit my joke into any one of my videos.
That was Minions. That was Minions. That was Minions. Is she Minions? Is she Minions?
Thanks, Locan.
People are becoming more aware that individual mental health and the general broader state of society are extremely closely linked. In capitalist realism, Mark Fisher makes a case for certain mental illnesses and personality disorders being rooted in a conflict between human nature and basic needs and how we're expected to behave under capitalism. Now, I think it's important to acknowledge that the pessimistic voice with which Fisher writes about this situation is probably largely informed by his own depression, and I don't see eye to eye with him on everything here, but as far as the basic relationship goes, I think he's right on the money. And community psychology, the study of individual mental health with the broader context of the society we live in, is one of the most useful tools we have for looking at the world. For example, if we were looking at men and their mental health, it would be sensible to look at how society treats masculinity, especially in a society in which feminism exists, which has critiqued toxic masculinity. And so many men seek to hide their shitty behavior, either by disguising it as false intellectualism, like we discussed before, or by using comedy and irony.
That's a good
by
thing.
becoming,
I know.
a technical term here, the Joker, baby. It would be useful to look at how creating a character of yourself,
Technical term.
mask or painted
The
face,
Joker,
allows you to
baby.
distance yourself from any criticisms, but also might stop you from being
A sort
fully
of mask or
introspective,
painted face?
which could seriously harm your emotional growth. But hey, this isn't a Joker video, so that's whole irrelevant. Don't worry about that. Just
A sort of mask that could harm your emotional growth. Anyway, this is about Gavin McInnes, not about that. This is about Gavin McInnes. This isn't about, people who hide behind a character and are horribly emotionally immature and stunted their own growth by hiding behind a character.
forget about it, just put it in the bin. Let's talk about Gavin McInnes and the Proud Boys.
A boy, proudly.
Let's start here. Who is
Minions
Gavin McInnes? Gavin McInnes is the
Fuck. Fucking shit, holy shit. I forgot I did this. That was unintentional.
But he's holding a mask up.
a character of yourself, a sort of mask or painted face.
That was I didn't know about this photo when I did
Gavin
that post.
McInnes.
That's really good.
Gavin McInnes is an American, Canadian, Scottish Canadian,
Wild.
far-right political commentator.
Wild.
Originally born in Hitchin, England. Oh, so he was one of the lads, one of our boys.
Love that.
Why is he founding an American nationalist?
That's
gang?
our boys.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get back to that, but first, here's how he got there. Gavin grew up in Canada and worked as a writer before forming Vice magazine in 1994, after which Gavin came to be worth $10 million. Right. It's not really one of the boys then. Gavin was pushed out of Vice eventually because everyone there thought he was a piss boy, after which he founded
How
an
much
ad
money
agency
does it
called
take
Rooster,
to found?
but he was pushed out of that too because
An
everyone there
organization?
also thought he was a... Oh, because he penned an essay titled "Transphobia is Perfectly Natural." So there's transphobia again. Funny that. Really not one of the boys at all, is he? Naturally, Gavin needed another big win after being pushed out of Rooster in 2014, so that's more or less when he founded the Proud Boys. I spoke to someone very familiar with the Proud Boys, and they said,
The basics are that Gavin McInnes wanted to start a midlife crisis fraternity and landed inside of a violent street gang.
and you know, that's just a really good summary. That confluence between midlife crisis fraternity and violent street gang has led to a consistently embarrassing existence for the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys just didn't show up to the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017, and honestly that's probably for the best because the most thorough and extensive coverage of the event was done by Vice, and that would have been embarrassing for Gavin. If anything, this showed that Charlottesville really was a lose-lose situation for the alt-right, because the
Tell you what, Gavin better start believing in societies. Because we live in one.
gangs who did show up there outed themselves as open white supremacists, and the gangs that didn't show up were then ridiculed by the rest of the alt-right as
How many minions
For a while,
are
the
you,
Proud Boys had a
Rin?
subreddit, r/Proud Boys, but then it was infiltrated and overthrown by non-fascists, and now it's a place for trans men to post selfies. You know, proud boys. Boys who actually have something to be proud of.
Cool
There's also
stuff.
that time that one of the Proud Boys tweeted that his mum performs oral sex on him and the whole gang, but my family watch my channel, so I'm just gonna get on with the video now. Somewhere along the line, the Proud Boys gained their tiered system to determine who is the
No more of that now.
proudest
Nope, this is a
boy.
family
I mean,
channel.
basically the answer
My
is
family,
Gavin, but he's
specifically.
devised this system
No.
to make it so
No,
his
no, no.
boys can proudly strive to be as proud a boy as him. Firstly, you have to recite an oath to say that I am a proud Western boy, blah blah blah. Second, you have to get punched while reciting pop culture trivia. I know, it's really sounding like the coolest gang you ever heard of. Next, you have to give up masturbation and then get a Proud Boys tattoo, a part of this system which is proving increasingly difficult as more tattoo parlors become aware that the Proud Boys are a nationally recognized hate group with links to actual neo-Nazis. The last step is, of course, violence for the cause. And that's an interesting one, because what is their cause exactly? It can be really easy to assume that they're a white supremacist group, because but
really like how the lighting
they aren't
came on.
actually exclusively
Me too, I
white,
love
and
it.
they aren't even as homogenous as you might expect. I don't want to leave it unsaid. The Proud Boys are a racist group, and they are fascists, and white supremacists are clearly a dime a dozen in their membership, but they aren't actually a white supremacist.
Oh yeah, Gavin
group.
McGuinness tried to claim that white
We'll get
supremacists
back
don't
to it.
exist. I
But
think I
it's
said that
also
in this
a very
video
serious
too.
and pretty
He's just
scary
like, such
step.
people do not exist.
Everything else so far has been ridiculous,
Like,
really deserving
what?
of your scorn and your laughter,
What?
but then they do this.
Like,
they
denying
get
they're
a
in your group is
serious
one thing,
fight
you know?
for the cause. We keep on laughing at them because they are ridiculous, and then they suddenly are calling at the homes of anti-fascist activists and threatening them into silence, suddenly making the surprisingly small step from sad, mean-lord pissboy gang to domestic terrorist organization. By the way, if you want to do your bit to help stop the Proud Boys, one of the most effective things you can do...
Okay, I'm going to skip over this a little bit. It's very funny, but my sources were wrong. It's not Squarespace who hosts them.
My Patreon. Anyway, now the Proud Boys are a recognized hate
Patreon,
group, and that's when Gavin says he wants off this ride.
There you go,
In November
this is the
2018, Gavin McGuinness did not step down as the leader of the Proud Boys. He wanted to be super crystal clear he was
never the leader, only the founder.
So I guess we should be clear too. He hasn't stopped being the leader. He's quit being the founder. He's not the founder anymore. He's done founding the group. No Proud Boys
Right, to be
look
clear.
up to him as their founder anymore. They don't expect any foundership from Gavin.
How did we get here? We are living in clown world.
It was a really strange statement, actually. He claimed that white supremacists and white nationalists don't exist.
I'm the Joker,
Accidentally
baby.
said that gay people are a separate race.
Is this whole idea of white nationalism and white supremacy is a crock. Why are we talking about it so much? Such people don't exist. We are a multiracial club with blacks, Jews, gays, Asians, etc.
It wasn't the most clear or concise rhetoric, but what did come across straightforwardly...
By the way, does he literally just mean Milo Yiannopoulos? Because I think he literally just means Milo Yiannopoulos.
Jews, gays, etc. That's
Like, when he says gays, I just don't buy that there's, like, any... I mean, there's definitely no significant membership
like
of gay...
Andy Ngo, you know.
Is Andy Ngo gay?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck me.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
God.
sad story.
Oh my god.
Mhm.
It was bad enough, like... Alright.
Is that
Alright,
Gavin
alright.
really realized he fucked up and that he needs to get the heck out of Dodge.
I love this bit. This is so fun. We filmed down by Trafalgar Square.
Fun to do this.
Angst Journal, October 4th, 2019. Heard a good joke the other day. Man is depressed, goes to see the doctor. Doctor, help me. I've lost everything. My rich friends won't talk to me anymore. My wife is mad all the time. and I founded a violent street gang of piss boys. Doctor says, treatment is simple. When I'm sad, I simply remember I'm not Gavin McInnes. Cheers me right up. Man bursts into tears. But doctor, I am Gavin McInnes. Doctor says, I know. Get the fuck out of my office. Roll on drum. Curtains. Good joke, heh?
So what's Gavin up
I
to
love
now
that
he
bit
isn't
so fucking much.
founding
Isn't
the
it?
Proud
Like-
Boys anymore? Well,
Oh,
apparently he's
God.
trying to recruit guests for his
It's
new
all for
show.
that. It's
Basically
that-
a debate
that
show
joke.
where he
That's what
pairs
it's
up
all
a
about.
liberal and a conservative and gets them to
Like-
argue. The thing is, apparently in his desperate attempts to stay relevant, Gavin has been trying to pitch the show to liberals as an opportunity to make fun of him. Like they can come on his show and they can make him look foolish.
Desperately
I mean,
sad.
firstly, that's obviously not how that works when you come on someone
Fucking
else's platform.
desperately
and
sad.
take all power. But
Yeah.
secondly, this is pretty interesting. It's interesting because
I
it's such a
mean,
sad attempt
so
to still
is,
be in control of
like-
the situation. I think that's something that shows as a through line for all of the Proud Boys' utter humiliations and Gavin's continued clawing at the
Like-
edges of relevance. That it's them making themselves into
Dylan
characters, and that the criticism of those
on
characters.
They reported it as a dildo. It was a
After all,
butt
as the Gandhi
Yeah.
That
quote
always
goes,
bothers me.
first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. Actually, that isn't a Gandhi quote. It's just commonly misattributed to him. But that's the aesthetics of intellectualism, baby. They still want you laughing at them because that means they're being
That's like in the
seen,
thing.
and
Yeah.
that's
That's
all
like
they
in the bit.
care about.
There's a joke like
People
in
who
the
are
thing.
that desperate to be seen that they're willing to be laughed at are
It's pretty good.
scary.
It's like the
because
thing.
being laughed with is one of the best feelings there is, but being laughed at is one of the worst. And someone who's willing to put up with that humiliation just for attention has a terrifying determination. We know about Gavin's new show, by the way, because he tried to recruit Sam Cedar of the Majority Report for it. Sam, of course, didn't want to give Gavin the time of day, but thought it was a pretty good opportunity to try and get Stephen Crowder, who had ducked out of debates with Sam in the past, to finally sit down and do the debate. Alas, Steve still continued to refuse to debate Sam, possibly because his manager didn't think he'd be up to the task. His manager, who's also, by the way, his dad. Hang on. Let me be clear about this. I am not saying it is funny that Stephen Crowder's dad is his manager.
Not funny.
I'm not saying that
Not
Crowder,
funny.
who is the voice of
No one
Brain
laugh.
on the kids' show Arthur, sorry for ruining Arthur, by the way.
No one laugh.
Was probably pushed
You're
into
laughing,
his
stop.
career by a helicopter
not
parent,
funny.
and then lacking any comedic talent whatsoever, just repeated increasingly disgusting conservative views in the style of jokes for
Ellen
the
says
approval of
Proud
people that
Boys
he looks up
does
to.
have some cheap Fight Club vibe.
I'm not
which
saying
is a gay
that
vehicle
because that
for
would be
making fun of straight
tragic, not
masculinity.
funny.
So
I'm
Bargain
also
bin Fight
not
Club.
saying that Lil Steve is the perfect case study of the way that men perform cruelty as if it's comedy in order to form a toxic masculine in-group that necessarily by definition eliminates anyone who doesn't find bigotry funny and brands them as either weak or too sensitive. And what I'm definitely, most certainly not saying is that Stevie's dad doesn't have the confidence in his ability to debate Sam Cedar and in his intelligence because Steve spent his whole career parroting back things his dad told him. Because if I was saying that, that would be really fucking grim. Stephen and other conservative comedians are a pretty good case study of the post-masculinity I was talking about before. A kind of ironic masculinity, engaging in all the shittiest behaviors
911, I'd like
and
to report a
insisting it's
murder.
just a joke. Now, to be clear, this is nothing new as
I
a
did the
defense
murder.
against accusations.
I'm
of
turning
being a
myself
piss
in.
boy, but
I
think
just
the
did a
contingent of men
murder.
Who
what is
actually
the majority report?
sincerely, internally
Look them up on
believe
YouTube just
that
now and
toxic
subscribe. They're
masculinity
very good.
Is just
They're really good.
a
They
cute
do
joke
really regular,
is an emerging
consistent
identity.
Like
Much
every
more of a
weekday.
new recent
online
thing.
news
And
show
also,
on
to be
YouTube.
clear about the term
Sam
post-masculine,
Cedar is
it
actually
doesn't
the
mean
voice
that
of
we live in a
Hugo
time
in Bob's
after
Burgers. He's a
masculinity,
comedian.
when masculinity is over and done
he's
with. It
really
refers to a society that is aware of feminist ideas, that has recognized masculinity. It refers to living in a time after its emergence or acknowledgement. Let's take a moment to talk about notorious big wet boy Ricky Gervais. Gervais recently started doing stand-up in
It was just
the
a gambler.
well-established "Am I offending you? Haha, you're so offended" genre of stand-up, and then taking to Twitter to frequently search his own name and get
You know I'm an atheist.
Oh my
definitely not mad, not mad
I love that.
at people
Left
saying
to
he's
London
funny.
Scottish
I could definitely
humour.
talk a whole bunch here about how punching down is pathetic and not real comedy and just the constant reinforcement of a bigoted in-group. But I'm realizing as I write this that Ricky Gervais might name search on YouTube as well, and he probably doesn't have the attention span for all that. So, hi Ricky. I'm never going to stop tagging you on Twitter and calling you a big wet boy. You can click off the video now. One thing a lot of people who are now banned from commenting on my channel have said is that I don't engage properly in the ideas that I criticize. And that's because I usually read books by people I respect. But, point taken, so I picked up Conservatism by Roger Scruton. I wanted to check out conservatism in the words of a conservative. And what came across really strongly is that Scruton has no fucking idea what conservatism is. He spends a whole section defining the prehistory of conservatism, outlining ideas that conservatives today no longer believe, but the conservatives of the past did, with the exception of a few famous faces like Thomas Jefferson, who he tries to claim was a conservative in his own day.
The guy who fought in a revolutionary war of independence. Conservative.
And he's putting them in the same strain of thought as monarchists.
A conservative.
Yeah.
Which is frankly just baffling. When he's done explaining that conservatives used to believe in the divine right of kings, he just moves on as if there's no intellectual massive inconsistency there that needs explaining. What becomes apparent to the reader is that conservatives just believe in not changing anything, whatever their current moment in history is.
More specifically, defending the status quo power structure.
Yep. One moment, please. One moment, everybody. One moment, please.
Going on Twitter. Yes, I was hoping you'd do this. Oh.
You really ought to see what these blokes are up to these days. I mean, some of them want to be women. And I'm just like, why would you want to be women? They can't drive. Oh!
And some of these fuckers out there are like, oh, I'm agender. Gender isn't real.
What do they think gender is? God? Because he's not real, you know. I'm an atheist.
If God was real, we wouldn't have careers.
You know what I feel.
Whatever means necessary. But that revelation seems to elude Scruton. I kept thinking about Scruton and his terrible book while researching for this video because I think, just like Gervais,
Leave me
Crowder,
alone.
and McGuinness,
Don't at me.
Scruton is genuinely
Don't call me out on my
unaware
stream right
that
now.
His political beliefs essentially boil down to defending the status quo at any cost. From the point of view of the right-wing comedian, he's a totally original, boundary-pushing act, and no one's ever thought of doing what he's gonna do before. And if someone doesn't like it, they're just anti-free speech. You know, next thing you know, Antifa are gonna show up and protest my gigs. You know the scary thing about Antifa? If they'll punch a fascist, what's next? They could punch me if I was a In 1936, on the 4th of October,
I'm the Joker, baby.
a famous battle occurred in London. It occurred in a place called
Me
Cable Street.
if I was a
Well, it's funnily enough remembered as the Battle of Cable Street. It happened because
Sir Oswald.
I forgot about
the
this.
British Union of Fascists tried to organize.
Look. Putting twat on someone's forehead, just editing the word twat onto someone's forehead, is a low blow, and there aren't too many people who deserve it. But Oswald Mosley is one of those people.
There's a march, and London, and specifically the working class Jewish community around Cable Street, said, no, fuck that. If you don't know,
Sir Oswald Mosley
was a weird rich old racist man who was a big fan of Hitler, black turtlenecks from the M&S menswear collection, and having piss and shit thrown on him by passers-by as he tried to hold fascist parades in the streets of London. Yes, really. They really knew how to show fascists the appropriate level of respect back in those days.
3,000 fascists marched, accompanied by 6,000 police.
I mean, literally,
counted
yes.
By over 20,000
anti-fascists. The Battle of Cable Street is remembered as the moment when the fascists were driven back, never to be seen
Good at
or
this stuff.
heard from
Oh, really?
again.
Oh, thanks. It's nice how it just
that
fell
memory,
together
is
by
kind of
accident.
Almost
useless,
like, yeah,
and
almost
completely
by
fucked and terrible.
Like everything just like
Because
fell
about
together
a year
really
later,
nicely
the
in this
fascists
video.
marched again. This time in Bermondsey, in a place near where I live, to celebrate the anniversary of the foundation of their organisation.
My house.
Again, 3,000
Buckingham
fascists.
Palace.
Again, accompanied by 6,000 police.
Oh, it'll be covered up in
And
the
contemporary
by us
sources
in
and
the
even
chat.
bigger
room.
crowd
That's
of
fine.
anti-fascist activists.
They're changing the guards.
The
at
anti-fascists
Buckingham
formed a
Palace.
blockade across the announced
And
route,
Quick House
chaining
went
old
down
iron
without
ovens
it.
and fridges and other bulky objects together to form a physical barrier because when we say battle, we mean battle.
Writing twat
Anti-fascists
on Mosley's
speaking in
head is
anticipation
high
of the
art.
event told crowds that these weren't people from Bermondsey expressing their fascist views. These were people from outside Bermondsey trying to invade, trying to take it. And that's true. That was the stated intention of the BUF march.
Yeah,
It's
they
crucial
said it.
to understand
Mosley
the anti-fascists
said it in a
represented,
speech
and to this day
to his
represent
goons.
the local community.
He's like, we're going
That
to
this was
invade
the working
them.
class people of Bermondsey fighting off
Sir Oswald Mosley.
and that because of their efforts, he never got to hold his racist piss boy rally in West Lane. At Bermondsey, as at Cable Street, anti-fascists said, just as they've said all around the world, they shall not pass. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Gandalf is Antifa. But more importantly, a lesson we should learn from the Battle of
That's just what no
Bermondsey
Pazaran
is that
means, though.
anti-fascism isn't a
You can't do
single
anything about
fight
that.
against
That's
the
just the
forces of
truth.
evil that defeats them once and for all, but an ongoing
Did I tell you I
struggle.
gave Leo
A
Pollock your
constant
channel
effort that
name?
encompasses everything
God.
from
A local councillor.
taking
Oh
down
my God.
stickers and reporting graffiti to voting to yes.
I'll make a video.
Well,
of it.
I said
I'll make a
you-
video about what a prick
yes,
recoil is.
punching me if I was a fascist. When you see Antifa reported on today, it can be really easy to just buy into the rhetoric that they're this extremist, radical group and not just local people organizing together to stop fascism from sinking its disgusting claws into their local community. I love that headline. Bermondsey says no to fascism, because I think that's what Antifa means. And if you want to understand what Antifa means, you need to picture a place you live, a place you have lived, where you're from, your hometown. And that headline, my neighborhood says no to fascism.
I
Okay,
don't know how people
I've done
can
my
hear
job.
that last part and still give like really centristy arguments about Antifa.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
they're probably
horrific-
doing it as
horrific
soon as
arguments
they
in my-
hear you go. They could punch me if I was a
Oh, I
fascist."
completely agree. I completely agree. Yeah, but like, it's that though.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's what Antifa is.
Yeah.
Okay. It's my neighborhood says no to fascism. We forgot to film this bit for the video. I was gonna print off that headline and then just frame it up there, and I still might do that because I like that space
you
to
like
the
your-
left of the shelves there is not occupied, and I'd
Space
quite
for
like to put
souvenirs from
something up
videos.
there. And I think that would be a really nice thing to have
Yeah.
up there. Just Bermondsey says no to fascism.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Buy a frame for it.
And since we're talking about headlines,
Does
let's
the
talk about the New York
Ricky
Republican
Gervais on
headquarters.
Twitter count as good
Fox
practice?
News reported on what happened there as Antifa attacks again, swords and vandalism at New York GOP office.
Decking a battle
And showed a
is
video
practice.
of a man brandishing a sword outside the GOP building.
No pass around.
And
now.
naturally, I think, that would lead you to assume that Antifa attacked the Republican headquarters with swords. But in fact, the person in the video is, yes, drumroll please, Gavin McInnes. See, Gavin was there in this powerfully racist costume.
That
Apologies
headline
that you even
is
have
a
to see
lie.
that. To reenact and
It's a
celebrate the
deliberate-
assassination
Because you
of a
know
Japanese
how
incredibly
people process
malicious,
information.
terrorist in the
dangerous lie.
1960s.
Because we all know how. Like, it doesn't matter that Laura Ingraham says right afterwards, like, well, I say right afterwards, but like a minute afterwards, says that it's like Gavin McInnes who.
Yeah, people can process it any
That's
other way.
not how people process information, and tons of people will just see the headline.
Yeah.
So it's a lie.
In fact, he called an inspiring moment in his Instagram post about the event. It's a murder, Gavin, not a body positivity post. There's something interesting about Gavin, though. In 2017, as the alt-right were becoming more and more publicly prominent, he started distancing himself from them, claiming that their major focus is on race, whereas his is on Western values. Don't get me wrong here, Western values is the states' rights of the 2010s, but I think Gavin really means this. I think the fact that the Proud Boys aren't an exclusively white group, Gavin's transphobia, the no-fap rule, and this distancing, they all have something to do with each other. Ian Danskin made a really pertinent point in his video, White Fascism. He actually made loads of really pertinent points. I guess we're just going to have to keep referencing this video forever. Fascism as a word has become so ubiquitous and also so colloquialized that it seems ridiculous to people to ever sincerely call anyone or anything fascist, even when, by the most basic definitions of the word fascism, it is or they are. I think a similar thing has happened with the patriarchy, especially if you're quite online, because anti-feminist gotcha arguments have been so memed to hell. The idea of sincerely discussing the patriarchy seems, to some people, for want of a better word...
Natalie's clapping because this is me throwing some shade at some other left tubers. Just like, people don't seem to be able to discuss feminism. Hey,
like,
sweetie, can I just say?
Okay.
Some people don't seem to be able to discuss feminism or the patriarchy without like cringing and being like, oh no, now the alt-right won't take me seriously. Gamergate won't take me seriously now. And it's like, bruh. It's just like, buddy, please. Like, you just, people who won't take you seriously if you're being open about being a feminist just aren't really, they're just fucking 13-year-olds. They're just like, fuck them. Like, you just, it's, you don't have any language to discuss a huge amount of oppression that a huge, like, the whole world faces if you just reject all of feminism.
Yeah.
And you won't be able to invent all that language on your own in a way that sounds cool to anti-feminists.
Yeah, those people who make you feel embarrassed to talk about it, they've got some learning to do, and you're not helping them learn by, like, pretending this shit isn't real.
Right, there you go. Anyway, this was some minor shade at other people around making leftist content who feel embarrassed to talk about feminism or the patriarchy.
A bit cringy. This expresses itself as a guilt and
just an ongoing frustration I'd had like throughout the year seeing different people's videos.
Of discomfort at talking about something that edgy piss boys say you aren't allowed to talk about. With that out of the way, let's talk about fascism and the patriarchy.
Fucking L-cut.
We can define fascism by a hierarchy
Never
that
get to do an L-cut.
mythologizes an us, an in-group, as inherently superior, and everyone step by step less like that us.
It's just a really fucking good video.
In this system, anytime the fascists fail, the blame should be put on people who are lesser, and so don't wholly belong to the us. The adage goes, fascism cannot fail, it can only be failed. The internal logic of fascism says that anytime you see someone failing at something, it doesn't make sense until you can explain why they are less like the us than they would need to be to succeed. This is where the word degenerate comes in. Anyone who lets fascism down is a degenerate, so they can just be cast aside. And this is where we encounter what I call the shrinking circle of fascism. An ever-contracting, tightening ring that just closes in until only the perfect, ideal person is left. I think it's a pretty useful term. And
the OK symbol, that was 2019. This right here, the butthole, that's 2020.
Butthole.
Also describing it sounds a bit like a butthole, and that makes the fascists really uncomfortable. For white supremacists, lesser members of the white race exist essentially as a logical prop to explain why anyone white could ever do anything they disapprove of. For misogynists, a man seen doing anything wrong or inferior or embarrassing or honestly just unexpected is feminine. This is so baked into our language that many of us would say, like a girl, without thinking to just mean bad.
Yeah,
so
like right after doing this thing where I'm like, hey, some of you are just like embarrassed to talk about feminism and that's ridiculous, I just make this like fucking feminism 101 argument. I'm just like play school feminism here. I'm just like, hey, you say girl to mean bad, that's pretty shit.
Like, this is after hanging out at my family home where my dad was like telling the dog off for being like a girl when he was like,
the dog
being weird.
The dog barked at people being in the driveway and he was like, you're a girl. That's not what I like. It's
or
that
like,
it's that but
somebody
it was
doesn't
also
like
like
us on TV and it was like, you fucking girl at like politicians.
It's that, but it's also like I saw it in other stuff. Like it was on my mind.
See why I'm making this comparison. The patriarchy
But
is...
like I wanted to call that out because I'm just like, hey, in the real world, this is going on.
Yes.
Like, people still use girl as an insult in the real world.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you're trying to just avoid feminism because you think it's like posting cringe.
Yeah.
Like,
in the real world, I got sexually harassed today.
Right.
So getting back to our
Nearly
earlier
walked into
dilemma,
traffic.
are the Proud Boys fascists?
Because I was like
Yes.
distracted.
Are they racists?
Yeah, because it's
Also,
super
yes.
creepy and very
But
distracting.
they don't exist to serve white
Someone, like,
supremacy
crossing
and
the
white fascism.
road to be a
They
creep
exist
at
to
you.
Yeah.
be
What
the
the fuck?
stormtroopers of the patriarchy. They describe themselves as Western chauvinists. They're not aiming for Richard Spencer's white ethno-state necessarily. They're aiming for the
Grade
Handmaid's
school
Tale's
feminism coming
Gilead.
to a town near you.
Oh, I fucking
Although,
hope so.
It's
Jesus
also worth
Christ.
noting the Handmaid's
Any day
Tale's
now.
Gilead is a white ethno-state, and Richard Spencer's white ethno-state would necessarily be incredibly misogynistic. Now, my statement there only works if you agree that fascism, while often nationalist, is not inherently nationalist. My academic backing for that is... But I think it's plain to see that English-speaking fascists in the US and the UK, especially in the age of the internet, view their mission as one and the same. They'll often talk more about the West than about their own country. And if those fascists can express nationalistic loyalty to something as nebulous as the West, or as patently fake as whiteness, I don't think it's a stretch to understand groups like the Proud Boys as expressing loyalty to masculinity. As
This one's
basically the
funny
borders of their
because on the
nation.
next
They
video
are
I got loads of comments
expressing
trying to argue with
nationalistic
me
loyalty
that Caesar's
to the
Legion
nation
don't meet the
of
criteria
manhood.
for fascism.
And just as
Some
the
of them
black shirts
actually
of the
using
1930s were
academic
swindled
language,
into parading
apologetic
around playing dress up
ultranationalism,
by a rich old
and trying to show
asshole
why
with
it
a
doesn't meet that
knighthood
criteria. And it's
probably
like, I was trying to
gout,
argue with those
being
people,
told that they
meanwhile
were
knowing that in
defending
the
the
previous
honor of
video,
Mother Britannia.
I had like
Today,
made this
Gavin,
argument that
an
like
actual
these guys
millionaire,
as
is tricking
sexists are
Sandals
fascists,
online
like
into thinking that
misogynist
they're
fascists.
defending
And I'm like,
manliness by putting on a
Caesar's
special
Legion meet the
costume
criteria
and
way
refusing to
more.
masturbate.
But wait till you hear my
Right
previous
in time of
take.
its release, its director Todd Phillips made some comments to the
Make you
effect
mad.
that
Yeah.
we're not making comedy films anymore because woke culture killed
Love
comedy.
Mark Moran.
You can't be funny anymore because everyone expects you to be
I
woke.
fight like a girl.
All
by
jokes
which I
insult
mean
someone, and there's no
lesbians
such
think
thing
I'm
as a power dynamic anywhere in life. So insulting
Is
a
that
minority
articles?
group and insulting the rich and powerful is exactly the same thing. No one can possibly be funny without appealing to bigotry. My name's Todd Phillips, and I see no difference between pooping and eating poop. Fine, that's not a direct quote. In response, Mark Moran, longtime comedian and actually actor in Joker, had a fair few words to say. In his podcast WTF, he said,
You know, there's plenty of people being funny right now. Not only being funny, but being really fucking funny. There are still lines to be rode. If you like to ride a line, you can still ride a line. If you want to take chances, you can still take chances. I mean, really, the only thing that's off the table culturally at this juncture, and not even entirely, is shamelessly
in the
punching
same
down for the sheer
shooting,
joy of hurting
like, bit
people,
as getting
for
the
the sheer
X
excitement and laughter
Gavin
that some
McGinnis
people
joke
get from
bit.
causing people pain,
It was really
from
cold.
making people uncomfortable,
really cold,
from making
yeah.
people
Yeah.
feel
You're in, like, a light
excluded.
jacket.
I was okay 'cause I was moving around.
that excitement. And as I've said before, it's no excuse. I mean, if you're too intimidated to try to do comedy that is deep or provocative or even a little controversial, without hurting people, then, I mean, you're not good at what you do. I mean, that's just the deal. Maybe it's time for you to quit.
and I don't know if I could have said it better than that. What a king! Yeah, what a fucking lad. Thank you, Mark Moran. He also put it a little more succinctly in his interview with NME.
It's about men, women, and how men deal with being woke. The way I can't do that voice anymore.
What? No, just read the line.
I can put the glasses and the mustache back on,
No!
but I can't do this voice anymore.
Just read the line.
The thing about the patriarchy is it makes men powerful.
Men, women.
A lot of conservative men point to the fact that they are unhappy as proof that the
Oh, they're old.
patriarchy doesn't exist. The Proud Boys have taken the fact that they
Feminism
get
is like-
power through
I
male
mean,
privilege
you've seen
and
a beer
decided
advert, right?
that
Is what I mean,
makes
though.
them
Like, you can
happy.
demonstrate feminism to people
Yes, I guess kind
with
of
things
like
that
the
are in
Joker.
their
But
life
these guys are
in
funny
like
characters
in an
with
everyday
memes and
sense.
jokes and
Like,
secret symbols for their special boys club. They can
Really
do
easily.
anything they want because they're untouchable. When they're funny, they're scary. But when you take a closer look and
Revealing
realize
to my
these
20-year-old
ding-dongs
peers.
actually
Hey,
derive
I
their
just told you that I
masculinity
was
from
like straight
special
harassed.
uniform,
Every woman you know
a
has
bunch of
had
pictures
that
of a
happen to
cartoon
them.
frog,
And they're like,
That's not scary.
That
tragedy?
That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. No.
There has to be a better model for masculinity than desperately clinging on to old, shitty behaviors through irony and memes and no-fap boys clubs. There has to be a model of masculinity that's about caring for the less fortunate, the less strong, about helping.
Oh, the song's coming.
Or failing that, just do what Mark Moron does and show these edgy piss boys you're tired of their bullshit.
I'm a dumb teen boy. I eat steaks and rocks and mud.
I don't care about the government, and I really need a hug. Look at them, they need a hug so bad.
Stupid.
Look at them.
Ugly.
Not very
Some
strong,
observant
but
people-
I'll fuck you up if you're mean to
may
bugs.
have noticed at this point that I don't know the words to any song ever. I literally always just guess what word's coming next based on, and I'm always wrong.
It's getting
Cold down here underneath the weather. I skipped class to sit with you. I really like your spotty sweater. Ladybugs are girls, how do they make kids together? What's it like in a female world? I bet it's just so much better. Just turned 14, and I think this year I'm gonna be mean. Don't mess with me, I'm a big boy now and I'm very scary. I punch my wall, stay out at night, and I do karate. Don't message me, cause I won't reply, wanna make you cry. Ain't that how it's supposed to be, though it isn't me, boys will be bugs, right?
Hey everyone. I'd like to thank Bathymetrics.
The full version is now available on Ash's SoundCloud, which is in the description of that video. So if you go there, soundcloud.com/hand-the/-man, but it's 2 N's on each of those. Anyway, the link's in the description, and the full version is there. Loads of people have asked for it, so it is now there. So
You sound so good together in that line.
yeah. Okay, here we go.
Bubble
Last
says, here's something
video.
that might cheer you up. I spent most of my morning tearing down and defacing National Party election posters.
Yes. Yeah, that does actually. Right. Let's go. Last video.
New Vegas.
Oh, it's halfway through. Beautiful. Let's do it.
So, I released a video a little while ago on sexuality in Fallout New Vegas, and Obsidian, the creators of New Vegas, just released a new RPG, The Outer Worlds, full of really interesting LGBT representation. So, naturally, there was only one thing to do.
Alan said
New
that
video
was
about
one
Fallout
of the
New
best
Vegas.
videos. One of your best videos?
I think so.
Imperialism.
To the northeast is a settlement. The locals here call them boomers.
What? Wait.
Watch the video with me.
To the northeast
That's
is
what
a
you're here for. Come on.
settlement. The locals here call them boomers.
What? Wait. Wait.
Hold it right there.
Okay, Boomer.
From an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell the sculptor well those passions red which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things.
And thanks.
The Fallout franchise started back in the
Doesn't
90s.
Henry sound good
They were
reading
of
now?
absolutely incredible
Yeah, I
game
really
design.
love it.
Fallout 1 was released hot on the heels of games like Beneath a Steel Sky and
This
Mist.
bit's good.
They have nothing to do with this, but I've mentioned them now, so you're pretty convinced I'm a real gamer? New Vegas is the third game produced
That is
by
how it
members of
works.
the original
Pro
team,
gamer.
introducing
That was
new
also
locations,
like
new
a
political
like a
factions,
wisecrack
also
kind
tying
of
up
dig.
some loose ends from
Like
Fallout
it's their
4. So
kind
you
of
encounter
YouTube channel
Caesar's Legion
who do
for the first
videos
time
that they're
as
just
part of a
like,
quest
this
that
video was
sets you on a
released
quest that's
around
centered
this
on
kind of time
basic
when other
character motivation.
games were
As
released.
is very typical in
It's like,
Obsidian's writing and just
okay.
good RPG writing in general,
I don't-
there's a confidence
Is there a
that
reason for
genuinely
this?
important
Okay.
story elements will introduce themselves if they've been weighted with enough consequence and genuine importance.
Love that Evangelion
There isn't a
t-shirt.
quest that's
That's so good.
go find out
Need to wear it in more videos.
about the Legion. Because their presence means death, destruction, and chaos everywhere they go, so you'll find them.
Oh yeah.
New Vegas has really compelling story options to drive you in the direction where you first encounter the Legion, but just in case you decided to exercise your free will, it is an open world RPG after all, the regions in every other direction are full of creatures that are upsettingly good at killing you. So chances are, even just by trial and error, you'll end up in Nipton. But if you took the story options like the brainwashed sheeple yet to open your eyes to the flat earth truth that you probably are, it went a little bit like this.
Benny had you tied up and stole the thing you were delivering, told you,
"From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start."
And then shot you in the head.
Simultaneously, the coolest opening in all of video game history, and...
Sorry, a comment in the chat there has just reminded me that it was a shame in the last video I didn't talk about NoFap November at all. Because it is just a fascist psyop. Like, NoFap November literally is just a... Like, if you've heard of it, like, and you've not put the dots together...
That's a men going their own way.
It is an incel, men going their own way, Proud Boys, fascist, alt-right thing. Like, it is actively conceived of by 4chan white nationalists as a way to recruit people into white nationalism. As crazy as that sounds, it is. It would have taken me like 5 more minutes of video to explain, so I didn't bother, and I, you know, but like, and that video came out in November as well. It would have been perfect, but whatever.
What future historians would come to
I
determine...
want to talk about people not masturbating for that long.
A dick move.
When you wake up in Good Springs near where you were shot, you get patched up, have a chance to decide your stats and create your Adam Driver, and then you're on your way. You head along to Prim, where the New California Republic, NCR, is in a standoff with escaped convicts, and you can find out from the people of Prim that Benny went to Nipton.
For real.
Along the way to Nipton, you might pop into the Mojave Outpost, where the NCR controls the flow of trade in and out of the region, you know, normal military stuff. A ranger there will also tell you to go to Nipton because there's smoke rising off the town, so now with a second reason, you hurry along there to ask the locals if they've seen Benny, and the whole town is in flames. The residents have been butchered, everything is destroyed. This is how you meet Caesar's Legion. The group of neo-fascist, ancient Rome cosplayers who enslave towns that they conquer and keep women as chattel. Naturally, you are morally obliged at this point to debate them civilly and calmly and defeat them in the marketplace of ideas.
Ideas.
After this point, however, be warned you will be an official outlaw in the eyes of the Legion, wanted for unlicensed debating and suspected possession of high-level important ideas. You'll just be trying to get along with the game and a bunch of guys in leather skirts.
There was this Patreon extra outtake when I was being the devil character for bad movies, where here's an idea we don't talk about enough. God betrayed me.
But you had like the fangs in and stuff.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Really good.
Moped helmets will run up to you and declare,
"The Caesar has marked you for death, and the Legion obeys. Ready yourself for..."
Rigorous intellectual debate. And then you have to take time out of your day to explain how planned economies work and why public infrastructure is necessary in a modern society. So eventually you make your way up to the Vegas Strip and find Benny, where you can use the Black Widow skill to seduce him if you're a woman, but not the Confirmed Bachelor skill to seduce him if you're a man, which is classic homophobia. Benny will double cross you, but you won't come with the plot to seize control of the wasteland. And then eventually
objecting to that
exit the
joke,
casino
thinking I
where
was
you were met
totally
with a
serious.
message from the
Oh,
Legion.
so it's
They sent Bob as the
homophobic
leader of the Legion
to
squad in Nipton, or someone
not
else
be
whose debate
able
skills were too
to
powerful,
sleep with a guy
who broke a peace with
who's
you and
not
asked you to
gay.
defeat Caesar. This gesture restores
And
your
I can
reputation
only
with the
reply,
Legion neutral,
it was a
because
joke.
developers recognized that there was a good chance you might have made your reputation with the Legion very
Every time
poor.
I can only reply.
It's probably important that we
it
understand the
was
reputation
a
mechanic
joke.
going
And I
forward.
hate
Reputation is
being the
what
guy
triggers the
saying
roaming gangs
it
of
was
Legion
just a
assassins
joke, but
that
like
kill you anywhere on the map. It's basically a system
was
that
a
checks
joke.
what crimes you've committed against the faction versus what good deeds you've done for them. Like when you come to my house and eat all my biscuits, Lily, you're on thin fucking ice. Reputation can affect your ability to take part in quests for a faction, because there are points of no return with reputation.
This video rules.
Degrees to which you
It's
can
at Eric's
piss off a
house,
faction
where
so
he
much,
eats 12
they'll just
jack
shoot you
fruits.
on sight. And what you do to cause
This
that
is
degree
definitely one of my favorites as
vilification
well. I love this video.
is a pretty good indicator
come out really, really
as to
well.
what values that faction holds.
So, Caesar's messenger comes to invite you to an audience with the big man, and this restores your reputation to neutral. You finally meet Caesar, the man himself, and he gives you his sales pitch. Caesar is confident he is the only one who is fit to rule over the wasteland, because the warring factions are like petty children, squabbling over nothing, and he can unite them by conquering them. It's honestly pretty classic bad guy stuff. Caesar's a fascist. He believes in fascism.
Duh.
Fascism is his
Duh.
actual, for real, no pretending ideology. From Caesar's point of
I'm
view,
the
the NCR isn't a
wife.
democracy that's accidentally
Duh.
being brutal and cruel. It's a fascist empire that's failing at its basic raison d'etre.
As a young man, I was taught to venerate President Tandy of Shady Sands, the founding mother of the new California Republic. Did you know her presidency lasted 52 years? And that her
More
father,
female
Aradesh,
dictators.
was the Republic's first president?
More female
Does that sound like a
dictators.
democracy to you? Or a hereditary dictatorship?
His followers are so enamored by him and so dedicated to the myth of his power that some NPCs in the game will tell you he has an army of hypnotized slaves.
All this will lead you to the ultimate conflict of the game, deciding whether you want to back the NCR, the Legion, or Mr. House, the ancient multi-billionaire who saved New Vegas the first time using force fields and vault technology against the nuclear blasts. House wants you to help him keep outside influence out of the Mojave and let him rule it, guaranteeing he will always have the best answers to every problem that people face, because he's the
We'll
smartest
give you money
guy
to
in
go
town.
away, focus
So
on the
between
money.
the NCR,
Literally just
Mr.
Andrew
House, and
Yang.
the Legion, New Vegas sets up an army of moderate status quo defenders, a technocrat with specific fixes to specific problems, and a neo-fascist
pictures
cult
are
of
so good.
personality built around making
they're fucking
America great
fantastic.
again. Okay, let's be clear about this. New Vegas was released years and years before Trump was president, but the parallels exist regardless. Caesar's Legion are a bunch of asshole bros.
Somebody commented comparing Caesar and Trump low-hanging fruit as a way to dismiss my arguments. I believe low-hanging fruit means stuff that's obvious.
Yeah.
Cosplaying fashion
That is
from the
what that
past, wearing aviator sunglasses together with Centurion,
Which is like,
thinking
that's why it
hot
goes
shit,
at the
and
start
everybody
of the video
else
and
looks
then I
like
go
the
somewhere
dorkiest
else
fuckers
with
on
the rest of the
planet.
video.
Who does that remind you of? We're going to talk about
It's
the
those
parallels,
guys.
because frankly I'm here to do two things. Cry because Christine and Veronica can never be together even though their love is pure and
Eat
beautiful.
hot chip and lie.
And talk too seriously about the politics of
They should call him Quote Vonnegut, because that's all you do, is quote Vonnegut, eat hot chip, and lie.
the video game. And I'm all done crying. Fuck no, I'm not.
So let's talk a little about parallels. Caesar and Donald Trump don't have to be similar
shit.
people exactly for this to be an interesting comparison. The way the Legion works is pretty standard for a fascist movement. Some characters will even tell you explicitly they think when Caesar dies, the Legion will fall apart. However, you'll also be able to hear, repeatedly, that the Legion with Caesar in charge is not the scariest conceivable thing, because when Caesar dies, Legate Linnaeus...
Oh shit! I ran out of money for my illustrator. Okay. Oh shit. Guy in a suit. That politician in a suit. That's no good. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay, that's good. Yeah. There he is. Guys, just bear with me 1 second. Sorry. I just there's Linnaeus. Okay. Got the guy. Yeah. Face. Just and then cut out the face. Yep. Oh. Fuck, he's gonna look like a YouTube skeptic. Jesus Christ.
Legate Linnaeus is more brutal
He
and
so does, it's so
crueler,
good.
and crucially, is viewed as an unhinged, unpredictable madman. It's very important to the social role of Linnaeus. Hinged is more brutal.
That's
and
where the absolute
crueler,
madman meme
and
comes
crucially, is viewed as an unhinged, unpredictable madman.
So I told the nice lay down on the floor. He actually did it. The absolute man.
I've changed the username to Caesar as well.
It's very important to the social role of Linnaeus that he wears a mask. Not the character, but the social role.
Simultaneously,
I
this
love how you
image
do
of the
the different
scarier,
poses, like the
unpredictable,
puppetry.
unhinged second in command acts as a bluff, dissuading people from trying to depose the fascist leader for fear of their successor, and also drives the continual evolution of fascist leaders into ever crueler, more corrupt, more repulsive, and more disturbing iterations. Every new leader will dwarf the previous ones in terms of sheer monstrosity. The rise of Donald Trump has made loads of people look with rose-tinted goggles at George W. Bush, the man who devastated America, put a boot on the necks of LGBT people and ethnic minorities, and killed 500,000 people in Iraq. But it's all good now, guys. He paints dogs. He hung out with Ellen. He gave Michelle Obama that candy. Maybe the candy contains secrets that will give all the people of New Orleans back their homes. Maybe Ellen will do a reveal on her show that the dog he paints found WMDs, and so there was a good reason to kill 500,000 people. I'm being glib. There's no good reason to kill 500,000 people. George Bush is a war criminal and should be in prison. But at least he respected the office, right?
Crazy how nature do
Not
that.
like Cheeto in chief.
They
Trump
want to
says
sit down properly, but the headphones just don't stretch.
Yeah.
tweets.
They really want to just rest. My
Meanly,
back hurts so much.
Every new leader of a fascist organization makes the
Everyone's
previous
coming
one
back
look
being
like
like,
a better.
holy shit, you're still going?
Well, it's the last video.
Party is a fascist. Oh, yeah, oh.
I think I'm calling myself a
You're
cock
saying the
there.
Republican Party is a fascist. Oh, yeah, Yeah, it sounds like that, doesn't it? Since we're on comments, I get a lot of arguments telling me that Caesar's Legion aren't the clear, objective bad guys of New Vegas. And I think that comes down to two things fundamentally.
Legion is
Firstly,
nothing
that
but
Obsidian are really good
mustache-twirling
at writing moral ambiguity.
villains? Did
Where
you
most
not
people would just write a
listen
hero
to
who does
Caesar's
shitty things for moral grey areas.
explanation?
Obsidian really shine when they're writing villains.
Yeah, I
who
had
have a point.
that. That was fucking
Or
ridiculous.
know how to make you think they have a point.
But it was on
or
the
are
previous
just
Fallout New
really
Vegas
cool.
video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the-
For people who don't know, I did a previous Fallout New Vegas video which was about LGBT representation in Fallout New Vegas, which, like, for also for people who don't know, is actually really thorough and like there's loads of it, and it's really fucking cool. But like,
Do you want to just pause and wait for me to come back since it's the last one?
yeah, I can do. That's fine.
I don't mind if you want to carry on. Like,
Will you be quick?
yeah.
Hey. Cool. I had this comment on that one that was like, hey, how can you? I don't support the Legion or anything, but how can you say that Caesar is just a mustache twirling bad guy? Didn't you listen to his explanation? And it's like, his explanation is fascism. Like, that still makes him a mustache twirling bad guy. Like, he's still just so evil. I'll try and remember to do these shout outs again at the end, but firstly, it is my sister's birthday. Happy birthday to Morgan. Everybody, happy birthday, Morgan. I don't think she's watching, but I want everybody to know, because well wishes are a powerful thing. Okay. Second shout out is a shout out to somebody who, when I had just hit 10,000 subscribers, left a comment telling me I'd always be an under 20k sub nobody. 20k is not like a milestone that anyone marks or cares about, so they clearly had just doubled the amount of subs I currently had, and tried to make me feel bad with that. I hit 20k subs within the week of that comment, and I had been meaning to do like a 20k Q&A just to celebrate that commenter, but mark this as that anyway. Hi to you, if you ever see this. Fuck you. I hit 20k subs within the week.
Within the week, Jesus Christ.
Okay, let's carry on now. Yeah? Nudge the camera, garbage. Oh. I just gotta check the camera's okay now. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
It's time for the last video. Let's
The
go.
Outer Worlds, for example, the main antagonists turn out to be trying to implement a sort of hyper-fascist capitalism because of the scarcity of resources in the colony. And that's pretty persuasive, right? Resource scarcity is just a fact of life. There's nothing you can do about it. But if you dig a little deeper, it turns out that scarcity is manufactured for profit. But they knew how to make you think
There
of
it
it
is.
there, right?
There's the good
And
stuff.
likewise with Caesar.
Twit's
He's
name is
charismatic and
Parsley
persuasive, and he
Haircut,
knows what to
scarcity
tell you to make you
manufactured
think
profit.
he might just be the right guy to
Someone's
rule
just
over the
messaged me
Harvey.
to congratulate me on a powerful shout out.
At the end of the day, he's a
What is
fascist. So you
Oh,
just
to
gotta
the
debate
commenter.
him.
Yeah.
And there's other reasons I get these comments telling me that the Legion aren't the clear-cut, objective bad guys of New Vegas. Is that they're fucking right.
Have sunk a shattered visage lies, whose frown and
I really
wrinkled
love
lip and sneer
this
of cold
report to the
command
it's really
tell
good.
that its
Yeah,
sculptor
The way
somebody
like,
commented was really mean about it, and I banned
survived,
them immediately because I'm
stand
like,
on
don't be
these
mean to my
lifeless
friends.
things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed, and on the pedestal these words appear: My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair.
Okay, let me clarify that one. Caesar's Legion are bad. Really bad. They're just not the bad guys of the game because they're not the only clear villains. They are evil, though.
Morgan,
Super
happy
evil.
birthday.
Evil in a
Shout
league
out.
of their own.
Yeah.
In a game that contains both this thing
Jesus
and
Christ,
a
that
giant
thing.
wasp based on the tarantula hawk that can only
Which
feel
you
hatred.
may remember
The Legion
from
are
such
easily the
videos
most unsettling and
as-
repulsive creatures. Those commenters are super
On
wrong.
getting stung
But
by
let's talk about
annoying
the NCR.
insects.
That's the
like
storytelling
Yeah,
argument
yes.
for
Cad.
Vegas is in the details that
On
lead
getting
to
stung by
natural
annoying
curiosity.
insects such as Sargon of
The
Akkad.
information.
A name that was
It's
suggested to me
foreign.
by someone else and is the best thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, an ash pile. Someone's been disintegrated
One
with a
sec.
laser weapon.
Hey, one sec.
And a
Hey,
Reebok
one
club.
sec.
Who's strong enough to Oh, yep, mutants. What's that up there? Oh, it's a big statue of two guys shaking hands.
Aw.
You know, that reminds me of the Kentucky flag.
So cute.
Oh, I shouldn't have thought about it. Such a gross flag. Oh, fuck. Oh, I threw up in my mouth a little bit. Oh, it's so gross. Wait, is that a dinosaur?
Yep.
Yep.
That's a dinosaur.
That's a dinosaur.
Naturally,
It
therefore,
really is.
you need to keep your eyes open if you want to really understand what's going on with the NCR. One of your possible companions, Boone, an ex-NCR sniper, tells you this about their presence around New Vegas.
Coming east was about securing the land so people could live without fear.
And of the Mojave in general.
It's NCR land for the most part. We tamed it. Now we're settling it.
See, I've studied some maps really closely of where Fallout locations would be in real
Sorry.
life.
I
and
know
this
the
is
joke's
very
coming and I love
technical,
this.
So pay close attention. But Las Vegas isn't what geographers would call in California. So for the new California Republic to be seizing New Vegas, it would have to be a sort of expansionist political force. A sort of civilization that conquers other neighboring civilizations and incorporates it into itself. Like a sort of a I know there's a word for this. See, Caesar's Legion is evil and bad because they're an imperialist force. And their moral justification is that for society to return to normal, people can't be trusted to rule over themselves. But the NCR is good because they just want to make things, back how they were. You recognize the society that the NCR is trying to create. It's regular, degular America. So even if it's not perfect, it's pretty good.
Let's get back to
Right.
brunch.
Well, let's start at the beginning. Both
Now
at the
who's
start of the
referencing a
NCR
protest
presence in the
sign
Mojave and
held
the
up
start
by
of the
some
United
centrist
States of America.
Dems
After all, they do start
at the
with
Women's
same
March
thing.
right after Trump was
Massacre.
elected.
The first
that
settlers of the
says,
Mojave after the nuclear
if
war
Hillary
were the
had
Great
won,
Khans. They had a
we'd be
relatively
out to
peaceful
brunch.
existence on the land that
And
the
that
NCR would
sums
later
up
come to claim and colonize.
their
Honestly,
ideology
New Vegas is
so
doing a sort of
perfectly.
Native
Like,
American allegory
yeah,
here
if Hillary
that
won,
I'm
they'd be out to brunch. Because there are no more problems than just
especially
that.
as it seems
They'd
like
be out
no
to
Native
brunch.
American people actually survived the nuclear apocalypse, and because the Great Khans are a gang, not an ethnic group. Nonetheless, I think the revelation that the Great Khans were violently excised from their homeland has a really interesting effect on the player, and that interesting effect is probably nothing, because just as in real life, most people know that America is built on
If
violent
anyone's looking for a
colonization and
reason
genocide.
to be mad at Hillary
that
Clinton,
revelation
actually,
has
go
very
watch
small
Michael
impact,
Brooks'
because in both cases
interview
it's fed into a
with
foundational
Lula,
myth
the
that cruelty is necessary
president
to
of
create
Brazil.
a stable society.
Yeah.
A huge number of
Yeah,
people
yeah,
know
yeah.
about the struggle of indigenous peoples under colonization
else.
the world over. But unless you can actually do something about those existing power structures built of that brutality, why bother being mad, right? If you can't change anything. And the people in charge now aren't the same people who were in charge then, right? And the people in charge now wouldn't treat people with the same basic lack of respect for their humanity, would they? There are two things I knew I really wanted to
Really
talk
going
about
for
if I ever did
facetious
a video on
dickhead
New Vegas again.
here.
One of them
That's my
is the
the
quest
vibe I'm aiming right at.
Whitewash.
In the quest, you, the player, are asked to find out what's going on with the NCR water supply, because their crops
If you're
aren't
wondering,
getting
my
enough water,
if
and
you've
those
played
boys
Fallout
aren't
New Vegas
moist,
and you're wondering,
they can't grow right.
my character's moving so
you
fast 'cause of
investigate why
mods.
those boys don't get moist enough, and you discover
It's
that
not
the
sped up
NCR
footage, I'm
officer,
zooming
Paul
around.
White, who went to investigate before you, was murdered. He found out that a follower of the apocalypse, don't worry about those guys, they're filthy commies, redirected the water flow so that a
Oh,
poorer area
someone
of
else
New
not
Vegas
picking up
could
on one of the
grow their
jokes
own
was
crops.
like,
See,
here
despite
you're
that
like
neighborhood's
disparaging
poverty, the NCR
of
was
them being filthy
insisting on
commies, but if
depriving them
anything,
of
it sounds
water
like
and
you're close
agricultural knowledge
to.
and selling
It sounds like
crops
you're a far
instead.
left person
When
yourself.
Corporal White found out he was
Like,
going to
yeah,
expose
it
the
was his
moisture
joke.
heist, and so the follower killed him to cover it up. Exposing the murderer, and therefore the scheme, will result in the poor neighborhood losing food and water, but doing nothing lets the murderer go free. You could kill him yourself if you feel comfortable with execution as a punishment, and with being the executioner.
Holy shit, this writing! It's so good! This is why I wanted to talk about this quest as an example of the writing in New Vegas. Even if you know for sure which option you'd pick, you can see why someone else would pick a different one, right? And also because in real life, the city of Flint, Michigan has been without clean water for 5 years now. As you might expect, 5 years in, the situation is a little more complicated than that. Really slow
In my
progress is
research,
being
I
made
read
at
an
replacing
article that was
the
called
systems that are
"Does Flint
leaking
have
lead
water?
to the water
Yes,
supply.
but it's
As far as I
complicated."
can
And
see,
that's
this
why
is
my
pretty good
phrasing
parallel.
was
The
literally,
NCR has the same
"It's
attitude
more
towards poor
complicated,
neighborhoods. It doesn't care,
but
and it's only going to care less.
they
if
don't
it
have
happens on them.
access."
All through this game,
Because
the
theirs was
NCR
like,
are
"Yes, but it's
controlling
complicated." But if you
basic
actually read it,
resources. Either
it's
sending the
not
lion's share to
really.
themselves, or
It's nothing like the
selling
way
them
that
back
other
to
cities have
ordinary
access to
people who could just
water.
have them for free.
Like,
when you fix the solar
for a
power
really
plant,
long
Helios
time,
1,
they've had
you have to
water
choose
in
between
some
directing
form
all the
because they've
power
had like
to the
bottled
NCR,
water.
or
But that's
sharing
not
it
an
equally
acceptable
between
way to
the
have
whole
water,
region.
you know? Anyway, someone
To me,
linked
seems
that
like a pretty
article in my
simple choice,
comments.
But be careful, because
I'm
if
just
you
like,
choose that
yeah, I
latter
know, I
one,
read it. That's what I based my thing
you just
on.
did a
actually.
communism, baby.
Communism is a preferable alternative.
Propaganda posters. Pretty
Yeah.
standard. The troops are your friends, whatever. The Legion's evil, yeah, okay. But you bring democracy, though? Soldiers bring democracy? Okay, let's talk about neoliberalism. Setting: the 70s. A man had walked on
I
the
just looked for the
moon,
most
the
70s
Beatles
image I
had
could
just
find.
broken up, and people were on so many drugs. And a 61-year-old American man called Milton Friedman had taken way too much of the most powerful drug
This is a
known
very
to
good one.
man.
Radical
This is probably on the same level as
Friedman,
the Spider-Man one, I
absolutely
think,
out
actually.
of his
Like, I
gourd
probably
on the sheer
would link
concept
people
of the
this
free
one
market,
now.
had been
Like,
pushing
this
a
is
new
what I do.
economic
'Cause
theory,
it's like higher
counter to
quality,
the popular
like,
Keynesian
production
economics
value.
at the time. Keynesian economics,
You know?
if you aren't familiar, was a theory that said, put simply, you need to watch the economy really closely, like a really dangerous science experiment, like one involving fireworks and children. What Friedman, deep in his K-hole, K here being the variable economics representing capital,
I got
said was,
a comment
nah,
from an
it's
economics
fine.
student who
We
was
shouldn't
like,
watch the
"Thank you for
babies
that
and the
joke
fireworks.
specifically.
The
I died."
experiment won't succeed if we make sure the babies play with the fireworks safely. In fact, we
I
should
love
lock the
appealing
doors and
to
not let anyone
niche
into capital
humor.
the firework babies from now on. And then in 1973 in Chile, General Augusto Pinochet came to power in a violent coup with material backing from the United States. Pinochet's government terrorized, tortured, and murdered political opponents, and of course, swathes of the public
If you elected
suspected
politicians
of being
make
political
jokes
opponents.
about not knowing what neoliberalism
This, to severe
means,
capitalism addict Milton
should fucking
Friedman,
learn what
seemed like the
neoliberalism
absolutely
means.
perfect playground
For real.
to try out this free market bullshit.
For real.
In her book on the rise of global neoliberalism,
It's
The
important.
Shock Doctrine,
Everyone read this book.
Mhm.
Everyone make this the top of your reading list if you haven't read it.
And-
This is the single most important book. Like, I'm so serious. It's so important for understanding the world we live in and the political landscape
Yeah.
of our time.
Yeah.
Naomi Klein is so important.
And,
Read this book.
Before you go read that book, you know, obviously books take time to read. Go watch, I can't remember what it's called, but Jack Saint's video, the fictional documentary.
Oh, that is
about
very
neoliberalism.
true, actually.
It's
Yeah.
fucking awesome. And
Jack
it's-
Saint's, video essay about a fictional, It's like-
yeah, about a fictional town dealing with
Mm-hmm,
differentiated like telecom.
It's I think it might be
supplies.
called Nightmare on something street.
Right.
Like, as in, it's like a horror. It's the horror of neoliberalism.
Yeah.
It's a really good video. It's a really, really
like
good video.
one of the clearest,
And it's
like,
a fictional
most entertaining
example
ways I've seen
that he's come up
neoliberalism
with to
represented.
explain how neoliberalism works, and it's fantastic.
It's beautiful and it's so recognizable. Like anybody would see it and be like, "Oh, I get what it means now. I get how that
I've
works."
encountered this exact frustration in my real life, actually, kind
Yeah.
of thing. Like, that's how you watch it and you get it. But also, the shock doctrine. Okay.
Naomi Klein writes,
Friedman first learned how to exploit a large-scale shock or crisis in the mid-70s when he acted as advisor to the Chilean dictator General Augusto Pinochet. Not only were Chileans in a state of shock following Pinochet's violent coup, but the country was also traumatized by severe hyperinflation. Friedman advised Pinochet to impose a rapid-fire transformation of the economy: tax cuts, free trade, privatized services, cuts to social spending, and deregulation. Eventually, Chileans even saw their public schools replaced with voucher-funded private ones. It was the most extreme capitalist makeover ever attempted anywhere, and it became known as a Chicago School Revolution, since so many of Pinochet's economists had studied under Friedman at the University of Chicago.
She also explains that
by 1988, when the economy had stabilized and was growing rapidly, 45% of the population had fallen below the poverty line. The richest 10% of Chileans, however, had seen their incomes increase by 83%.
So in case you'd noticed that there were protests in Chile right now and were wondering what they were about, that's what they're about.
The hegemony of free trade
I
is
love
so
that.
familiar now,
Protests,
it seems really weird to talk about times when these ideas were new and needed implementing. But that's how a hegemony works. Neoliberal policy has to be as familiar to you as the taste of oxygen. Otherwise, you'd critique it on its own merits rather than just treating it as the default. Friedman and his students served as advisors on the policies of Chile, Argentina, Peru, Brazil, Ecuador, and Venezuela, and inspired this ideological shift in neoliberal economics across the world, in Asia, Europe, Australasia, Canada, the US, and here in the UK. And also, Friedman personally advised Thatcher that she should do some of the things that Pinochet had done in Chile to shock the country into submission. And although she never took it quite that far, she was a proud supporter of
She said we
Pinochet
were
for
too
many years,
civilized
and even
for that.
called him a true friend. True governments from my sham friends, coup governments from my true friends, I guess.
In Out of the Wreckage, George Monbiot wrote,
"The freedom which neoliberalism offers, which sounds so
Also a great book, but a great book to buy for your, like, relatives. It's a really good book for, like, as, like, political entry stuff. Like, it explains in a lot of, like, basic terms, but doesn't go into such good detail. So, like, you should read Naomi Klein, and you should buy people Out of the Wreckage.
You described it as deliberately the only book
you'll ever need, yeah. Like I
Style
talk about in Aesthetics of Intellectualism, and that's a good thing because we need more of those.
He even talks about Joseph Campbell's
Yes.
beguiling when expressed in general terms, turns out to mean freedom for the pike, not for the minnows. Freedom from trade unions and collective bargaining means the freedom to suppress wages. Freedom from regulation means the freedom to poison rivers, endanger workers, charge iniquitous rates of interest, and design exotic financial instruments. Freedom from tax means freedom from the distribution of wealth that binds society together.
I think that's an important summary to bear in mind when you look at the modern state of politics. The changes of Reagan, Friedman, Thatcher weren't just this crazy phase where everyone thought that the market could solve all of their problems that they just moved past. Neoliberalism has become the foundational ideology of all of our politics. Which brings us to Barack Obama. The Flint water crisis started under Obama, the American military machine continued full steam ahead under him, and even Obama's most lauded progressive successes, such as the Affordable Care Act, had just compromised neoliberal policies. The Affordable Care Act was originally Mitt Romney's plan. Need healthcare to basically just live and exist as a human being? There's a market solution for that. And then there's the drones. Obama oversaw a massive expansion of drone strikes. His administration did so many drone strikes that there are children in Pakistan who are afraid of clear blue skies because that's when the drones can see them. That has to be easily one of the saddest things I've ever heard. Children afraid of clear blue skies. And then Obama joked about his drones at the correspondence dinner.
The Jonas brothers are here. They're out there somewhere. Sasha and Malia are huge fans. But boys don't get any ideas. I have 2 words for you. Predator drones.
What a classy guy. Having a normal one, as always, America. Okay, history lesson over. Neoliberalism sucks and everyone upholds it as a ghoul. No, wait, hang on. In Fallout, ghouls are kind of an oppressed class because the radiations made them go mad and it's disfigured them. I need a new insult. Centaurs? Neoliberalist centrists are centaurs. No, that still sounds cool. Everyone who upholds neoliberalism is a spore carrier. because they live in a hole in the ground and their brain is full of fungus. These parallels are interesting, even if you don't see it as trying to convey any kind of directed political message. According to Facebook data on what kind of political leanings different fan bases have, open world RPGs
I also have a
like
bunch of
Fallout
comments
New
that are
Vegas
like,
really appeal to
to some degree of
the game also
aggressiveness.
contains the Legion in case
Some
you're
of
a
them
fascist
totally
and think yourself
passive,
you have
through to like
reasonable
really
opinions.
angry. This
And the
isn't a
basic
Fallout New
concept
Vegas
of the
analysis.
Wasteland appeals
This is
massively to
politics.
the most
And like
powerfully
the most
brain
passive
genius
one, it's
faction
just
of
like
modern politics.
this wasn't really a Fallout New
Libertarians.
Vegas review, which is what I was looking for, but I liked it anyway. Whatever.
Hell no.
And I'm like, but it is even with the passive one, the non-aggressive one. It's like, no, it is a Fallout is about American politics. I'm just explaining what American politics actually are. Like, that's kind of the point of the video. Like,
viewing the NCR as an imperialist neoliberal project really helps to understand it, and it works even better viewing it as representative of the kind of politics that says that Joe Biden can come and fix everything.
The politics has gotten just so out of whack, but it's going to come back and whack.
Especially when the Legion are a mirror held up against the imperialism of the NCR. It is absolutely crucial and deliberate that you can become so hated by the NCR just by not working with them and furthering their goals.
No,
that
stop.
Civilian areas like the Crimson Caravan will start to shoot you on sight. I call this playthrough strategy the South American country electing a socialist government route.
Noam Chomsky once said,
In the US, there is basically one party, the Business Party. It has two factions called Democrats and Republicans, which are somewhat different but carry out variations on the same.
somebody also, again, I'm just bitching about my comments the whole time. Somebody commented and was like, this Chomsky quote, there's a better, no qualifying for why that is, version by Eugene Debs. Chomsky is very baby's first radical. And whatever, like, I agree, he kind of is. That's fine. But also, like, this version is shorter and clearer. Like,
yeah, you said you went.
They
and
pasted
looked
the
up.
version. No, they pasted it right there, and it's worse. It's just a worse
Then why would
version.
you use that quote
It's not
in
that
the
I,
video?
it's not like I'm like standing Noam Chomsky over Eugene Debs or something. I don't know who I really, whatever. Like, but I just don't like. This version of the quote is better and is more actually applicable to what I'm showing in the video, you know? Well, just wild.
Same policies. By and large, I am opposed to those policies, as
Why
is
don't you make
most
your
of
own
the
video? You
population.
think so fucking smart.
These words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings.
Ugh.
Look on my works, ye mighty,
Oh, you precious
and
boy.
despair.
This is so good.
Nothing beside remains round the decay of the colossal wreck, boundless and bare. The lone and level sands stretch far away.
Okay, earlier I said there were two things that I really wanted to talk about if I ever
Don't
did
tread
a
on
New
the bear.
Vegas video. So here's the second one.
That's good.
I probably played New Vegas through 3 times
Because,
before I
they're
found all the
deliberate
side
about this
quests
shit.
and extra
They
details.
actually
And one of
mean
those side
something with the
quests
game that they made.
involves taking a dog
And
to
put a
the
lot of
vet.
time
I
into
promise
it.
the story is going somewhere.
You see, the dog is a cyborg, so needs a specialist vet to treat him, and so you have to find the only one in the Mojave who lives up in the mountains. And as you follow the mountain trail up into the west, you see trees. Loads of trees. A whole forest. And this is striking against the belief.
If I could offer one objective critique, I would say that bit there where it transitioned from the sped up footage to the slowed footage wasn't as good. Like, I probably should have done that as a phased speed thing, so it slowed down rather than being fast and then slow. Like, that's all. This is such a stupid nitpick, but like, I literally think this video is like so good. Otherwise, I wouldn't change anything else about this video. That was really annoying.
Plantless wasteland of the rest of the game. So striking, I felt a bit shaken actually. Maybe if there can be a forest in the wasteland, there's hope after all. And as you continue into the forest, you reach Jacobstown. Jacobstown is a safe haven for mutants and Nightkin following Marcus, a character from previous games. The mutants and the Nightkin used to be human, but the Master, the antagonist from the first game, transformed them and put them to work in his army. The Nightkin were the stealth soldiers and used invisibility technology, and now the majority of Nightkin can't bear to be seen by anyone.
It's not like I think Jacobstown was created as the developer's ideal
my jacket
society. But I think you can tell they have a soft spot for Marcus. And I love that. And because of that,
Did you go
it's
pee and
clear that
forget
the way
about
people
it?
do things in Jacobstown is meant to be pretty great.
No.
The original settlement, Broken Hills,
No.
was created when Marcus
You
and a
doing
knight
thing
from the
that I
Brotherhood
forgot
of
about?
Steel
Yeah.
fought until they were in a total impasse, and eventually sat down and just decided to talk. That was Jacob. It became a place where mutants and humans and
Chomsky
ghouls
is
could all live
so
together
mainstream.
peacefully. You can see the legacy of that in Jacobstown, where the
wish.
Nightkin are all treated.
Yeah,
for
right,
their
exactly.
sickness instead of
Exactly,
being
yeah.
persecuted.
Being a purist about which
In
radicals people have heard
Jacobstown,
of.
the
It's
sick,
like,
the
come on,
downtrodden,
come
the
fuck
outcast,
on.
the homeless.
Name
all
5 of
find
Chomsky's
refuge
albums
in
then,
the
dickhead.
community.
Apocalyptic fiction is always
Oh, yeah.
used to talk
Oh, what am I
about
doing then?
real-world
Sweet.
problems our society
Weird
faces,
thing, then.
just amped up.
I remember you did.
Racism on steroids, governmental corruption on steroids, neo-fascism on steroids. Well, in Fallout, they're staring the apocalypse right in the face. And in the real world, we are too. Climate change is a looming threat that could easily be the undoing of all of us.
I can hide a user from my comments section without them even realizing I've done it, and I do not tolerate climate skepticism.
So to some degree, we can see the reactions that different factions have to the wasteland as a little like real-life reactions to climate change. In recent years, eco-fascism has been a rising problem, with fascists who believe in climate change suggesting that the solution is ethnic cleansing
No,
in
I
poorer
love this
countries,
video.
or saying that there is no
I'm in love
solution,
with my own
but we
video. I'm
need
going to
to
marry
just
this video.
go into prepper
It's so
mode,
good.
defend our
Love it so much
borders.
when you
Can you
marry
imagine
I
a
will.
sadder response to catastrophe? Rather than banding together to solve the problem, just doubling down on something as illusory as race? Or, for that matter, if there were nothing you could do, you really want to spend your final years as a make-believe border cop? It's the end of the world. You're not going to stage a single prison breakout at the zoo?
In On Fire, Naomi Klein puts it straightforwardly.
We need something we've
See,
never
it's on
tried,
fire
and to
there.
pull it off, we will have to recapture
on
the sense
fire.
of possibility and the
That's
can-do
on
spirit that
fire.
have been sorely missing since Ronald
Right.
Reagan announced that
So-
the 9 most dangerous words in the English language are "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
The liberal approach to the climate crisis isn't going to be enough. Simply putting things back in whack is not going to be enough.
whack!
We need to get more radical, and I think on an instinctual level, most people know that. We're in a position now where compromise means death, because it's compromise between the only solutions that can save our planet and death cult fascist logic. See, there was once a frog that was about to cross a river, when a scorpion came to it and said, "I can't swim and I'm small, let me ride on your back so I can get across." And the frog said, "No, you'll sting me." And the scorpion had to assure the frog, no, I won't, I promise, that would be foolish.
This is a
because I wouldn't
flawless
get
video.
across."
Except that
The
one
frog
single flaw.
reassured,
That's why I picked it
accepted
out.
the deal, and started to cross. And it was going well, until they got to the middle of the river, the deepest, darkest part of the waters. And sure enough, the scorpion stung the frog. And as the frog's body spasmed and seized up and it started to sink, it looked up and said, "Now we'll both drown. Why would you do this?" And the scorpion said, "Fuck you, cuck. So if you have an uneasy feeling about giving power to the NCR, if you defeat the Legion at Hoover Dam, and then the general
It's a
comes
fascist
through
death
and
cult.
Right.
you just can't quite force yourself to do it, but you don't know why. That's why. When you don't have the power to change anything, the status quo is acceptable, sustainable, meh. But when you have the opportunity to get Yes Man to throw General Oliver off the Hoover Dam, yeah, that's what you're gonna do.
Damn! He ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3.
Yes!
Bring back the NCR, bring back
I'm
the
so
old
glad
West.
I could include that in
It's
a
not the
video.
clear win it's
Finally.
made out to be. You might think that
This is
saying
it.
you
This is
will
it. This is
keep
it.
everything the same in the way it was before. The emergence of fascists is a totally alarming, surprising, and unpredictable occurrence. The truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
Fuck, I love that bit. That's so good. Fucking love that.
Look at
So
the
good.
badge.
Hey everyone.
So fucking good.
I want to thank
so
Matt
good.
for making fantastic music for this channel. Zilla's all the people who lent their
alright.
voices to this video. The people who helped me by reading over
That's
the
it.
essay.
That's
and of course the
2019.
patrons who make this all possible.
Wait,
I'd also like to
Lorcan,
thank Ben for
I
fantastic
swear to
art
God.
and you, the viewer, for watching all the way to the end. If you like this video and have some disposable income
Okay.
you feel like chucking my way, you
That's
can
it?
go to
That's 2019?
patreon.com/CurioVids and get
I hope
marvelous
we're here.
Cronenberg
access
pan
to
out.
extra content and my spinach and feta pie
I hope
recipe.
we're here
Okay, that
next
one's not
January
on
to do this
there,
again.
But I can put
this
it
is
on
really
there,
fun.
I guess. If
I
you
love
give me
this.
$2
This is great.
right
Yeah,
now
this
on my
was really fun.
patreon.com
Death to Videodrome, long
/CurioVids.
live the new flesh.
$2 or
I'd
more
really
than
love
$2
to do this again.
can
Yes.
legitimately make
This
a big
year of
difference
video
to me.
essays.
I'm not super flush
Yeah.
with
Yeah,
cash.
that'd be really fun.
This is
Exactly
awesome.
0 people I know currently call me Mr.
I'm going
Dollar
to stream
Cash
some Death
Money.
Stranding on my Twitch, I think.
And
Now?
with your
Yes.
help,
God
we
damn.
can change that.
It's okay if you want to go to bed or just like
Thank you all for
be
a
silent.
fantastic
Yeah.
year for all the great
I'll be
people
around
I've met,
for
the great projects.
If you're
I'm
just
really
hiding
proud
from the chat, that's fine. It's okay. I can
can't
deal
wait
with
for
that.
more in 2020. See you soon.
Yeah. So people, come on my Twitch if you want to keep on hanging out.
Thank you for coming on this journey with us.
Thank you for coming on this journey with us. Yeah, this has been great. I've really
I
liked
really
this.
enjoyed
This
it.
is a
It's
really
really
fun
fun.
thing to do. I'm going to be telling everyone else they should do this. Yeah, cool. See you all over on my Twitch. Bye for now.